Chapter 1. The Journey Through Ninja Elementary School. Land of Fire. Konoha Ninja Village. As the time for morning classes arrived at the ninja school, numerous students hurriedly entered the premises. At that moment, two boys ambled towards the campus, their arms around each other's shoulders, engaged in jovial banter. Behind them, other classmates pointed at the two with red and yellow hair, whispering amongst themselves. Unperturbed by the gossip, the two children continued their playful exchange. Shinmu, when do you think we will graduate from ninja school? Naruto, with his vibrant yellow hair, asked as he slung an arm around the crimson-haired Shinmu. Upon hearing Naruto's inquiry, the boy beside him suddenly fell silent, lost in thought for a moment. In the next instant, the red-haired boy jolted, as if struck. A momentary haze clouded his eyes. Then, clarity returned to his gaze. Regaining his composure, Shinmu scanned his surroundings with a look of bewilderment, then raised his delicate, pale hands, astonished. Where am I? Shinmu, an ordinary elementary school student from a distant land, had been struck by a speeding car while distractedly watching anime. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in this utterly unfamiliar world. Just as confusion washed over him, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. This was the world of Naruto, and he was an orphan, rescued from the battlefield by a ninja. His name was bestowed upon him by the third Hokage, also known as Shinmu. Despite sharing the same name, this Shinmu's circumstances were far less fortunate. Although he possessed the signature red hair of the Uzumaki clan, he had shown no talent whatsoever. After spending 5.5 years in ninja school since the age of 6, he had put in far more effort than the average person, yet learned nothing substantial. Shinmu turned to look in astonishment at his companion, Naruto. He had truly crossed over. He had genuinely entered the world of Naruto. Yet, despite Naruto's fame as one of the 3 great shonen series, he was not well acquainted with it. As a student from a far-off land, he had been immersed in various tutoring sessions and examinations since birth, leaving him no time to watch such a lengthy anime, resulting in a very limited understanding of Naruto. Noticing Shinmu's strange demeanor, Naruto quickly asked with concern, "Hey, are you alright, Shinmu? You look like you've spaced out." Shinmu shook off his astonishment, hurriedly calming himself and waving his hands to indicate he was fine. "I'm okay. Let's hurry and get to class, or Iruka sensei will scold us again." Naruto nodded and dashed ahead. Shinmu contemplated Naruto's retreating figure. Both he and Naruto were orphans, which had forged a bond between them. This connection certainly laid a solid foundation for Shinmu's future. After all, Naruto was destined for greatness, and nurturing a good relationship with him could illuminate Shinmu's path. Thus, he resolved to adapt to his new reality. As they walked, Shinmu processed the memories flooding his mind and acclimated to his new body. After a moment, he furrowed his brow and murmured, "The original's talent for cultivation is indeed quite lacking despite all these years. He hasn't performed a single proper ninjutsu." Meanwhile, Naruto, glancing back at Shinmu's slow pace, called out, "Hey, Shinmu, hurry up. If we don't move quickly, we'll be late." Shinmu responded and quickened his steps. Inside the classroom of the ninja school, as Naruto and Shinmu entered, they sparked a flurry of chatter. "Hey, look, it's the 2 underachievers, Naruto and Shinmu. Huh, the final exam is just a few months away. There's no way those two will graduate. They've been dragging their feet long enough. And look at their appearances. Together, they look like a dish of scrambled eggs and tomatoes." Unfazed by the jeering remarks, Shinmu and Naruto paid them no mind. Such treatment had persisted for many years. They had grown accustomed to it. Shinmu raised his gaze, surveying the faces of his classmates in the ninja class. His eyes were immediately drawn to Sasuke, who sat by the window, exuding an air of aloofness as he gazed pensively at the shadows cast by the trees outside, lost in his thoughts. Beside him sat Sakura, her eyes fixed on Sasuke, unwavering in her admiration. In addition to these two, Shinmu recognized several familiar faces: the strategic genius Shikamaru, the shy Hinata with her Byakugan, Ino, and Kiba. Most of the famed Konoha 12 were present. These individuals would become the pillars of Konoha Village. Though he had never watched Naruto, he was familiar with these characters as classmates often discussed and shared images of them. Just as Shinmu contemplated his next move, Iruka sensei entered the room, carrying a stack of books. As the teacher appeared, the entire room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Walking to the front of the class, Iruka cleared his throat and began, "In a few months, you will face the final exam of the ninja school. Only by passing the exam will you graduate successfully, receive your ninja headband, and become a true ninja of Konoha. Today, we will review the transformation jutsu." As Iruka spoke, he paced around the classroom. The transformation jutsu is the most basic rank ninjutsu. It requires only simple hand signs to perform, but do not underestimate it. The transformation jutsu is highly versatile, applicable in combat, espionage, or when luring an enemy. When mastered, it allows one to transform not only into a human, but also into animals, plants, or weapons, making it incredibly convenient. One crucial point to note is that a skilled ninja can perfectly mimic the subject they're transforming into, including minute details and overall aura, while beginners are easily discerned. There's no need to elaborate so much. Iruka sensei, we've already learned the transformation jutsu. A student chimed in, interrupting. Yeah, Iruka sensei, are you just lecturing the underachiever? How many times has it been? It's better to save your breath. That guy's chakra is pitifully weak, and his transformations are laughably poor. Another student responded, referring to Shinmu. Over the past 5 years, even Naruto had managed to use the harem jutsu to transform into beautiful women, while Shinmu had yet to perform a single perfect transformation jutsu. In response to the students' jeers, Iruka resolutely declared, as a teacher, I will never give up on any student. Shinmu may simply lack experience or be nervous, which has hindered his performance with the transformation jutsu. As long as he is willing to put in the effort, he will surely succeed in the future. Iruka defended Shinmu. He then approached Shinmu, offering an encouraging look and softly saying, Don't be disheartened, I believe in you. Iruka held a very favorable impression of Shinmu. After years of observation, he noted that, as an orphan rescued from the battlefield, Shinmu never wallowed in self-pity. He understood his lack of talent, and thus practiced with 5 to 10 times the effort of his peers. It was a shame that, despite his diligence, the child's innate abilities and understanding were woefully inadequate. After all these years, how could he still lack experience or be nervous? The ninja classmates shook their heads in disbelief. How about we let him demonstrate the transformation jutsu in front of everyone again? Suddenly, a student suggested with a sly grin, mischief dancing in his eyes. He sought to amuse himself at Shinmu's expense, eager to witness his humiliation. I also want to see if he can manage to use the substitution jutsu. Sakura joined in the mockery, her voice rising. Amidst the laughter of their classmates, only Hinata's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she quietly said, Everyone, we are classmates, please stop this. It's not right. Shinmu, don't mind them. At that moment, Naruto patted Shinmu's shoulder with concern. Faced with the raucous laughter and Naruto's supportive gaze, Shinmu pondered for a moment before speaking. Perhaps I should give it a try. Chapter 2. Transformation Jutsu, the Nine-Tails Fox Demon. Perhaps I should give it a try. As Shinmu uttered his willingness to attempt the transformation, the classroom erupted in laughter. He chose to selectively ignore their jeers. Worried that the mockery might affect Shinmu, Iruka reassured him. It's all right. Shinmu failure is nothing to fear. Don't pay attention to their jokes. Shinmu shook his head. It's fine. Sensei, I'm already used to it. Iruka's gaze softened as he looked at Shinmu. This child, at such a young age, had endured so much yet remained resilient and ambitious. Iruka sensei. Shinmu suddenly looked up. He regarded Iruka earnestly, saying, Could you please teach me the hand signs for the transformation jutsu once more? Although Shinmu had absorbed the original's memories and understood the hand seals and essentials of the technique, he still felt a twinge of insecurity. Hearing the teacher explain it again would reinforce his understanding. There was no other choice. Shinmu thought helplessly. After all, he was just a mediocre individual with no special talents. All right, Iruka nodded, recognizing the eagerness for knowledge in Shinmu's eyes. That unblemished desire for learning was truly rare. To achieve a high score in the transformation jutsu exam, it is best to transform into something you are familiar with, minimizing any visible flaws. First, do this. Subsequently, Iruka elaborated on the intricacies of the transformation technique to Shinmu, while also imparting several important cautions. Shinmu, remember that there is not merely one approach to any ninjutsu. Feel free to explore various possibilities, he advised. Intuition and adaptability are of utmost significance, Iruka concluded. Shinmu nodded, appearing to grasp the essence of the message, albeit with a hint of confusion. Intuition and adaptability. He furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. The original Shinmu, during his attempts at mastering the transformation technique, had fixated solely on becoming human, resulting in a rather abysmal outcome. Could he perhaps experiment with transforming into something else? Something familiar, yet not subject to scrutiny. Shinmu stood in place, lost in thought for an extended period. Around him, his classmates had grown increasingly impatient, calling out, Shinmu, are you going to do it or not? Regardless, it's bound to be embarrassing. What's the difference if it's sooner or later? Seriously, why are you dawdling? You're wasting everyone's time. Shinmu, be bold and give it a try. Only Iruka placed a reassuring hand on Shinmu's shoulder, his eyes radiating encouragement. Even if you fail, I will still applaud your effort. Shinmu felt a wave of gratitude swell within him. Thank you, sensei. With that, he exited the classroom and made his way to the playground. The teacher had said that failure was not to be feared. There was nothing to worry about. Adaptability and intuition. These phrases echoed persistently in his mind. Images of several characters and tailed beasts from the world of Naruto surfaced in his thoughts. Eventually, he selected the one he was most familiar with, the one his classmates had often discussed in their previous lives. It was time to try. With resolve, he took the first bold step. Shinmu formed a hand seal and exclaimed, "Transformation technique." Wow! A towering nine-tailed beast, approximately 50 to 60 meters tall, materialized before the ninja school's teaching building. Its fierce aura and the disdainful glint in its eyes sent shivers down the spine of even Iruka, a seasoned Chunin. Whoa! A monster! Many female students in the classroom were so terrified that they burst into tears. Even the typically composed Sasuke and Shikamaru took several steps back, cold sweat beading on their foreheads at the sight of Shinmu's transformation into a colossal beast. It looked so real, almost indistinguishable from an actual nine-tailed fox, standing right before everyone. The overwhelming pressure of its power and the deep-seated tremors it elicited felt all too genuine. After completing the transformation, Shinmu keenly observed that Iruka's expression seemed to freeze momentarily. He instinctively felt that his transformation had not met expectations. Thus, he reverted to his original form, standing before Iruka like a child who had erred. "I'm sorry, sensei. My intuition and adaptability are clearly lacking. I could only transform into this." Shinmu spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Iruka snapped back to reality, his lips twitching. Only this? How could he possibly call that only? Iruka had personally witnessed the nine-tailed fox in his past, the very creature responsible for his parents' demise. Thus, he had been momentarily stunned. The nine-tailed fox that Shinmu had transformed into was indistinguishable from the one he had seen all those years ago. In fact, the chakra fluctuations and the menacing aura emanating from Shinmu's transformation were even more pronounced. Though Iruka had achieved the rank of Chunin and once laid eyes upon the nine-tailed fox, he doubted he could replicate even a fraction of the essence Shinmu had captured. Could it be that his student had finally awakened? He was not a failure, but a prodigy of ninjutsu. "Shinmu, may I inquire why you chose to transform into this beast and how you achieved such vividness?" Iruka suppressed his astonishment as he posed the question. "Because I once dreamed of this colossal creature, and I thought that if I transformed into it, its immense size would prevent any scrutiny of the finer details," Shinmu replied, a hint of despondency in his tone. "Am I still not adept enough?" Iruka facepalmed. What a refreshingly straightforward perspective. Finally, he mustered his composure to offer a critique. "Your transformation was quite commendable next time. Do strive to transform into a more conventional form." Observing Iruka's forced demeanor, Shinmu realized that the teacher was merely attempting to console him. "You needn't comfort me. Sensei, I am aware that my talent is somewhat lacking." In the village of Konoha, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had also witnessed the emergence of the nine-tailed beast at the ninja school. The terrifying aura led him to believe that the nine-tailed fox had broken its seal. Just as he was preparing to intervene, the beast inexplicably vanished. Consequently, he dispatched his Umbu subordinates to investigate. At that moment, reports began to surface. Had the investigation results come in? Was it the fourth Hokage seal that weakened, allowing the nine-tailed beast within Naruto to escape? The third Hokage inquired anxiously. The masked Umbu operative responded, "No, it was merely an ordinary student at the ninja school executing the transformation technique." "What?" The third Hokage's pupils contracted. "Are you certain you're not mistaken?" "Absolutely certain," the Umbu affirmed. "Who was it that performed this transformation?" "Naruto?" The third Hokage continued to probe. "Only he possesses such a vast amount of chakra to support a transformation resembling a tailed beast, and only he, harboring the nine tails within him, could mimic its aura. So closely this boy is truly reckless." The third Hokage muttered to himself. "No, it was Shinmu, the war orphan you named." The Umbu replied. "What?" The third Hokage's voice heightened in pitch. Sarutobi Hiruzen, a master of various ninjutsu and known as the Professor of Ninja, had a profound understanding of transformation techniques. Thus, he was acutely aware that to replicate a tailed beast through transformation, one required not only a monumental amount of chakra, but also an intimate familiarity with the beast and exceptional transformation skills. That child Shinmu has never encountered a tailed beast before, has he? Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled sharply. No, he was brought back after the chaos of the Nine Tails had concluded. He recently mentioned having seen the Nine Tails in a dream. The Umbu continued. To be able to replicate such likeness merely from a dream, and with that vast amount of chakra, has Shinmu finally mastered the utilization of his inner chakra? The third Hokage murmured to himself before instructing the Umbu, keep a close watch on Shinmu moving forward. After the brief interlude concerning Shinmu's transformation technique, Iruka resumed the day's lessons. However, throughout the class, he found himself stealing glances at Shinmu. In contrast to the boisterous Naruto beside him, Shinmu remained diligently focused, absorbed in the lecture. Before long, the day's classes at the ninja school came to a close. As the lesson drew to an end, Iruka assigned homework. Tomorrow, we will be reviewing the Shadow Clone Technique, so please prepare accordingly. On their way home, Naruto and Shinmu walked together. Seeing that Shinmu remained silent, lost in contemplation, Naruto suggested, Shinmu, shall we go to the Shadow Rock and paint together? Huh? Upon hearing this, Shinmu regained his composure and shook his head, saying, no, I cannot. I intend to return and diligently practice the application of the clone technique. Today, my transformation technique was already executed poorly. If my clone technique is similarly lacking tomorrow. Shinmu let out a sigh before speaking. Very well. Naruto shrugged, watching Shinmu's retreating figure as he headed home. In a low voice, Naruto murmured, today, Shinmu seems so peculiar, so diligent. I cannot allow myself to fall behind. I must practice earnestly as well. Night fell. In the tranquility of his small courtyard, Shinmu practiced the art of shadow replication repeatedly. Naturally, he did not overlook the wisdom and adaptability imparted by Iruka, continually engaging in new attempts. As he practiced, fatigue enveloped him, and he eventually succumbed to slumber within the confines of his garden. The following morning, as the students gathered in class, Shinmu was notably absent. Iruka glanced towards Naruto, who shared a close bond with Shinmu. Naruto, do you have any idea where Shinmu might be? Iruka inquired. Shinmu possesses a remarkably strong sense of time. He has never been late before. Today must surely be an exceptional circumstance. He must be frightened and hesitant to come. One classmate remarked, indeed, Shinmu's cloning technique only produces a feeble, limp doll. Another female classmate scoffed in response. Yesterday's transformation was likely a stroke of luck. Today, he probably lacks the courage to show up. The chatter in the classroom grew increasingly chaotic, prompting Iruka to reluctantly raise his hand in an effort to restore order. Just then, a perspiring Shinmu appeared at the classroom door. I apologize, Teacher Iruka. I practiced too late yesterday and accidentally overslept. With a face full of apology, Shinmu spoke. However, his words immediately elicited laughter from the rest of the class. Practiced too late and accidentally overslept. Ha. That must be an excuse. Indeed, Shinmu, after all this time practicing, you still can't perform the shadow clone technique. I believe it might be best for you to abandon your efforts. In truth, there is nothing wrong with being an ordinary person. In a fit of anger, Naruto stepped forward to defend his friend. Have you all said enough? Naruto. They're merely speaking the truth. There's no need to be upset, Sakura remarked from the side, casting a glance towards Sasuke, sitting by the window, seemingly hoping to attract his attention with her words. Everyone is right. I truly lack talent. However, I can now perform the basic shadow clone technique. Shinmu said with an innocent expression in response to the ridicule. Really, Shinmu? Iruka asked, astonished. If it were another student, he certainly would not have reacted so excitedly. But this was Shinmu, the one who, after 5 years at the Ninja Academy, had not successfully performed a single jutsu. Show everyone what you can do, Iruka encouraged. Hee. We would like to see that too. Sakura continued to laugh, not believing for a moment that Shinmu could master the technique overnight. Even if he did, it would undoubtedly be flawed and would never meet the assessment standards. Shinmu, with a humble demeanor, remarked, perhaps I am not yet proficient, and I apologize for any amusement I may have caused. As he spoke, he ascended the podium and formed a hand seal, exclaiming, Shadow Clone Technique. To everyone's astonishment, a clone that mirrored Shinmu perfectly materialized on the stage. The entire class was taken aback. This lad had truly mastered the technique. At the very least, he would not flunk the assessment for the Shadow Clone Technique. It was evident that Shinmu had been diligent in his studies. Is it really necessary to be so astonished? This is something we mastered 2 or 3 years ago. He has merely caught up now. Sakura expressed her discontent. Her sentiment was understandable. The surprise stemmed from the fact that this achievement originated from Shinmu, who had previously been at the bottom of the class. Another classmate chimed in. Shinmu, you have performed admirably. You have met the standards for the final assessment, Iruka commended, patting Shinmu on the shoulder. However, do not let pride overwhelm you. There remains a considerable gap between you and your peers. Yes, I am fully aware of that, Teacher Iruka, Shinmu replied. Shinmu nodded obediently and humbly. Iruka-sensei is right. His talent for ninjutsu is lacking, and he does not possess a distinguished lineage. Even when compared to his contemporaries, the gap is still significant. He must continue to strive for improvement. By the way, teacher, while practicing the shadow clone technique yesterday, I discovered that with a slight modification to the hand seals, I could produce different kinds of clones. Upon hearing this, Iruka's interest was piqued, and he responded with a soft, "Oh, please demonstrate it for me." Shenmu nodded earnestly, forming a seal entirely distinct from the shadow clone technique. In the next moment, several identical Shenmus appeared in the classroom, each exclaiming in unison, "Teacher, this is how it is." The students were left in bewilderment. Iruka furrowed his brow and remarked, "Shenmu, do not deceive the teacher. This merely seems to be a standard clone technique with additional clones." The numerous Shenmus spoke again, "Teacher, please touch one." Iruka, still skeptical, reached out and poked one of Shenmu's clones. To his astonishment, it felt remarkably real, akin to a living person. Iruka gasped, "No way. This is the shadow clone technique. An advanced B-rank ninjutsu recorded in the Konoha village scrolls. It allows the user to create tangible clones infused with chakra, each possessing independent consciousness and a degree of resilience. What's more, upon dissolution, the memories and experiences of the clones return to the original body." Shinmu, did you discover this on your own? Iruka's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 4, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Shinmu, did you discover this on your own? Iruka's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed. Shinmu appeared utterly bewildered. Moreover, I discovered that by infusing more chakra during the hand seals for this technique, one could conjure a multitude of tangible clones. With that, Shinmu formed the seals once more. In an instant, the entire classroom was filled with Shinmu's duplicates. A rough estimate suggested there were several hundred. The entire class fell into a profound silence. Iruka gasped in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. So many clones. Could this possibly be the forbidden jutsu developed by the second Hokage? An A-rank ninjutsu with an exceedingly high level of difficulty, both in learning and execution. The legendary multi-shadow clone technique. Shenmu has learned solely through his own exploration. More importantly, the sheer volume of his chakra astonishingly allows him to create such a multitude of shadow clones. Beads of sweat trickled down Iruka's forehead. What he has witnessed today has utterly upended all his decades of experience in teaching ninjutsu. Throughout his years of instruction, he has encountered students of remarkable aptitude. Yet even the best merely regurgitated the material, exhibiting merely rapid learning. The occurrence of one who could self-learn the shadow clone technique is a rarity. A mere 1 in a million. However, to utilize the multi-shadow clone technique, founded upon the shadow clone technique, with such an immense reservoir of chakra is something he has never witnessed in his lifetime. At this moment, Iruka has come to realize that Shenmu is a prodigy, a monstrous genius, the future cornerstone of Konoha, the beacon of hope. Teacher, is this still not sufficient? Shenmu keenly observed Iruka's expression. The teacher appeared somewhat dazed, seemingly dissatisfied with his own shadow clone technique. Shenmu let out a sigh. Indeed, being a ninja is a formidable challenge. Even under such circumstances, one still fails to meet the required standards. Shenmu tentatively spoke. Teacher, last night I applied your suggestions and discovered that different chakra attributes and hand seals can create clones using various mediums. Iruka stammered in disbelief. Could you perhaps demonstrate this? His pupils widened in shock, yet he forced himself to regain composure. He was eager to ascertain what further insights Shenmu had gleaned. The technique of multiple shadow clone jutsu had emerged. Could it be that a mere elementary student from a ninja academy could harness the properties of chakra to produce corresponding clones? This was absurd. In the next moment, Iruka's expression froze entirely. The expressions of all the students in the classroom also crystallized at that instant. Shenmu has seemingly accomplished something remarkable. Lumaru rubbed his eyes, fearing he might be mistaken. Shenmu has seemingly just utilized the technique of water-style shadow clone. Wait, now he has executed an earth-style clone, and lightning-style too. Winky face, is this something taught at the Ninja Academy? Where on earth did you secretly practice this, you rascal? This is against the rules. We can barely comprehend shadow clones, and yet you are already capable of multi-elemental clones. Sasuke mimicked Shikamaru's incredulous gesture, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. 00, winky face. Uchiha Sasuke, the last of the Uchiha clan from the Hidden Leaf Village, possesses the Sharingan and an extraordinary aptitude for learning. Since enrollment, he has always been the envy of his peers. Today, however, he has encountered a prodigy even more gifted than himself. This individual's intuition is utterly beyond comprehension. Beside them, Iruka exclaimed, incredible, he truly executed it. Shenmu has just performed a series of hand seals, skillfully utilizing water release, earth release, and lightning release clones. Good heavens! The child's awakening is truly astonishing. This transcends the mere definition of genius. A celestial being, an actual immortal. Iruka pressed his forehead, attempting to compose himself. Upon witnessing this, Shenmu presumed that Iruka was still not entirely satisfied with his performance. Teacher, I have actually discovered a way to combine the shadow clone technique with the transformation technique. Iruka waved his hand dismissively, revealing a countenance marred by the tribulations of life. Shenmu, there is no need to demonstrate. The teacher requires some time to properly digest this. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Shenmu pondered, is it truly insufficient? Last night, He had felt a flicker of excitement upon grasping the intricacies of the shadow clone and various elemental clones, believing it would impress his classmates and teacher alike. Yet, judging by Iruka's current expression, it seemed he had barely scraped the surface of passing. Indeed. It is challenging for a novice to master ninjutsu. Ultimately, the class that Shinmu attended was abruptly cancelled. Iruka provided little explanation, simply stating he had matters to attend to. However, Shinmu noticed that as Iruka departed, he cast a lingering glance in his direction, one filled with a complex array of emotions. It appeared to carry a hint of disappointment. Could it be that Iruka believed he lacked the aptitude for ninjutsu? Contemplating reporting to the Hokage about his potential withdrawal from the academy, Shinmu was lost in thought when Naruto patted him on the shoulder. Shinmu, that series of shadow clones you just unleashed was truly impressive, Naruto exclaimed earnestly. However, it seemed that Iruka-sensei was not entirely pleased. Shinmu replied with a lackluster enthusiasm. Shinmu's understanding of the Hokage is limited to a few renowned figures. As for the composition of ninjutsu, his knowledge is scant. Thus, he merely regards Naruto as a friend who is deliberately comforting him. It's alright, Shinmu. If Iruka-sensei is not satisfied, then strive harder until he is. Naruto, like a small son, brings solace to Shinmu. Excellent. Shinmu clenched his fist, casting a grateful glance at Naruto. Thank you, Naruto. Learning the shadow clone technique in a single night allowed him to make up for the years he had fallen behind. This indicated that he was not yet beyond redemption. As long as he continued to strive, there would come a day when he would earn his teacher's recognition and successfully graduate. At that moment, achoo. Iruka, standing in the Hokage's office, sneezed. Iruka, have you caught a cold recently? The third Hokage inquired casually. Iruka waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Just a slight tickle in my nose. Hokage-sama, I have something of great importance to report to you. Is it about that kid Shinmu? The third Hokage appeared nonchalant as he flipped through the documents in his hand. Shinmoku has grasped the techniques of shadow clone and multi-attribute clones. The Umbu has just reported this. You are already aware, as nothing escapes your keen perception in Konoha. Iruka, having recovered from the shock brought by Shinmoku, remarked with a sigh. The third Hokage lifted his gaze to Iruka, expressing admiration. Iruka, you are a commendable teacher, having nurtured a prodigy. Iruka humbly replied. It is all due to Shinmoku's relentless efforts. I have merely played a minor role. Then, as if casually inquiring, the third Hokage asked, as Shinmoku's teacher, what is your perspective on his actions? Iruka eloquently articulated. From the moment he enrolled, Shinmoku has been a remarkably diligent child. Witnessing the emergence of such divine talent fills me with astonishment, yet I am equally elated for that boy. The third Hokage set aside his documents and shared his analytical judgment. To speak frankly, after years of studying ninjutsu, I remain skeptical of sudden enlightenment overnight. Rather than a sudden realization, it is more accurate to say that Shinmoku has internalized knowledge over the years, which he has only now chosen to reveal. Of course, mastering both the shadow clone technique and multi-attribute clones within 4 to 5 years is indeed the hallmark of a genius. Iruka nodded in agreement. If that is the case, Shinmoku is not only extraordinarily gifted but also possesses commendable character, having shown patience for so many years. The third Hokage rose from his seat, standing by the window of the Hokage's office, casting his gaze towards the direction of the ninja school. Indeed, this boy truly inspires anticipation. After exchanging views on Shinmoku, they began to discuss his future educational direction. Iruka, what do you believe is the most important aspect for a genius? The third Hokage inquired earnestly. Chapter 5, The Spiraling Sphere. After a moment of contemplation, Iruka replied, it is growth. Saratobi's eyes gleamed with appreciation. Precisely. The world of ninjas is never short of prodigies. However, due to the chaos of warfare and various missions, the number of geniuses who can truly develop is scant. Thus, protecting and educating these talents to foster their growth is of paramount importance. Among this, the tempering of their character is indispensable. They must not be allowed to become arrogant. In battle, arrogance and underestimation can lead to demise. Then, according to your wisdom, Hokage-sama, Iruka ventured cautiously. After a moment of reflection, the third Hokage replied, prevent Shinmoku from becoming overly proud, yet afford him appropriate recognition. A look of delight illuminated Iruka's eyes as clarity dawned upon him like a revelation. Truly, Hokage-sama, this approach to education will neither inflate the genius's pride nor suppress their confidence excessively. I understand. With that, Iruka exited the Hokage's conference room with enthusiasm. After Iruka departed, the third Hokage gestured to summon a masked Umbu member. He asked, Yamato, do you believe Shinmoku has the potential to wield wood release? The Umbu known as Yamato respectfully knelt on the floor of the Hokage's office and replied candidly, wood release is the specialty of the first Hokage and is an exceedingly rare bloodline limit. Many children were captured by Orochimaru for experiments, yet I alone survived. We cannot allow a genius to take such a significant risk. Upon hearing Yamato's words, the third Hokage chuckled. What are you thinking? I would never experiment with someone's life. What I mean is, based on Shinmoku's unique lineage and the talents he has displayed, do you think he can utilize wood release? To this inquiry, Yamato fell silent for a while before responding, I do not know. At the ninja school, in the classroom, Iruka finally returned. Upon entering, his eyes immediately fell upon Shinmu, who was seated in the corner. He prepared to implement the educational principles articulated by the third Hokage, to provide Shinmu with affirmation without allowing him to become overly proud. Iruka approached Shinmu, gently patting him on the shoulder, and said, the clone technique you employed earlier was commendable. Keep up the good work. Shinmu's eyes sparkled with delight. Complimented. Acknowledged. It seems there is hope for continuing at the school. A good teacher. I shall undoubtedly strive even harder in the future. Shinmu spoke with a hint of excitement. Iruka appeared to ponder while nodding, yet his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Still striving, are we? If you gain a bit more insight, I might as well resign as your teacher. The day's lessons swiftly came to an end. As was customary, before dismissal, Teacher Iruka reminded the class of the material to review for tomorrow. We will assess everyone's shuriken skills. I sincerely hope you do not disappoint me, he declared, noticing Shinmu's eager gaze. A flicker of pride surged within Iruka. Tomorrow, we shall review shuriken techniques. I doubt you possess any hidden maneuvers. After all, the only criterion for the shuriken assessment was precision. After school, Shinmu walked alongside Naruto. Naruto opened his mouth, intending to invite Shinmu out for some fun. However, upon observing Shinmu's earnest expression, he surmised that Shinmu would likely immerse himself in rigorous training that night and ultimately refrained from extending the invitation. Shinmu, remember to take care of your health while training, Naruto advised. Shinmu nodded. All right, I shall. I apologize, Naruto, but I cannot accompany you in play these days. My academic progress has been exceedingly inadequate, and if this persists, I may not graduate. Understanding Shinmu's earnest dedication to his studies, Naruto expressed his comprehension. Shinmu returned home. Upon entering, he gazed upon the desolate room and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a meal. After finishing his dinner, he immediately immersed himself wholeheartedly in his cultivation. In the late hours of the night, under the sparse twinkling of stars, a wooden figure stood in the courtyard. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shinmu unleashed a flurry of shuriken, each one striking the target with unwavering precision. As he prepared to launch another round, he noticed a shadow taking form before him, illuminated by the silvery glow of the moonlight. Someone was watching him from behind. In an instant, a chill ran down Shinmu's spine. He turned anxiously, gripping his wrist with determination, and released several shuriken in rapid succession. The projectiles glinted like metal in the night sky, hurtling towards the mysterious figure perched atop the wall of his home. Just as the shuriken were about to make contact, a vine-like appendage emerged from the shadow, deflecting every single one of Shinmu's throws. In the blink of an eye, the enigmatic individual leaped down from the wall, positioning themselves directly in front of Shinmu. The shinobi retreated with vigilance. Although peace currently prevails among nations, the animosities between the various ninja villages have not dissipated. It is rumored that in the Hidden Leaf village, there are frequent occurrences of sudden deaths, speculated to be the work of assassination ninjas dispatched from other villages. Cold sweat appeared on Shinmu's forehead. Could it be that the figure before him was an assassin sent from another village? With this thought, Shinmu clenched his fists. He had only recently traversed into this world and had no intention of relinquishing his life so easily. No matter who you are, I shall never submit. Shinmu let out a mighty roar, forming a series of intricate hand seals for the shadow clone technique. In the blink of an eye, thousands of shadowy figures materialized within the courtyard. Upon witnessing Shinmu summon such an overwhelming number of clones, the dark figure momentarily stood in stunned silence. Shinmu seized this rare opportunity, and all the shadow clones surged forward. The dark figure, caught off guard, was immediately overwhelmed by the multitude of shadow clones. Shinmu was far from naive enough to believe that his shadow clones could contend with the formidable ninjas from rival villages. As the shadow clones delayed the ominous figure's time, a sudden inspiration struck Shinmu. He comprehended that by concentrating chakra in his hand, allowing it to flow in irregular directions while compressing it, he could create a chakra sphere of approximately palm-sized dimensions, devoid of any elemental affiliation. This was none other than the Rasengan. Furthermore, the prerequisites for executing this technique were not particularly stringent. It required no preliminary hand signs, making it relatively simple for him to utilize. With this thought in mind, Shinmu began to gather chakra energy in his palm. All the energy within his body surged towards his hand. Before long, the spiraling ball of ferocious chakra manifested in the center of his palm. In that moment, the shadow clones, which had been stalling the ominous figure's advance, were completely dispersed. The shadow figure rose, seemingly poised to utter something. However, before he could finish his sentence, Shinmu charged forward, clutching the sphere tightly. Chapter 6. This child is a genius time advanced. The Umbu ninja, Yamato, was tasked by the third Hokage to ascertain whether Shinmu could master the wood release technique. That night, he scaled the walls of Shinmu's home. To his astonishment, he discovered that the young boy was still practicing shuriken techniques in the dead of night. The third Hokage had previously noted the boy's exceptional talent, and now Yamato was struck by the boy's relentless diligence. In his heart, Yamato couldn't help but marvel. Such a gifted child, who also possessed the tenacity to work hard, would undoubtedly become a pillar of Konohagakure in the future. Thus, he lingered a while longer. To his surprise, he witnessed Shinmu's extraordinary capacity for learning. Initially, Shinmu's shuriken barely grazed the wooden posts. Yet, after only a couple of attempts, he was able to strike the target with pinpoint accuracy. Moreover, after further experimentation, Shinmu masterfully executed techniques such as mid-air shuriken throws, precise strikes through the collision of shuriken, and fluid movement with them, all without difficulty. Even more impressively, he attempted to integrate the shadow clone technique with shuriken throwing. Remarkably, he succeeded in this fusion. The young Shinmu had, without any formal guidance, mastered the shuriken shadow clone technique originally developed by the third Hokage. All of this transpired within a mere few minutes. Yamato was left agape, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground, just as his worldview was being overturned, and he resolved to report back to the third Hokage post-haste. He was discovered by Shinmu. Thus, that night, he not only bore witness to Shinmu's incredible talent and insight, but also became the first training target the boy had encountered since his arrival in this world. Upon his discovery, Shinmu first summoned hundreds of shadow clones with a terrifying amount of chakra, without allowing Yamato a moment to explain. All the shadow clones surged towards him in a frenzied assault. Shinmu is, after all, merely a student at a ninja academy, lacking substantial combat experience, which renders his shadow clones relatively easy to deal with. Yamato swiftly neutralizes the shadow clone that has been entangling him. However, when he glances back at Shinmu, he is taken aback to see the child gripping a Rasengan. That is indeed the Rasengan, an A-rank ninjutsu developed by the fourth Hokage. The principle involves concentrating chakra in the hand, allowing it to flow in an erratic manner while compressing it to form a sphere of chakra to strike the opponent. The critical point is that this technique seemingly can only be performed by the fourth Hokage and Jiraiya. The fourth Hokage has long since passed, and Jiraiya has been wandering the world for years. Where could this child have learned the Rasengan? Yamato barely has time to process the shock before Shinmu charges at him with the Rasengan in hand. Fortunately, as a member of the Umbu, he is seasoned in battle and possesses ample combat experience, skillfully evading Shinmu's assault. With a resounding crash, the Rasengan lands not far from Yamato, unleashing a torrent of chakra energy that creates a massive circular crater over 10 meters in diameter in Shinmu's backyard. This is still a result of Shinmu's conscious effort to control the attack upon realizing it had missed its mark. Clenching his teeth in frustration, Shinmu experiences a moment of enlightenment. He contemplates whether he could merge the Rasengan with the form of a shuriken to amplify its power and extend its range, thereby maximizing its margin for error. However, achieving this solely with simple, non-elemental chakra proves challenging. He needs to incorporate other elemental natures into the technique. Let us start with wind release. Shinmu is a man of action, ready to act at a moment's notice. With his right hand raised high, he gathers chakra within his palm. Utilizing wind-based chakra, he adopts the stance of a shuriken, concentrating his energy. Soon, a magnificent surge of chakra forms into a colossal wind-based shuriken in Shinmu's elevated right hand. From a distance of several meters, Yamato observes Shinmu's every movement with keen clarity. What trick is this rascal up to now? The immense volume of chakra and the peculiar fluctuations in its energy. Is this boy attempting to eliminate me? Do not misunderstand. I am the third. Yamato hastily begins to explain. Shinmu raised the shuriken infused with wind chakra in his hand, the chakra whirling with a deafening roar, rendering him oblivious to Yamato's words. In the next instant, the wind-infused shuriken slipped from his grasp. With a whoosh, it soared through the air at remarkable speed, reaching the very spot where Yamato had just been standing in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Yamato had anticipated the erratic behavior of this reckless youth and had already distanced himself significantly upon seeing the shuriken coalesce. Upon its impact with the ground, a thunderous explosion erupted. The ferocious wind chakra was unleashed instantaneously. Though Shinmu had exerted chakra control over the shuriken, this strike obliterated his own house, creating a massive crater over 100 meters in diameter. Meanwhile, as the energy from the wind-infused shuriken detonated, Yamato had managed to flee over 100 meters away. Yet, he was not spared from the aftermath, as the piercing wind chakra grazed him, causing excruciating pain. Yamato lamented, in this day and age, mentoring a disciple is exceedingly challenging. Before even exchanging greetings, one is subjected to blows. The commotion from such a grand battle soon attracted the attention of the Konoha patrol team, which in turn roused the third Hokage from his slumber. Upon arriving at the scene, the third Hokage's gaze was immediately drawn to the enormous crater exceeding 100 meters in diameter at Shinmu's residence. "Did you do this?" he questioned, his reproachful eyes fixating on Yamato, who lay on a stretcher nearby. Yamato, feeling utterly aggrieved, responded, "I just endured a beating, and you suspect me? It wasn't me." The normally benevolent third Hokage was seldom seen in such a state of fury. This incident had crossed a line. How could one unleash such a destructive jutsu in a village inhabited by people? Fortunately, Shinmu's residence was in a sparsely populated area. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Following the Hokage's furious inquiry, an uncomfortable silence enveloped the patrol team. Yamato buried his face in his hands, wishing to disappear into a hole out of embarrassment. The true culprit, Shinmu, bowed his head and stepped forward. Shinmu weakly spoke, and after finishing his words, he appeared resigned to his fate. The third Hokage, known for his kind and amiable demeanor, was evidently angered this time, and Shinmu realized he had caused trouble. Do not fret, Shinmu. The third Hokage waved his hand. I understand that it is your home that has been damaged, and you feel aggrieved. Rest assured, Grandpa Hokage will certainly help you uncover the true culprit behind this. What I mean is, this enormous pit was indeed my doing. Shinmu, with a sense of grievance, spoke candidly. The third Hokage exclaimed in shock. What did you just say? Shinmu keenly observed the rise in tone of the third Hokage during the inquiry, unmistakably filled with fury. Consequently, he lowered his head even further, stammering, Well, I must confess, this large pit was caused by me. Silence ensued. With a gulp, the third Hokage swallowed hard. His discerning gaze swept across the assembled inspection team, ultimately resting upon Yamato, who lay on the stretcher. Yamato understood the Hokage's bewilderment and nodded in acknowledgement while covering his face. How humiliating it was to be bested by a mere child who had yet to graduate from the ninja academy. The third Hokage, undeterred by Yamato's embarrassment, focused his full attention on Shinmu after receiving Yamato's confirmation. This child was a prodigy, undoubtedly a genius. Chapter 7. A new enlightenment recovering from his astonishment. The third Hokage sensed the lingering wind-style chakra within the vast pit and inquired of Shinmu, Where did you learn this jutsu? It was the first time he had encountered such a form of wind-style ninjutsu. As a ninja instructor with years of experience studying various techniques, he recognized the marks left by the Rasengan's attack in this crater. However, the Rasengan is an attribute-free technique and would not possess wind attribute chakra. Thus, he deduced that this was a wind-style ninjutsu developed and refined based on the Rasengan. I just figured it out, Shinmu replied. Shinmu responded with an innocent expression. As he spoke, he pointed towards the stretcher-bearing Yamato, saying, Just now, I mistakenly thought he was an assassin ninja sent by another village. In a moment of desperation, I attempted to mimic the posture of a shuriken using wind-release chakra. The third Hokage gazed at Shinmu with an inquisitive look, eagerly anticipating his subsequent reflections. Shinmu and the third Hokage locked eyes, and with a determined demeanor, continued, and then it was a success. The third Hokage, taken aback, responded, What? That's it? You developed a jutsu just like that? And it's a wind technique of immense destructive power. Even the second Hokage underwent numerous experiments while developing new jutsu, and you just casually glossed over it in a single sentence. At this moment, the third Hokage was at a loss for words to express his feelings. Initially, he regarded Shinmu as a mere ordinary genius, someone who had patiently bided his time until finally revealing his talents. However, it had become evident that Shinmu's innate abilities were extraordinarily formidable. Prior to today, the third Hokage, who had devoted years to the study of ninjutsu, had never witnessed any ninja perform the wind technique that Shinmu had just demonstrated. Not even in the extensive ninjutsu archives was there any record of such a technique. This implied that there was a significant possibility that Shinmu had created this jutsu himself, to have mastered the Rasengan within just a few short years of learning ninjutsu, and then to have developed a wind technique of such overwhelming power based on it. What else could one call it if not monstrous talent? Shinmu, I ask you once more, did no one teach you this jutsu? Perhaps Jiraiya or... The third Hokage could not help but seek further confirmation. Shinmu believed that the Hokage was holding him accountable for the development of ninjutsu, which led to a grave disaster. However, it was not so. I alone am responsible for all that has transpired. Shinmu bowed his head. Upon witnessing this, the third Hokage refrained from further inquiries. Subsequently, he grew concerned that the emergence of such an extraordinary talent in Konoha might become known to other villages. Thus, he cautioned all patrol members to keep their lips sealed and refrain from divulging information. Simultaneously, in an effort to prevent Shinmu from becoming overly proud, he remarked, Shinmu, while your use of ninjutsu this time was commendable, your control over technique leaves much to be desired. Otherwise, your home would not have been reduced to rubble. Therefore, instead of indiscriminately pursuing a plethora of ninjutsu, focus on honing a singular strength to its utmost perfection. Upon hearing this, Shinmu nodded in agreement. Indeed, the journey of mastering ninjutsu is long and arduous. He considered himself merely a novice at the threshold of his studies. These minor accomplishments hardly warrant any significance. With this thought in mind, he lifted his gaze towards the third Hokage. Truly, the esteemed Hokage offers remarkably constructive advice. It is like a refreshing enlightenment. Very well, Hokage-sama. I shall dedicate myself to this particular ninjutsu and strive to master it to the pinnacle of excellence. Shinmu spoke with gravity. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage cast a look of admiration towards Shinmu. Subsequently, the third Hokage intended to leave with the Konoha patrol team in the stretcher bearing Yamato. Shinmu appeared troubled, contemplating how he would find rest tonight with his home in ruins. Oh, Hokage, Shinmu cautiously called out. The third Hokage turned around and gazed at Shinmu. who stood bewildered in the open space, understanding his intent. Tonight, you shall spend the night with that lad, Naruto. Shenmu, you are astute, and being friends with Naruto. Do take good care of him. Rest assured, Lord Hokage. Shenmu nodded. A few minutes later, he was escorted to Naruto's doorstep by the Leaf Village patrol team. Standing at the entrance, Shenmu seemed to hear faint sounds of collision emanating from within Naruto's home. Naruto. After knocking on the door twice, Shenmu called out. A few moments later, Naruto opened the door, looking at Shenmu outside with a puzzled expression. Shenmu, what brings you here? Naruto inquired. In response to Naruto's question, Shenmu explained. Ninjas from a neighboring village attacked my home and reduced it to rubble. Shenmu did not intentionally deceive his friend. He merely adhered to the counsel of the third Hokage, who had instructed him not to divulge the events of the evening. Upon hearing of his friend's unfortunate predicament, Naruto swiftly welcomed Shenmu into his home, exclaiming, "Oh, you poor fellow, come inside quickly." Once inside Naruto's residence, Shenmu's gaze fell upon a target wooden figure positioned prominently in the center of the living room. The figure was adorned with numerous shurikens, and the scene within the room, coupled with the sounds of clashes he had overheard outside, as well as Naruto's drenched attire and fatigued demeanor, led to a clear conclusion. Naruto had been diligently training in secret. The outcome of his practice remained to be seen. Shenmu inquired. Naruto was aware that Shenmu had already surmised his clandestine practice at home, and his face flushed with embarrassment. The results were not particularly remarkable. He felt that whether he could hit the target was largely a matter of luck. Shenmu recalled the third generation's recent admonition to guide Naruto. Coincidentally, he had just grasped the intricacies of shuriken throwing that very evening, so he shared his insights without reservation. In truth, mastering the art of shuriken throwing requires more than mere diligence. It necessitates the distillation of techniques through practice. For instance, one might approach it this way. As Naruto listened intently to Shenmu's explanation, his expression grew increasingly animated. Shenmu, where did you learn all this knowledge? Iruka-sensei has never taught us these things. Shenmu replied. Of course, Iruka-sensei doesn't explain these concepts. He encourages us to discover them on our own. These are all insights I have acquired through my own reflection. Shenmu stated with certainty. Sasuke, Shikamaru, and the classmates who are our contemporaries must have already mastered it. We cannot afford to fall too far behind in our progress. Otherwise, we may not be able to graduate. He then urged, let us not waste time, quickly practice what I just mentioned. Naruto, who was listening nearby, was utterly astonished. Could it be that Sasuke and Shikamaru had already comprehended the technique of using shuriken shadow clones? Furthermore, had they also mastered the ability to throw 10 shuriken and hit 10 targets simultaneously? And what about the astonishing feat of a shuriken rebounding off the terrain more than 10 times yet still striking the bullseye? It was truly terrifying. Previously, Naruto had not felt much disparity between himself and his peers. However, after Shinmu's explanation, he realized that he was worlds apart from his contemporaries. Forget about graduating. The mere fact that he was still seated in the ninja school classroom was solely due to Iruka-sensei's kindness towards him. Taking a deep breath, Naruto accepted the reality and declared with renewed determination, Shinmu, it seems I must strive even harder from now on, otherwise I shall be unable to keep pace with my classmates. Indeed, let us both put in our utmost effort. Shinmu nodded and said, Chapter 8, the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The following day, the Shuriken testing commenced. Naruto took the stage before Shinmu. Upon his entrance, he demonstrated proficiency in all training aspects, surpassing even the expectations set forth by Iruka-sensei. This indeed astonished Iruka to a considerable degree, for Naruto had always been the quintessential underachiever. Following the recent discovery of Shinmu's genius, could it be that Naruto was poised for a remarkable turnaround as well? Iruka-sensei, does this mean I qualify? Naruto eagerly inquired after completing a series of shuriken throws. Iruka's face lit up with satisfaction as he nodded approvingly. Naruto, it seems you have been putting in significant effort lately. Your shuriken accuracy is impressive, but you must continue to strive for improvement. Yay! Naruto exclaimed, excitedly pumping his fist. It's all thanks to Shinmu's special training last night. If only I had mastered the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, Iruka-sensei, you would surely see me in a new light. Iruka seemed to catch wind of something remarkable, his lips twitching as he pressed for further details. What did you say? I mentioned that Shinmu conducted special training with me last night, Naruto replied, feigning innocence. Iruka interjected, not that, but the next part. Did Shinmu teach me to practice the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique? Naruto tentatively asked. Iruka's pupils dilated as he observed Naruto's seemingly innocent expression, which did not strike him as deceitful. If that were the case, has Shinmu mastered the Shadow Shuriken Technique? This is an A-rank ninjutsu created by the third Hokage. Iruka, feeling somewhat embarrassed, called out to the nearby Shinmu. Is what Naruto said about him true? Shinmu stepped forward candidly and replied, Indeed, after returning home last night, I dedicated myself to practicing shurikens. Suddenly, the thought struck me, could I possibly combine the Shadow Clone Technique with shurikens? To my delight, I successfully conducted the experiment. Shinmu spoke with a hint of anticipation, inquiring. Did not teacher Iruka mention that mastering ninjutsu requires both insight and adaptability? I should be considered bold in my attempts, should I not? Having comprehended the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, He believed that Iruka-sensei would at least express greater satisfaction in him. In truth, it was not merely satisfaction. Upon hearing Shinmu calmly declare his mastery of an A-rank ninjutsu, a tempest of astonishment surged within Iruka's heart. Even if, as the third Hokage had stated, this was the culmination of Shinmu's 5 years of diligent effort, the boy's achievement was indeed extraordinary. To be able to independently comprehend an A-rank ninjutsu was no trivial feat. It demanded exceptional talent and profound understanding of ninjutsu. Ahem, Shinmu, perhaps you could demonstrate it for me? Iruka suggested. Shinmu nodded, a look of delight gracing his face. For it seemed he had indeed grasped the essence of his training this time. With that, he ascended to the training field. Several wooden dummies were positioned several meters away from him. His classmates observed Shinmu on the training ground, whispering among themselves. Hey, do you think Shinmu has really mastered the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique? Akimichi Choji inquired, munching on potato chips beside Nara Shikamaru. The likelihood is slim, Shikamaru replied thoughtfully. Although Shinmu managed to learn the multi-attribute clone technique yesterday, the Shuriken Shadow Clone appears to be considerably more challenging. I see, Choji remarked, popping another handful of chips into his mouth. Not far from Shikamaru, the usually aloof Sasuke fixated his gaze on Shinmu in the arena. Given Shinmu's remarkable performance over the past few days, he could not help but acknowledge the prodigious talent of this newcomer. Furthermore, he silently compared himself to him. Despite Shinmu showcasing his overwhelming prowess in both the multiple shadow clone technique and multi-attribute clone technique yesterday, he would not concede defeat so easily. Shinmu, let me see what other surprises you can bring forth, Sasuke murmured. Nearby, Sakura, noticing Sasuke's serious demeanor, sweetly called out, that guy must be bragging. Thinking that the multiple shadow clone technique is as easy to learn as picking cabbages by the roadside. I certainly don't believe it. Shuh, Sasuke interjected, gesturing for her to be silent. For at that moment, Shinmu was in motion. With deft precision, he filled the gaps between his fingers with shurikens, and with a swift motion, he hurled them all forth. The shurikens flew at an astonishing speed, aimed directly at the wooden dummies ahead. Shinmu seized the moment, quickly forming hand seals. Cho, Su, Chun, Zi, Su, Hai, Siin. As he executed the seals, incantations flowed from his lips, his hands moving with such swiftness that they appeared as mere phantoms. In the next instant, the technique was completed. The Shadow Shuriken Technique. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 10 shurikens that had been suspended in midair instantly multiplied into tens of thousands. A torrential downpour of black shurikens. A veritable maelstrom of shurikens. Bang, 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 bang. Countless shurikens rained down upon the wooden figure, instantly saturating it. The surplus shurikens ricocheted towards the walls surrounding the training ground. Whoosh. The shurikens plastered the wall behind the target, staining it a metallic black. Some even soared beyond the courtyard walls, reaching outside the school premises. Iruka stood in stunned silence. What kind of monstrous prodigy have I brought forth? The sheer terror of the shuriken multiplication. Thankfully, they struck the wooden figure. Had they been aimed at enemy ninjas, they would undoubtedly have been reduced to mere splinters. Sasuke was equally astonished. He truly accomplished it. The Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. And he produced tens of thousands in an instant. Is this truly something that can be achieved through sheer effort? Sasuke was perplexed, his mind swirling with doubt. How unfair. Others are making me feel inadequate. Surely that old man, the third Hokage, must have given Shinmu some special training. Yes, it must be so. Meanwhile, Shikamaru was also momentarily taken aback. He actually managed to pull off such a troublesome feat. Sakura gazed at Shinmu's figure on the training ground with a mix of complex emotions. Is this really the same ninjutsu fool I once mocked? What an extraordinary talent. So impressive. Ino, the girl from the mountains, covered her face, observing Shinmu's not-so-tall silhouette. How had she never noticed how handsome he was before? Just as everyone was lost in their respective astonishment and reflections, a knock echoed at the training ground's gate. Iruka was about to commend Shinmu, but was interrupted by the sound as he went to open the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by an irate Chunin from Konoha, with several shurikens lodged in his head, blood oozing from his wounds. What is going on at your ninja school? I was just taking a stroll after breakfast when suddenly hundreds of shurikens rained down from the sky. Can you fathom my frustration? Hundreds of shurikens. I nearly became a sieve. Chapter 9. Oh no, I've gotten into trouble again. Hundreds of shurikens. I nearly became a sieve. The Chunin, with blood gushing from his head, shouted loudly. Iruka, continually apologizing with a forced smile, eventually escorted the ninja to the infirmary. Before leaving, he shot a glare at Shinmu, as if to say, just you wait. Upon meeting Iruka's gaze, Shinmu recoiled slightly. Oh no, I've gotten into trouble again. Nevertheless, today should have gone reasonably well. Naruto leaned closer to Shinmu, jokingly remarking, Shinmu, have you noticed that ever since you found your spark, Iruka has been busier than ever? Upon hearing this, Shinmu contemplated for a moment and realized the truth of the matter, subsequently bursting into laughter. By the time teacher Iruka returned, half an hour had elapsed. The instigator, Shinmu, was naturally summoned to the office for a reprimand. Fortunately, the fellow was unscathed, as the injuries were minor and the doctor had attended to his wounds. You must never throw anything over the school wall again, admonished teacher Iruka. Shenmu nodded. But teacher, you asked me to demonstrate the shadow shuriken technique. Iruka glared. Did I also instruct you to hurl hundreds of shurikens at others? Shenmu realized his error and chose to remain silent. On the following day, during class, he had an unsettling feeling that the teacher was glaring at him. In an effort to avoid the teacher's disapproval, Shenmu decided to rest his head on the desk and drift into slumber, steering clear of any eye contact. The challenges of being a ninja were indeed formidable. Soon, the day's lessons came to a close. Iruka-sensei refrained from discussing the upcoming test, but addressed the class with a serious demeanor. He announced that the following day would mark the transition to the study of ninja knowledge. He emphasized that, aside from the 3 fundamental auxiliary ninjutsu techniques, shadow clone technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique, the written examination would carry significant weight. This was a matter of great importance. The outcome of this examination would determine whether they could graduate from the ninja academy and become true ninjas. He urged his classmates to return home and devote themselves to diligent study. Shinmu and Naruto nodded, making their way home. Nightfall arrived, just like every other evening, and Shinmu and Naruto engaged in their ninjutsu training. At that moment, Shinmu noticed a shadow, identical to the one from the previous night. The shadow crouched atop the wall, lingering in hesitation. Who are you? Shinmu refrained from launching an impulsive assault this time. Instead, he directed his inquiries towards the looming shadow. What? Naruto questioned, bewildered. Was Shinmu's recent training so taxing that he had begun conversing with the air? Shinmu's expression turned solemn as he considered the possibility that the individual before him might be affiliated with the third Hokage's subordinates, known for their covert operations. He thus conjured an excuse, stating, "It's nothing. I might have just imagined it. I'll step outside for a moment." Naruto, watching Shinmu depart, scratched his head in confusion. Why has Shinmu been so enigmatic these past couple of days? Upon stepping outside, Shinmu indeed encountered a masked member of the Umbu. A sense of familiarity emanating from the figure. Shinmu discerned that this was indeed the one he had wounded with his wind-release shuriken just the day before. Shinmu was suddenly filled with trepidation. Could it be that the Umbu had come seeking vengeance? Thus, he donned a compliant expression and inquired, "Honorable Umbu, is there something you require? Did the third Hokage send you?" "Indeed," Yamato replied, his demeanor marked by an air of reluctance. After being bested by Shinmu the previous day, he felt utterly humiliated within the Umbu ranks. He continued, "In truth, the purpose of my visit yesterday and today remains unchanged. The third Hokage has tasked me with imparting some specialized ninjutsu to you." Upon hearing this, Shinmu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be that the third generation has finally recognized his potential and is preparing to provide him with focused training? What kind of ninjutsu could this entail? Shinmu inquired with a hint of excitement. Beneath the mask, Yamato's face displayed a look of satisfaction. This is more like it. This reflects the attitude that children of this age should possess. Far more endearing than when we first met yesterday, when he carelessly wielded his self-developed wind-release shuriken. Yamato began to explain. Wood release, a secret technique invented by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, is a form of bloodline limit, synthesized from earth and water chakra. It is a ninjutsu that utilizes the practitioner's chakra as a source of life. Surely, you have heard of the first Hokage's accomplishments? In that tumultuous era, he quelled wars and tamed-tailed beasts, dominating the world with his wood release. Does the third Hokage wish for me to learn wood release? Shinmu asked. Indeed, Yamato nodded. However, you just mentioned that wood release is a bloodline limit. Am I capable of learning it? Shinmu inquired with a hint of confusion. Since the third lord has entrusted me with your instruction, it signifies that you possess the qualifications to learn wood release. Therefore, you should dedicate yourself to this study. Yamato proclaimed with a demeanor befitting a teacher. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yamato, and I shall be your mentor from this point forward. Today, I will guide you through your first lesson to experience the essence of wood release. As Yamato spoke, he closed his eyes and pressed his palms together. Join me in this practice. Channel the water release chakra with your left hand and the earth release chakra with your right. Shinmu closed his eyes, following along with a look of bewilderment. They continued. Next, we need to provide water and earth with the seed. Once the seed is grown, it will become the wood release that we shall employ. Shinmu followed Dei's instructions diligently. Soon, he sensed the emergence of a delicate sapling within the palm of his hand. Teacher, I believe I can feel it. Shinmu seemed to have sensed something, reporting. Dei? Genius. To perceive the existence of wood release so swiftly. It took me 2 to 3 days of diligent study before I managed to cultivate a small bloom in the palm of my hand. What have you sensed? Dei inquired with his eyes closed. A tiny blade of grass. Shinmu spoke uncertainly. Dei nodded, feeling a sense of agreement within. Indeed. It was remarkable that he could perceive the existence of wood release so swiftly and even materialize a small blade of grass in the palm of his hand. His talent was extraordinary. Teacher, I feel this little grass is somewhat too heavy. I can hardly lift it. Shinmu spoke again. Upon hearing this, Dei felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. After all, it was merely a small blade of grass that could easily be supported. Could the young man not even manage such a trivial task? Just moments ago, Dei had deemed this child reliable, yet now his true colors were revealing themselves. Flowers nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand hardship. No, teacher, I feel that this grass has grown a bit too large. Shenmu then spoke, expressing his dissatisfaction with a hint of irritation. He remarked, how much weight can a mere blade of grass possibly have? As he uttered these words, he opened his eyes and gazed into the palm of Shenmu's hand. Suddenly, his pupils dilated in shock, and he clutched his chest, exclaiming a phrase of national essence, Wokeo. Upon uttering that exclamation, Shenmu opened his eyes and gazed at his palm. At that moment, he was cradling a towering tree, as thick as a water barrel and soaring to a height of 40 to 50 meters. Is this truly the grass you speak of? Yamato inquired, his voice quivering with astonishment. Chapter 10. The Reincarnation of the God of Ninjas? Is this truly the grass you speak of? Yamato asked again, his voice trembling with disbelief. Initially, it appeared as a small sapling, akin to grass, but it subsequently grew into this magnificent form. Shenmu chuckled and explained. Yamato lifted his gaze to behold the towering tree cradled in Shenmu's hands, and a tempest of emotions surged within him. The sensation was akin to two men standing side by side at a urinal, one grand and the other diminutive, the contrast stark. A wave of inferiority washed over him. Years ago, he labored for 3 days to produce but a modest bloom, yet today, Shenmu had conjured such a magnificent giant in less than a few minutes. This was beyond mere genius, it was the manifestation of a divine ninja. Observing Yamato's prolonged silence, Shenmu pondered whether this enigmatic mentor was dissatisfied with his insight. And mustering his courage, he quietly inquired, Master, is something amiss? Have I not performed well? Yamato retorted, Not well? You dare question if this is not well done? Who else could surpass this? I, Yamato, have spent over a decade since Orochimaru transplanted the Senja Hashirama cells into me for the wood release experiment. With all these years of experience, even if I were to rely solely on my chakra control without forming seals, it would be exceedingly challenging to create such a colossal tree. Shenmu's extraordinary talent and insight in the art of wood release are nothing short of terrifying. He is likely already capable of rivaling the legendary first Hokage, revered as the god of ninja. Yamato, suppressing the profound shock within, slowly approached Shenmu and meaningfully placed a hand on his shoulder. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he remarked, Shenmu, you should continue to strive for excellence. The reason for his hesitation was simply that he could not find the appropriate adjectives to commend Shenmu's remarkable gifts. However, this statement resonated differently with Shenmu. Interpreting Yamato's hesitant tone as a sign of dissatisfaction, Shenmu clenched his fist and declared, I will keep working hard. Yamato remained silent in response. Keep working hard? At this rate, even the resurrection of the first Hokage may not pose a challenge for you. After a moment of contemplation, Yamato decided, let us conclude today's training here. You may return home for now. Before departing, Date made a point to add, upon your return, do take time to contemplate the wood release. For it is indeed a most exceptional bloodline limit. Shenmu nodded and returned to Naruto's residence. At this moment, Naruto had finished his training and, filled with curiosity, inquired of Shenmu, what were you doing out so late? To which Shenmu replied, oh, nothing much, just taking a stroll. In a casual exchange, Naruto remarked, even if I don't want to speak, I ought to find a more convincing reason. Am I to deceive a fool? Noticing that Shenmu was reluctant to divulge more, Naruto refrained from further inquiry and succumbed to sleep. As night enveloped the world, Shenmu lay on his bed, his eyes shining brightly, devoid of any drowsiness. He was engrossed in contemplating the intricacies of wood release techniques. Meanwhile, in a different corner, the last scion of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke Uchiha, was fervently practicing the Shuriken Clone Technique in his family courtyard. He was determined to strengthen himself. He refused to be left behind by anyone, especially considering the weight of his family's vengeance upon his shoulders. He needed to grow powerful swiftly. Unfortunately, his innate talent was limited. No matter how hard Sasuke strived, he could not grasp the essence of the technique. At that moment, he became even more resolute in his belief. It must be that the third Hokage was secretly favoring Shinmu. After all, how could one so effortlessly comprehend an A-rank ninjutsu? The following day, in the Hokage's conference room, Yamato knelt respectfully in the center of the hall, recounting the life-altering events of the previous night. Lord Hokage, Shinmu could very well be the future of the ninja world, rivaling the legendary ninja god. Yamato exclaimed with fervor. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, appeared contemplative. Though his exterior was calm and collected, tumultuous thoughts churned within him. What did the title ninja god signify? It was the highest accolade in the ninja world, bestowed only upon the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Yet now, the always meticulous Yamato had chosen to apply such a term to Shinmu. What enigmatic power does Shinmu possess? Is he truly the reincarnation of the god of ninjas? Very well, I understand. You may take your leave, the third Hokage gestured. Hokage-sama, please ensure the protection of Shinmu. He is the most gifted ninja I have ever encountered, Yamato implored before departing. The third Hokage nodded, signaling that Yamato could withdraw. Once Yamato had left, the third Hokage approached the vast window of his office. Through the glass, he could see the distant ninja academy. The third Hokage gazed into the distance, lost in contemplation, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. The former master of Shinmu was a diligent individual. Although his aptitude for ninjutsu was lacking, he excelled in the theoretical knowledge imparted at the ninja academy. This allowed Shenmu to dedicate more time to the cultivation of his ninjutsu skills. Soon, the day of academic study concluded, and night fell. Yamato waited eagerly outside Naruto's home, curious about the delightful surprises Shenmu would bring that day. Before long, Shenmu appeared, a smile of joy illuminating his face. "Teacher," Shenmu greeted warmly. Yamato, donning a mask, nodded in acknowledgement. "I advised you last night to delve deeper into your understanding of wood release. How has that been? Have you made any progress?" Yamato inquired first. Shenmu immediately displayed an expression of excitement, saying, "I have had a revelation. I have discovered that wood release is quite abundant. For instance, in activities such as planting trees, constructing houses, or performing sealing techniques, it proves to be remarkably useful." Yamato listened attentively, nodding in satisfaction. Shenmu continued with great enthusiasm, especially for constructing houses. "It's simply incredibly convenient. After school this evening, I built a new one on the foundation of my home, and I can move back in tomorrow." Yamato responded, his voice rising in surprise. Building houses? You can already use wood release with such ease?" "No, not at all," Shenmu replied innocently, while Yamato let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had initially feared that Shenmu had grasped the rudiments of the wood release technique after just one day of study. However, upon reflection, such an occurrence seemed implausible. Wood release is no ordinary ninjutsu. It would require an extraordinary talent to develop the ability to wield it after merely a single day's instruction. Even if one were to comprehend over 100 wood release techniques yesterday, it would be improbable to successfully practice them in a desolate area after school that very evening. Shenmu, with an innocent expression, added, "Yamato, fortunately, I have merely comprehended over 100 wood release techniques. I thought you had, perhaps, developed hundreds of them." Winky face. This is auditory hallucination. It must be an auditory hallucination. Shenmu, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. After regaining his composure, Yamato continued to inquire. Shenmu wore an expression of perplexity. "Just last night, I successfully developed over 100 techniques of wood release, which was precisely what you advised me to focus on before your departure yesterday." "I advised you?" I retorted. "My guidance was merely to help you grasp the essence of wood release. Did I instruct you to create new ninjutsu?" Yamato's demeanor suggested he was on the brink of losing composure. It was evident that Shenmu was not the type to fabricate tales for mere attention. Thus, Yamato found himself believing approximately 4/5 of Shenmu's claims, while the remaining fraction stemmed from his unwavering adherence to his own worldview. Chapter 11. Wood Release, Birth of the Forest Realm. "Shenmu, why don't you demonstrate it for me?" Yamato suggested after swallowing hard. "Some things can only be understood through direct observation. What if this lad is indeed spinning fanciful tales for amusement?" Shenmu observed his teacher's peculiar expression today, perplexed as to the reason behind it. Could it be that the teacher felt he had grasped too little? Indeed, that seemed plausible. With merely over 100 wood release techniques at his disposal, he realized that he was ill-prepared for real combat scenarios and needed to expand his repertoire. Yes, that was it. Having come to this realization, Shenmu agreed to demonstrate the ninjutsu he had comprehended the previous night. "Very well, but this place is rather cramped," he said. His teacher, Yahiko, assumed a confident stance, proclaiming, "No matter. Just showcase your strongest wood release technique. I am here to support you." With Yahiko backing him up, Shenmu felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. "Then I shall begin," he declared. "Come, let me reveal the extent of your talent for wood release." Yahiko narrowed his eyes behind his mask, scrutinizing Shenmu's hands and gaze, searching for any signs of deception. Yet, the boy's demeanor was unambiguously sincere, both in expression and action. Shenmu began to weave intricate hand seals, and as Yahiko watched, his astonishment grew. As the second person, aside from the first Hokage, to master wood release in Konohagakure, he was well-versed in most techniques. Yet, witnessing Shenmu's hand seals, he wondered if it could be the legendary technique used by the first Hokage, wood release, birth of the deep forest. Indeed, in the next moment, Shenmu completed the seals and shouted, "Wood release, birth of the deep forest." The evening breeze tousled Yahiko's hair, calming his restless spirit. He glanced around, only to find silence enveloping them. After Shenmu's declaration, nothing stirred. As Yahiko exhaled in relief, he felt a flicker of annoyance. Why, with such striking features, did Shenmu resort to deception? Even without claiming mastery over wood release, Yahiko would have regarded him as a prodigy. Now, having fabricated a tale that was swiftly debunked, both found themselves in an awkward predicament. Yahiko opened his mouth, intending to admonish Shenmu, for he was, after all, his teacher. A teacher's role extends beyond imparting ninjutsu. It also encompasses the moral upbringing of their students. However, before he could articulate his reprimand, the ground trembled violently. A low rumble resonated beneath their feet. Yahiko could distinctly feel the vibrations coursing through the earth, the amplitude indicating a significant seismic event. An earthquake. "Shenmu, I shall deal with you later. Quickly alert the villagers to evacuate." Yahiko shouted urgently, ready to sound the alarm for Konohagakure. Yet, after only a few steps, he noticed a small sapling sprouting from the soil beneath him. Then, with a resounding crash, the sapling rapidly expanded, towering into a majestic tree of 50 to 60 meters. Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded throughout Konoha as countless colossal trees erupted from the ground. Once all the trees had emerged, the tremors subsided, revealing that these magnificent trunks were the source of the earthquake. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yahiko climbed to the top of one of the towering trees, his gaze drifting towards the horizon. It was then that he comprehended the staggering transformation. The entirety of Konoha had been engulfed by a vast sea of trees. Shenmu closely followed Day's footsteps as he ascended the tree, surveying his surroundings. Upon the crowns of various trees, several individuals were nestled in slumber. What on earth is happening? I was enjoying a peaceful sleep, only to be lifted by a tree? And you, what do you mean? I was in the midst of a late-night visit to the lavatory, my trousers still unfastened, when I was suddenly hoisted up. What is going on in Konoha? Have foreign ninjas invaded? No, wait, this appears to be wood release. Don't you find this sudden emergence of a forest somewhat familiar? Remarked an experienced old ninja. To achieve such an extensive forest, could it be that the first Hokage has returned? As he listened to the discussions around him, Dave finally grasped the situation. This entire forest must be the result of Shinmu's technique, the birth of the tree world. Dave tilted his head, gazing down at Shinmu beneath him. Shinmu lowered his head, unable to meet Dave's gaze. An instinctual dread enveloped him, suggesting he had inadvertently landed himself in a significant predicament. Yet, Dave had previously assured him of support. Observing Shinmu's expression, Dave surmised that his suspicions were indeed accurate. A tempest of fury surged within him. Was this truly the manifestation of a child's wood release? Dave had anticipated that Shinmu would merely conjure a few slender wooden pieces. Given that the young lad had only been acquainted with the art of wood release for a mere day, who could have foreseen that he would unleash a veritable forest, rivaling even the original Hokage's arboreal expanse? At this moment, Dave felt utterly despondent, caught in a maelstrom of regret. Part of his sorrow stemmed from leading Shinmu into this calamity, while the other part arose from the shattering of his own self-confidence. Thus far, Konoha had produced only 3 users of wood release, the first Hokage, himself, and Shinmu. Date mournfully realized that 2 of them were extraordinarily formidable, while his own abilities seemed little more than quaint landscaping. Shinmu, come with me to meet the 3rd Hokage, Day urged, suppressing the urge to weep. Very well, Shinmu replied. Shinmu was acutely aware of the calamity he had caused and nodded obediently. Just as the 2 were about to depart, they raised their heads and spotted the 3rd Hokage's figure perched on a nearby branch. His expression was as dark as coal. Upon seeing Shinmu and Yada, he swiftly closed the distance between them. Today, the 3rd Hokage exuded an extraordinary aura of authority. Shinmu, feeling guilty, dared not to open his eyes. This was disastrous. The mere manifestation of the tree realm had obliterated the entirety of Konoha. He feared he might spend a lifetime in the Konoha prison. The 3rd Hokage's voice was hoarse, laced with unparalleled fury. Yada, you had better provide me with a reasonable explanation. In the Hokage's memory, while Shinmu was indeed a prodigy, he could not possibly be the one responsible for this incident. After all, he was scarcely 12 years old. Thus, the 3rd Hokage immediately identified Yada as the true culprit. Yada had been practicing wood release for nearly 2 decades. Despite lacking remarkable achievements, his extensive training time could not be overlooked. Yada fell to his knees with a thud. Lord Hokage, it is all my fault. I encouraged Shinmu to exert his full power, and it is my inadequacy that failed to support him. The 3rd Hokage glared, his anger palpable, even causing his mustache to bristle. His disappointment in Yada's demeanor was evident. You, Yada, have served in the Umbu for many years yet lack basic awareness. After committing a wrongdoing, you immediately shift the blame onto a child. Moreover, your method of scapegoating is utterly clumsy. At that moment, Shinmu, adhering to the principle that confessing could lead to leniency, stepped forward. I apologize, Lord Hokage. I had been attempting to control it, but I did not foresee. The 3rd Hokage remained unconvinced, casting a sharp glance at Yada. Yada, you dare to teach this child to take the blame for you? Yada retorted, regardless, it is still my fault, isn't it? The true perpetrator has stepped forward, yet you still refuse to believe it. Don't you know my capabilities? Even if I worked diligently for another 30 years, I might not achieve even 1/5 of this forest. Lord Hokage, it truly was me. Dai had defended himself, explaining that it was his teacher who had asked him to fully demonstrate his understanding of wood release techniques. In the heat of the moment, he momentarily lost control of his power. The 3rd Hokage had begun to grasp the situation. This vast expanse of arboreal wilderness seemed, perhaps, to exceed Dai's capabilities. Could it truly be that he had unleashed the power of the divine tree? At this moment, the 3rd Hokage found himself nearly convinced by Shinmu's assertions. The overwhelming astonishment left him momentarily breathless, a sensation foreign to one who had governed Konoha for decades. What had Shinmu just articulated? Despite his conscious effort to regulate his strength, the damage had escalated to such a monumental scale. This meant that this entire forest, which seemingly elevated the village, was merely a fraction of Shinmu's true power. This young boy had indeed held back. Yet, the crux of the matter appeared to lie elsewhere. It had only been 2 days since he had instructed Daiha to teach Shinmu the wood release techniques. In just 2 days, this child had managed to master the first Hokage's wood domain birth technique, and the potency of his application was astonishing. The 3rd Hokage gasped in disbelief. This child was terrifyingly formidable. Contemplating this, an inexplicable feeling of relief washed over him, even a hint of joy. After all, if the testimonies of Daiha and Shinmu were indeed accurate, Konohagakure might very well witness the emergence of the next ninja god. One who could rival, or even surpass the first Hokage. However, as a seasoned leader of the village, the third Hokage adeptly concealed his shock and excitement, presenting a facade of solemnity before Shinmu. Do you realize the magnitude of the trouble you have wrought? Shinmu lowered his head, rendered speechless by fear. He could already foresee the dismal decades he would spend within the confines of a prison. The third Hokage continued his reprimand. I have already admonished you previously. One must refrain from employing large-scale lethal ninjutsu in populated villages. And now, look what you have done. You have practically uprooted the entire village. You should count yourself fortunate that only a few were injured by falling branches and that no lives were lost. Otherwise, you would be destined to languish in the Konoha prison for eternity. Upon hearing the Hokage's final remark, a flicker of hope ignited within Shinmu's heart. Judging by the tone of the Hokage, it seemed he would not be incarcerated for an extended period. He hastily replied, "What you say is true, Lord Hokage. I shall be more cautious in the future." The third Hokage rolled his eyes in exasperation. "You still dare to speak of a future?" Shinmu retracted his neck. "It's gone. It's gone. I shall never again employ ninjutsu in the village. Let me quickly ponder if there are any other solutions," the third Hokage said with a stern expression. Shinmu displayed a contemplative expression. According to his thoughts, one could first obliterate the entirety of Konoha and subsequently reconstruct the dwellings using wood release techniques. However, proposing such a method would undoubtedly incur the wrath of the third Hokage. Yamato, standing nearby, reminded him that while wood release can conjure tangible trees, once manifested, they cannot be retracted. At present, the only viable course of action was to mobilize the villagers to fell the surplus trees and then organize a reconstruction. For the time being, this was the only option available. The third Hokage's eyes reflected a sense of helplessness. After speaking, his grave gaze fell upon Shinmu. "Do not think that this matter will simply pass. You are to transcribe the ninja code 1,000 times. Upon hearing this, Shinmu could barely contain his excitement, nearly bursting into laughter. After causing such a significant calamity, he had resigned himself to the fate of imprisonment, only to discover that Lord Hokage had chosen to treat him with leniency. Instead of facing dire consequences, he was merely instructed to transcribe the ninja code a few times, a task that was exceedingly simple for someone like him, who possessed the shadow clone technique. The third Hokage likely anticipated that Shinmu might attempt to take shortcuts, and thus continued, forbidding the use of shadow clones. "If I catch you doing so just once, it will be an additional 100,000 repetitions." "Understood." Shinmu nodded solemnly. The third Hokage let out a long sigh and gestured for Shinmu to return to his rest. He indeed contemplated imprisoning Shinmu for a brief period due to the troubles the boy had caused in recent days. However, such thoughts were fleeting. The third Hokage, being compassionate at heart, could not bring himself to do so. After Shinmu's departure, Dai encountered dire straits. He was vehemently criticized by the third generation for his ineffectiveness, enduring scathing reproaches that extended well into the night. On the other hand, upon returning to Naruto's residence, Shinmu discovered that his home had also been elevated by the emergence of his own woodland realm. The humble abode was perched atop the verdant canopy, while Naruto was nowhere to be found. In that moment, Shinmu truly grasped the magnitude of the trouble he had inadvertently caused. Shinmu possesses a sense of responsibility. Reflecting upon the calamity that his own oversight has inflicted upon the village, he resolves to take action to atone for his mistakes. With unwavering determination, Shinmu forms a series of hand seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. In a flurry, thousands of shadow clones are created, dispatched to assist in the post-disaster reconstruction of the Hidden Leaf village. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, who is currently berating Yamato, catches sight of the passing clones of Shinmu. A look of relief and satisfaction illuminating his eyes. It appears he did not misjudge the individual. Shinmu is indeed a worthy candidate for cultivation. My attentiveness towards him has not been in vain. This child truly holds a promising future, Dai mused earnestly. Enough with the idle chatter. Hurry and assist with the post-disaster reconstruction. The third Hokage, in a fit of anger, kicked Dai. Dai swiftly made his escape. The following day, the entire Konoha village was actively engaged in the efforts of disaster recovery. Due to the destruction wrought by the colossal tree, the Ninja Academy faced the imminent threat of final examinations, making it impossible to suspend classes. Thus, teachers relocated the lessons to an open space within the village. The students on the grassy patch were buzzing with speculation. "I wonder how it came to be that Konoha suddenly sprouted so many trees," Sakura remarked. "I suspect it must be the work of a ninja with shadow-level prowess, utilizing wood-release techniques," Shikamaru suggested. "Don't be ridiculous. Ever since the first Hokage passed away, Konoha has not seen anyone inherit the wood-release bloodline for many years, let alone someone of shadow-level strength," Inuzuka Kiba retorted. Ordinary students were oblivious to the existence of the Umbu, Dai. A bystander ninja interjected. "You think there are no inheritors of wood release? Your perspective is limited because you haven't yet accessed that level of information," Such formidable techniques as would release would not be easily relinquished by the village. It is said that in the early years, before Orochimaru defected, he secretly organized experiments with the cells of the first Hokage. The individual using would release this time could very well be one of Orochimaru's creations. Upon hearing the classmates' wild analyses, Shenmu noticed something unusual. Would release is a bloodline limit possessed solely by the first Hokage. How could he wield it? After scouring through all of the original host's memories, Shenmu found no relevant recollections, leading him to question his own identity. He had initially believed he had merely traversed into the body of an ordinary, weak ninja, only to discover that this ninja seemed to possess an extraordinary lineage. As the students continued their fervent discussions, Iruka-sensei approached, clutching a stack of exam papers. All right, everyone, let's pause the chatter. Today, we will conduct a test. The mention of another test caused the students to wilt like frostbitten eggplants. Chapter 13, Teleportation? Iruka-sensei disregarded the complaints of the students, stating, "You are about to undergo the final assessment at the Ninja Academy, and I hope each of you can succeed. Practice tests are essential." With the testing now inevitable, Naruto sidled up to Shinmu. In his early years, although Shinmu struggled with ninjutsu, his academic performance was exceptional, often helping Naruto pass his assessments. "Shinmu, I need your help once more," Naruto implored. "No way, you must do it yourself. I can assist you now. But what will happen during the final exams?" Shinmu resolutely declined. Previously, assisting Shinmu was the responsibility of the original owner of this body. However, now, such actions are beyond Shinmu's capabilities. As a ninja, it is imperative to master the techniques and knowledge of ninjutsu. Even if one could deceive their way through exams to graduate, what would become of them on the battlefield thereafter? Shenmu did not wish for Naruto, due to his inadequate grasp of knowledge from the Ninja Academy, to perish on the battlefield. "Shenmu, my dear brother, you are the only one who can assist me now," Naruto implored. He simply could not harmonize with his studies. The mere sight of books would induce drowsiness, and the sound of a teacher's lecture could lull him to sleep. Convincing him to study was a far greater challenge than persuading him to practice ninjutsu. "Please, just this once. Once today is over. I shall certainly dedicate myself to my studies," Naruto began to plead earnestly. However, Shenmu remained as resolute as an iron boulder, refusing to acquiesce. Ultimately, even Iruka, who stood nearby, could no longer bear witness to this and admonished, "Naruto, why do you persistently pester Shenmu? Surely you do not intend to resort to cheating?" Startled, Naruto straightened his posture, adopting an air of righteousness. No, how could I ever contemplate cheating?" Shenmu, observing from the side, could not bear to look and covered his face. The examination proceeded as scheduled. The students leaned over makeshift desks fashioned from large trees, diligently scribbling their answers. Within a mere 20 minutes of receiving the exam papers, Shenmu stood up to submit his. "Have you finished already?" inquired Iruka-sensei, his eyes widening in astonishment. In the past, Shenmu had consistently excelled in his cultural studies, often submitting his papers ahead of time. However, it was a first for him to submit so soon. Less than half an hour into the exam. "All right, teacher, you may check." Shenmu spoke with an uncommon confidence. Iruka raised his gaze and glanced at Shenmu's paper. The more he looked, the more his expression transformed into one of astonishment. Shenmu demonstrated an impeccable grasp of ninjutsu fundamentals, achieving perfect scores on all questions, including an exceptionally brilliant response to the final open-ended question. His answer was not only coherent and succinct, but also showcased his unique insights and perspectives. Moreover, he enriched his arguments with relevant references and eloquent expressions, far surpassing the literary prowess of an average student. Iruka, having taught numerous cohorts over the years, noted that Shenmu is the first to achieve such a remarkable performance in such a brief period. It was undoubtedly a flawless examination paper. Shenmue noticed Iruka's delighted expression and felt a flicker of joy within him. As a product of the examination-oriented education system of the Celestial Empire, Shenmue possessed a commendable approach to tests. Moreover, the original owner of this body had a solid foundation, making it a trivial matter to complete the exams swiftly while achieving high scores. "Well done, Shenmue," Iruka praised. However, recalling the third Hokage's admonition against allowing Shenmue to become overly arrogant, he hastily added, "But do remember, someone from the adjacent class submitted their paper in under 15 minutes, achieving a perfect score. So, Shenmue, do not become complacent. There is still much room for improvement. Rest assured, Teacher Iruka," Shenmue vowed earnestly. "Though I have been diligently practicing ninjutsu these past few days, I have not neglected my academic studies." In truth, he had completed the exam in just 11 or 12 minutes and had delayed submitting his paper simply to avoid drawing too much attention. Iruka's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. This young man, possessing both good looks and talent, was also willing to put in the effort. Having already caught the eye of the third Hokage at such a young age, his future appeared exceedingly bright. "Well then, since there are no classes scheduled for the afternoon and you have finished your exam, you may return home," Iruka instructed, waving his hand. After expressing his gratitude, Shinmu walked cheerfully towards the school gates. Meanwhile, Naruto, who was still in the midst of an examination, found himself in a predicament. Without the formidable support of Shinmu, he gazed at the questions, feeling utterly overwhelmed. What are the origins and consequences of the Second Shinobi World War? How am I supposed to know that? The teacher never covered it. He lamented. As for the question regarding the fusion of fire and earth release techniques to create a unique ninjutsu, he could only whimsically guess. Perhaps it could turn into porcelain. Iruka-sensei, unable to contain his frustration, admonished, Naruto, if you continue to speak in the examination room, I will have no choice but to give you a 0. Startled, Naruto recoiled in fear, yet his inability to answer the questions left him restless, causing him to fidget and glance around. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shenmu did not rush home, for the lingering aftermath of the calamity he had brought upon the tree realm had yet to dissipate. To assuage his conscience, he created a clone and immersed himself in the arduous task of post-disaster reconstruction, while his original self remained at home, diligently practicing ninjutsu. As evening fell, Naruto, with a sullen expression, pushed open the door. Shinmu, today Iruka-sensei saw that I submitted a blank paper and promptly awarded me a score of 0. After voicing his grievance, he awaited a reply from Shinmu, but hearing none, he curiously wandered into their small courtyard, only to find Shinmu seated cross-legged, engaged in the practice of an unusual ninjutsu. What are you doing here? Naruto inquired, perplexed. Upon hearing Naruto's question, Shinmu snapped back to attention, presenting him with a kunai and explaining, just now, while assisting the village with its recovery efforts, I pondered whether there exists a ninjutsu that allows for rapid transportation of the discarded lumber to outside the village. And then, what did you come up with? Naruto took the kunai from Shinmu, noticing a tree-like symbol inscribed upon it. Just as he was about to inquire about the significance of the mark, Shinmu elaborated. In that moment of contemplation, I conceived a ninjutsu. By imprinting my chakra formula in a specific location, I can teleport there at any time. The kunai you hold has just been inscribed with my chakra formula. Hearing this, Naruto swallowed hard. Although he found the explanation somewhat elusive, it certainly seemed to be an impressive feat. Shinmu, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, I have just developed this technique and have yet to test it. With that kunai in your hand, I shall attempt to teleport it. Upon hearing this, Naruto nodded eagerly. According to Shinmu's earlier explanation, if this ninjutsu experiment proved successful, the two of them would be able to instantly travel to school, freeing themselves from the dread of being late. After Naruto nodded in agreement, Shinmu formed a series of hand seals. Then, with a flourish, it began. The body of Shinmu vanished in an instant. Just as Naruto widened his eyes in astonishment, he noticed that the kunai in his hand had suddenly become heavier. Turning his head, he discovered that Shinmu had materialized above his wrist. Moments later, Shinmu's form thudded to the ground with a resounding crash. The sound alone was enough to evoke discomfort. However, Shinmu wore an expression of exhilaration. It was a significant success. Yet the precise control of the body flicker technique required further refinement. Otherwise, the earlier mishap could easily recur. Does this mean we no longer have to rush frantically to school? Naruto inquired with enthusiasm. The prospect of waking naturally from slumber was a dream he longed for. With Shinmu's successful experiment in ninjutsu, this aspiration might soon become a reality. Chapter 14, Would Release, for Pillar's House Technique. Witness your potential. The remarkable applications of this ninjutsu extend far beyond mere transportation. Shinmu displayed an expression of profound contemplation. Naruto's thoughts are simply too simplistic. Shinmu continued. Such a convenient ninjutsu should be employed for transportation tasks. It must be exceedingly practical. Naruto replied, I can't help but feel that traveling holds greater promise. As night fell, after a simple dinner, Shinmu and Naruto began their rigorous training. However, Naruto had an additional task of memorization to complete. This fellow's academic performance was exceedingly poor, and he urgently needed to catch up. Time was of the essence. Shinmu observed Naruto, who was engrossed in memorizing his book, cautiously making his way out the door. Outside, Yamato had been waiting for quite some time. Sensei, what shall we learn today? Shinmu eagerly inquired. Let us not discuss what shall be learned for now. But I have decided to shift our teaching location to outside the village, to prevent you from losing control of your ninjutsu and inadvertently causing further harm to our community. Yamato, still haunted by yesterday's events, replied with trepidation. The incident involving the birth of the Shinju had left him thoroughly reprimanded by the third Hokage, nearly resulting in his expulsion from the Umbu. Thus, learning from last night's experience, he resolved that no further lessons would be conducted within the village confines. Shinmu comprehended Yamato's considerations and nodded obediently. So, where shall we practice outside the village? The teacher has already found a suitable spot for you, Yamato replied. There is an open area east of the village where logs are stored, which is perfectly suited for guiding your training. Yamato appeared as though everything had been meticulously arranged beforehand. Come with me. With my presence, even if we venture out of the village at night, I will ensure your safety, Yamato asserted with unwavering conviction. Teacher, perhaps it would be best if I led you there. I am quite familiar with that location. Upon hearing that the chosen study location by teacher Yamato was the clearing designated for lumber, Shinmu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This very clearing was a product of his own ingenuity along with his shadow clones. To facilitate the transportation of wood, he had even placed a teleportation mark there. Splendid. Yamato did not decline and stepped aside, allowing Shinmu to lead the way. However, To his surprise, Shinmu showed no intention of guiding him. Instead, he approached Yamato and grasped his hand. Yamato, Shinmu, do not behave in such a manner. I am indeed your instructor, although you possess a certain charm. It must be noted that our relationship holds no potential for fruition. Just as Dea, filled with resistance, attempted to withdraw his hand, a wave of confusion washed over him. Upon regaining his senses, he discovered that he had already arrived at the outskirts of the village. Dea exclaimed, "What just transpired? This is utterly bizarre." With a nervous gulp, he swallowed hard. He had not even heard the sound of the wind, yet here he was, abruptly at his destination. Soon, a thought struck him. Could it be that he and Shinmu, while wandering the village at such an hour, had caught the attention of spies from another village? With this realization, Dei instinctively positioned himself protectively behind Shinmu. "Do not be afraid, for I shall safeguard you." Shinmu was utterly bewildered. Why was the teacher so exuberant today? Ignoring the teacher's eccentric demeanor, Shinmu eagerly exclaimed, "Teacher, there are no enemies here. Let us commence today's lesson without delay." Yamato, while remaining vigilant of their surroundings, admonished Shinmu. "Shinmu, you are still too naive. Don't you find it peculiar that we have suddenly appeared in this open area?" "Peculiar?" Shinmu scratched his head in confusion. "What is so bizarre about this? I brought you here using the instantaneous movement technique that I just comprehended." Yamato casually replied, "Isn't that strange enough?" "Wait a minute. You've mastered the instantaneous movement technique?" Yamato exclaimed in astonishment. "When did you come to understand it? How did you achieve that?" Shinmu could not comprehend why the teacher was so agitated. In a nonchalant tone, he remarked, "It was just today, as I was transporting logs. I found the repeated trips to be exhausting, so I pondered whether I could devise a ninjutsu to expedite my journey, and it turned out to be a success." Yamato exclaimed in astonishment, "All for the sake of transporting logs, you created a ninjutsu." Setting aside whether this ninjutsu was indeed conceived by you, its effects seem rather familiar. Yamato swiftly inquired, "What are the conditions for the teleportation?" Shinmu answered obediently. "The previously set chakra mark." Yamato exclaimed, "I've solved the mystery. This mark and the effect of the technique. Could it be that this is indeed the Flying Thunder God technique, which the legendary 4th Hokage mastered? It was developed by the 2nd Hokage and is recorded in the Forbidden Scrolls as an S-rank forbidden technique. Despite having been thwarted by Shinmu on multiple occasions, Yamato remained skeptical. He thought perhaps he had merely experienced an illusion. "Let me demonstrate it once more," he insisted. Shinmu scratched his head, pondering the lack of spectacle in this ordinary teleportation ninjutsu. With a mere swoosh, one simply vanished. There was little to conceal. Noticing the hesitation on Shinmu's face, Yamato urged, "Please demonstrate it once more." Shinmu, feeling helpless, performed a chakra condensation technique on a nearby wooden surface beside Yahiro. He then took 2 steps back and formed a series of hand seals. In an instant, with a swift motion, he suddenly appeared beside Yahiro. Tears streamed from the corners of Yahiro's eyes concealed beneath his mask. He could no longer bear the thought of teaching this student. What human suffering must he endure? Was this prodigy of ninjutsu simply born to demonstrate that others were mere placeholders in this world? "Teacher, what is the matter with you?" Shinmu noticed the slight tremor in Dei's body and initially thought that his teacher had caught a chill. With concern, he inquired, "Please do not refer to me as your teacher. I am unworthy of instructing you," Dei replied in a deep, muffled tone, his voice tinged with a sense of grievance. Upon hearing these words, Shinmu assumed that his teacher was profoundly disappointed in his innate abilities. In a flurry of anxiety, he grasped Dei's hand and earnestly implored, "Please, teacher. I have yet to master wood release. I am still counting on you for guidance." A flicker of light ignited in Dei's eyes beneath his mask, as he regained a semblance of confidence. Indeed, although he felt inferior to this child in many respects, he possessed invaluable experience. At present, within the entirety of Konohagakure, only he and this boy could wield wood release. With nearly 2 decades of practice, Dei realized that he alone could mentor Shinmu in this art. With this thought in mind, Dei steadied his emotions, discreetly wiping away a tear hidden beneath his mask. "Shinmu, today I shall teach you your first ninjutsu," Dei declared, his tone grave after composing himself. "What will it be?" Shinmu gazed forward with eager anticipation. Despite having grasped 100 or 200 wood release techniques through his own exploration over the past 2 days, he felt that learning systematically from a teacher would be far superior. Yamato relished Shinmu's expression of expectation. It was gratifying to be needed by a prodigy. "Since you unleashed the tree world birth technique yesterday, causing considerable destruction to much of Konoha's infrastructure, I shall teach you a simpler technique. Wood release, for Pillar's house," Yamato said, a hint of pride in his voice. "Mastering this technique will enable you to instantaneously create a complex wooden dwelling, which is quite convenient." However, as Yamato glanced down, he noticed a look of perplexity on Shinmu's face. "What troubles you, Shinmu? Do you find this technique overly complicated? If it seems difficult, I have simpler options available," Yamato inquired with concern. Shinmu shook his head and spoke honestly. "At that time, when I mastered the wood release technique, I inadvertently stumbled upon this ninjutsu while contemplating building a home for myself." As he spoke, Shinmu seemed to sense Dei's skepticism and formed a hand seal. Once the seal was completed, Shinmu pressed his hand against the ground. "Wood release, for Pillar's house technique." With a flourish, a complex wooden structure rose majestically from the earth. Chapter 15. Hokage-sama, I can no longer teach disciples, Day exclaimed in astonishment. What the? His gaze was fixed on the house conjured by Shenmu's four pillars technique, utterly dumbfounded. The dwelling was far superior to any he had constructed. Inside, the house was replete with various amenities, thoughtfully including a wooden bed, a wooden table, wooden stools, and even a wardrobe. Day pinched himself. Stay composed. Do not let this boy's talent overwhelm you. After a moment of hesitation, Day continued, since you have mastered the four pillars, you should also aspire to learn the advanced version, the six pillars technique. Shenmu innocently replied. At that moment, he comprehended the four pillars technique as well. With just a slight alteration to the technique and a bit more chakra expenditure, it could be achieved. Yamato, in a calm manner, slapped himself twice. How foolish. Shenmu, being such an astute individual, would undoubtedly grasp the transition of ninjutsu from its rudimentary form to its advanced techniques with remarkable ease. The wooden clone continued. As Yamato probed further, on the evening I mastered the art of wood release, I endeavored to test it. The wooden clone proved to be more robust and less detectable than the conventional shadow clone, albeit not as numerous as the multiple shadow clone technique. Day's lips twitched in disbelief, yet undeterred, he continued, wood release, substitution? I can do that. Wood release, tree world wall? I can do that too. Wood release, thorn kill? I can do that as well. With each affirmation from Shinmu, Day felt his spirits wane further. Ultimately, Day's eyes became vacant, his gaze devoid of light. Clinging to a final glimmer of hope, he uttered a technique's name, Quanon Rinshui Sho. Surely this is beyond your capabilities. This technique was specifically designed to suppress tailed beast chakra. Upon realizing he was correct, Shinmu admitted he had never considered applying wood release in that manner. Thus he truly did not know this technique. I cannot. Shinmu shook his head earnestly. Subsequently, Yamato, summoning the last vestiges of his will, imparted to Shinmu the technique known as Ku Nrch and Chu Shu. Once he confirmed that Shinmu had grasped this skill, Yamato turned and walked away. Having endured immense psychological and physical turmoil, he resolved never to see Shinmu again. Life among mortals was not worth it. The endeavors he had painstakingly pursued for decades were effortlessly seized by others. His mental state had shattered. On the other side, Shinmu gazed at the spot where Yamato had vanished, momentarily taken aback. What could possibly be the matter with the teacher? The astute Shinmu quickly pondered. Had his recent remarks about the various ninjutsu techniques led the teacher to believe he was overly ambitious, prompting him to leave in frustration? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed, and Shinmu let out a deep sigh. He realized he had been overly hasty. Even if he possessed the knowledge, he should observe how the teacher executed the techniques, for they were the culmination of years of experience. A true master should always maintain the heart of a student. His actions might have led the teacher to perceive him as lacking seriousness towards ninjutsu and insufficient respect towards his mentor. Indeed, being a ninja is no easy task. In the dead of night, a knock echoed at the door of the third Hokage's residence. The visitor was evidently in great haste, the knocks resounding both urgent and forceful. Do not fret, I shall be there momentarily. The third Hokage hastily donned his clothing and rose from his slumber. He feared that a significant event had transpired in the village, necessitating someone to rouse him at such a late hour. Once dressed, he opened the door with urgency, only to find Yamato, clad in a mask, standing at his threshold. Yamato, what brings you here at this late hour? Is there an urgent matter from the Umbu? The third Hokage inquired. Yamato appeared somewhat dazed, standing motionless for an extended period without responding. The third Hokage then recalled that Yamato had been preoccupied with teaching Shinmu ninjutsu over the past few days. Could it be that something had happened to Shinmu? The third Hokage questioned with growing anxiety. Shinmoku is a rare prodigy. The emergence of such a talent would indeed represent a tremendous loss for Konoha. Observing that Yamato still appeared dazed and confused, the third Hokage grew anxious. What are you standing there for? Speak up. It's nothing, Hokage-sama. I can no longer teach my disciple, Yamato murmured after a long pause. The third Hokage was bewildered. What on earth is going on? Please elaborate. Subsequently, a disheartened Yamato slowly began to recount Shinmoku's extraordinary comprehension. The third Hokage listened intently as Yamato methodically described each point, with his heart racing at every revelation. In conclusion, Yamato proclaimed, Hokage-sama, it's not that my mental fortitude is lacking, it's simply that this individual possesses an astonishing level of insight. He merely wished to move a piece of wood and inadvertently developed the Flying Thunder God technique. Can you believe it? He requires no teacher. Curiosity and passion serve as his finest mentors. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage gasped. This marked the second time in 2 days that he had exhibited such a shocked expression, the first being when he learned of Shinmoku's summoning of the divine tree. The prodigious talent of Shinmu transcends mere terror. The third Hokage once believed that Shinmu could potentially ascend to become the next god of ninjas. However, it now appears that this fate is all but sealed. Through sheer determination, he has mastered the majority of wood release techniques and, within a mere few hours, has developed and experimented with the enigmatic S-rank space-time ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique. A super genius ninja endowed with the talents of the first Hokage and the intellect of the second Hokage. His future accomplishments may very well surpass even those of the god of ninjas. In light of such extraordinary genius, the third Hokage began to contemplate whether his initial approach to nurturing talent had been misguided. Should resources be redirected towards Shinmu? It is crucial to recognize that if Konoha can cultivate this super genius, a would-release ninja capable of forbidden techniques could instill fear across the remaining 4 great nations. Even without engaging in combat, after careful consideration, the third Hokage resolved to refrain from immediate action, allowing events to unfold naturally. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand the tempest's fury. A true stronghold of power requires not only formidable ninjutsu but also an indomitable spirit. Chapter 16. The 8 Gates Technique. Konoha Village. The days that followed were rather uneventful. Aside from guiding Naruto in his training, Shenmu dedicates his days to the practice of ninjutsu and taijutsu. Particularly in the past 2 days, having identified the shortcomings in his taijutsu, he has concentrated his efforts on honing this skill. Ultimately, through his relentless exploration of his own physique, he uncovered the existence of channels within his body that regulate and control the flow of chakra. Shenmu refers to it as the gate. Within the normal body of a ninja, there exist a total of 8 gates, which regulate the chakra within, maintaining a delicate balance. Through his experiments, Shenmu discovered that one could unlock these gates through rigorous physical training. Once opened, the gates enable a ninja to access an immense surge of chakra for a brief period, thereby enhancing their abilities. The more gates that are opened, the greater the power attained. However, the process entails a substantial influx of chakra through the meridians, inflicting a certain degree of harm upon the body. This damage escalates with the number of gates activated, with the most severe repercussions arising from the 8th and final gate. Recklessly opening it could even result in death. After days of relentless training, Shenmu has met the conditions to unlock the first 5 gates. Today, he resolved to practice earnestly in the outskirts of Konoha. As usual, Shenmu employed the body flicker technique, instantly transporting himself to a clearing in the outskirts of Konoha. Subsequently, he embarked on an intense training session. First gate, open. With a mighty shout, Shenmu's aura surged dramatically. Steam began to rise from the surface of his body. Second gate, open. Third gate, open. As Shenmu shouted successively, the chakra gates within him opened to the third gate. The once white steam began to take on a greenish hue. Fourth gate, open. Shenmu called out once more, and as the 4th door swung open, he could already sense the injuries within his body. Every cell had entered a state of intense activity, and a dull ache resonated through his internal organs. Shenmu maintained the state of the 4th gate, endeavoring to mobilize. With a swift motion, he leaped, astonishingly reaching a height of 20 to 30 meters. His kicks were executed at a speed 3 to 4 times faster than before, and the force behind them had significantly intensified. As he sustained the 4th gate form, Shenmu gradually acclimated to the pain, swiftly adopting a stance and shouting once more. 5th gate, open. The green steam emanating from his body became even more pronounced, while the burden on his physique intensified. Shenmu maintained his current form, just about to move when he noticed 2 figures approaching him from a short distance. They walked slowly into the training ground, one tall and the other short, one in front and the other behind. As they drew closer, Shenmu observed that their attire was quite peculiar, imbued with an odd yet strangely familiar aura. Both were clad in tight-fitting green suits, and each sported a mushroom-shaped hairstyle. While Shenmu could comprehend the mushroom cut of the child, appearing to be around 12 or 13, he found it perplexing that the man, seemingly in his 20s or 30s, also wore the same hairstyle. Then, the young mushroom-headed boy cast a puzzled gaze upon Shenmu. "Teacher Kai, have you perhaps shared the 8 gates technique with someone else?" he inquired, pointing to the large mushroom atop his own head. "No, I have not. Although the 8 gates technique can indeed lift the seal on one's chakra, the physical damage it inflicts is irreversible. Thus far, I have only taught it to you." The older mushroom-headed man replied. "But why does that person over there seem to be using the 8 gates technique?" the young boy asked, extending his hand to indicate Shenmu's direction. Shenmu. Listening to the conversation between these 2 individuals, Shenmu finally discerned their identities, Guy and Lee. Although his knowledge of Naruto is somewhat limited, he had indeed heard of these 2 remarkably distinctive and passionate master and disciple. On the other side, Guy, following the direction indicated by Lee, turned his gaze towards Shenmu. Upon noticing the green vapor swirling around Shenmu, his eyes widened in astonishment. Could it truly be the 8 gates technique? Moreover, this fellow has already opened the 5th gate. Guy exclaimed excitedly. "The 5th gate?" Lee's voice rose in pitch as he exclaimed in surprise. Due to his inability to learn ninjutsu, he had devoted himself entirely to the study of taijutsu under Master Guy. After years of diligent practice, he had only just managed to open the 5th gate. Yet, this boy, who appeared younger than himself and whom he had never encountered before, had also managed to reach the 5th gate, and seemingly with much greater ease? How is this even possible? Subsequently, the fervent duo clad in green spandex approached Shenmu. Guy was the first to speak. "Hey kid, where did you learn the 8 gates technique?" I figured it out on my own." Shenmu confidently asserted that the gates within his body, which inhibit and control chakra, were not difficult to locate. It was likely that many ninjas were aware of this method to unlock their physical potential. "Well, To have comprehended the 8 gates technique on your own, you're quite clever, aren't you? Kai exclaimed, smiling and giving Shenmu a thumbs up. He was not particularly surprised that someone else could perform the 8 gates technique, as he himself was unaware of its original developer. You must have trained for quite some time to be able to open the 5th gate with such a stoic expression, Kai continued enthusiastically. The honest Shenmu replied, yes. I've been training for over a week, but I can barely manage to open the 5th gate. Kai's expression shifted in surprise, while Shaoli was equally astonished. Over a week? And you've only just managed to reach the 5th gate. And judging by this child's innocent demeanor, he appears to be speaking the truth. Shaoli exclaimed, feeling disheartened. He reflected on his own 5 or 6 years of training in the 8 gates technique, during which he could only just manage to open the 5th gate, albeit briefly. All those years of hard work were aimed at proving that a diligent genius is still a genius. Yet today, he had encountered a true prodigy, leaving him utterly demoralized. Upon hearing Shenmu's words, Kai's mouth twitched slightly. When he trained under his father, it took him 4 to 5 years to progress from the 1st to the 5th gate. What a terrifying genius, he thought, feeling the weight of discouragement. Initially, Mike Guy had considered inviting this young lad to join his and Shaoli's training group. But after learning of Shenmu's extraordinary talent, he thought better of it. Such a remarkable physical gift you possess, young man. I have high hopes for you, Mike Guy said, firmly patting Shenmu on the shoulder with a serious tone. Afterward, he shouted, Lee, it seems we must train even harder from now on. Yes, Teacher Kai. Shaoli responded loudly. Let the flames of youth ignite. With that, the teacher-student duo bid farewell to Shenmu and continued their rigorous training, running further away. Chapter 17. The grandson of the Hokage. As the date of the ninja midterm examination drew ever closer, anticipation filled the air. Since that fateful day when Shenmu encountered Kai and Shaoli, he has persistently pursued his martial arts training. He has now managed to barely unlock the 6th gate. Enhancing one's physical capabilities is not an endeavor that can be achieved in haste. It requires a gradual approach to avoid irreparable harm to the body. Thus, Shenmu remains committed to his daily exercises, eschewing the temptation for immediate results. Meanwhile, his dear friend Naruto has demonstrated remarkable progress under Shenmu's guidance. With his academic scores now steadily exceeding the passing threshold, he has also shown commendable improvement in several fundamental ninjutsu techniques. In the courtyard, as Shenmu hones his physique, he encourages Naruto, who is diligently practicing his jutsu. Come on, Naruto. Together, we shall triumph and graduate from the Ninja Academy, becoming true ninjas. Naruto's expression resembles that of a bitter melon. Shenmu, I feel that what you've taught me has already surpassed the passing standard for the final exam. I surely won't be required to create 200 shadow clones. Shenmu shook his head, saying, we must not become complacent. Our classmates are diligently honing their skills. The last time I saw Sasuke training alone in the outskirts, he was already capable of utilizing fire release. If we do not exert ourselves, we shall be left behind. The Ninja Academy has never taught fire release. Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. It must certainly be something he comprehended on his own. Shenmu affirmed with certainty. Subsequently, he cast a reassuring glance at Naruto beside him. However, if you wish to learn, I can teach you. When I witnessed Sasuke practicing, I experimented at home for a while and eventually discovered over 200 variations of fire release, which should suffice for your learning needs. Naruto had long since grown accustomed to Shenmu's astonishing aptitude. Moreover, under Shenmu's prolonged influence, he felt that all his classmates possessed an innate understanding and learning capability that he could never hope to match. Upon hearing Shenmu's words, Naruto gritted his teeth and declared, all right, I want to learn. I can't let that guy Sasuke take Sakura away. Very well, after your practice today, I will teach you additionally. Shenmu nodded. In truth, he had always found it perplexing what exactly attracted Naruto to Sakura. She was not particularly attractive, had a somewhat foul temper, and frequently criticized Naruto. Ultimately, Shenmu attributed it to the complexities of love. In the Hokage's office, due to Shinmu's circumstances, Iruka had almost become a regular visitor. Today, he had yet another report to make. I have to inform you, Hokage-sama, that ever since Shinmu started living with Naruto, there has been a remarkable improvement in Naruto's academic performance. He is now sufficiently prepared to pass the final examinations at the Ninja Academy. Oh, it seems all of this is thanks to Shinmu. The third Hokage's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. That lad has truly not disappointed me. Not only has he mastered an array of formidable jutsu, but he has also imparted his knowledge to Naruto, enabling them to grow together as friends. In the realm of teaching, Shinmu may surpass even myself. Iruka smiled wryly, acknowledging that despite having taught Naruto for 5 or 6 years, he had not managed to elicit any significant improvement in the latter's performance. Yet, Shinmu had accomplished a remarkable turnaround in just half a month. Iruka, do not belittle yourself. You are an exceptional ninja instructor. Shinmu has transcended the ordinary bounds of a ninja. Do not compare yourself to him. The third Hokage concluded, his expression contemplative. Moreover, if we must compare, at this rate of growth, it won't be long before Shinmu surpasses me. Hokage-sama. Shinmu is about to graduate from the Ninja Academy. Have you decided who will be his supervising jonin? Iruka suddenly inquired. Shinmu is the most perceptive student Iruka has ever encountered, akin to a piece of raw jade concealing exquisite imperial green, awaiting the hands of a sculptor to realize its full potential. As Shinmu's instructor, Iruka is determined that his brilliance should not be obscured. He yearns for Shinmu to find an exceptional mentor in the future, one who will guide him further along the path of a ninja. The question you posed has occupied my thoughts of late. The third Hokage appears somewhat troubled. However, Shinmu's prodigious talent necessitates a careful selection of an appropriate teacher. Observing the third Hokage's earnest concern regarding this matter, Iruka feels a sense of reassurance. Outside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage's grandson, Konohamaru, has been eavesdropping. Upon hearing the third Hokage remark that it won't be long before Shinmu surpasses him, Konohamaru bursts forth, fueled by the desire to outshine his grandfather and become Hokage himself. Believing that the highly esteemed Shinmu will undoubtedly assist him in this endeavor. In 3 days, Shinmu will face his final examinations. Much like every test he has encountered in his previous world, he diligently reviews, striving to perfect every jutsu that will be assessed, while practice is paramount. Nourishment is equally vital. Accompanying Naruto, Shinmu's daily diet consists predominantly of instant noodles, even on the rare occasions when he enjoys a more substantial meal. It is typically from the neighboring Ichiraka ramen stand. After several days of this regimen, he feels as though he is transforming into a noodle himself. Thus, today, he resolves to venture out to procure ingredients and prepare a meal that resembles a proper feast. As he strolls through the streets, Shinmu discovered that a sneaky little brat was trailing behind him. Shinmu glanced back, and the little brat hastily draped a camouflage cloth over himself, attempting to deceive Shinmu's keen gaze with his clumsy disguise. Shinmu cast his gaze upon the incongruous black camouflage cloth against the gray wall, and, with a tone of unrelenting candor, remarked, "Hey, there's no need for pretense, child. Why have you been following me?" With a flourish, the child dramatically tore away the disguise that shrouded him and exclaimed, "Impressive. You disowned my ruse in an instant. No wonder you are held in such high regard by your grandfather. Shinmu, your disguise is so evident that anyone can see through it." Shinmu, eager to procure vegetables, sought to swiftly rid himself of the pesky child and inquired, "Pray tell, what is your purpose in following me so persistently?" With a spirited flourish of his tiny fist, my one declared with fervor, "My grandfather mentioned that it won't be long before I surpass him. Thus I hope you can impart to me a technique capable of defeating him." "Your grandfather?" Shinmu questioned. "Who might your grandfather be?" Shinmu inquired with a hint of confusion. "Is this the esteemed Hokage you speak of?" Moki Amaru replied with an expression of calm assurance. "Shinmu, this child is actually the grandson of the Hokage. He appears no different from an ordinary child. TSK, he seems even a bit dim-witted." Konohamaru noticed the change in Shinmu's expression and felt a tinge of disappointment. Konohamaru despised those who, due to their grandfather's power, fawned over him. Such individuals regarded him merely as the Hokage's grandson, failing to see him as the independent Konohamaru he aspired to be. "Well, since you know my grandfather is the Hokage, shouldn't you hurry and teach me ninjutsu?" Konohamaru feigned bravado, with the ultimate goal of mastering ninjutsu to surpass his grandfather. It mattered not from whom he learned, even if it was from someone he loathed. "Shinmu, I shall not teach." Chapter 18. As long as you can teach me, I will acknowledge you as my elder brother. Shinmu replied, "I shall not teach you." Was momentarily taken aback. This individual clearly harbored apprehensions regarding his identity as the grandson of the Hokage. Why then, was he now unwilling to impart his knowledge? Confused, inquired, "Why?" Shinmu responded, "Because you are a troublesome child, and I have no desire to teach you." Shinmu, with a nonchalant demeanor, dismissed the grandson of the Hokage, feeling no trepidation whatsoever. The esteemed Hokage is not one to exploit his position for personal gain, and surely would not harbor resentment over such a trivial matter. Moreover, this child was indeed rather bothersome. Upon hearing Shinmu's response, Konohamaru's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. At last, he had found someone unafraid of his lineage. Konohamaru's attitude underwent a complete transformation as he bowed deeply to Shinmu and earnestly implored, "Please, you must teach me. I am determined to surpass my grandfather, prove my worth, and aspire to become the 5th Hokage of Konohagakure." Shinmu was intrigued by the sudden demeanor of the child and inquired, "What compels you to defeat the Hokage?" Konohamaru began to share his tale. "My name, Konohamaru, was bestowed upon me by my grandfather, derived from the name of this village. Yet, in all my encounters, no one has ever called me by this familiar name. They merely refer to me as the grandson of the Hokage, failing to recognize me as an individual. Therefore, I aspire to defeat my grandfather and attain the title of Hokage." Upon hearing this, Shinmu pondered for a moment. "You are indeed astonishingly naive." However, considering that Konohamaru is likely only 6 or 7 years old, Shinmu felt a sense of understanding. "That makes sense. So, are you now willing to teach me the ninjutsu that can defeat my grandfather?" Konohamaru shifted his tone, looking at Shinmu with anticipation. "Not a chance." Shinmu expressed his refusal. He was at a loss regarding how to defeat the Hokage. Furthermore, children were the most troublesome. "As long as you can teach me, I will acknowledge you as my elder brother." Murakamara gritted his teeth and declared, "Shinmu, Hiss. The allure of recruiting a younger brother is rather enticing for a primary school student like him, who wouldn't desire a Hokage's descendant as a little brother. Seeing Shenmu's interest, Konohamaru seized the moment and declared, "If you are willing to teach me, I shall gladly share my future snacks with you." Shenmu, deal. My little brother. What would you like to learn? How wonderful. Moku Yawaru excitedly gestured with his tiny fists, filled with enthusiasm. Having successfully acknowledged his elder brother, mastering formidable ninja techniques to surpass his grandfather was just around the corner. In an open area outside the village, Shinmu employed the art of body flicker to transport Konohamaru to this place. Brother Shinmu, how did you perform that swift whoosh technique to bring me here? I wish to learn it. Konohamaru exclaimed, his face alight with excitement upon appearing in this clearing alongside Shinmu. You cannot defeat the Hokage solely with the body flicker technique. You require a formidable ninjutsu. Upon hearing Shinshu's words, Konohamaru felt a profound agreement and nodded in affirmation. What ninjutsu should I learn? After listening, Shinmu displayed a contemplative expression. Perhaps he could teach Konohamaru the wood release technique? However, teacher Yamato had cautioned him against divulging anything about wood release. Moreover, this technique bore unique bloodline restrictions. Therefore, he might as well instruct Konohamaru in the wind release Shuriken technique. Shinmu suddenly contemplated the formidable damage inflicted by wind release Shuriken. Perhaps a surprise attack on the third Hokage from behind would prove effective. At that moment, the venerable third Hokage, seated within his office, shivered slightly. Before the desk, Ebisu knelt respectfully, stating, Hokage-sama, the weather has turned cold. You ought to don some additional clothing. The third Hokage waved his hand dismissively, replying, It is nothing. I merely felt a sudden chill along my spine. Serving as Konohamaru's dedicated tutor, Ebisu continued, Hokage-sama, I have searched high and low but could not find young Konohamaru. He should be studying his lessons today. It has been quite some time since I last saw that little rascal. Do not fret. I shall investigate, the third Hokage said, glancing at the crystal ball on his desk. This crystal ball connected him to the entirety of the Hidden Leaf village, allowing him to observe any happenings within the village. After scanning the area, he finally spotted two small figures on the outskirts of the village. Found him. What is Konohamaru doing with Shinmu? The third Hokage observed the scene within the crystal ball with astonishment. It appeared that Shinmu was instructing Konohamaru in some clandestine matter. However, upon witnessing the two conspire in hushed tones, the chill along his back intensified. Shinmu, the war orphan who frequently associates with the Nine Tails, that red-haired boy? Ebisu inquired. Indeed. The third Hokage affirmed, his tone laced with indignation. Did I not instruct you to refrain from mentioning the calamity wrought by the Nine Tails in years past? Furthermore, they are but children, the future of Konoha. Your cold and disdainful gaze may inflict harm upon them. The third Hokage admonished sternly. Noticing the Hokage's genuine anger, Ebisu knelt and apologized. I shall heed your teachings, Hokage-sama. As a teacher, I must not view my students through a biased lens. Very well, you may take your leave. The third Hokage concluded. Ebisu nodded repeatedly in agreement and exited the Hokage's meeting room. Once outside, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling a lingering trepidation. Truly, the Hokage exuded a pressure unmatched by any other. Anger flickered in Ebisu's eyes behind his sunglasses as he muttered, Curse be that underachieving brat. How dare he lead Konohamaru so far away? I cannot allow Konohamaru to associate with him. He will lead him astray. With that, Ebisu swiftly made his way toward the direction where Shenmu and Konohamaru were located. Outside the village, Shenmu effortlessly molded a Rasengan using chakra, displaying it for Konohamaru to see. Brother, are you trying to deceive me? This is merely an ordinary chakra sphere. It appears to possess little destructive power, Konohamaru remarked dismissively. Shenmu remained silent, quietly infusing the Rasengan with the power of wind release. As the wind chakra melded with the Rasengan, a formidable wind release shuriken was born. Konohamaru gazed at the colossal wind release shuriken grasped in Shinmu's hand. Even the mere fluctuations emanating from the immense shuriken conveyed an overwhelming strength. This appeared to be significantly more powerful than the previous one. With an expression of eager anticipation, Konohamaru implored, Brother, may I witness its might? Shinmu nodded, fulfilling the expectations of the little one. With a whoosh, the wind attribute shuriken slipped from Shimiku's grasp. The enormous wind attribute chakra shuriken soared towards a grove beyond the village of Konoha. Having learned from past experiences, Shinmu hurled the shuriken with remarkable distance. In the next instant, the swiftly flying shuriken struck the ground. Boom! The overwhelming force of the wind attribute chakra detonated in an instant. The explosion of the shuriken created a massive crater with a diameter of 200 to 300 meters. Each fragment of wind attribute chakra acted like a miniature kunai, obliterating everything in its path. Konohamaru. Wow! How impressive! What terrifying destructive power! Chapter 19, Brother, your words truly wound. After witnessing Shinmu unleash such a formidable ninjutsu, Konohamaru trembled with excitement. If he could employ this technique to ambush his grandfather, he would undoubtedly emerge victorious. It might even reduce him to mere rubble. At that moment, everyone in the village would acknowledge his prowess. Brother, I must learn this. I implore you. Teach me this technique. Konohamaru's face flushed with exhilaration as he fervently shook Shimika's arm. Shenmu observed the child's earnest expression, contemplating for a moment before nodding in agreement. The last time the Hokage witnessed him utilizing this jutsu, he had cautioned him against its casual use and dissemination. However, teaching this technique to his grandson should not be considered a breach of that caution, should it? Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly sneezed, murmuring, "What is happening today? It seems I am truly aging." Outside the village, in Shinmu's designated training ground, mastering the wind release shuriken required starting from the foundational technique of the spiral sphere. Thus, Shinmu commenced explaining the essentials of the spiral sphere to Konohamaru, detailing the intricacies of chakra control and the necessary steps. First, do this, then that, and finally proceed with the last step. It's quite straightforward. Konohamaru listened to Shinmu's teachings, his expression shifting from confusion to a dazed look. "Nanny, I seem to comprehend nothing at all. Yet, if it comes from my brother, it must indeed be an exceptionally formidable technique." Meanwhile, a few kilometers away, Konohamaru's elite instructor, Ebisu, was diligently searching for his whereabouts. Upon Shenmu launching the wind release shuriken, Ebisu, approaching the outskirts, suddenly sensed a powerful surge of chakra, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. He had just seen through the third Hokage's crystal ball that Shenmu and Konohamaru were currently situated in a dense forest, likely outside of Konoha village. The area beyond the village was fraught with danger, as spies from rival villages frequently infiltrated the land of fire. Could such a tremendous chakra fluctuation indicate that the young master was under attack? With this thought, Ebisu ground his teeth, unconsciously quickening his pace. "Young master, you must not come to harm. And that laggard, if you cause any trouble for Konohamaru, I will ensure you pay dearly." In the forest, the seasoned Jonin Ebisu darted through the trees with agility. In the clearing, under Shinmu's guidance, Konohamaru's expression transformed from initial bewilderment to a moment of realization. At this juncture, he had gathered chakra in his palm, generating a small chaotic swirl of chakra. "Brother, how am I doing? Am I not learning remarkably fast?" Konohamaru exclaimed excitedly to Shinmu. Being the grandson of the third Hokage, he had been accompanied by a dedicated teacher since childhood, receiving the highest caliber of ninja education, making his comprehension of ninjutsu unparalleled among children his age, thus enabling him to learn at an accelerated pace. However, Shinmu, witnessing that it took Konohamaru such effort to produce only a small vortex of chakra, was somewhat taken aback by the unexpected lack of aptitude. The spiral sphere is quite simple. Just channel chakra in this manner, then that, and it can be formed. After comprehending the essence, Shenmu swiftly conjured a wave directed towards Dea. Yet, to my astonishment, Konohamaru took an inordinate amount of time pondering over it. He expended the better part of a day to merely produce a small, chaotic vortex. The form has yet to materialize. "Konohamaru, are you truly the grandson of the Hokage?" Shenmu lightly tapped Konohamaru's slender shoulder and remarked with a hint of significance, "Your aptitude for learning ninjutsu is rather lacking, even inferior to both Naruto and myself. I would wager that if I taught this ninjutsu to Naruto, he would likely grasp it far more swiftly than you." Shinmoku harbored no intention of intentionally belittling Konohamaru. What he expressed were his genuine feelings. Simultaneously, he silently empathized with the third Hokage in his heart. Shinmu has always believed that his own perception, akin to that of Naruto, leaves much to be desired. It now appears that the third Hokage has also been burdened with a grandson of remarkably poor aptitude. At least he has company in this regard. "Konohamaru, brother, your words truly wound me." Shinmu, with an open palm gesture, spoke candidly. "The truth is, the ninjas at the current ninja academy possess exceptional talent. Your innate abilities are lacking, so you must exert yourself even more than they do." After listening to Shinmu's words, Konohamaru nodded, somewhat understanding. Indeed, his elder brother had his best interests at heart. As the two conversed, Ebisu finally located Shinmu and Konohamaru in an open area outside the village. Upon seeing Shinmu seemingly instructing Konohamaru in ninjutsu, Ebisu's heart seethed with fury. "You, the academic underachiever, unable to comprehend your own ninjutsu, dare to teach the young master. What if you lead him astray?" Thus, Ebisu swiftly pulled the practicing Konohamaru away, cradling him behind his back. "Teacher, what are you doing? I was training with my brother. He teaches excellently." Konohamaru protested, his youthful voice filled with indignation. In response, Ebisu scoffed derisively. "Do not be foolish, young master. What could such a person possibly teach you? In the first 5 years at the Ninja Academy, he couldn't even perform a single competent ninjutsu. Only recently did he stumble upon a semblance of success, learning the Shadow Clone Technique. Spending time with him will only dull your wits." As Ebisu spoke, his gaze shifted toward Shinmu. Even with glasses adorning his face, Shinmu could still perceive the icy disdain and subtle mockery in Ebisu's eyes. It was a look he had become all too familiar with since childhood. Initially, that frigid gaze felt like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating him. However, after enduring years of such cold judgment, Shinmu's psyche had grown remarkably resilient. "I may be an underachiever, But it is Konohamaru who earnestly requested that I teach him ninjutsu. Shinmu faced Hybe, fully aware of his lack of standing in Konoha village, which usually restrained him from engaging in conflicts. However, today's attitude from teacher Konohamaru irked him significantly. Hybe continued unabashedly. The young master wishes to learn from you due to his naivety. Surely, you do not believe yourself capable of instructing him? Moreover, to teach the grandson of the Hokage ninjutsu is a privilege beyond your lifetime. Even Konohamaru felt a surge of anger upon hearing his teacher's words. Brother Shinmu was an exceptional elder brother, and his teachings in ninjutsu were commendable. Why must the teacher belittle him so? Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazed intently at the crystal ball on his desk, which displayed the confrontation between Shinmu and Hybe. Had Shinmu and Hybe clashed? He wondered how the young lad would navigate this situation. Chapter 20. A rank ninjutsu. The young master, I do not intend to belittle this underachiever. I merely speak the truth. Hybe asserted confidently, adjusting his sunglasses perched on his nose. To validate his brother's teachings, Konohamaru extended his hand, gathering a turbulent flow of chakra in his palm. Eager to demonstrate the Rasengan. Teacher, look. This is what my brother taught me. It's incredibly practical and powerful. Upon witnessing this, Hybe was momentarily taken aback. As a seasoned instructor, he possessed a profound understanding of the village's ninjutsu. He instantly recognized that the young master's chakra control method resembled the A-rank ninjutsu Rasengan, created by the fourth Hokage, a technique that even Hybe himself could not master, let alone teach to Konohamaru. More notably, the Rasengan that the young master was attempting had already begun to take shape. Was it possible that this technique was imparted to him by that underachiever? Doubts crept into Hybe's mind, but he quickly dismissed them. How could someone who struggled even with the Shadow Clone Technique possibly possess the ability to teach others A-rank ninjutsu? It must be that the young master possessed exceptional talent. Yes, that must be it. The young master's ability to gather this turbulent chakra flow was due to his own insight. That underachiever could offer no meaningful guidance. Hybe continued to speak dismissively. Shinmu, standing by, was bewildered. Did Hybe just imply that Konohamaru had good insight? His insight was abysmally lacking, wasn't he it? However, Shinmu soon realized that Hybe was likely flattering Konohamaru out of fear of the Hokage's authority. No matter how poorly Konohamaru performed, Hybe would surely spin it positively. If one truly wishes to teach ninjutsu, one must objectively evaluate the deficiencies of others. Those who fear authority cannot be effective teachers. Having come to this realization, Shinmu did not hesitate to criticize Hybe. Hybe's expression shifted dramatically, clearly taken aback. This little underachiever dares to criticize my teaching ethics? Hybe exclaimed incredulously. For years, he had diligently educated his students, and his methods had garnered affection from all. He had even nurtured several candidates for Hokage. Yet today, he found himself chastised by a mere child who was not even a ninja. You must clarify your words. Otherwise, we shall have unfinished business. Hybe's eyes glinted menacingly. Shinmu's words had clearly crossed a line. He had devoted himself to education, considering the role of a ninja teacher to be of utmost nobility, aspiring to produce a Hokage as his life's work. Therefore, he would not tolerate anyone disparaging his professional integrity. In the face of Hybe's outburst, Shinmu chose to ignore him, turning his attention back to Konohamaru, who was fervently attempting to validate his prowess. At that moment, the chakra flow Konohamaru had gathered was the finest he had ever produced, inching ever closer to the form of the Rasengan. Shinmu was aware that the young man was on the brink of success, so he timely offered a reminder. Be mindful of your breath. Do not allow the chakra to disrupt your focus. Carefully perceive each surge of chakra energy, ensuring it remains within your control. Upon hearing his elder brother Shinmu's guidance, Konohamaru's resolve intensified. With a swift motion, he infused a trace of chakra into the chaotic flow. Subsequently, adhering to Shinmu's advice, he endeavored to stabilize the tumultuous chakra within his palm, striving to achieve a semblance of balance. This endeavor proved to be exceptionally challenging and time-consuming. Beads of sweat trickled down Konohamaru's forehead as he devoted over 2 hours merely to maintaining this state. During this period, both Shinmu, who was concerned for Konohamaru, and Ebisu, who refrained from interrupting, remained silent, intently observing the turbulent chakra in Konohamaru's hands. At long last, after an additional 2 hours, the chakra flow in Konohamaru's grasp began to exhibit signs of equilibrium. Shinmu hastily urged, do not fear, do not panic, maintain control. Rest assured, my elder brother. For I aspire to become the 5th Hokage, Lord Konohamaru. Konohamaru exclaimed with fervent enthusiasm. He then continued to channel chakra into the turbulent whirlpool within his palm. It was a desperate gambit, a final stand. As the chaotic flow received more chakra, a blue-white sphere of chakra began to coalesce in Konohamaru's palm. The moment the sphere took shape, Konohamaru's wrist trembled violently, clearly on the verge of losing balance. Young master, please do not injure yourself. Ebisu rushed forward, intent on extinguishing the chakra sphere to ensure Konohamaru's safety. Just as Ebisu was about to reach him, a slight figure interposed itself before him. Ebisu glared furiously at Shinmu. You're the underachiever. If anything happens to Lord Konohamaru, you will pay a grievous price. Unperturbed by Ebisu's words, Shinmu was singularly focused on aiding Konohamaru in stabilizing the Rasengan in his palm. With a swift motion, Shinmu placed his hand upon Konohamaru's wrist. Then, with utmost care, he enveloped the Rasengan with the purest chakra from his own body. Meanwhile, Ebisu stood frozen in astonishment. Shinmu astonishingly utilized his own chakra to assist the young master in maintaining the equilibrium of the Rasengan, while simultaneously guarding against the potential loss of control over the young master's chakra. Such meticulous manipulation of chakra is truly remarkable. Even he, having ascended to the rank of special jonin for many years, could not achieve such a feat. How terrifying. Is this individual truly someone who, during his first 5 years at the Ninja Academy, could not even execute a single competent ninjutsu? After struggling for an arduous hour, Konohamaru ultimately reached his limit and exchanged a knowing glance with Shinmu. In Shinmu's mind, a moment of understanding dawned as he stepped back a few paces. Meanwhile, Konohamaru, clutching the chakra ball in his hand, pressed it down onto the ground. Boom! A magnificent surge of chakra energy erupted, creating a perfectly circular crater in the earth. The pit measured approximately 4 to 5 meters in diameter, with spiral patterns etched at its center. Ebisu, is it possible that these two children have truly succeeded in their practice? How long has Master Konohamaru been training? He only went missing this morning, and now, counting every minute, it has barely been 8 hours. This is an A-rank ninjutsu. Generally, even seasoned jonin require 10 days to half a month to master such advanced techniques. Indeed, Master Konohamaru has inherited the innate talent for ninjutsu from the Hokage. How astonishing. No, this achievement within a day cannot solely be attributed to Master Konohamaru's exceptional comprehension. Ebisu's gaze shifted to the now weary Shinmu. It is also due to the presence of this so-called underachiever. Reluctant to concede, Ebisu recognized that Shinmu's teaching approach was remarkably incisive. He adeptly articulated the essential principles of each ninjutsu in succinct and accessible language, akin to a highly experienced educator. Furthermore, his formidable command over ninjutsu facilitated the training process, enabling students to approach success with greater swiftness and mastery. Chapter 21 Naruto. I'm starving. Is this kid really an underachiever? Ebisu found himself in disbelief. An underachiever with profound understanding of ninjutsu and meticulous control over chakra? How chilling. If such an individual is deemed an underachiever, then surely there are no capable students left in the entire Hidden Leaf Village. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage had just taken a sip of tea when he witnessed his own grandson successfully mastering the Rasengan, creating a deep and expansive pit in the ground. Gag cough cough. The sheer shock caused the Hokage to choke on his tea, leading to a fit of violent coughing. Although the sensation of choking was unpleasant, Sarutobi Hiruzen was smiling. He felt pride for his mischievous little grandson, who was able to learn ninjutsu in such a short span of time. Simultaneously, he was astounded by Shinmu's extraordinary teaching prowess. The third Hokage was well aware of his grandson's innate qualities and talents. Shinmu not only grasped Konohamaru's personality with precision, but also tailored his instruction accordingly. With sharp language and profound comprehension of ninjutsu, he managed to teach Konohamaru an exceptionally challenging A-rank technique within a mere day. Terrifying aptitude, terrifying understanding, and a terrifying teaching ability. The third Hokage seemed to foresee that, should everything proceed smoothly, Shinmu would undoubtedly rise as a new star in the ninja world, a super genius that instills fear and trepidation across the nations. Outside the village, at the training grounds of Shinmu and Konohamaru, after creating a crater with the Rasengan, Konohamaru hurriedly defended his elder brother, Teacher Ebisu. I have always said that Shinmu and Ii's teachings are truly superb. At that moment, Ebisu's expression was quite remarkable. He was astonished by Shinmu's understanding and teaching capabilities, but found it difficult to commend him, particularly after having just belittled him. Just as Ebisu's expression became conflicted, he suddenly heard the voice of the third Hokage. As an educator, one should be aware of their own shortcomings and be courageous enough to confront them. Moreover, acknowledging the excellence of others is not a difficult endeavor. Upon hearing the third Hokage's weary voice, Ebisu was taken aback, muttering to himself, "Have you been observing me all along, third Hokage? It seems that this time, I have indeed been too narrow-minded as a teacher." In that instant, Ebisu bowed deeply to Shinmu. "I apologize. Shinmu, you are not an underachiever. I regret the words I have spoken about you. You have demonstrated everything through your strength and teaching ability." Shinmu scratched his head, not taking to heart what Huibishu had just said. After all, he was indeed at the bottom of the class. However, since the other party was willing to apologize now, he decided to graciously accept it. "It's all right. Your observation about my position in the class is quite objective, and I hold no anger." Shinmu waved his hand and said. Upon hearing this, Hibijiu thought that Shinmu was pointing out his own narrow-mindedness, prompting him to bury his head even deeper. "I sincerely apologize. As a teacher, I should not harbor any prejudices against my students. I have committed a grave error." Shinmu remained perplexed. Why was there yet another apology? After the apology, Ebisu grasped the hand of the young master Konohamaru beside him, saying, "Young master, we have already delayed today's lessons for quite some time. It is time to return to our studies." Konohamaru displayed a face of discontent, exclaiming, I do not wish to go back. I want to continue training with Brother Shinmu. Shinmu said, let us return together with the teacher. I am on the verge of my final examinations and have numerous tasks to attend to, leaving me with no time to accompany you, little brat. Disheartened, Makimaru waved goodbye to Shinmu and was led away by teacher Hebisu. Once Makimaru departed, Shinmu recalled that his original intention for venturing out was to procure ingredients for cooking. Time had slipped away, and he realized he was indeed feeling quite hungry. Meanwhile, at Naruto's residence, after an intense training session, Naruto, feeling famished, rummaged through his home in search of sustenance. After a thorough search, he discovered that all the food had been consumed over the past few days. Starving, Naruto lay on the floor, looking utterly weak. That guy Shenmu mentioned he was going to buy groceries this morning, yet he still hasn't returned. I'm about to starve, Naruto muttered. Just then, the front door swung open. Shenmu entered, carrying an array of vegetables. The moment Naruto laid eyes on him, his gaze sparkled with excitement. In an instant, he dashed to Shenmu's side, swifter than the flying thunder god technique. He eagerly rummaged through Shenmu's basket, hoping to uncover something delectable. However, after a thorough inspection, he discovered that the basket contained only raw meat and vegetables, with the sole edible items being 2 lonely carrots. Why didn't you bring back some instant noodles for a quick fix? You have no idea how close I was to starving just now, Naruto exclaimed, seizing one of the carrots without even washing it and taking a hearty bite. Oh right, I almost forgot. Shenmu suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing that he had forgotten to purchase instant food. Haven't you already forgotten? Naruto retorted, a smirk on his lips. No sooner had he spoken than Shenmu's figure vanished from sight. 3 seconds later, Shenmu reappeared, utilizing the flying thunder god technique, cradling a box of cup noodles in his arms. I placed a marking for instantaneous movement in a corner of the market, making future grocery shopping more convenient. Shenmu contentedly remarked. Naruto had no time to heed his words. Upon seeing Shenmu reappear with instant noodles in his arms, his eyes gleamed with eagerness as he snatched the box of noodles, opened a pack, and began to devour it ravenously. Shenmu shook his head in resignation. He entered the kitchen to commence the preparation of dinner. As a modern elementary school student, he embodied the holistic development of morality, intellect, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. Cooking was certainly within his capabilities. Stir-frying, simmering soups, deep-frying, he excelled in all. Tonight, he intended to prepare a nourishing corn rib soup to replenish his strength. An hour and a half later, the corn rib soup was ready. Naruto looked on with skepticism as Shinmu placed the iron pot on the table, exclaiming, "Did you actually make this?" Shinmu nodded. "Indeed, does it not smell delightful?" Naruto shook his head, his expression one of skepticism. "No, it is overwhelmingly fragrant. Weren't you once adept at making fried rice? How is it that you can now concoct a soup?" He and Shinmu had been close friends since childhood. To put it bluntly, he was well aware of the number of moles on Shinmu's backside. However, throughout all these years, he had never witnessed Shinmu display such exceptional culinary skills. This must surely be a revelation. Cooking, much like mastering ninjutsu, requires a sincere willingness to comprehend, with dedication. Nothing is insurmountable. Shinmu casually deflected the question, for he certainly could not admit to being a super elementary student who had traversed from the Celestial Empire. Upon hearing Shinmu's words, Naruto, though still somewhat skeptical, had begun to believe him to a considerable extent. After all, Shinmu had already demonstrated an extraordinary aptitude for ninjutsu and possessed culinary skills, which seemed quite plausible. Shinmu gazed at Naruto's contemplative expression and placed a piece of pork rib into his bowl, attempting to divert his thoughts. "All right, stop pondering and eat quickly. The soup will get cold if you don't hurry." Chapter 22, Exam Success. The ninja headband in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Today marked the day of Shinmu and Naruto's ninja graduation examination. That morning, the two excited individuals set out together and entered the examination venue. The first segment was the written test, which posed no challenge for Shinmu. Following that were the practical demonstrations of the body replacement technique, the shadow clone technique, and the transformation technique. At this moment, Shinmu stood before the various examiners of the Ninja Academy, executing the transformation technique. This was his inaugural major examination since arriving in this world, and despite his prior experience in the original world, anxiety coursed through him. The chief examiner announced, "You may begin." Shinmu formed a series of intricate hand seals. With a flourish, he transformed into the likeness of the third Hokage. The panel of examiners gasped in astonishment, their expressions reflecting disbelief. They could not help but exclaim how strikingly similar he appeared, right down to the wrinkles on his face and the subtle fluctuations of chakra emanating from him. For a moment, the examiners were led to suspect that this youthful incarnation of Shinmu was merely an illusion conjured by the Hokage, while the figure before them, the third Hokage, was his true form after dispelling the transformation. One of the examiners inquired, "Hokage-sama, is this a jest? Are you masquerading as a student to partake in the examination?" Shinmu, perplexed, responded in his youthful voice, "Huh? What are you saying, examiner?" The examiner, having just spoken, exclaimed in dismay, "Oh dear, how embarrassing." After a moment, he declared, All right, you have passed. Now quickly leave. Finally, with a grand gesture, all the chief examiners shooed Shenmu out. Shenmu scratched his head, feeling a twinge of confusion. Yet the successful completion of the examination was certainly a cause for celebration. After enduring more than a day's worth of assessments and having prepared extensively for this moment, Shenmu triumphed. Meanwhile, although Naruto struggled with academics, he too passed the examination. At this moment, all the qualified ninjas awaited their instructors to distribute the ninja registration forms and headbands. With the accomplishment of the ninja exam, starting tomorrow, the two of us shall truly be ninjas. In the ninja school, Naruto, with enthusiasm, draped his arm over Shenmu's shoulder and exclaimed, "Indeed, however, as newly minted genin, our journey as ninjas is merely beginning. We must exert even greater effort and exercise caution in the future." Shenmu replied. As a traveler in this unfamiliar world of ninjas, he understood the necessity of diligence and prudence. "Why speak so gravely? Let us celebrate tonight with some ramen," Naruto declared, pumping his fist in excitement. "All right." As Shenmu observed Naruto's exuberance, he nodded in agreement. Not far from them, classmates from the Ninja Academy engaged in lively discussions. "Can you believe those two actually graduated?" one remarked. "Indeed, they spent 4 to 5 years at the bottom of the class, yet somehow managed to scrape by," lamented another. "The plight of ninjas. Perhaps they bribed the examiners." "Let us not speak so harshly. I've heard that their ninjutsu scores are quite respectable." "Really? How do you know that? Does someone in your family work at the school?" "I overheard 2 examiners discussing Shinmu. They seem to imply he possesses remarkable talent. Isn't it just a stroke of luck that he learned the Shadow Clone Technique? If that's considered talent, give me 2 or 3 years, and I could master it too," retorted a disgruntled ninja. At that moment, Yamanaka Ino happened to pass by and cast a disdainful glance at the ninja, scoffing, You're neither as handsome as Shinmu nor as diligent. Even with 100 years, you wouldn't learn it." "Ino, don't go too far with your words," the ninja shouted in anger. "I'm talking about you, what of it? If you're dissatisfied, come at me." Though Ino was a girl, her spirit was no less fierce than that of the boys. The male classmate raised his fist, but ultimately refrained from acting, knowing that any trouble now could jeopardize their graduation. As the two continued their quarrel, Iruka and several teachers emerged nearby, holding a stack of documents and an array of ninja headbands. Upon seeing the teachers, all the candidates fell silent. "Attention, everyone. You are all graduates of this year's Ninja Academy. We are now distributing your ninja registration forms and headbands. Once you receive your registration forms, please sign them and submit them to the Hokage's office tomorrow morning. Upon completion of this registration, you will officially become true Konoha genin," Iruka announced as he distributed the documents and headbands. When he reached Shinmu and Naruto, the typically composed Iruka's eyes glistened with tears. "You two have grown up. You are now qualified ninjas." With great care, he placed the registration forms and headbands into Shinmu and Naruto's hands. "Continue striving for excellence," Iruka encouraged. "Don't worry, Iruka-sensei. I, Naruto Uzumaki, will definitely become Hokage in the future," Naruto exclaimed, breaking into a wide grin. Shinmu accepted the ninja headband, nodding in agreement. "I have never ceased my efforts." In his memories, Iruka-sensei had always been kind to him and Naruto, the two underachievers, never giving up on them. Moreover, as both children were orphans, he had taken considerable care of their daily lives. Iruka gazed at the children who had grown significantly over the past 5 to 6 years, nodding in satisfaction. "Take the ninja headband and head back for now. After submitting your ninja registration forms tomorrow, you will be able to wear your headbands and participate in the ninja orientation." Shinmu and Naruto nodded, stepping out of the ninja school. Along the way, an exuberant Naruto chattered incessantly with excitement. Shinmu remained pensive as they strolled along. After a while, the duo arrived at a ramen shop named Yael. The proprietor, noticing the ninja headbands clutched in the hands of Naruto and Shinmu, squinted his eyes and smiled, saying, "Shinmu, Naruto, it seems you have both become qualified ninjas of Konoha. Let us celebrate this achievement. Today's ramen is on me." "Hooray!" Naruto exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the air. With a smile, Shinmu pondered. What could be more delightful than enjoying something for free? Thus, Shinmu and Naruto indulged in a total of over 10 bowls at the ramen shop. Fortunately, Uncle Ichiraku was kind-hearted and never uttered a word of reproach, merely sharing in the joy of the two children. That evening, the cheerful Shinmu and Naruto, unusually foregoing their rigorous training, filled out their ninja registration forms before drifting into slumber. The next morning, the two made their way to the Hokage's office to submit their registration forms. Once the registration was completed, Shinmu and Naruto exited the office, exhaling a sigh of relief. Standing on the balcony of the Hokage's office, they gazed out, taking in the panoramic view of the entire Hidden Leaf Village. After days of reconstruction, the scars left by the Shinju's descent had been fully healed. Shinmu gazed at the rising sun on the horizon and remarked with a smile, "I have never realized how beautiful the leaves of the trees could be. Indeed, after passing the examination, even the air feels fragrant." Naruto grinned widely. Chapter 23. Shinmu, am I holding the script of the female lead? After submitting their ninja registration forms, Shinmu and Naruto proceeded to the ninja school for the final lesson. The ninja orientation. In this session, the instructor would systematically outline all the essential considerations for their future as ninjas, while also conducting the class assignments for the lower-ranking ninja teams. At the ninja orientation, teacher Iruka stood at the podium. From today onwards, you shall all be true ninjas. The lower-ranking ninjas of Konoha operate in groups, referred to as teams, consisting of 3 individuals plus 1 supervising jounin, forming a team. The supervising jounin will be your mentors throughout your ninja careers. Now, let us begin the team assignments. First team, second team, third team. As teacher Iruka monotonously called out names from the podium, Shenmu felt a surge of anxiety. He wondered with whom he would be grouped. Ideally, it would be with Naruto, as they had played together since childhood. The teacher continued to announce from the podium, 6th team, 7th team, Shinmu, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke. Shinmu, Naruto. Shinmu was astonished to find himself in the same class as the 2 protagonists. Meanwhile, Naruto was taken aback by the fact that he was placed in the same class as Uchiha Sasuke, his rival. He could scarcely comprehend why Sakura would be enamored with such a fellow. Teacher, is it possible to transfer Sasuke to another class? Naruto lamented with a grimace. Iruka, with an expression devoid of emotion, shook his head in refusal, stating, no, the current arrangement is the most suitable for all of you. Changing one person would disrupt the entire order. Reluctantly, Naruto acquiesced, casting a disgruntled glance at Sasuke behind him, muttering, arrogant jerk. However, he found solace in the fact that he shared a class with Shinmu. After a brief moment of contemplation, Naruto broke into a smile, yet Shinmu refrained from responding, as he was engrossed in pondering a profoundly intricate question. Shinmu possesses a modest understanding of the original Naruto series. He is aware that the original Team 7 comprised Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Presently, both Naruto and Sasuke remain, while he has inadvertently supplanted Sakura. It is known that Sakura is the female protagonist of the entire Naruto saga, characterized by her pink hair. Meanwhile, he is an enigmatic traveler with red hair. Both pink and red share a common hue, leading him to ponder whether he has unknowingly acquired the script of the female lead. Winky face, Shinmu, why do you appear so dazed? What are you contemplating? Naruto inquired, shaking Shinmu's body with a puzzled expression. I was merely considering what to have for dinner this evening, Shinmu replied casually. Seems like we've been lumped together with that annoying fellow. How about we isolate him? Naruto suggested mischievously. What are you thinking? Shinmu cast a disdainful glance at Naruto, stating, now that we are united as a team, he shall henceforth be our companion in life and death. There is no room for isolation. We ought to cultivate a good rapport with him. Shinmu spoke with righteous conviction. Naruto was taken aback by Shinmu's profound awareness, suddenly realizing the limitations of his own perspective. All right, I understand now. A truly exceptional ninja should not only excel individually, but also foster unity among comrades. It is essential to cultivate deep bonds with one another. Shinmu cast an approving glance at Naruto, recognizing that this fellow had finally grasped the essence of the matter. Indeed, that is precisely the point. Naruto, understanding the implication, moved closer to Sasuke. He intended to engage in a meaningful dialogue with this usually taciturn companion, thereby strengthening the bonds that tied their team together. At that moment, Sasuke was intently observing Shinmu, who sat in the front row. Unlike his peers, Sasuke had regarded Shinmu with newfound respect ever since the latter had showcased his talents. Believing Shinmu possessed greater potential than himself, he was more than willing to team up with someone of such caliber. Moreover, he had heard that Shinmu, after moving in with Naruto, had encouraged him to study diligently, ultimately helping him pass the ninja exam. A commendable ally indeed. Sasuke pondered how he might cultivate a good relationship with him. Just then, a face suddenly appeared before him. Naruto had unexpectedly leaned over, grinning widely, his bright smile on full display. Startled, Sasuke nearly toppled backward off his stool. What are you doing? Naruto exclaimed, from now on, we will be on the same team, so let us get along well. With a friendly gesture, he extended his hand. At that moment, achoo! A classmate seated in front of Sasuke sneezed, losing their balance and crashing into Naruto's backside. Ouch! As a result of the collision, Naruto lurched forward, his face mere inches from Sasuke's. In the silence of a starless night, as Naruto and Sasuke shared an unexpected moment, half of the girls in the class erupted in chaos. They adored Sasuke and would not tolerate their idol being sullied by Naruto. Meanwhile, the other half of the girls, having witnessed Shinmu's talent, had turned their affections toward him. Shinmu, seated in the front row, heard the commotion and turned to investigate, only to be greeted by a scene reminiscent of a classic moment from the world of ninjas. If only they had smartphones in this universe, Shinmu would certainly have captured the moment for his social media. Iruka, the instructor at the podium, observed the ruckus below with a hint of discontent and spoke up, Naruto. Sasuke, what on earth are you two doing? Quickly, Naruto and Sasuke scrambled to their feet, straightening their disheveled attire. They awkwardly pretended as if nothing had happened. Responding to Iruka, sorry, sensei, we just had a little mishap. Iruka nodded, advising them to be cautious, and continued, your assigned Jonin will be arriving shortly. Please proceed to your designated classroom and await their arrival. Thus, the students followed the earlier class divisions, entering their respective classrooms to await the arrival of their assigned jonin. Within one of the classrooms of the Ninja Academy, Shinmu, Sasuke, and Naruto sat side by side. The mischievous Naruto placed an eraser on the door, intending to play a prank on their new teacher. Shinmu merely yearns for a tranquil existence, seeking to preserve his life within the realm of ninjas while avoiding undue attention. Consequently, he urges Naruto to refrain from retrieving the eraser, fearing the teacher's wrath. The mischievous Naruto dismisses his concerns, assuring him that it is merely an eraser and that the teacher would not be angered. Despite Naruto's reassurances, the cautious Shinmu nonetheless approaches to retrieve the eraser. After attending to this matter, their supervising jonin has yet to arrive. Reflecting on the fact that he and Sasuke are partners in their mission, Shinmu feels compelled to break the silence and extends a friendly hand towards Sasuke. Hello, I am Shinmu. It is a pleasure to be in the same class as you. Faced with Shinmu's outstretched hand, Sasuke hesitates, ultimately blushing unexpectedly. Shinmu, I merely offered a greeting, yet you blush like a teapot. Chapter 24. The New Teacher's Test, Seizing the Bell. After a fleeting moment of embarrassment, Sasuke realized his indiscretion and extended his hand toward Shinmu, bashfully, yet haughtily, declaring, I am Sasuke, pleased to make your acquaintance. Shinmu, please do not wear such an expression. I am truly frightened. Shinmu has begun to doubt the validity of his assumptions. Could it truly be the narrative of a heroine? How dramatically theatrical. As he noticed that Sasuke and Shinmu had established a connection, Naruto approached, greeting Sasuke with enthusiasm. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Although Naruto harbored less fondness for Sasuke due to his feelings for Sakura, his inherently cheerful and optimistic nature meant he seldom dwelled on trivial matters, making interactions uncomplicated. Just as the three were engaging in friendly conversation, the classroom door swung open. Entering was a peculiar figure, a white-haired, one-eyed teacher clad in a mask. He was none other than Kakashi Hatake, the esteemed jonin responsible for guiding Shinmu and his companions. What an odd attire indeed. Shinmu scrutinized the enigmatic figure before him, recognizing him as none other than Kakashi Hatake, the instructor of Team 7 from the original narrative, seemingly quite formidable. However, the peculiar manner in which he was wrapped left Shinmu pondering. Indeed, the teacher's sense of aesthetics was rather odd. After Kakashi made his entrance, Naruto muttered to himself, while Sasuke cupped his chin in his hands, his gaze fixed upon Kakashi, lost in contemplation. As the three young ones assessed Kakashi, he, in turn, observed them with keen interest. Naruto, the teacher's child, was notorious throughout the village for his mischievous antics. Sasuke, the last surviving scion of the Uchiha clan, was taciturn yet carried an air of pride. Lastly, Kakashi's exposed eye fell upon Shinmu. A silent exchange of scrutiny ensued. Shinmu, a war orphan collected by a certain ninja from the outside, remains an enigma, much like Naruto, who once lingered at the bottom of the ranks. However, according to the information obtained by Kakashi, Shinmu has emerged as the top of his class in the recent graduation examination from the Ninja Academy, rising from the depths of mediocrity to become the foremost student. He had even been specifically cautioned by the third Hokage not to be overly astonished by Shinmu's circumstances when he joined Team 7. Kakashi's curiosity about this red-haired boy grew increasingly intense. After a brief silence, Kakashi addressed the three members of Team 7, stating, from this moment onward, I shall be your instructor. However, to truly become a genin, you must pass my assessment. Should you fail the examination, I will return you to the Ninja Academy for further training. What? Another exam? What will be the scope of this one? Naruto complained, his voice trailing off in disdain for yet another test. There is no specified scope for the exam. Tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock. I shall await you at the outdoor training ground. One more thing. Remember not to eat breakfast before you come, Kakashi instructed. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Shinmu's small face displayed a momentary astonishment. After tireless efforts, he had finally graduated from the Ninja Academy, and the thought of being sent back was utterly humiliating. However, this teacher merely mentioned an examination without specifying its scope, creating considerable difficulty in preparation. Kakashi, seemingly nonchalant, pulled out a book from somewhere and, while perusing it, casually remarked to Shinmu and the others, well, we'll discuss the rest after you successfully pass the exam tomorrow. However, I must caution you, to date, none of the ninjas I have mentored have passed the assessment. At 5 o'clock the following morning, Shinmu and his companions arrived punctually for their first test under the new teacher. They adhered strictly to his instructions and refrained from having breakfast. Not having breakfast certainly makes one hungry, Naruto complained upon arriving at the training ground and noticing that the teacher was absent. Perhaps the teacher has taken so long to prepare breakfast for us? In a moment of hopeful naivety, Shinmu pondered, surely the teacher cannot be truly late, can they? 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock. The three individuals from Shinmu had been waiting here since 5 in the morning, enduring a 5-hour vigil. At this moment, their stomachs growled in protest from hunger. What is the teacher thinking? Is he deliberately standing us up? Naruto exclaimed in frustration, contemplating returning home to prepare instant noodles, for he could hardly bear the pangs of hunger any longer. Just as Naruto was about to take a step away, Shinmu grasped his sleeve. Wait, the teacher is coming. Naruto looked up, and indeed, Kakashi finally made his appearance at the training ground. "Teacher, where have you been? We have waited for so long." Naruto expressed his displeasure. Shinmu inquired, "Indeed, could it be that we were made to wait here only for you to oversleep?" Kakashi's face flushed slightly, neither confirming nor denying. "Patience and waiting are part of the assessment I have devised for you." With that, Kakashi retrieved 2 bells from his pocket. He proceeded to explain the day's trial. "I possess 2 bells, and if you can seize one by noon, you shall pass my evaluation and earn your lunch. Fail to procure a bell, and you will be eliminated and face punishment, bound to a stump and deprived of your meal." Upon hearing the rules, Shinmu immediately noticed a flaw. "Teacher, you only have 2 bells, yet there are 3 of us." Kakashi yawned nonchalantly, replying, "Precisely. Which means one of you must be eliminated today. This is utterly unreasonable." Naruto exclaimed in indignation. Sasuke, having listened, wore a similarly perplexed expression. This J-nin seemed intent on sending them all back to the ninja academy. Kakashi, seemingly unfazed, produced a book from nowhere and began to read with great interest. "Enough of this chatter, let us commence. I am pressed for time." Naruto, incensed by the new teacher's dismissive demeanor, declared Shadow Clone Technique. He formed hand seals and summoned his clones to surround Kakashi. In response, Kakashi did not even raise his head, effortlessly dispatching the clones with a few swift sidesteps and kicks. "Naruto, are you holding back, fearing you might injure me?" Kakashi chuckled before continuing. "You are merely a group of freshly graduated genin, soon to be sent back if you do not possess the determination to defeat me in your quest for the bells." Listening to Kakashi's confident assertions, Shinmu nodded in agreement. The teacher was indeed formidable. His strength surpassed that of a J-nin, while he himself was but a novice who had just left the academy, possessing only a handful of jutsu. With the wood release expressly forbidden by the 3rd Hokage except in emergencies, the disparity between his abilities and those of his teacher was glaring. If he did not exert every ounce of effort, returning to the academy for further training seemed inevitable. Chapter 25, Kakashi's Shock. "Shinmu, how did you achieve that?" While ostensibly engrossed in his book, Kakashi's attention remained fixed on the trio of young ninjas not far from him. He was eager to observe whether these newly formed team members would collaborate under pressure or if one among them would reveal an unexpectedly impressive strength. Meanwhile, Shinmu, contemplating how to succeed in the examination, conceived a brilliant idea. He swiftly formed hand seals. Shadow Clone Technique. Suddenly, hundreds of clones materialized in the training field. Kakashi, with book in hand, was taken aback. Just a moment ago, Naruto created dozens of clones, and now this little one has summoned hundreds. Do the youth of today possess such vast reserves of chakra? Kakashi's left eye bore the transplanted Sharingan of Uchiha Obito, which required a significant amount of chakra to maintain. Consequently, Kakashi often found himself in a state of depletion, frequently running low on chakra after executing just a few techniques during battle. Now, witnessing his students possess such immense chakra reserves, he could not help but feel envious. Seeing Shinmu resorting to the same strategy he had employed, Naruto cautioned, "Shinmu, the Shadow Clone Technique won't work against Kakashi-sensei. His physical prowess is overwhelming, and he can disperse your clones with a mere kick. No worries, I shall give it a try." Shinmu smiled as a gentle breeze swept through the training ground, lifting his crimson hair and the ninja headband tied around his forehead. Beneath the sunlight, Shinmu's smile radiated warmth. Kakashi glanced up and fortuitously beheld this scene, momentarily taken aback. The sensation was peculiar. Despite being merely a boy under the age of 13, he emanated the essence of a star, a miniature sun. Kakashi couldn't help but ponder that this cohort of students might not be disappointing. Just as he found himself lost in thought, Shinmu's voice rang out beside him. "Teacher." One must not lose focus at such a moment. Hundreds of Shinmu's voices echoed simultaneously, resounding powerfully, causing Kakashi to experience a slight ringing in his ears. In the next instant, with a commanding voice, Shinmu ordered hundreds of clones to charge toward Kakashi. As he beheld the tidal wave of Shinmu's clones rushing towards him, Kakashi silently formed a hand seal. Just as the seal was incomplete, he suddenly felt a gentle tug at the bell hanging from his waist, as if something had brushed against it. Looking down, he discovered a Shinmu clone attempting to seize the opportunity to steal the bell amidst the chaos. Similar to Naruto, this clone sought to create a distraction, while the original attempted to pilfer the bell in the confusion. Still too inexperienced, Kakashi quickly formed a judgment in his mind. In an instant, he pivoted sharply to the side. With a whoosh, as soon as Shinmu acquired the bell, it was swiftly snatched away by Kakashi. In the next moment, Kakashi completed his hand seals. Whoosh, his form vanished from the spot. In his place stood a piece of withered wood. This is the technique known as the body replacement technique, employed by ninjas to extricate themselves from perilous situations. After utilizing the body replacement technique, Kakashi reappeared atop a grand tree adjacent to the training ground. His thoughts were quite straightforward. While the Shadow Clone Technique can generate countless tangible clones, each clone possesses an independent consciousness akin to that of the original. This independence of thought, combined with their sheer numbers, often leads to conflicts among the clones. Kakashi intended to exploit this very aspect to evade Shinmu while exacerbating the discord among his clones. However, the behavior of this red-haired child's clones was peculiar. Upon witnessing their original's disappearance, the clones exhibited no communication whatsoever and remained frozen in place, akin to robots that had completed their tasks. What could be the reason for this? Kakashi muttered to himself. Just then, swish, the divine tree abruptly materialized behind him, in midair. The tree snatched the bell that hung from Kakashi's waist, landing steadily on the ground. Kakashi, wait a moment. What just transpired? Why did this child suddenly appear behind me? Beside him, Naruto was equally taken aback. Both had initiated with the Shadow Clone Technique. Yet why was the disparity so vast? Sasuke stood in shock. Following Kakashi's announcement of the assessment's commencement, he had sought refuge in a secluded grove, aiming to seize an opportunity for a decisive strike. However, it now seemed that his strategy paled in comparison to the convenience of the actively aggressive divine tree. Moreover, Sasuke was utterly unaware of the ninjutsu that the tree had employed to manifest so mysteriously behind Kakashi. Teacher, does this mean I have passed the assessment? Shenmu humbly inquired, reflecting on the experience of having driven away Teacher Day due to his own arrogance. Since that moment, Shenmu has displayed an attitude of utmost respect and humility towards his teacher. Upon hearing this, Kakashi did not respond immediately. Instead, he meticulously observed the bell in Shenmu's hand. With years of experience in the umbu of the hidden leaf, Kakashi's attention to detail allowed him to quickly discern something unusual. On the surface of the bell in Shenmu's hand, there exists a minute tree-like imprint, emanating a familiar spatio-temporal fluctuation. Kakashi is no stranger to this resonance, for it is the signature technique of his mentor, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the Flying Thunder God technique. This jutsu was developed by the second Hokage and perfected by the fourth. It is a formidable skill, earning Minato the fearsome moniker of the Yellow Flash among enemy ninjas. The challenge lies in the fact that the prerequisites for mastering the Flying Thunder God technique are exceedingly stringent, rendering it one of the rare S-rank ninjutsu. Where did this little imp, Shinmu, acquire such skills? Was it from the third Hokage? The crux of the matter is that, even if someone were to teach him these techniques, without the requisite innate talent, mastering them would be an impossibility. Even Kakashi, a prodigy who became a genin at the tender age of 12, could not claim to have learned such a jutsu. Kakashi now comprehends why the third Hokage had warned him not to be overly astonished upon his arrival. It was a precautionary measure. Mastering an S-rank jutsu at the age of 12, coupled with an astonishing reservoir of chakra, the only shortcoming lies in his lack of combat experience. However, the child possesses a remarkable intellect. This prodigy has likely already caught up to Kakashi's former self. No, he may even surpass the prowess Kakashi once held. Teacher, if you believe that my method of obtaining the bell is improper, I can attempt to seize it once more, Shinmu anxiously remarked, interpreting Kakashi's silence as disapproval of his unconventional tactics. Attempt again? Kakashi pondered over Shinmu's words. In truth, he entertained this very notion, not out of disdain for Shinmu's victory, but rather from a desire to observe further. What surprises could this lad, Shinmu, possibly bring upon himself? Chapter 26. The test passed, the bell clone technique. After a moment's contemplation, Kakashi waved his hand and remarked, you obtained the bells through your own merit. Thus, there can be no question of their validity. Remember, a ninja must prioritize the mission. Just as your current task is to seize the bells, accomplishing that task signifies your success, regardless of the methods employed. Kakashi imparted this lesson. Although this perspective may be somewhat skewed, for these inexperienced young ninjas, adhering to such words can alleviate their future endeavors, preventing them from feeling overwhelmed. Does acquiring 2 bells indeed equate to the completion of our mission and guarantee our success in passing the test? Shinmu inquired from the side. Kakashi casually replied, of course. However, upon uttering those words, he realized something was amiss and quickly lifted his gaze. At that moment, Shinmu spread his hands, revealing 2 bells lying conspicuously in his palms. Shinmu, since I have seized 2 bells, can we consider the task accomplished? Are the 3 of us eligible for immediate promotion? Kakashi suddenly realized. After searching his person, he discovered that the 2 bells he had previously secured at his waist were, astonishingly, no longer there. When did this happen? Kakashi distinctly remembered positioning the bells at 2 different spots on his waist. Just now, Shinmu had managed to snatch both bells in an instant. What a remarkable skill. It would truly be a shame if this child did not pursue a career in thievery. Teacher, you just mentioned that having both bells stolen counts as task completion. And with the task complete, we can advance. Shinmu continued, causing Kakashi to momentarily pause in surprise. He had been outmaneuvered by this little rascal. After a brief contemplation, Kakashi feigned helplessness and shrugged, saying, however, I must reiterate that one among the 3 of you must be left behind today. Each bell signifies a single opportunity to pass the test. Since both bells are now in your possession, it is time for you to make a choice. You must select 2 individuals to remain among the 3 of you. With a teasing glance at Shinmu, Kakashi thought, oh, so you wish to challenge me? Trying to employ underhanded tactics to advance both your companions? Nevertheless, Kakashi was genuinely intrigued to see how this child would decide. Given Shinmu's close relationship with Naruto, he would surely choose Naruto, wouldn't he? The most favorable outcome would be for this child to act nobly, granting the 2 advancement opportunities to Naruto and Sasuke. Faced with this challenging decision, Shinmu pondered for a moment before inquiring, does one bell only represent a single pass for the test? Kakashi nodded affirmatively, yes. To which Shenmu replied, then all three of us can pass. Shenmu confidently stated. Kakashi felt that the child was somewhat naive and patiently replied, you only have 2 bells in your hand. Who said I only have 2 bells? Shenmu chuckled as he spread his hands wide. His phone was brimming with a plethora of bells, at least 20 or 30. Among these bells, there were only 2 authentic ones, the rest were mere clones conjured by Shenmu. The technique employed resembled that of Shadow Shuriken, proving to be quite simple to execute. Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment, where on earth did this child acquire so many bells? Did he somehow anticipate the exam content and prepare accordingly? Has someone leaked the questions to him? Nearby, Naruto and Sasuke were equally taken aback, bewildered by this extraordinary feat. What manner of sorcery was this? I certainly did not witness Shinmu carrying any bells when I left this morning. Naruto scratched his head, his mind swirling with questions. Shinmu inquired, teacher, you mentioned that a bell signifies a spot earned through the test. Now, the 3 of us should have passed, correct? Kakashi realized that he could no longer evade the matter, feeling a hint of exasperation at Shinmu's cunningness. He intentionally emphasized his previous statement, clearly manipulating the notion of credibility to his advantage. Indeed, I did say that, Kakashi replied, forcing a smile. He understood that by nodding. He was indirectly acknowledging that Shenmu and the others had successfully completed the assessment. In truth, Kakashi's original intent behind the bell test was to gauge the trio's teamwork and to observe whether they would consider their comrades upon facing failure. Although the situation had unfolded somewhat contrary to his expectations, Shenmu's actions were indeed aimed at supporting his teammates, aligning with the theme of solidarity. Furthermore, Kakashi sensed that as long as Shenmu remained within this team, they would never abandon one another. After Kakashi nodded, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, each reflecting shock in the other's eyes. Had they truly passed the test just like that? They had scarcely done anything. Indeed, having a teammate as extraordinary as Shenmu made the experience effortless. They had essentially coasted through the evaluation. Hooray! Shenmu is amazing. He led us to success, Naruto exclaimed, jumping and pumping his fist in the air. Sasuke, however, maintained a more reserved demeanor, his face slightly flushed with excitement. Yet, beneath that exhilaration lay other sentiments, such as a twinge of jealousy. Witnessing Shenmu effortlessly navigate the teacher's test, Sasuke silently vowed to double his efforts and surpass Shenmu in the future. He would not allow others to always steal the spotlight. Kakashi, somewhat resigned, announced, all right, all members of Team 7 have qualified. Tomorrow, you may undertake missions from the village. 2 weeks later, the trio of Team 7 lay in wait within the forest, akin to hunters poised for their prey. Shenmu had successfully reached Point A and was prepared to execute the capture mission. Sasuke had reached Point C and was also ready for his task. Naruto, however, had yet to arrive at Point B. Please wait for me a moment, he called out. Shinmu, Naruto, you truly are unreliable. You always seem to lag behind in your endeavors. Sasuke, indeed, Naruto, if you do not arrive soon, our quarry will escape. Naruto, drenched in perspiration, replied, don't worry. I'm on my way. It appears we can no longer afford to wait for Naruto. If the delay continues, our prey will elude us. Kakashi spoke in a grave tone. As I have previously stated, ninjas must ensure the successful execution of their missions. Personal issues must not hinder our objectives. Very well. It will suffice for Sasuke and me to proceed. With proper coordination, capturing it will not pose a challenge. Shinmu responded with a serious expression. I can do it. Sasuke nodded in agreement. After glancing at the prey in the forest, Kakashi shouted, all right, let's commence the operation. In the next moment, swish, swish, Shinmu and Sasuke emerged from the thicket, launching themselves towards a shadowy figure of a beast within the forest. The small creature, highly alert, swiftly darted aside the moment the two sprang forth. How could Shinmu allow it to escape? He swiftly extracted a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. Whoosh! The shuriken was launched, splitting into dozens of clones. Clatter! Those shurikens descended, effectively obstructing the path of the small beast. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke leaped forth from the side and swiftly subdued the little creature, pinning it to the ground. Once restrained, the small beast emitted a plaintive cry, meow indeed. The innocent creature that Team 7 had painstakingly cornered and captured was none other than an utterly harmless little kitten. To confirm its identity, Kakashi stepped forward and remarked, indeed. It has a bow on its ears. This is precisely the cat we have been searching for. After a thorough inspection, Shenmu remarked, well done. This is the second task we have accomplished today, and it went smoothly. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Let us proceed with the task. With that, Shenmu picked up the small kitten from the ground. Today marked the second day since Shenmu officially became a genin, and it was also his first day undertaking missions. As a newly appointed genin, he was limited to simple tasks, such as babysitting for neighbors or searching for lost cats and dogs. Chapter 27, C-Rank Mission. Departure to the Land of Waves. The task mechanism in Konoha is rather straightforward. It begins with the village's higher-ups accepting commissions from others, categorizing them into 4 levels of difficulty, A, B, C, and D, which are then assigned to the corresponding ranks of ninjas. A-rank missions involve matters of national or village significance, such as protecting important figures or combating enemy ninja forces, and can only be undertaken by jonin. B-rank missions may involve potential combat between ninjas, including close protection, espionage activities, or assassination of enemy ninjas, and are available to Chunin and Jonin. C-rank missions consist of close protection, capturing ferocious beasts, or extermination tasks, which can be undertaken by Genin, with higher ranks permitted as well. D-rank missions, on the other hand, do not involve combat and pose no risk to life. They include light tasks such as babysitting, harvesting taro, or searching for lost pets, which Genin can accept, while Chunin and Jonin generally disdain such assignments. Since Shenmu's team, Class Shich, had only just become ninjas, they were currently restricted to simple D-rank missions, primarily involving child care or assisting villagers with agricultural work. Time flew by, and it had been over half a month since Shenmu became an official ninja of Konoha. During this period, he, possessing strong learning capabilities, had accumulated considerable experience in both farming and childcare. The reality of becoming a ninja, engaging in battlefield combat, and participating in various covert operations was starkly different from his expectations. Nevertheless, Shenmu, with his carefree disposition, did not voice any complaints. Although the tasks were simple, he approached each with utmost seriousness. While these missions lacked challenge, they were safe, and once he eventually undertook more difficult tasks, one could never know when his life might be at stake. Shenmu possesses a tranquil demeanor, while Naruto, the restless boy, finds it difficult to remain still. After yet another task of locating a lost dog, the group returns to the Hokage conference room to report their mission. From the moment he pushes the door open, Naruto begins to grumble. Hey, Grandpa Third, I've been a ninja for over half a month now. Why am I constantly assigned menial tasks like helping with farm work? A ninja should engage in battle, not squander their spirit on mundane chores. Upon hearing Naruto's complaints, the third Hokage slowly sets down the documents in his hands. Naruto, you have only just become a ninja for half a month. Do not aspire too high. Look at Sasuke and Shinmu, who are on the same team. They have not voiced any discontent. As he speaks, the third Hokage glances at Shinmu, his admiration for the boy growing even stronger. Not only does he possess remarkable talent and an exceptional capacity for learning, but he is also grounded. After half a month of trivial tasks, he has remained diligent and meticulous. Surely, they must also be feeling impatient, but they simply do not show it. Naruto pouts. Hey, Naruto. You must show respect to the Hokage, Kakashi reminds him. Fine, since you seek a more challenging task. I happen to have a C-rank mission requiring the escort of an individual, the third Hokage concedes. Shortly thereafter, the door to the Hokage's office swings open, revealing a stranger. The man appears to be in his 50s or 60s, wearing glasses and sporting an unkempt beard. At that moment, he clutches a bottle of alcohol. Leaning against the doorframe in a somewhat tipsy state, expressing his dissatisfaction. These are the ninjas meant to protect me? They are nothing but a bunch of kids. Especially that blonde-haired one. He looks like a complete fool. Naruto clenches his fists. I am a legitimate leaf ninja. Do not underestimate me. The third Hokage interjects. This man is the one you were tasked with protecting, Dazna. He is a remarkable bridge engineer. He is undoubtedly the worst task client. Naruto exclaims in discontent. Naruto, wait until the Hokage has finished speaking. Shinmu gently tugged at Naruto beside him, urging him to remain silent for a moment. Only then did the third Hokage continue. Your mission this time is to escort Mr. Dazna back to the Land of Waves to construct a bridge. Quite simple. ISNT it? The Land of Waves? So we can finally leave the village? Naruto exclaimed, nearly bouncing with excitement. The inebriated Dazna scornfully remarked, as expected, a mere child. I wager you've never ventured beyond your village in your entire life. Naruto retorted, Bakayaru. Old man, stop looking down on me. Half an hour later, Team 7 and Dazna arrived at the outskirts of Konoha village. Turning back to gaze at the towering gates of Konoha, Naruto was filled with exuberance. Hooray! I can finally see the outside world. Even Shinmu began to feel a sense of anticipation. Having been in this world for so long, this was his first time stepping beyond the confines of Konoha to explore other lands. Kakashi reminded the young ninjas, all right, let's check if you have all your gear. The three members of Team 7 began to inspect their belongings. Just then, Shinmu suddenly lifted his gaze, focusing on a particular spot in the dense forest. He sensed a fluctuation of chakra. As soon as Shinmu made this movement, the strange chakra disturbance vanished. Could it be that they were already being watched just outside the village? Or perhaps his nerves had caused a misperception. What are you looking at, Shinmu? Kakashi inquired, puzzled. Nothing much, just saw a bird I've never seen before flying over there. Shinmu casually fabricated a reason, fearing that his senses might have deceived him, and that voicing his concerns might incite unnecessary panic. Once the three had tidied up, Kakashi waved his hand and declared, all right. Let us set forth, everyone. Along the way, the members of Team 7 engaged in light conversation with Dazna. Naruto inquired, does the Land of Waves like a ninja village? Why was the request sent to Konoha? Fool, how did you learn the foundational knowledge at your ninja academy? Kakashi chided, delivering a light punch to Naruto's head before elaborating. For many nations on the continent, the existence of a ninja village signifies a nation's military strength. In essence, it serves as a means of mutual deterrence and maintaining diplomatic relations with other countries. Nevertheless, ninja villages are extraordinarily unique and not subject to the governance of any state. As for a small island nation like the Land of Waves, it does not require a ninja village. He continued, Our Konoha village belongs to the land of fire, which, along with the lands of wind, water, lightning, and earth, constitutes the 5 great nations, each possessing a ninja village and the most elite ninja forces. Thus, it is not surprising that we receive this commission. I see, Naruto nodded. Iruka-sensei mentioned this in class, but I didn't retain it. With your half-baked skills, can you truly protect me? Dasna remarked, somewhat dissatisfied. Don't underestimate me. I am the future Hokage of Konoha, Naruto declared, clenching his fist in determination. The Hokage, that is the most formidable existence among ninjas, isn't it? Dasna pondered. Indeed, I aspire to be that kind of person and to surpass that dry old man. The 3rd Hokage, Naruto proclaimed, his face alight with aspiration as he waved his fists. Hey, refrain from disrespecting the Hokage behind his back, Kakashi sighed, exasperated. He had already admonished Naruto about this several times. Chapter 28, Assassination. The Ninja Assault. Dragon Fire Technique in the blink of an eye. Shinmu and his companions had traversed half a day's journey. Under normal circumstances, ninjas possess remarkable speed, thus requiring minimal reliance on vehicles. However, since Team 7 was tasked with a protection mission, they had to consider the pace of the ordinary Dasna, necessitating their journey by foot. Thus, Shinmu contemplated whether it might be possible to invent a vehicle within the world of Naruto that would alleviate his arduous travel. Perhaps an automobile? However, that was impractical. He was merely an elementary school student, utterly ignorant of the principles behind automobile construction. He could only ponder alternative methods. Shinmu pondered, lifting his gaze to behold the majestic hawk soaring above the crowd in search of sustenance. Shinmu, what occupies your thoughts? Naruto inquired, approaching and gently tugging at the dazed Shinmu. I wonder if it could guide us on our journey, Shinmu replied. Shinmu spoke, extending his hand to point at the eagle soaring several hundred meters above the ground. Naruto remarked, isn't that a bit too far-fetched? Indeed, Dasna chimed in. That bird is at least several hundred meters above the ground. Young one, perhaps it is best to refrain from dreaming. Shinmu remained silent in response. Though the notion seemed rather fanciful, he resolved to give it a try. He slowly extended his hand towards his ninja tool pouch and retrieved a shuriken inscribed with his teleportation technique. Subsequently, Shinmu raised his hand and forcefully hurled the shuriken into the air. Whoosh! The shuriken soared vertically towards the heavens. Alas, constrained by the force of gravity. Ascending to several hundred meters proved exceedingly challenging. It faltered midway, coming to a standstill before beginning its descent. At that moment, Shinmu formed a hand seal. Activating his instantaneous movement technique, the Shinmu on the ground vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already high in the sky, catching the falling shuriken. Without delay, as he plummeted, Shinmu launched the shuriken once more. Whoosh! Toss, vanish, throw. This cycle continued, and after 2 rounds, Shinmu found himself beside the soaring eagle. The eagle, astonished, exclaimed, "What is this? I was soaring gracefully in the sky, and suddenly a person appears out of nowhere." Subsequently, it spread its wings, intending to flee. At that moment, Shinmu pressed his palm against it. A swirl of magical symbols emerged, enveloping the body of the azure eagle. This was the contract binding technique that Shinmu had just comprehended. Once activated, it allowed him to forge a bond with all creatures, excluding humans, establishing a connection of minds and enabling immediate summoning. As the binding contract was completed, the azure eagle in the sky instantly became docile. The agile Shinmu gracefully flipped onto the eagle, soaring towards the ground. Below, Sasuke, Naruto, Kakashi, and Tazuna were utterly astonished. What in the world is happening? The shock that coursed through them was akin to witnessing a person ascending to the heavens with their left foot stepping on their right. He actually succeeded. It seemed that he had just employed a summoning technique. Kakashi's exposed eye trembled in disbelief. Who taught this young boy the summoning technique? Is this something even the Ninja Academy teaches? At that moment, Shinmu descended from the sky, riding the eagle. How was it? Shinmu inquired with a hint of pride. After regaining his composure, Kakashi replied solemnly, "Do not act like this again. What if something goes awry?" "Understood, teacher." Shinmu nodded obediently. However, he soon found himself in a quandary. The body of the hawk was large, yet it could only carry 1 or 2 individuals at most. With 5 people present, including Tazuna, it proved to be quite a challenge. In the end, Shinmu reluctantly decided to proceed on foot. He had suggested sending someone back with Tazuna to the Land of Waves to complete their mission, but Kakashi-sensei firmly rejected the idea, deeming it too perilous. As they traveled, a resolute Shinmu glanced around, hoping to spot a colossal beast capable of accommodating all 5 of them. Unfortunately, for a considerable stretch of time, he encountered no such creature. After walking for a while, Shinmu suddenly inquired, "Given such fine weather, why is there water pooled on the ground? Perhaps it rained a few days ago." Naruto casually replied from behind. Shinmu furrowed his brow slightly. Despite the recent rainfall, the surroundings bore no trace of mud, save for a solitary puddle that unexpectedly appeared in the middle of the road. It struck him as rather peculiar. As he pondered this oddity, he became acutely aware of a strange fluctuation of chakra. Simultaneously, his heightened senses picked up the sound of chains being dragged. In a moment of haste, Shinmu turned back and shouted, "Be careful." Yet, it was ultimately too late. 2 unfamiliar ninjas, wielding spiked iron chains, ensnared Kakashi. Naruto, closest to Kakashi, was struck by the swinging spiked chains and stood frozen in shock at the sudden attack. With a crack, as the two unknown ninjas exerted their strength, the iron chains tightened, reducing Kakashi to a mere cloud of dust. At the moment of the upheaval, Shenmu hurled the shuriken in his grasp. Whoosh! The shuriken, soaring through the air with astonishing speed, split into countless clones, hurtling towards the two ambushing ninjas. Shuriken Clone Technique? Is this child not merely a Chunin? The two assailants were taken aback, hastily brandishing their chains to fend off the torrential rain of shuriken. Clink, clink, clink. An incessant symphony of crisp collisions resounded as Shenmu's shuriken clones were deftly deflected one by one. Nevertheless, his objective had been accomplished. For in the fleeting moments when the ninjas were engaged in parrying the shuriken, Sasuke seized the opportunity to whisk away the dazed Naruto, who was momentarily caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. Shenmu swiftly altered his hand seals, ensuring that Sasuke and Naruto were beyond the reach of his assault. Shenmu opened his mouth, unleashing the fiery tempest that had been building within him. Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique, a name whimsically conjured by Shenmu. Whoosh! A searing flame of a crimson hue erupted from Shenmu, its forefront resembling a dragon's head. The fiery dragon swiftly engulfed the two assassination ninjas. The monumental range of the attack even scorched the forest flanking the road. Although Naruto and Sasuke were not directly struck by the fireball, they felt the intense heat emanating from it. Waves of warmth seemed capable of parching one dry. The two unfortunate assassination ninjas, positioned at the epicenter of Shenmu's fiery onslaught, were charred to a crisp. When Shenmu's technique concluded, a charred pit marred the center of the road. Within this abyss lay two nameless, charred corpses. Sasuke and Naruto exclaimed, "What kind of technique is this? It's astonishingly powerful." After Shenmu dispatched the two assassination ninjas with a single fireball, a disheveled Kakashi appeared, his mask singed and torn. Just as he was about to be ensnared by the spiked chains, he evaded using a substitution technique. Both attacking ninjas were Chunin, easily dispatched by him with a mere flick of his hand. Thus, after his escape, he did not rush to assist, but instead perched atop a great tree, keen to observe Shenmu and his companions in battle. However, in a moment of distraction, he was singed by Shenmu's technique, singeing his very eyebrows. Chapter 29. Astonishment. Shenmu's water release arrived so swiftly. Kakashi first cast a glance at the two charred bodies in the pit. Then, he raised his hand to touch his singed eyebrows and tattered mask. Kakashi gasped, "Where are my eyebrows?" Kakashi, who possessed the Sharingan, had replicated thousands of jutsu and was renowned as the copy ninja. Thus, he recognized that Shenmu's recent technique was merely a standard C-rank jutsu, fire release, dragon fire technique. While few ninjas could master elemental techniques upon graduating from the Ninja Academy, they certainly existed. Therefore, Shenmu's ability to perform fire release was not particularly astonishing. What truly left Kakashi in awe was the sheer power of the technique Shenmu had unleashed. The fire dragon not only carved a gaping pit into the ground but also inflicted burns upon Kakashi, even from several dozen meters away. Its potency rivaled that of an A-rank jutsu. Gulping, Mr. Dazuna swallowed hard. Initially, he had been reluctant to accept these youngsters for the mission, believing that a group of barely pubescent children could not possibly complete such a daunting escort task. Now, he recognized the enormity of his error. A grave misjudgment. Indeed, ninjas and ordinary individuals could not be compared. This jutsu was akin to divine prowess, capable of effortlessly incinerating a small village. Kakashi, unhurried, retrieved a new mask from his backpack and donned it before strolling leisurely to Shenmu's side. Shenmu had just eliminated two assassination ninjas with a fiery jutsu. He anticipated praise from Kakashi-sensei for his resourcefulness, feeling a surge of pride as he lifted his chin. Little did he know, Kakashi's fist came crashing down upon his head. Bang! You fool! Do not use such a powerful fire jutsu in the woods. Do you not realize it could ignite a forest fire? Kakashi exclaimed, his anger palpable. It was precisely because he recognized Shenmu as a rare genius that he chose to admonish him in this manner. Now, he finally understood. The third Hokage's earlier warning not to be overly astonished was a deliberate reminder to temper Shenmu's burgeoning pride, ensuring the talented youth remained grounded. A lesson learned. Shenmu, nursing a swollen head, spoke with a face full of grievance. It seems that the path of a ninja is fraught with challenges yet to be overcome. Next time, I must ensure that the range of my jutsu is measured to the finest degree. Thus, I shall persevere. However, the forest beside them was already ablaze. Uzumaki Naruto, standing nearby, pointed out the spreading inferno. The group followed his gaze and indeed beheld the fierce flames consuming the woods. You've caused quite a calamity. Extinguishing this forest fire will require an immense amount of manpower and resources. Merely relying on the few of you is insufficient, Mr. Dazner remarked, observing the situation with a hint of amusement. He was eager to see how these unreliable ninjas would tackle the dilemma. Kakashi's uncovered eye reflected the blaze ahead. With the situation becoming increasingly dire, he had no time to reprimand Shinmu. A strategy must be devised to control this raging fire, or else Konoha would surely face repercussions from above. Kakashi felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Utilizing his entire chakra to perform the water release technique should suffice in managing the flames. With this thought, Kakashi's hands began to swiftly weave the necessary hand signs. Preparing for the jutsu, Shinmu realized he had caused a grave disaster and sought to remedy the situation. He swiftly formed hand seals, and within 2 seconds, He completed the intricate sealing process. Water release, great waterfall technique. Shenmu let out a thunderous roar, unleashing an inexhaustible torrent of water toward the area engulfed in flames. Kakashi exclaimed, "This lad, how is he able to form seals faster than I can?" The water release, great waterfall technique, an A-rank ninjutsu of the water release category, allows one to expel a colossal sphere of water to assault foes. Being an A-rank technique, its sealing process is rather intricate, comprising a total of 17 hand seals. Kakashi, at his swiftest, can complete the seals in about 3 seconds, a feat that surpasses most ninjas. Yet, Shinmu astonishingly finished the seals in a mere 2 seconds. What's more, the power of the technique he employed was by no means diminished. The ceaseless flow of water swiftly extinguished the flames, seemingly unsatisfied. Shinmu even expelled 2 more bursts of water. Kakashi pondered in disbelief. Is this lad truly a recent graduate from the Ninja Academy? How does he possess such advanced ninjutsu? Are these techniques being taught in the academy now? Having successfully quelled the fire, Shinmu wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Mr. Dasna swallowed hard, exclaiming, "Even if ninjas are stronger than ordinary people, this is beyond comprehension. Can one truly ignite a fire and extinguish it single-handedly?" Nearby, Naruto hung his head in shame. When the assassination ninjas had attacked, he had been so frightened that he could scarcely move, rendering himself a burden to the team. Subsequently, he witnessed Shinmu remain unfazed, executing an extraordinary ninjutsu that incinerated 2 assassination ninjas, and now extinguishing the flames. Despite being from the same ninja academy and sharing camaraderie, the chasm of disparity left Naruto feeling utterly humiliated. Sasuke, standing beside Naruto, was equally astounded, if not more. What in the world is this prodigy? Initially, he believed that since Shinmu could perform fire release, he too could do the same, and they weren't too far apart. However, he was taken aback to discover Shinmu's capability to wield such powerful water release. Were they truly taught by the same instructor? Why was it that Shinmu could master what he could not? Shinmu was entirely oblivious to the expressions of Naruto and Sasuke. At that moment, he was preoccupied with the impending punishment he was about to face, casting anxious glances towards Kakashi. It was then that he noticed the terror etched upon his teacher's face. Shinmu speculated that he might have been frightened by the forest fire. Such a conflagration would undoubtedly inflict considerable damage upon the Leaf Village. Contemplating this, Shinmu's sense of guilt deepened even further. However, little did Shinmu realize that it was Kakashi who was clearly the one terrorized by him. Shinmu lowered his head, assuming a posture of remorse. "Kakashi-sensei, please feel free to punish me. Although I extinguished that fire with water release just now, the damage caused is irreversible." Yes. I certainly deserve a penalty." Kakashi, initially taken aback, soon regained his composure, his tone growing increasingly resolute. He admonished, "Then you shall transcribe the ninja code 1,000 times. Next time you employ ninjutsu, you must exercise caution. The abilities of a ninja far surpass those of an ordinary person. A moment's inattention can easily bring calamity to those around you. It is imperative to master your strength." Shinmu nodded. He believed that the teacher's punishment was quite fair, perhaps even lenient. After all, prior to today, he had several instances where his inability to control his power had adversely affected others. From now on, he must certainly enhance his mastery over chakra. Shinmu silently resolved himself. At that moment, Naruto beside him suddenly cried out in pain, clutching his hand. Shinmu hurriedly approached to investigate. What has happened here? Chapter 30. The Nation of Waves, a State Under Control. Just moments ago, when the 2 assassins launched their surprise attack on Kakashi, Naruto, not far from him, found himself unfortunate, suffering a wound from the spiked chain. At this moment, the injury on his hand had already turned a dark purple hue. Kakashi glanced at Naruto's wound. His years of combat experience allowed him to deduce that the spiked chains wielded by those 2 individuals were poisoned. Immediate bloodletting was imperative, otherwise, as the toxin spread, it would pose a grave threat to his life. Sasuke, standing nearby with his arms crossed, remarked, "What a troublesome coward." To Sasuke's surprise, Naruto remained silent, not offering his usual retort. He was consumed by shame for his earlier inaction. Now, provoked by Sasuke's words, he hung his head, lost in thought. "Come on, Naruto. Do not just stand there. Hurry and let the blood flow, or the poison will invade your mind," Kakashi urged. Naruto nodded, gritting his teeth as he retrieved the kunai from his backpack. With a swift motion, he pressed the kunai against his wounded area, allowing the dark crimson blood to flow freely. "I swear on this injured arm, I will no longer cower in the face of danger," exclaimed Uzumaki Naruto, his gaze resolute. In that moment, he appeared to have matured. Shinmu was slightly taken aback as he beheld the resolute determination reflected in Naruto's eyes, feeling a sense of joy for Naruto's growth. However, as a sensible elementary school student, Shinmu cautioned, "If we do not staunch the bleeding promptly, excessive blood loss could prove fatal." In an instant, the bravado that Naruto had just expressed faltered, and he hurriedly rummaged through his ninja backpack in search of a bandage to halt the bleeding. Shinmu sighed, retrieving the bandage he always carried with him, and approached Naruto to tend to his wounds. However, upon observing the fresh cut on Naruto's skin, Shinmu sensed something amiss. The wound already showed signs of healing. Was Naruto's regenerative ability truly that formidable? Or was there something else interfering with his body? Shinmu gazed at Naruto, who wore a bewildered expression. and surmised that even if he were to inquire, Naruto would likely be at a loss for words. Thus, he suppressed the questions swirling in his mind. After a simple bandaging, the group prepared to continue their journey. Kakashi suddenly turned around and called out, "Mr. Dazuna, there are matters you need to clarify with us. When you issued the mission, you neglected to mention that you were being targeted by ninjas. Your request was for us to escort you against bandit attacks. And engaging in combat with ninjas does not fall within the scope of a C-rank mission. A fraudulent commission will cause us significant trouble." Mr. Dazuna, feeling somewhat embarrassed, lowered his head in silence. Kakashi continued, "You must clarify who it was that just attacked you, and the reasons behind their assault." Naruto, Sasuke, and Shenmu also directed their gazes towards Dazuna. Although undertaking missions was exhilarating, they had no desire to be taken advantage of. Faced with the scrutiny of the ninjas, Dazuna realized he could no longer conceal the truth, so he sat down and began to recount. "I apologize. It was I who deceived you. In truth, my life has long been targeted by a most formidable individual. You may have heard of him, the wealthy magnate of a shipping company, Kato." Kato? Kakashi's voice rose in pitch. Having spent years on missions outside the Hidden Leaf Village, he was no stranger to that name. "He is one of the few billionaires in this world," Kakashi declared. Dazuna nodded. "Indeed, on the surface, he is a prominent businessman, but behind the scenes, he engages in illicit dealings with rogues and ninjas, ultimately swallowing up other enterprises and nations, indulging in all manner of unscrupulous activities. About a year ago, this man set his sights on the Land of Waves. With his wealth and violence, he acted with impunity, swiftly monopolizing the nation's maritime transport. For an island nation like the Land of Waves, controlling the seas equates to dominion over all wealth, politics, and its citizens. Therefore, the only thing Kato fears now is the establishment of a bridge that would disrupt his monopoly. In this context, it became clear that Uncle Dazuna, being a bridge builder, stood in Kato's way. Naruto comprehended this and remarked, "Well said, Naruto. I didn't expect you to grasp it so quickly. I thought your befuddled mind would struggle to understand." Sasuke teased, "Stop underestimating me," Naruto retorted with indignation. Kakashi gestured for the two to hold their tongues before questioning Dazuna again. "However, I still fail to understand. Even if your task is perilous, you could have directly communicated your situation to the village, which would have facilitated the dispatch of an appropriate team of ninjas. Concealing the truth in your commission will create considerable complications for both parties." Dazuna's face flushed with embarrassment as he explained. "The Land of Waves is an exceedingly impoverished nation, lacking even the funds to support a lord, and I am equally destitute. Unable to afford the high fees of a B-rank mission." Kakashi spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness, expressing, "Unfortunately, a task that falls entirely outside our scope must be terminated. I cannot permit my students to be endangered." Naruto stepped forward. "If we leave, Uncle Dazuna is surely doomed, and the Land of Waves will remain under Kato's control." Even the typically cold Sasuke joined in, expressing sympathy for Dazuna. "Indeed, without us, Uncle Dazuna will soon perish." Kakashi's demeanor sagged. Indeed, having a group of youngsters was troublesome. Uncle Dazuna wore an understanding expression and said, "It's all right. This task indeed exceeds your capabilities. If you choose to return to the village, I will understand. Although, in that case, I will quickly be assassinated by ninjas, and the people of the Land of Waves will forever live in misery. My 8-year-old granddaughter weeps daily. Do not resort to emotional manipulation at this moment," Kakashi bluntly interjected. Yet, it must be acknowledged that Dazuna's clumsy appeal did possess some effect. "Kakashi-sensei, can we assist this uncle?" Naruto inquired. Sasuke, too, looked at Kakashi with hopeful eyes. Kakashi sighed and ultimately fixed his gaze upon Shinmu. If even a single individual was unwilling to undertake this task, he would immediately escort the entire team back to the Hidden Leaf. Shinmu met Kakashi's gaze, his expression contemplative. Although the notion of saving an entire nation sounded grand and noble, Shinmu had once harbored such aspirations. However, safety took precedence above all else. Thus, Shinmu inquired of Kakashi, "Can you assure the safety of the three of us?" Kakashi's eyes curved into a smile as he replied, "Before I draw my last breath, I shall not allow any harm to befall any of you." Shinmu, however, just now Naruto's hand was injured. "Kakashi, please refrain from mentioning such embarrassing matters while I am declaring my intentions." Chapter 31, The Ghost of the Hidden Mist, Momochi Zabuza. In the end, Team 7 collectively decided to undertake this mission. Shinmoku agreed because he noticed that Kakashi-sensei maintained a relaxed demeanor throughout. It seemed that this mission posed no challenge for him. As long as their safety was assured, embarking on this journey seemed worthwhile. After half a day's travel, they arrived at the seaside. Following a negotiation between Uncle Dazuna and a certain fisherman, the fisherman displayed a look of longing and decided to take them to the Land of Waves. As they drew closer to their destination, Shinmoku observed an increasing fog enveloping the sea. After continuing for a while, he spotted an unfinished grand bridge rising above the water. Uncle Dazuna pointed at the bridge and declared, "My mission upon returning is to see this bridge completed, providing the Land of Waves with a route to the outside world and liberating it from Kato's grasp. We are here to rescue the people of a nation." An excited Naruto shook Shinmoku's hand fervently. Shinmu nodded, feeling he had made a correct choice. Soon, the small boat reached the shores of the Land of Waves, and Shinmu and his companions disembarked. Upon landing, Uncle Dazuna's expression visibly relaxed. "Yoshi, We finally arrived in the land of waves. I implore you to ensure my safe return home. Kakashi, still appearing lethargic and burdened by the situation, remarked, now that we have set foot in the land of waves. Any incoming attackers are likely to be either Nin or Nin. You three must remain vigilant at all times. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei. I can take care of myself, Naruto assured, thumping his chest confidently. Shenmu cast a vigilant glance around him. Ever since setting foot on the island, he had been enveloped by an unsettling sensation, as if unseen eyes were perpetually upon him. Along the path, Uncle Dazuna assumed the role of the guide, sheltered in the midst of Shinmu, Sasuke, and Kakashi's protective presence. Meanwhile, Naruto, eager to redeem himself after being immobilized during the previous attack, took the lead, determined to prove his worth. Kakashi, irked by Naruto's reckless behavior, stepped forward and delivered a light punch to his head, admonishing, "Hey, stop being so paranoid. You're making everyone on edge." Rubbing the burgeoning bump on his head, Naruto insisted, "What do you mean by being paranoid? I call this being cautious." Just then, he seemed to sense a disturbance in a nearby location. Swiftly, he released the Shuriken from his hand. Shinmu also sensed something unusual and turned to observe the direction in which Naruto had hurled the Shuriken. Kakashi delivered a swift punch to Naruto's head, exclaiming, "Do not recklessly throw such perilous weapons. They can easily injure innocent bystanders." Naruto, clutching his head, stubbornly approached to investigate further. Shenmu, Sasuke, and Dazuna approached him closely. Parting the thicket, they discovered Naruto's Shuriken firmly embedded in the roots of a tree. The tip of the Shuriken had pierced the ear of an innocent little rabbit, pinning it to the spot. Fortunately, it was merely a small creature and not a person. Otherwise, you would have been taken to the land of waves to face imprisonment, Sasuke remarked. Kakashi, meanwhile, gazed contemplatively at the small rabbit ensnared by the tree roots. At this moment, Shinmu spoke up, expressing his bewilderment. How peculiar, a white-furred rabbit? Such a variety typically exhibits white fur during the shorter days of winter, or perhaps it has been raised indoors, away from sunlight. In regard to the purpose of its rearing, Kakashi approached and remarked, it is specifically utilized as a substitute. Shinmu stepped back in astonishment. In light of this, danger lurked in the surroundings. Kakashi swiftly commanded, "Protect Mr. Dazuna." Just then, a tremendous commotion erupted. From the dense forest, a colossal blade over 2 meters in length soared forth. The blade spun menacingly, heading straight for Dazuna's head. Shenmu hurriedly retrieved a shuriken from his ninja pouch and hurled it towards the imposing greatsword. Whoosh! The shuriken multiplied into countless replicas, colliding with the massive blade. Clang! 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 The incessant clashes caused the sword's trajectory to deviate, striking a tree to Shenmu's left. Immediately after, a figure sprang forth from the dense thicket, landing on the hilt of the sword embedded in the tree. Kakashi's gaze turned icy upon recognizing the individual. It was the infamous rogue ninja known as Zabuza Momochi from the village hidden in the mist. "Leave this person to me, Kakashi-sensei. I shall deal with him," a determined voice proclaimed. However, before the declaration could fully unfold, Kakashi barked back, "Get back. You will be killed by this man." Naruto, puzzled, exclaimed, "What?" Kakashi elaborated. His name is Zabuza Momochi, one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, renowned for his mastery of silent assassination techniques. He is a truly ruthless ninja. It is said that during his own graduation exam, he single-handedly eliminated all of his fellow students. Shinmu widened his eyes in astonishment and inquired, "Approximately how many people are there?" Before Kakashi could respond, Zabuza, standing atop the hilt of the beheading sword, answered Shinmu's question with pride, saying, "Not many. Merely around 100. Shinmu, Naruto, Sasuke, is this what it truly means to be formidable?" Shinmu took a half-step back, reflecting on his own graduation exam as a ninja, which merely involved answering a few questions and utilizing several techniques. In comparison to others' graduation tests, it felt like the trivial endeavors of a child playing in the mud. Indeed, there are always those more skilled than oneself, and the world is replete with formidable ninjas. The cold, piercing gaze of Zabuza directly dismissed Shinmu and the 2 other children, focusing instead on Kakashi, the copy ninja. "Kakashi, your name is inscribed in my assassination manual. Noted for your Sharingan, which has replicated over 1,000 jutsu. It seems that to eliminate my target, I must first deal with you." Kakashi did not respond directly to Zabuza's words. Instead, he turned to the 3 youngsters. "You 3 must protect Mr. Dazna and seek an opportunity to escape. Do not hesitate. Rest assured, none of you will escape," Zabuza declared with an arrogant demeanor. Upon finishing his words, he leaped onto the surface of the adjacent lake, swiftly forming hand seals. Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. Suddenly, white mist began to rise and envelop the surface of the lake, shrouding Shinmu, the other 2, and Kakashi entirely. The fog thickened, obscuring the vision of the trio. Within the oppressive mist, Shinmu's breath quickened, a palpable sense of threat washing over him for the first time. "Protect Mr. Dazna." Kakashi's voice echoed through the fog as he reminded them. Amidst the swirling white mist, Zabuza's cold, emotionless voice reverberated. Throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart, so many vital points. Which one do you think I should choose? Zabuza taunted, relishing the expressions of terror and despair on their faces. Chapter 32, Zabuza's Shock. A grand tournament. The white mist enveloped all members of Team 7. Sasuke trembled, feeling the palpable aura of murderous intent weighing heavily upon him. It was suffocating, as if the slightest misstep would lead to immediate peril. This was the killing intent of a Jonin. The sensation of being at the mercy of another's whims was utterly disheartening. Kakashi quickly noticed Sasuke's distress and offered reassurances. Sasuke, do not fear. Even at the cost of my life, I will protect you all. From within the white mist, Zabuza spoke. Is that so? In the next instant, Shenmu felt a shadow materialize beside him. Turning to look, he found Zabuza, wielding the massive executioner's blade. Zabuza raised his sword high, preparing to strike at Uncle Dazna. At this moment, Shenmu retrieved 2 kunai from his ninja tool pouch, positioning them protectively in front of Uncle Dazuna. A resounding thud echoed, sending a tingling sensation through Shenmu's hands. On the other side, Zabuza was equally astonished. How could such a young child withstand the force of his decapitating blade? The next moment brought even greater astonishment. Shenmu erupted with a vibrant green energy steam, gripping the back of Zabuza's sword and yanking it back with tremendous force. Zabuza had not anticipated that this child possessed such an uncanny martial prowess. The instant the blade was wrenched from his grasp, he found himself momentarily distracted. Almost immediately, Kakashi advanced with kunai drawn. With a swift motion, the blade grazed Zabuza's throat. Yet, instead of blood, water spilled forth a water clone. Kakashi quickly recognized the precarious situation and positioned himself protectively in front of Shenmu. Just then, Zabuza appeared mysteriously behind Shenmu, swinging his decapitating sword toward him. You're quite impressive for a little brat, but you shall soon meet your end beneath my blade. As soon as the words left his lips, Zabuza realized in shock that the child he had aimed for had vanished. Zabuza exclaimed, Winky face, what kind of technique is this? He was just here. Striking at empty air, Zabuza was caught off guard as Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. With a roar, a torrent of water coalesced into the shape of a dragon, surging towards Zabuza. However, when the water dragon made contact with Zabuza's form, Kakashi discovered that this Zabuza was merely a water clone. Behind Dazuna, the true Zabuza emerged, raising his decapitating sword high and bringing it down with great force. With a swift motion, Sasuke, who had been steadfastly guarding Uncle Dazuna, intervened to block Zabuza's strike. Simultaneously, Naruto, eager to prove himself, wielded a kunai and lunged forward without hesitation, aiming directly at Zabuza. With a quick thrust, Naruto's kunai was about to pierce Zabuza's body, forcing Zabuza to abandon his attack and retreat swiftly to gain distance. At this moment, Shinmu appeared beside Naruto with the body flicker technique, launching a shuriken. You 3 did well, Kakashi praised. These 3 youngsters not only safeguarded their own safety, but also protected their mission target, Uncle Dazna. Worthy of commendation. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, he noticed that Shinmu, who should have been standing alongside Sasuke and Naruto, had vanished. Kakashi thought, what mischief has that little brat conjured up now? Meanwhile, Zabuza, retreating, narrowly dodged the shuriken that grazed his cheek, just as he was feeling relieved. Shinmu used the body flicker technique on the shuriken to teleport behind Zabuza. In midair, Shinmu seized the shuriken and plunged it downward with great force. With years of combat experience, Zabuza sensed the wind rushing past his ear, raised his massive executioner's blade, and swiped upwards. With a sharp sound, Shinmu's shuriken struck Zabuza's shoulder first. Simultaneously, as the shuriken pierced Zabuza's body, Shinmu placed a body flicker technique on Zabuza's shoulder. After executing these maneuvers, Shinmu immediately used the body flicker technique to teleport back to Naruto's side. Meanwhile, Zabuza's great blade swung through the air once more, missing its target. A sharp pain shot through Zabuza's shoulder, and at that moment, he was furious. If it had been the copy ninja Kakashi, he could have accepted it. But the fact that he had been so thoroughly bested by a mere child was infuriating. He had been caught in a combination attack without being able to retaliate, not even touching a hair of his opponent. Quickly, Zabuza regained his composure. The red-haired boy seemed to be using the Flying Thunder God technique, once wielded by the legendary Yellow Flash. Goodness! The Yellow Flash, with this technique, had been invincible during the Third Ninja War and ultimately became the 4th Hokage of Konoha. How old is this child now? 12? Mastering such an incredibly difficult S-rank technique at just 12 years of age. When Zabuza graduated from the Ninja Academy, he had killed over 100 fellow candidates and had never felt as shaken as he did now. Konoha had produced a super genius. On the other side, Shinmu, having teleported to Naruto's side, exchanged a knowing glance with Kakashi. Kakashi instantly understood, quietly giving Shinmu a thumbs up. Then, Kakashi removed the forehead protector that had been covering his left eye, revealing his crimson left eye. This was the first time Shinmu had seen the legendary Sharingan up close. The red scara and black pupils emanated an alluring sense of power. Meanwhile, Zabuza dashed onto the surface of the lake, quickly forming hand seals. The water in the lake would enhance his water release techniques. On the shore, Kakashi's Sharingan fixated on Zabuza's hands as he followed suit in forming seals. The 2 Jonin-level ninjas executed their hand signs with extraordinary speed. Shenmu cast a glance at Kakashi, then turned his gaze towards Zabuza, the 2 movements perfectly synchronized. Kakashi-sensei's actions appeared to have no delay whatsoever. Following a silent cue from Kakashi, Shenmu retreated behind Naruto and Sasuke. In the next instant, the 2 ninjas successfully formed their hand seals and simultaneously shouted, Water style, grand waterfall technique. A swirling torrent of water coalesced before them, surging forth with great vigor towards their opponent. At the moment the two Jonin unleashed their jutsu, Shenmu's body suddenly lunged forward, charging directly at Zabuza. Humph. You think you can ambush me? You're far too inexperienced. Zabuza scoffed, sweeping his executioner's blade once more. This time, his massive sword accurately struck Shenmu's neck. Crack. In a single blow, Shenmu was cleaved in two. In the next moment, the body of the shadow clone transformed into lightning, entwining itself around Zabuza's executioner's blade. The electric current instantaneously incapacitated Zabuza's body. Zabuza exclaimed in shock. This is it. I've been caught in a great trap. Immediately thereafter, the real Shenmu utilized the body flicker technique to appear behind Zabuza, swiftly forming hand seals. Water style, water prison technique. Splash. The divine tree pressed down with its right hand. The lake water was drawn by the divine tree, forming a water sphere that enveloped Zabuza within. Zabuza, Chapter 33, the ninja techniques learned from prenatal education. Who would have thought he would succeed? Truly a delightful little fellow. Kakashi wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, realizing after a mere glance at the divine tree that it had placed the flying thunder god technique on Zabuza. In that moment of urgency, Kakashi had no choice but to trust the divine tree, believing it could contain Zabuza. Consequently, he engaged in a battle of ninjutsu with Zabuza using his Sharingan, creating an opportunity for the divine tree. The outcome was evident. The divine tree did not disappoint him. Simultaneously, everything displayed by the divine tree astonished Kakashi even further. In the brief exchange with Zabuza, the divine tree showcased the 8 gates, flying thunder god, and water release. Moreover, in every technique, this young prodigy wielded them with remarkable proficiency. As if they were second nature. Even in the final water release hand seals, he surpassed Kakashi's speed. Genius. Besides this term, Kakashi could not conceive of any other descriptor more fitting for the divine tree. What just transpired? Did you witness it clearly? Naruto blankly poked Sasuke, who stood beside him. He only remembered Zabuza swinging his blades twice near him, engaging briefly in ninjutsu with Kakashi-sensei, and then being unexpectedly subdued by the divine tree. The specifics were not entirely clear. Sasuke rubbed his forehead. He had now recognized the chasm between himself and the divine tree. This was beyond what mere effort could bridge. What on earth had this individual consumed to grow up with such an array of ninjutsu? Was he practicing hand seals even during prenatal education? Meanwhile, Zabuza, trapped within the water prison technique by the divine tree, felt 1,000 grievances but was at a loss for expression, ultimately turning red with shame. Humiliation. Such humiliation. The renowned assassin of the Hidden Mist, famed for his silent killing technique, had been effortlessly subdued by a mere Leaf Village Chunin. Now, he was disgracefully confined within a water prison. Zabuza could only feel an overwhelming sense of indignation. Kakashi-sensei, how should this fellow be dealt with? Shenmu controlled the water prison and inquired of Kakashi, let the Mist Village handle it. This individual is a rogue ninja from their ranks, and they must have specialized pursuit ninjas to deal with him. Kakashi pondered for a moment before responding, isn't it better not to eliminate him directly, to avoid future troubles? Shenmu pressed on. Kakashi elucidated, to kill him outright would provoke unnecessary conflict. The body of a ninja harbors the secrets of their village's techniques, the nature of their chakra, and the ingredients of any forbidden substances they may have utilized. For instance, if my body were to fall into the hands of another village, the secrets of the Sharingan could be swiftly unearthed, and they might even acquire my techniques. I see, Shenmu replied. Then let us discreetly resolve this matter, leaving no trace of his body, so no one will suspect our involvement, Naruto interjected. Just then, a voice emanated from a nearby tree. Young ones, I overheard your conversation. Several individuals from Shinmu turned their gaze toward the source of the sound and discovered a masked ninja perched atop the treetops. He was indeed a pursuing ninja from the Hidden Mist. Kakashi glanced at the mask adorning the figure's face and elucidated. Pursuing ninjas are tasked with eliminating rogue ninjas who escape from the village. They possess the means to obliterate the bodies of these traitors, ensuring that the secrets of their village remain concealed from rival villages. I see, was the response. Shinmu nodded. The pursuing ninja from the Mist Village leaped onto the water surface beside Shinmu, casting a curious glance at him. Despite being younger than himself, this child had managed to ensnare Zabuza with the water prison technique. The Mist Ninja retrieved a few slender needles from his tool pouch and addressed Shinmu. Please release the water prison technique. If I release it recklessly, he might escape. Shinmu inquired. No worries, I will take full responsibility for keeping him under control, the masked Mist Ninja assured confidently. Shinmu glanced at Kakashi-sensei, seeking his approval before nodding and withdrawing his hands from the water prison, while remaining vigilant against the Mist Ninja. With a sudden rush, the water sphere that had been used to control Zabuza shattered instantly. At the moment the water prison was lifted, the pursuing ninja from the mist plunged several slender needles forcefully into Zabuza's neck. Zabuza's body immediately slumped, succumbing to his fate. I appreciate everyone's assistance. I shall take care of Zabuza's body and the beheading sword properly. Having said this, the pursuing ninja hoisted Zabuza's lifeless form and vanished from sight. On the shore, Naruto seethed with anger. How infuriating. It is absolutely unacceptable. He was frustrated that they had battled so hard for so long, only to have someone else claim the kill. Sasuke, standing beside him with his arms crossed, wore a cool demeanor. What is there to be angry about? It was Shinmu who exerted himself the most just now. Naruto replied, I feel it is unjust for Shinmu. At that moment, Uncle Tazuna stepped forward and said, all right, I thank you all for your help. We are now very close to my home, so let us hurry along. After such a long journey, I could really go for a bowl of ramen. Naruto patted his famished stomach and added, I want braised pork. Shinmu expressed his most genuine desire. What? A dish I have never heard of. Uncle Tazuna exclaimed in astonishment. I have never encountered it either, Kakashi admitted, scratching his head. Despite living in Konoha for so many years, he had never heard of such a dish. You have all never heard of it? Shinmu replied, slightly taken aback, and began to explain, braised pork is made from streaky pork. A harmonious blend of fat and lean meat, seasoned to perfection. Once completed, it is fragrant, tender, nutritious, and melts in your mouth, a true culinary delight. Although it was a dish previously unknown to them, it appeared quite delectable. A look of longing appeared on Sasuke's face. The ever-hungry Naruto was already salivating. Isn't Shinmu good at cooking? You should make it someday. I can't wait to taste it. Shinmu, why don't you learn to cook for yourself? Meanwhile, on the other side, a pursuing ninja from the mist carried Zabuza's lifeless body to a secluded area of the forest. He then removed several slender needles from Zabuza's neck. Coughing twice, Zabuza revived from his feigned death. Truly, the copy ninja Kakashi had cornered Zabuza into a desperate situation, remarked the pursuing ninja. Although he witnessed Shinmu imprisoning Zabuza in a water prison, he attributed it to Kakashi's arrangements. In reality, Kakashi had barely lifted a finger. Zabuza's face reddened as he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, it was that child. That child not only mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, but is also proficient in water release. The masked mist ninja gasped in astonishment. What? The Flying Thunder God technique? Such a formidable space-time ninjutsu is not something. Zabuza raised his hand, interrupting him. No need to remind me, I am aware. Also, could you please remove that deceptive mask from your face? Chapter 34, Kakashi's first lesson, chakra balance before long. Team 7 accompanied Tazuna to his home. Upon arrival, Tazuna immediately began discussing the specifics of the bridge construction with the villagers. Tazuna, if we continue to assist you with the bridge, we may also attract Kato's attention and risk assassination, one villager warned. Indeed. We are merely ordinary folk and cannot contend with a wealthy figure like Kato. We must accept our misfortune. After all, we encountered this vampire named Kato. Listening to the villagers' sentiments, Tazuna's resolve to complete the bridge grew stronger. He understood that fear had drained the villagers' courage and determination. Completing the bridge was their only path to reclaiming their bravery and confidence. Meanwhile, Team 7, overhearing the villagers' discourse, felt a chill in their hearts. Uncle Tazuna had traversed great distances from the hidden leaf village to return home to build a bridge, only to be met with the indifference of the villagers. If the beneficiaries of this bridge are these people, perhaps it would be better not to build it at all. Naruto exclaimed in frustration. These villagers only stood by with cold indifference in times of trouble, afraid to shoulder responsibility, yet eagerly clamored for benefits when they arose. At that moment, Tazuna's grandson burst forth, declaring, the land of waves does not need any heroes. Heroes are the most laughable concept. With that, the child dashed out of the door. Tazuna wore an expression of helplessness. Growing increasingly distressed by the villagers' arguments, Shinmu and the others decided to retreat upstairs to rest. Once upstairs, Shinmu began to ponder. If what release can construct buildings, could it not also create a grand bridge? The following day, Kakashi gathered the 3 members of Team 7 in a clearing outside Tazuna's home. From this moment onward, we shall commence training, Kakashi declared with great enthusiasm. Finally, it's time to begin training, Naruto exclaimed with excitement and anticipation. Kakashi continued, before we start, I will once again explain the basics of a ninja's abilities and chakra. Sasuke scoffed, how tedious. Naruto chimed in, we already know this. Let's get straight to the point. Kakashi pointed at Naruto, since you already know. Why don't you explain it to us? Naruto, while vaguely aware that chakra is the energy within a ninja that enables them to utilize ninjutsu, struggled to articulate a systematic explanation. Anticipating Naruto's inability to elaborate, Kakashi turned to Shinmu and said, Shinmu, why don't you provide an explanation? Shinmu recited verbatim the explanation of chakra from the book. Chakra is 200 words omitted. Chakra can be activated through the gesture of hand seals. After listening, Kakashi gave Shinmu a thumbs up. Truly, a remarkable student of Iruka sensei. After all that discussion, the essential point is to know how to utilize it. We are now capable of performing ninjutsu, Naruto expressed with a hint of dissatisfaction. Naruto's sentiment was indeed valid. Sasuke unusually concurred with him. In response, Kakashi scoffed. You all may merely perform ninjutsu, yet you lack the dexterity to manipulate chakra effectively. Now, let me elaborate. As Shinmu just mentioned, training chakra involves the extraction of both physical and mental energies, allowing them to amalgamate within one's body. The remainder is simply the allocation of the required energy based on the technique you wish to execute. Currently, you are not adept at utilizing chakra efficiently. Regardless of the quantity of chakra you train, if you cannot maintain balance, the effectiveness of your techniques will suffer. Therefore, today you shall learn to control the equilibrium of your chakra to achieve finer manipulation. How should we train? Shinmu inquired. It's quite simple, just climb a tree. Kakashi replied, extending a finger. Climb a tree? That sounds utterly implausible. Naruto exclaimed. Allow me to demonstrate, Kakashi stated, striding towards a nearby large tree. To their astonishment, he lifted his foot and simply walked up the trunk. His body was perfectly parallel to the ground, forming a 90-degree angle with the tree trunk. Standing upon it was as effortless as walking on solid ground. Not only could Kakashi traverse the surface of the tree, but he could also utilize his exquisite control over chakra to hang upside down from its branches. Incredible! Naruto exclaimed, clenching his fist in excitement. After concluding his demonstration, Kakashi leaped down from the trunk. All right, now it's your turn to give it a try. Shinmu recalled Kakashi's words about balance. Taking a step forward, his heart was as tranquil as still water. He ascended the tree, 1 step, 2 steps, 10 steps. It seemed rather effortless. Teacher Kakashi, I have succeeded. Shinmu exclaimed with excitement. At that moment, Kakashi was leaning against the roots of a tree, engrossed in his cherished book, Iruka Paradise. He was startled to his feet by Shinmu's words. Has he succeeded so quickly? Kakashi raised his head and, indeed, found Shinmu effortlessly hanging upside down from a branch by his feet. His expression relaxed. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi felt a sense of understanding. It made sense. Yesterday, when Shenmu had been using the water prison technique to control Zabuza, he had seemingly stood upon the water's surface. Thus, it was not surprising that he could now manipulate his chakra to ascend the tree. All right, Shenmu, your training is complete. You two continue. Kakashi gestured for Shenmu to come down, then spoke to Sasuke and Naruto with an icy tone. At that moment, Naruto had just taken a couple of steps along the trunk when he heard Kakashi's words and fell, hitting the back of his head against a rock, resulting in a large bump. Naruto, Shenmu is incredibly strong. After exclaiming this, Naruto approached Shenmu to inquire about the secret to climbing trees. It's quite simple, Shenmu replied. First, gather your chakra at the soles of your feet, then allow yourself to remain calm. After Shenmu's enlightening explanation, Naruto experienced a moment of clarity. Witnessing this scene, Sasuke felt a surge of curiosity. He too yearned to inquire about Shenmu's techniques, yet his pride held him back from doing so. Subsequently, Shenmu moved on to another area to train in ninjutsu. Meanwhile, Naruto, inspired by the two insightful remarks made by Shenmu, made remarkable progress. From initially being able to walk only a couple of steps on the tree, he could now traverse 20 to 30 steps with ease. Kakashi, observing from the side, silently marveled at Naruto's rapid advancement. Did Shenmu feed Naruto a miraculous pill? How is it that with just a few casual hints, this lad suddenly gained enlightenment? Or is it that Shenmu is a natural teacher, capable of imparting knowledge to even the most foolish of students? Sasuke noticed that with Shenmu's guidance, Naruto's progress had already surpassed his own. Emboldened, he approached Naruto and inquired, what was the secret Shenmu shared with you? Please, enlighten me. Naruto replied, Oh Sasuke, you who constantly flaunts your superiority and acts cool, who would have thought you would ever seek my assistance? Nonetheless, as classmates, Naruto eventually shared the insights he had gleaned. Just do this first, then that, and finally, this, and you'll get there. Sasuke listened, utterly bewildered. Is that what Shenmu said? Can Shenmu really utter such trivial advice? Naruto nodded emphatically. Yes, indeed. Sasuke's expression soured. If Shenmu truly spoke in such a manner, I would consume the tree. Chapter 35, The Ongoing Bridge Construction, Those Who Choose to Abandon. Due to Naruto's incessant rambling, Sasuke's training progress has been hindered. Ultimately, it was Kakashi-sensei who could no longer tolerate this and delivered a punch to Naruto. Meanwhile, in another part of the dense forest, after confirming that no one was around, Shenmu commenced his training in wood release. Just as he had previously contemplated, if wood release can be utilized to construct houses, it stands to reason that, theoretically, it could also be employed to intricately weave wood into a bridge. Wood release, grand bridge. Shenmu clasped his hands together in a gesture of incantation and shouted aloud. Subsequently, countless wooden pillars emerged from beneath the earth, forming a diminutive archway bridge. Shenmu cautiously stepped onto the structure, finding it sufficiently sturdy. He soon realized that the nation of Bo intended to construct a grand sea bridge. Mere wooden beams would not suffice for such an endeavor. It required concrete and steel-reinforced pillars. While the earth-style technique could indeed create the bridge's supports, the steel reinforcement would still necessitate human intervention. Regrettably, I lack the ninjutsu capable of altering metal. Otherwise, by combining it with wood and earth styles, the construction of a bridge might truly become feasible. In the evening, Kakashi-sensei addressed the members of Team 7, announcing a matter of great significance. Uncle Dazuna had returned to his homeland and resumed the construction of the transnational bridge. It was certain that Kato would not relent easily, thus I have decided that Team 7 will remain here for an additional month to safeguard Uncle Dazuna. After delivering his message, Kakashi's gaze swept over the 3 members of Team 7. Shenmu appeared deep in thought, lost in his reflections. Naruto and Sasuke clearly wished to assist Dazuna, nodding in agreement. After finishing their meal, the humble Shenmu approached the door of Kakashi's residence, seeking guidance. Teacher, there is something I do not comprehend, he stated. Kakashi, already anticipating Shenmu's inquiry, gestured for him to continue. Uncle Dazuna has deceived us. Why must we protect him for so long? Shenmu questioned. Without hesitation, Kakashi responded. The 4th Hokage once said, to To turn a blind eye to injustice is not true courage. Shinmu nodded. Therefore, a ninja should possess a sense of chivalry. Ready to draw their sword in aid when witnessing injustice? Kakashi regarded Shinmu with approval. That is essentially the sentiment. However, the prerequisite for acting in righteousness is to ensure one's own safety. Understood, esteemed teacher, Shinmu replied. Shinmu suddenly realized that ninjas do not solely act in the interest of their own villages, they must also uphold their own moral principles. The following day, Naruto and Sasuke continued their training in tree climbing, while Shinmu, with nothing else to occupy his time, took on the responsibility of closely guarding Uncle Dazna. During this time, he encountered Dazna's grandson, Inari, the very boy who had mockingly declared heroes to be the most laughable on the day that Team 7 had arrived. Shinmu sensed that this young lad harbored some hidden troubles within. Last night, as he retired to bed, he happened to pass by the boy's room and witnessed him weeping while clutching a picture frame. Thus, Shinmu leisurely approached Inari, engaging him in conversation as a friend would. Perhaps the child felt a profound sense of loneliness, or it might have been Shinmu's own remarkable charm that drew him in. Regardless, he swiftly elicited from the boy the tale of his previous misfortunes. It turned out that he had a stepfather, a hero of the island. However, when Cardo set his sights on the kingdom of Bo, he first turned his gun on the boy's stepfather, ruthlessly taking his life before the eyes of all. It was from that moment onward that Inari's perspective shifted, leading him to believe that being a hero was a foolish endeavor. After listening to this tale, Shinmu felt a deep sympathy for Inari's stepfather, lamenting his plight. A hero, he remarked, is one who valiantly safeguards that which he cherishes. The man, determined to protect what he held dear, was indeed a warrior. Yet, when he faced the direst of fates, surrounded by numerous onlookers, not a single soul stepped forward to defend him. Following his demise, no one dared to take up his torch. Even his son, Inari, was paralyzed by fear. Spending his days weeping while clutching a picture frame, Shinmu lifted his gaze towards Uncle Dazna, who was tirelessly laboring on the bridge, sweat pouring down his brow. A towel draped around his neck, he continuously wiped away the beads of perspiration as he diligently transported an array of construction materials. Beside him toiling away were merely a handful of individuals, no more than a dozen. The rest, paralyzed by fear of Cardo's authority, chose to abandon their efforts and remain passive observers. The thought that such individuals would reap the benefits once the bridge was completed filled Shinmu with an overwhelming sense of frustration. Shinmu rose to his feet with a sigh, his eyes sweeping the vicinity in search of any potential dangers. Suddenly, a worker called out to him, gesturing towards a nearby resting shed. "Young man," he said, "the sun is scorching now. You and Inari should sit beneath the shade of that umbrella over there." Shinmu's pupils trembled, stirred by an unspoken emotion. Although those who merely observed and remained indifferent were unworthy to tread upon the grand bridge, humanity has never been devoid of kind-hearted and sincere souls. They are deserving. Should the bridge be completed, these virtuous individuals would be liberated from the grasp of Cardo. "Fear not, dear uncle, for I am indeed a ninja." Shinmu smiled in response to the elderly man. He then formed hand seals for a technique, the multiple shadow clone jutsu. In an instant, hundreds of Shinmu appeared on the bridge. The workers, engaged in the construction, stood in awe. Is this the power of a ninja? One individual capable of rivaling an entire army. It is truly remarkable. Only a deity could wield such magical prowess. Are children of ninjas truly this formidable? What about that adult ninja from the Dazuna family? Surely, he is even more powerful. With a modest exertion of effort, the multitude of Shinmu clones simultaneously spoke, shouldering construction materials from the shore and joining the work crew. Uncle Dazuna was so overwhelmed with emotion that he nearly wept. For the past few days, he had been troubled by the issue of manpower. After all, relying solely on their small group of 10 or so, the completion of the bridge would likely take an eternity. However, with the emergence of these numerous ninja clones, the progress was significantly accelerated. Shinmu and his clones have joined the monumental task of bridge construction. The effort they exerted in merely half an hour equates to what Dazna and his crew accomplished in an entire day. Not far from the bridge, the stout figure of Kato peered through binoculars at the multitude of ninja clones laboring on the structure, his face turning an ashen hue from frustration. If they continued at this pace, the bridge would be completed in less than 2 months. With a sharp crack, the irate Kato hurled the binoculars aside and pointed toward the bridge, exclaiming. Beside him, a swordsman bodyguard remarked, "Boss, did you not hire the rogue ninja from the mist to eliminate Dazna?" Kato, recognizing that the bodyguard referred to Zabuza, displayed an expression of exasperation. That imbecile is utterly useless. After 2 of his subordinates failed in their assassination attempt, he nearly lost his own life. It is time to urge him along. We cannot allow him to take our deposit without delivering results, another bodyguard suggested. Kato nodded, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes concealed by his sunglasses. That arrogant and infuriating fellow will meet his end after he deals with Dazna. Chapter 36, The Growth of Youth, The Legacy of Courage in the Blink of an Eye. Over 10 days had passed. With the assistance of Naruto and Kakashi, Uncle Dazna's bridge-building progress had accelerated significantly, nearing completion in this short span. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke had dedicated themselves to relentless training, working tirelessly. One evening, brimming with excitement, Naruto and Sasuke burst through Kakashi's door. "Kakashi-sensei, we have finally succeeded. We can now climb to the top of the trees." Kakashi responded with a satisfied smile, affectionately ruffling the hair of the two youngsters. Since the bridge is nearly finished, and you both have completed your training, you shall accompany me tomorrow to protect Uncle Dazna, allowing Shenmu a day of rest. To this, Sasuke and Naruto had no objections. They understood that throughout their training over the past days, it was Shenmu who had been shouldering the protective duties. Shenmu, that fellow, even assists the islanders in constructing bridges daily. These days, he is so fatigued that he nearly collapses into bed upon returning home. Despite the exhaustion, it is evident that he appears deeply content. Perhaps this embodies what Kakashi-sensei referred to as acting for the sake of righteousness and cultivating oneself. Rest assured, tomorrow you shall allow Shenmu to rest peacefully. Sasuke and I will take full responsibility for Uncle Dazna's safety. Naruto grinned, revealing a dazzling smile, confidently asserting his words. Having completed his training, he felt a significant enhancement in his mastery over chakra. He secretly hoped that Uncle Dazna would encounter some minor trouble the next day, providing him an opportunity to showcase his skills. Kakashi nodded in agreement and promptly ushered the two out. The following day, after laboring on the bridge for over 10 days, Shinmu was ordered by Kakashi to take a break. Initially, upon hearing Kakashi's directive, he was reluctant. During his time aiding the islanders, although weary, he had experienced a profound sense of fulfillment. Furthermore, he had not abandoned his pursuit of strength through his labor. He had gained insights that improved his mastery of taijutsu and his application of chakra. Ultimately, it was only after Kakashi's insistence that he conceded to rest for a day and returned to slumber, just as Shinmu had begun to doze off again. He was abruptly awakened by the clamor emanating from downstairs. Shinmu descended the stairs and discovered that Uncle Dazna's daughter was grappling with two samurai. A few moments earlier, the two samurai had forcefully pushed open the door of Dazna's home, hurling curses as they demanded a hostage. Subsequently, their gaze fell upon Uncle Dazna's daughter, intending to take her away. At that moment, one of the samurai noticed the presence of Inali. Thus, the two samurai began to deliberate whether to eliminate the boy, reasoning that one hostage would suffice. Just as they entertained this grim thought, Dazna's daughter threatened them with her life. She declared that if they dared to harm her son, she would take her own life, leaving them without a hostage to use. Ultimately, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications, the samurai reluctantly took the woman outside. All of this was witnessed by Inali, who remained hidden behind the door, paralyzed by fear and unable to utter a single word. He could only watch helplessly as his mother was taken away by the samurai. When Shenmu finally reached the ground floor, Inali's mother had already been led out the door by the two samurai. Overcome with fear and guilt, Inali crouched behind the door, weeping. Just as Shenmu intended to approach and inquire about the situation, Inali, who had been sobbing on the ground, suddenly rose to his feet, clenching his fists. He recalled Shenmu's words from a few days prior, "A hero protects that which they hold dear." This time, he would not shy away. With determination, Inali exclaimed and dashed out the door. Shenmu stood resolutely behind him, witnessing the transformation in the child's demeanor, and felt a genuine sense of joy. It appeared that Inari had finally embraced the will of his stepfather, no longer cowering in fear. Nevertheless, Shenmu harbored no illusions that Inari could rescue his mother from the clutches of those two formidable warriors, thus he resolved to lend a hand. In the woods outside the Dazuna residence, Inari's frail figure stood defiantly before the two burly samurai. "I cannot allow you to take my mother," he declared, his voice trembling with trepidation. Yet, his actions and gaze conveyed an unwavering resolve. Inari's mother, observing her son's unfamiliar transformation, momentarily glimpsed the shadow of her husband. Soon, however, her expression turned desolate as the grim fate of her husband weighed heavily on her heart. "Inari, you have become just like your father. Hey, brat. We were initially inclined to let you be, but since you've chosen to court death, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." One of the samurai unsheathed his sword, its tip aimed directly at Inari. Witnessing this, the woman resorted to an old tactic, threatening, "If you dare harm my son, I will not hesitate to take my own life." The other samurai, tasked with escorting the woman, swiftly delivered a blow to the back of her neck, rendering her unconscious. "Women truly are troublesome," he muttered. The two samurai advanced menacingly towards Inari, who trembled and retreated step by step, his gaze fixed upon the approaching figures of malevolence. The leading samurai brandished his gleaming sword, his eyes glinting with sadistic amusement. "Fear not, little one. I shan't kill you with a single stroke. I shall first sever your arms, then your shins, allowing you to savor the agony of your demise." Inari, shivering at the gruesome imagery described by the warrior, felt as though his very being was quaking. "Please, do not harm me. There are several ninjas tasked with guarding my grandfather, and should they discover you, your fate will be sealed." He feigned composure, desperately attempting to assert control over the situation. The samurai chuckled derisively. "Ninjas? Merely a band of cowardly miscreants. Let them come. Let us see if they can survive even a few exchanges beneath my blade." The warrior's taunts hung in the air, thick with impending menace. Shinmu brandished a kunai as he materialized behind Inari. The two warriors, startled by the sudden appearance of this diminutive figure, instinctively recoiled a couple of steps. Their gaze fell upon the forehead protector adorning the fiery-haired boy, solidifying their recognition of his identity. As realization dawned upon them, the warriors, perceiving their opponent to be merely a child, swiftly resumed their arrogance, taunting, "So you are the ninja this little brat spoke of, with hair as red as a ripe tomato." Shinmu is most vexed when others refer to him as tomato. Oh, are you upset? Today, I shall demonstrate the art of slicing a tomato with a knife. A warrior brandishes a long blade and swiftly strikes towards Shinmu. As Shinmu set forth, he raised the kunai in his right hand, clashing it against the long blade. Bang! Shinmu wielded a kunai in one hand, deftly parrying the samurai's long blade. Meanwhile, his unoccupied hand swiftly transitioned through intricate hand seals. At that moment, the samurai surged forward, bringing his katana down in a fierce strike. At this moment, Shinmu lifted his gaze. The reflective surface of his forehead guard glimmered under the sun, momentarily dazzling the eyes of the two warriors. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique. Chapter 37, The Resurrected Zabuza and the Mysterious Boy Who Wields Ice Release. Shinmu opened his mouth and unleashed a colossal fireball. With a resounding whoosh, the two warriors, unable to evade in time, were struck directly by the blazing sphere, instantly reduced to charred remains. After witnessing the gruesome fate of the two warriors, Inari realized, to his horror, that his mother was also in the trajectory of the fireball. Overwhelmed by the horrific sight of the charred bodies, Inari's eyes widened in despair. He shouted anxiously, "No!" Just then, the fireball unexpectedly extinguished. Shinmu gazed with satisfaction at the fireball that had abruptly vanished into the sky. This moment embodied his newfound understanding of chakra and the exquisite mastery of ninjutsu he had attained in recent days. Inari, regaining his composure from the shock, rushed forward to assess his mother's injuries. Fortunately, Shinmu had extinguished the fireball in time, and his mother had escaped unscathed. Immediately afterward, Inari turned and knelt on the ground with a thud. "Thank you," he said earnestly. "Without you, I would not have only failed to fend off those two warriors, but I might have lost my own life as well." Indeed, Shinmu nodded in agreement. Inari spoke the truth. Shinmu, one cannot act solely on impulse, at times. Achieving one's goals necessitates the application of intellect. You must return swiftly. The Kato faction's warriors intend to abduct you as hostages. Something must have transpired at the bridge, and I must investigate. With that, Shinmu's form vanished without a trace. At the bridge, Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke had just escorted Uncle Dazuna onto the structure. Upon lifting their gazes, they were met with a shocking sight. The workers, who were meant to await them, lay scattered on the ground, motionless. Tools for bridge construction littered the area, as the fates of the workers remained uncertain. Kakashi immediately grasped the situation. A surprise attack was imminent. He instructed Sasuke and Naruto to shield Dazuna, while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. As tension filled the air, a thick fog suddenly enveloped the bridge, obscuring visibility. Was this the mist technique, deployed by the assassins of the hidden mist? Kakashi's voice turned grave as he grasped a kunai with his right hand, cautioning Naruto and Sasuke to exercise utmost care. At that moment, Uncle Dazuna spoke up. "It is my fault. I have endangered the workers." "Uncle, now is not the time for despair. Your only intention is to assist this small island," Naruto reassured him. "Indeed, if the bridge remains unfinished, the land of waves will forever dwell under Kato's shadow, leading to more people becoming displaced, starving, and dying in the streets," Sasuke, usually aloof, added with unexpected compassion. Suddenly, a spectral figure emerged behind them, brandishing a blade over 2 meters long. "Hey, shouting in my presence, do you look down upon me?" Zabuza's voice was grim. With that, he swung his massive sword once more. With a swift motion, Kakashi stepped forward and raised his hand to block. The dull thud of impact resounded as Kakashi staggered back a half step, his pupils quaking. "Zabuza, were you not captured and taken back by the pursuing shinobi of the mist?" Kakashi recalled the young, masked pursuer. "Oh, it seems I was deceived," Zabuza retorted smugly. "The copy ninja of Konoha is not as formidable as they say, are they?" As Zabuza formed hand seals, several water clones materialized, encircling the group. Noticing Shinmu was absent, Zabuza remarked, "Where is that red-haired brat? He is fortunate to be away. Otherwise, I would personally pierce his heart. As for you, relish your impending demise. This time, I shall ensure you do not escape." "Funny, considering it was you who fled last time," Naruto retorted. "And with such duplicitous tactics, that was strategy." Zabuza shot back, his face reddening as he began to argue defensively. "Is the eyebrowless old man employing the feigned death tactic?" Naruto continued his sharp jibes. "Impudent brat." Zabuza could no longer contain himself, ordering his water clones to charge at Naruto. Kakashi exchanged glances with Sasuke. In unison, they sidestepped, their black kunai gleaming in the light as they engaged with the clones. 2 seconds later, through a seamless combination of moves, Kakashi and Sasuke dispatched all of Zabuza's water clones. Hidden within the fog, Zabuza's voice took on a keen interest. "Oh? It appears the boy has made some progress, capable of confronting my clones directly. I shall not repeat the same mistake, this time. I will personally send you to the afterlife and watch you perish." Sasuke gripped his kunai with a steely resolve. "Well said. But you are still unworthy to be my opponent," Zabuza scoffed. As his words hung in the air, a figure emerged from the fog-shrouded bridge, appearing rather diminutive. As the figure approached, the members of Team 7 recognized the attire and the mask emblematic of the Mist's Umbu. This was the very pursuer who had taken Zabuza from them days prior. Indeed, they were in cahoots with the eyebrowless old man. "Baka!" Naruto yelled in frustration. He was incensed to see this figure again, having previously witnessed Zabuza's abduction. The ninja, seemingly polite, spoke. I sincerely apologize. I too have something I wish to protect. Bye. Do not waste words with them, Zabuza commanded. I will hold Kakashi. You deal with those two brats. Especially that blonde little runt. Make sure to rip his mouth apart. Wait, are you referring to me? Naruto exclaimed, feeling indignant. The eyebrowless old man truly lacks composure. I merely criticized him lightly, and he resorts to such personal attacks. Zabuza gestured with a hand across his throat. Attack. He charged at Kakashi, wielding his massive sword. While retrieved several fine needles from his ninja tool pouch and fired them at Naruto and Sasuke. Both Naruto and Sasuke evaded the projectiles, which embedded themselves in the wooden bridge. After dodging the lethal needles, Naruto couldn't help but taunt, even if Kakashi-sensei is delayed by that eyebrowless old man. You are merely one person, whereas I have Sasuke by my side. Our odds are significantly better. Is that so? I replied, his voice neutral, ambiguous in gender. The next moment, he formed hand seals. Ice mirror technique. With a whoosh, multiple mirrors of ice materialized, creating a semicircular barrier that ensnared Naruto and Sasuke within. Naruto and Sasuke, what is this bizarre technique? Chapter 38, Kakashi's counterattack. Danger. Bai, masked and observing the ensnared Naruto and Sasuke, spoke. If you choose to retreat now, I may consider sparing you. However, if you insist on remaining, I shall not hesitate to become a merciless ninja. Not a chance, I will not back down, Naruto declared. Kunai at the ready. Sasuke, unusually in agreement, added, Indeed, a ninja always confronts challenges directly. We cannot choose to retreat because of adversity. Then, I apologize. Bai stated as his voice faded. Suddenly, figures appeared within the ice mirrors surrounding Naruto and Sasuke, dozens of identical figures, sending chills down their spines. Which one is the real one? Naruto wondered aloud, cautiously tossing a shuriken towards one of the ice mirrors. Clang. With a sharp clang, the shuriken was deflected. Kakashi, watching from the side, felt his eyes widen in astonishment at the display of ninjutsu by Haku. Could it be that? Before Kakashi could finish his thought, Zabuza smugly interjected. Indeed, this is the Kekii Genkai possessed by the select few in the ninja world. Ice release. Haku is a ninja I have trained with utmost dedication. Not only does he excel in taijutsu and is adept in ninjutsu, but he also possesses a unique Kekii Genkai. In a certain sense, that boy has already surpassed me. Kakashi opened his mouth, his throat constricted as if something lodged there. It appeared that Naruto and Sasuke were in grave danger. Seeing Kakashi's expression, Zabuza's smugness deepened. Are you afraid, Kakashi? Your two disciples could never match Haku, not even that red-haired boy, in your peaceful, almost foolish environment in Konoha. True decisive ninjas cannot be cultivated. But Haku is different. He has danced on the precipice of life and death alongside me, a true ninja. Meanwhile, not far away, Sasuke and Naruto were acutely aware of the formidable power of ice release. Trapped within Haku's crystal mirrors, they were utterly defenseless. Haku moved with astonishing speed, his whereabouts unpredictable. Each mirror bore his reflection, yet none contained his actual form. In no time, Naruto and Sasuke were left battered and bruised. Damn it. This guy's needles could have struck vital points directly, yet he chooses to inflict only superficial wounds. Is he trying to torment us to death? Sasuke seethed, gritting his teeth in frustration. He had anticipated that after completing his chakra control training, his ninjutsu would improve significantly. However, he never expected to encounter such a formidable opponent right out of the gate. If it's ice, fire should be able to melt it. Sasuke resolved to make a desperate attempt, calling Naruto to stand behind him. He then crossed his hands to form the necessary seals. Fire style, great fireball technique, Sasuke shouted, flames erupting from his mouth. A massive, high-temperature fireball surged toward the surrounding icy mirrors. Upon contact, an explosive combustion ensued. The spectacle was impressive. But the power fell short of expectations, merely melting a few drops of water. Haku scoffed, useless. Such feeble ninjutsu cannot hope to melt ice release. At that moment, Naruto formed hand seals, intent on using the shadow clone technique to break free. In an instant, dozens of shadow clones appeared. Unfortunately, as soon as a few clones moved, they were dispatched by Haku's needles darting through the mirrors. Damn it, why are you hiding inside those mirrors? If you're so strong, come out and fight me, Naruto shouted in frustration. Unperturbed by Naruto's taunts, Haku replied, my ninjutsu is as it is. In this dire moment, Naruto thought of his dear friend. If Shinjumoki were here, the situation would not be so dire. If Shinjumoka were here, he would certainly devise a way out. That guy is probably still sleeping inside. And by the time he wakes up, our bodies will be cold. Sasuke made a rare jest, though to Naruto, it sounded rather morose. Meanwhile, facing Kakashi, Zabuza raised his hefty sword, adopting a battle-ready stance. Well then, let the little ones resolve their own issues. Our duel must reach a conclusion. As Zabuza spoke, he created two water clones. Beads of sweat began to form on Kakashi's forehead. With Naruto and Sasuke ensnared by the boy wielding ice release, he also had to protect Izuna. In this situation, fighting Zabuza was exceedingly burdensome. A swift resolution was imperative. With this in mind, Kakashi slowly lifted the forehead protector covering his left eye. Upon fully exposing his Sharingan to the air, he was astonished to find that the mist around him seemed to thicken. so dense that visibility was reduced to zero, he could scarcely see his own hand. In such conditions, the effectiveness of the Sharingan was severely limited. From within the fog, Zabuza's voice resonated. Did you think I wouldn't learn from our last battle? I've shrouded the area in mist to render your Sharingan ineffective. You will become fish on a chopping board. In zero visibility, you cannot see either. Kakashi retorted, don't forget. I am the silent killer, Zabuza. Sound-based positioning is the simplest thing for me. As Zabuza's words faded, Kakashi felt a gust of wind approaching from behind. In a moment of panic, he turned and intercepted with a kunai. Clang. The kunai clashed against Zabuza's sword, drawing on his extensive combat experience. Kakashi pivoted to the side as he thrust his kunai at Zabuza's abdomen at an odd angle. In the next instant, the dark kunai pierced through Zabuza's body. Alas, it was merely a water clone. Kakashi displayed a resigned expression. How cautious. Even with the situation so favorable to you. You still resort to a water clone to test the waters. Suddenly, Kakashi's pupils constricted. Zabuza's target had never been him. It was Mr. Tazuna. Only with Tazuna's demise could he claim the mission's reward. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kakashi swiftly retreated. At that moment, a ghostly figure appeared behind Uncle Tazuna. That figure raised its sword high and struck down with ferocity. With a splatter of blood, it was not Tazuna who was injured. In that critical instant, Kakashi arrived just in time, blocking Zabuza's descending blade with his kunai. The chapter unfolds with Kakashi bewildered. Shinjumoku is the son of the fourth Hokage. However, Zabuza's gravity-laden strike surged with overwhelming force. Kakashi, caught off guard, struggled to defend. Thus, Zabuza's blow, once blocked, slid along Kakashi's kunai, ultimately grazing Kakashi's arm. The strike sliced deep into Kakashi's flesh, nearly reaching the bone. Kakashi, disregarding the excruciating pain radiating from his arm, continued to fend off Zabuza's blade, retreating as he fought. He began to long for the days when Shinjumoku was present. Had Shinjumoku been here today, they would not find themselves in such a dire predicament. Meanwhile, in the arena of crystal mirrors, Naruto and Sasuke remained firmly suppressed. In the battle between Zabuza and Kakashi, Kakashi faced overwhelming odds. Forced to fight with one hand while protecting Tazuna, a near impossible task. Clang. After once again deflecting the executioner's sword wielded by Zabuza, Kakashi panted heavily. Within the confines of the demonic ice mirror, Naruto and Sasuke, desperately attempting to break free, were now ensnared by countless sharp needles. The two children, filled with despair, feared that White's next strike would plunge directly into their brains and hearts. Shinju, please hurry, cried Naruto in helplessness. In the next moment, a shadow materialized behind him. It was Shinju, having utilized the body flicker technique to arrive at that very spot. Upon his emergence, Shenmu bellowed, rest assured, I have arrived. This resounding proclamation not only captured Bai's attention but also drew the gaze of Kakashi and Zabuza from the adjacent battlefield. Kakashi, with his eyelids drooping, inwardly chastised him as a fool. The essence of a ninja lies in deception. One should strike when the enemy is unprepared. If he had approached stealthily, he might have succeeded in a surprise attack. Yet, he chose to be so ostentatious, seemingly eager for all to notice him. Such a display would certainly negate the element of surprise. Once his form materialized within the crystalline confines of the magic mirror, Shinmu commenced weaving hand signs. Fire release. An exasperated Kakashi shouted, Fool, do not form seals when everyone's attention is on you. The process of forming hand signs necessitates a considerable amount of time. The duration he spent forming seals was the perfect opportunity for others to strike him when he was vulnerable. Regrettably, Kakashi's warning came too late. As his words echoed in the air, Zabuza hurled a pitch-black kunai. The kunai, propelled at astonishing speed, aimed directly for Shinmu, who was mid-seal. Whoosh. Clang. To everyone's astonishment. Just as the kunai was about to pierce Shinmu's form, he vanished into thin air. When he reappeared once more, Shinmu arrived behind Zabuza. In the palm of his hand, a swirling sphere composed of chaotic chakra gathered. Well, with a firm press of his palm, Shinmu unleashed a swirling sphere of chaotic chakra, which collided forcefully against Zabuza's back. A resounding impact ensued, driving Zabuza's body into the newly constructed bridge beneath him. The tremendous force created a substantial crater in the bridge's surface. Kakashi-sensei, Shinmu shouted. Kakashi immediately grasped the situation, crossing his hands to swiftly perform the hand seals. Water release, water prison technique. Upon completing the seals, a massive water sphere emerged, enveloping Zabuza's body within. Having subdued Zabuza, Kakashi exhaled in relief. Shinmu, that young lad, intentionally adopted the stance for the fire release hand seal to lower Zabuza's guard. Subsequently, he capitalized on the flying thunder god technique he had previously set, launching a sudden attack. It appears that the essence of a ninja lies in deception, a truth that Shinmu has skillfully grasped. Wait, Kakashi's keen senses detected something amiss. What did Shinmu just use to strike at Zabuza? Winky face, that blue chakra sphere. Alas, is that not the Rasengan developed by his own teacher? How astonishing it is that Shinmu has mastered such techniques. The flying thunder god in the Rasengan, could it be that he has inherited the legacy of the fourth Hokage? Might he actually be the biological son of the fourth? Kakashi couldn't help but grow curious about whether Shinmu harbored other secrets. What else could this young lad possibly be incapable of? Within the water prison, Zabuza regained his senses after the heavy blow, only to find himself ensnared once more within a familiar sphere of water. Zabuza, It is hard to fathom that Zabuza, the legendary Mist Ninja, has fallen twice at the hands of the same child. Moreover, both times to the same technique. The Flying Thunder God. Again, the Flying Thunder God. Damn it. If I can survive this encounter, I shall ensure that every practitioner of the Flying Thunder God in this world is eliminated. Zabuza bellowed from within the water prison. What does it matter if you control me? Right now, Kakashi, you must maintain the water prison and cannot move. Your two incompetent disciples are utterly powerless against White. Even in a dire situation, it merely comes down to a duel between that red-haired brat and White. And White is a formidable figure who has emerged victorious countless times from the battlefield. A mere child, freshly graduated from the Ninja Academy and having never witnessed blood. Likely lacks the courage to take a life. From what you say, it seems that the young ice user stands a better chance. Kakashi responded to Zabuza's taunts. Gazing at the silhouette of Shinmu ahead, however, I believe that Shinmu will not disappoint me. Shinmu stepped through the gap between the mirrors and entered this place. Upon witnessing Shinmu's arrival, Naruto and Sasuke were immediately alarmed, exclaiming, "What are you doing here? Once you enter, you won't be able to leave." Shinmu did not respond to their words, but instead lifted his gaze to scrutinize the semicircular realm of mirrors. This particular technique was unfamiliar to him. He yearned to learn it. "What is the name of this ninjutsu?" Shinmu inquired, his tone seemingly directed at Bai. "It is called the Mirror of Ice Crystals. A bloodline limit that I have inherited," Bai replied to Shinmu's question. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke stood nearby, utterly astonished. Their exchange lacked any hint of animosity. Shouldn't they be at each other's throats upon meeting? Shinmu, lost in thought, then posed a question that left everyone astonished. "What is a bloodline limit?" Kakashi, Sasuke, and Naruto exclaimed, "You two are currently engaged in battle. Do you really think the opponent has the time to answer such a question?" Bai surprisingly responded, "It is a technique that can only be wielded by individuals possessing my unique lineage. Others cannot utilize it." Kakashi, Sasuke, Naruto, and Zabuza were taken aback. He actually provided an answer. "But this is not the time for explanations. You two are in the midst of a fight, for heaven's sake. Can we not show some respect for the battlefield?" After listening to Bai's words, Shinmu sighed. A technique that can only be used by those with a specific bloodline. This concept was rather difficult to grasp. "All right, I am ready. We can commence the battle now," Shinmu declared. Bai nodded from within the mirror of ice. At that moment, the battle officially commenced. Chapter 40. Shinmu versus Bai, Kakashi. That is my Raikiri. Within the icy mirror, Bai's figure flickered continuously. Shinmu's hand seals shifted rapidly. Beside him, Sasuke discerned that Shinmu was forming the seals for fire release. Immediately surmising that Shinmu intended to melt the icy barrier with flames. It would be futile, however. Such common fire release techniques could not possibly melt this frigid ice. Sasuke remarked, "I wish to give it a try." As the Divine Wood hand seal continued, and the next moment, the seal was completed. The fire release chakra gathered in the throat of the Divine Wood. Within the magic mirror ice crystal, Bai also completed a seal. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Secret technique, 1000 kill water flight. The water molecules in the air, under Bai's seal, coalesced into ice needles, shooting towards the Divine Wood. At that moment, the Divine Wood opened its mouth and unleashed all the fire release chakra from its throat. A colossal dragon composed of flames surged toward the 1000 kill water flight unleashed by Bai. At the instant of collision between the fire dragon and the ice needles, the intense heat instantaneously vaporized the ice. Subsequently, under the deliberate control of the Divine Wood, the massive fire dragon roamed wildly within the magic mirror ice crystal. Wherever it passed, the ice mirrors melted away entirely. Due to the proximity of the Divine Wood's ninjutsu execution to Sasuke and Naruto, the two were able to glimpse the entirety of the fire dragon. The awe it inspired was beyond the capacity of mere words. That enormous dragon, seemingly endowed with its own consciousness, danced wildly within the ice crystal. "Hey, Sasuke, don't you also know how to use fire release? Surely you can conjure something like this?" The dazed Naruto poked Sasuke beside him, asking with a hint of teasing. Sasuke responded with a roll of his eyes. If he could wield such a powerful fire release, would he have been trapped for so long? Was he really so passive? As the magic mirror was completely melted, Kakashi also witnessed the frenzied fire dragon. Hiss. Kakashi inhaled sharply before slowly speaking, "B-rank ninjutsu, Great Dragon Fire Technique." The Divine Wood has managed to harness its power to such an extent. Moreover, he can manipulate it freely. The meticulous application of chakra is truly terrifying. On the other side, in the water prison controlled by Kakashi, Zabuza also observed this scene. At that moment, only one question occupied his mind. What kind of prodigy is that red-haired kid? While other ninjas struggle to utilize elemental ninjutsu at the age of 12. This kid not only knows how to use the Flying Thunder God technique at a young age, but is also proficient in fire, water, and lightning releases. Furthermore, he can effortlessly perform the Rasengan. Most crucially, this boy has a dark heart and knows how to manipulate others. You Konoha village have truly produced a formidable individual. Zabuza remarked. Is that so? Now you two believe that the Divine Wood has a greater chance of winning. Kakashi smiled as he looked towards Zabuza in the water prison. No, there is absolutely no way Bai can lose, for that kid you brought has yet to face the trials of life and death, Zabuza declared firmly. To this, Kakashi did not retort. Although the Divine would have burned 2 assassination ninjas to death during the journey to the Land of Waves, there had been no actual combat. Not even a spatter of blood typical in a fight. Therefore, in a certain sense, the Divine would have not yet matured into a true ninja. Believe it or not. Even without taking a life, he can still resolve this matter quite splendidly, Kakashi countered after a brief contemplation. Let us wait and see. Bai is also a rare genius in physical techniques. More importantly, he can manipulate the chakra within his body with a single-handed seal. Such talent is exceedingly rare. Zabuza replied. Pride gleaming in his eyes, for Bai was a ninja he had discovered and nurtured from the roadside. Nearby, as the magic mirror ice crystal completely melted, Bai's somewhat disheveled figure came into view. Shenmu signaled for Sasuke and Naruto to withdraw, indicating that he would handle the situation himself. You must exercise extreme caution. His ice techniques are exceedingly troublesome, Sasuke advised, gently guiding Naruto away. At this moment, on the bridge, Shenmu faced off against Haku. You are a ninja of remarkable potential. Once you mature, you will undoubtedly make a name for yourself throughout the ninja world, Haku remarked. Still haunted by the memory of the colossal dragon that had descended like a deity of fire, a sight that lingered vividly in his mind. It is the first time I have witnessed someone wielding such a formidable fire technique. Is that so? Shenmu countered. Indeed, you are the most exceptional peer I have encountered. Haku replied candidly. Thus, I implore you to engage me in a proper battle. With that, Haku charged at Shenmu without further ado. Shenmu, similarly wielding a kunai, charged forward. Their figures colliding as the kunai clashed repeatedly. With a resounding clang, the 2 kunai locked together. At that moment, Shenmu noticed that the unscrupulous adversary opposite was actually forming hand seals. Kakashi could not help but call out a warning. Shenmu, quickly flee. It can perform hand seals with one hand and unleash ninjutsu. Shenmu's face displayed a peculiar expression. Is this not a standard procedure? Why is the teacher so astonished? After much contemplation, Shenmu resolved to attribute Kakashi's shock to an excessive concern for his well-being. In order to alleviate Kakashi's worries, Shenmu turned and gave him a thumbs up. Kakashi, is this kid out of his mind? I warned you to be cautious, and you respond with a thumbs up? Hurry and run. His hand signs are about to be completed. Kakashi's voice was laced with urgency. He was entirely perplexed by Shenmu's unusual behavior that day. On the other side, after Shenmu gave a thumbs up to Kakashi, he was delayed for nearly half a second. Meanwhile, the technique of the opposing white had almost reached completion. If the opposing white were to finish the ninjutsu, Shenmu, positioned so closely, would have no capacity for resistance. After nearly a second of delay, Shenmu swiftly altered his hand seals. Kakashi, who was observing the battle, was left in astonishment. Shenmu can actually form hand seals with just one hand? How's this young man capable of such a feat? Moreover, the hand seals he creates appear so familiar. Ugly rabbit monkey. The Divine would completed its sealing technique, gathering lightning chakra within its palm to form a formidable current. The electricity enveloped the hand of the Divine Wood, swirling wildly in its palm, producing a cacophony of chirps, akin to the simultaneous chorus of 1,000 birds. On that day, Shenmu utilized the lightning release, shadow clone technique to incapacitate Zabuza. He discovered the remarkable effectiveness of lightning chakra in inducing paralysis and piercing through defenses. A few days prior, while constructing a bridge, he contemplated this revelation and unraveled hundreds of ninjutsu techniques. Today, he employed one of the ninjutsu he had recently conceived. With a mere series of hand seals, he could channel the lightning chakra within his body, enveloping his fingers and palms in a powerful electric current, endowing them with extraordinary penetrating power. Shenmu named it Piercing Hand. Alright, Shenmu admits to being quite inept at naming things. In any case, this ninjutsu is exceptionally useful, and that is all that matters. Upon witnessing Shenmu's ninjutsu come to fruition, Kakashi stood in astonishment. Good heavens! Is this not his own Raikiri? When did Shenmu learn this? Chapter 41. The Loyal Tool. Ice Release Ninja, by. On the island, Inari, having been saved by Shenmu, knocked on the doors of every resident. He had learned from Shenmu that there might be unforeseen events occurring on the bridge currently under construction. Therefore, he wished to rally the islanders to assist. However, as Inari knocked on the doors, before he could fully explain the situation, he found the villagers hastily locking their doors. Voices emerged from behind the doors. Inari. We cannot change anything. Faced with such a response, Inari clenched his jaw tightly. At this moment, others were fighting for the Land of Waves. If even the people within our own country were unwilling to step forward, then there was truly no hope left. Inari expressed his disappointment, feeling a profound sense of powerlessness for the first time. He realized he had once been like them. Give up, Inari. After your father's death, the Land of Waves has lost its courage to exist. His mother gently embraced the sorrowful Inari and whispered, No, I absolutely cannot give up. This is what Brother Shenmu taught me, courage and hope. After saying this, Inari, unwilling to relent, ran off again to knock on the next resident's door. Meanwhile, on the bridge, the battle between Shenmu and Bai raged on. As the seals were completed to unleash the piercing palm, lightning enveloped Shenmu's palm and surged forward with unmatched momentum, aiming directly for Bai's right shoulder. Shenmu did not harbor intentions of taking a life. Thus, his move was designed to incapacitate Bai. A swift impact resonated. The outcome was unmistakable. Shenmu pierced through Bai's right shoulder with his palm, blood gushing forth in a crimson cascade. After sustaining such a grievous injury, Bai painfully coughed up a mouthful of blood. Astonishingly, despite being gravely wounded and spitting blood, Bai remained resolute in executing his sealing technique. I am but a tool of Mr. Zine no longer. Failing to fulfill my purpose would be the true defeat. As Bai completed his seals, countless icy needles surged from the ground, hurtling towards the direction of Shenmu. The proximity rendered Shenmu utterly unable to evade the onslaught. What was the need for such resistance? Shenmu lamented the loss of Bai's purity. He could not fathom what could possibly compel the youth to go to such lengths for him. In the next moment, Shenmu employed the body flicker technique he had previously placed on Naruto, instantly teleporting away. All the icy needles shot into emptiness. Bai, grievously injured, pressed his hand against his wound as drops of blood fell onto the great bridge. His Byakugan eyes radiated determination as he unsteadily advanced towards Shenmu. From his ninja tool pouch, he retrieved a kunai and hurled it in Shenmu's direction. Immediately thereafter, his speed surged, propelling his body forward in pursuit of the kunai towards Shenmu's location. Clang! Shenmu raised his hand to deflect Bai's kunai, forming hand seals in an attempt to unleash his lightning release in response. At that moment, Naruto and Sasuke, who were observing, noticed Bai's sudden pivot towards Shenmu. Bai's new target was none other than teacher Kakashi. In a state of panic, Sasuke shouted a warning, Kakashi-sensei, be careful. Meanwhile, after turning around, Bai disregarded the horrifying wound on his right chest, gripping the kunai with his left hand as he charged towards Kakashi. In a moment of urgency, Kakashi withdrew and dodged. The sound of rushing water echoed as the water prison technique he had maintained dissipated. Zabuza, who had been trapped within the water prison, finally regained his freedom. Once able to move again, a fierce glint appeared in Zabuza's eyes. Bai, well done, Zabuza said, patting Bai on the shoulder. As he glanced at the injury on Bai's chest, Zabuza's expression flickered before settling into a nonchalant demeanor. As expected from the ninja tool I trained, can you still fight? Bai nodded affirmatively, of course, Mr. Zabuza. On the battlefield atop the bridge, Kakashi's arm was injured, and both Sasuke and Naruto were riddled with needles. Their combat capabilities severely diminished. Zabuza had endured a heavy blow from Shenmu's Rasengan to his back, likely fracturing a few ribs, yet he appeared entirely unfazed by the ordeal. Bai bore the most severe injury, with his right chest pierced by Shenmu's attack, blood seeping steadily from the wound. Although Bai's face was concealed by a mask, one could easily surmise that he was pale beneath it. At present, Shenmu's side held the advantage. Give it up, Zabuza. There is no need to lose your life over an assassination mission, Kakashi urged gently. Zabuza stubbornly retorted, but I need this money to realize my lofty ideals. Previously, he had assassinated the fourth Mizukage out of dissatisfaction with the village's tyranny. After failing in the assassination, he fled the village and became a rogue ninja. His grand aspiration was to establish his own territory, which required substantial funds. You've harmed too many innocent people in pursuit of your ideals. Even aiding those who perpetuate evil like Kato, Kakashi admonished. Zabuza displayed a dismissive expression. I couldn't care less about the lives of the common folk. Now Kakashi, and you too, little brat, allow me to show you what true killing techniques are. Upon finishing his words, Zabuza formed hand seals once more, invoking his signature mist-concealment technique, thickening the already sparse mist. Subsequently, he concentrated chakra throughout his body. In an instant, a crimson aura erupted around him. The blood-red chakra made Zabuza appear as if he had emerged from the depths of hell. Within the white mist, his blood-red silhouette darted about. I've already stated that the same ninjutsu will not work on me twice. Your mist-concealment technique is no exception, Kakashi said, unhurriedly retrieving a ninjutsu scroll. After exchanging a glance with Shinmu, Kakashi formed hand seals. Earth release, tracking Fong technique, he shouted, slamming the scroll into the ground. In the next moment, cracks appeared beneath Zabuza's feet. Following that, several ninja hounds sprang forth, biting at his limbs and restraining his body. The Earth release, tracking Fong technique was a combination jutsu created by Kakashi, merging Earth release with summoning techniques. Kakashi's summoned beasts could maneuver beneath the earth to appear directly beneath his enemies, ensnaring them instantly. Despite the fog obscuring their vision, the hound's sense of smell remained acute. With a superior olfactory acuity compared to ordinary dogs, this technique was particularly well suited for engaging Zabuza. Once Zabuza's body was restrained, Kakashi signaled to Shenmu, indicating that Shenmu could take action now. Although he could swiftly approach Zabuza with his lightning release, it paled in comparison to Shenmu's flying thunder god technique. On the other side, Shenmu had already begun forming seals as soon as Kakashi had drawn the ninjutsu scroll, ready to take his cue from Kakashi. Shenmu employed the art of instant movement, appearing behind Zabuza. Zabuza posed a significant threat to his existence, thus Shenmu resolved to eliminate him in one decisive strike. His hands, enveloped in crackling lightning, thrust forward simultaneously. The sound was a sharp puchi. Chapter 42, The Death of Bai, Kadu's Hidden Scheme puchi. Just as Shenmu's hands pierced what he expected to be Zabuza's body, his expression abruptly froze. For the figure he had intended to slay was not Zabuza, but Bai. A few moments prior, after enduring an arduous battle with Shenmu, Bai discerned that Shenmu had placed a flying thunder god mark behind Zabuza. Therefore, upon witnessing Zabuza ensnared by Kakashi's ninja hound, Bai surmised that Shenmu would inevitably utilize the flying thunder god to launch his next attack. Thus, he resolutely positioned himself behind Zabuza. Indeed, events unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Shenmoku arrived as expected, wielding the dual piercing hands. In an instant, both arms pierced through Bai's left and right chest. In his final moments, Bai summoned the last of his strength to embrace Shenmoku. This was the last act he could perform for Zabuza. The bloodline limit is a significant entity in any nation, its impact particularly pronounced in times of war. However, Bai, who inherited the ice release, endured a tragic childhood. He was born in a village perpetually blanketed in snow within the land of water. The villagers, gripped by the turmoil of war, harbored fear and hatred for the bloodline limits. Consequently, upon discovering that his wife and daughter possessed the ice release, Bai's father led a massacre against Bai's mother. Just as the villagers prepared to turn their wrath upon Bai, he unleashed his ice needles, slaying all present. In a single night, Bai became an orphan. Subsequently, while wandering the streets, he encountered Zabuza, a defector from the village hidden in the mist. Zabuza recognized the potential in Bai's bloodline limit, took him in, and taught him the ways of ninjutsu. Bai was always aware of Zabuza's ulterior motives. Yet he willingly fought for him. From the moment Zabuza took him in, Bai's existence revolved solely around serving Zabuza. Even in death, he sought to create the greatest advantage for Zabuza. Shinmu was embraced by the deceased Bai. At that moment, their noses nearly touched, allowing him to perceive Bai's vacant pupils and feel the waning warmth of his body. This individual, who had clearly departed from life, still endeavored to assist Zabuza for one final time. Before the divine tree, Zabuza found himself at a critical juncture. Upon discovering that Haku's body had been pierced by the divine tree, his pupils dilated, momentarily betraying a flicker of emotion. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. A cruel smile spreading across his face as he rasped, "Haku, you managed to restrain that red-haired brat using the flying thunder god technique even in your dying moments. Well done." With that, Zabuza swung his massive blade, declaring, "Since it has come to this, little brat, I shall send you on your way to accompany Haku." The colossal blade fell, cleaving a wooden post in two with its deadly edge, the force of the strike reverberating through the air. Realizing the blade was poised to strike Haku's body, Zabuza hastily jerked his wrist, halting the descent of his weapon. Meanwhile, the divine tree had utilized the substitution technique to retreat several dozen meters, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, shaken by the close call. With Haku deceased and Zabuza's chances of victory extinguished, the tide seemed to turn against him. At that moment, a group appeared at the bridge's edge. It was Kato. His intentions were straightforward. He sought to let Zabuza and the ninjas protecting Tazuna engage in battle until they were mutually exhausted, only to swoop in and reap the benefits. Not only would he save on the cost of hiring Zabuza, but he would also prevent the construction of the bridge in the land of waves. Observing the beleaguered Zabuza, Kato mocked, "How pitiful, Zabuza, you truly are worthless." Though Zabuza had deduced Kato's intentions upon his arrival, he still questioned, "What brings you here? What do you intend to do?" Kato, with a mocking glint in his eyes hidden behind his sunglasses, replied, "What do you think? I'm here to kill you. Did you really think I would pay you that exorbitant fee? Now, I shall eliminate both of you while you're at your weakest." A cold glimmer flashed in Zabuza's eyes. He had nearly lost his life for this mission, and he had lost the one person he cared about, Haku. Now, Kato brazenly announced his intent to refuse payment and eliminate them. Zabuza's voice turned icy. "Kakashi, it seems we must declare a truce. Without a mission, I see no reason to continue this fight." Kakashi nodded, gripping his kunai defensively to shield Tazuna and Naruto. "Ninjas must not harm civilians. Let me handle this." With that, Zabuza's figure shimmered and faded. He charged towards the warriors Kato had brought, wielding his decapitating blade. As he sprinted, his form was once again enveloped in a crimson chakra. Kato's eyes widened in terror, his voice rising in panic as he urged his warriors to protect him. Zabuza's icy, merciless expression made Kato feel as though he were confronting a demon. The warriors surrounding Kato were similarly paralyzed by fear. "Protect me. Protect me," Kato commanded, his voice trembling. "Zabuza is severely injured. Why are you afraid of him with so many of you?" "He is coming," cried a panicked ninja. In the next moment, Zabuza plunged into the crowd, akin to a tiger amongst sheep. With a flourish of his decapitating blade, he showcased his overwhelming power. In less than half a minute, Zabuza dispatched several warriors who had been guarding Kato. Then, with a downward swing of his blade, he cleaved Kato in two. The remaining warriors, paralyzed by fear, scattered in all directions. At the bridge's edge, Zabuza stood alone. Meanwhile, the divine tree, who had just used the substitution technique, was closest to the now dangerous Zabuza. Thus, he remained vigilant against a potential sudden strike. Just then, the divine tree sensed a slight tremor beneath his feet. Turning around, he spotted a throng of villagers rushing toward the bridge. As they drew nearer, he recognized the diminutive figure of Inari leading the group. "Inari, you brought all the villagers from the island. You've come to support us," the divine tree exclaimed excitedly. Now, over 100 villagers surrounded Zabuza, their expressions tense. Not daring to breathe, "Zabuza," Kakashi called out, fearful that Zabuza might act rashly against the divine tree. Unexpectedly, Zabuza turned and approached Haku's lifeless body. In a hoarse voice, he declared, "I wish to bury Haku. You had best not impede me." He then lifted Haku's corpse. Before departing, Zabuza glanced back at the divine tree. "Hey, red-haired brat, you've truly surprised me. But do not think this is the end. We shall meet again in the future." With that, Zabuza walked away. and a collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers. Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke were escorted back to the island for treatment. With Kato dead, no one would obstruct the bridge's construction. Chapter 43. Return to the village. Comparisons among girls. Half a month later, the bridge in the Land of Waves was completed. Team 7 prepared to return to the village to report their mission. Gazing at the silhouettes of Team 7 on the bridge, Tazuna turned to the villagers on the island. The bridge is finished, but we have yet to name it. Inari suggested, how about we call it the Divine Tree Bridge? On a distant mountaintop, a new grave had emerged, adorned with a mask and a wreath. Zabuza, holding his decapitating blade, stood there, watching Team 7 fade into the distance. Having successfully completed their mission in the Land of Waves, Team 7 returned to Konohagakure. Sakura, who had long harbored feelings for Sasuke, awaited their return along the road into the village, hoping to invite him to dinner. As she waited, she spotted a familiar figure. Ino? What are you doing here? Confusion crossed Sakura's face. Soon, realization struck. Ino must also have feelings for Sasuke and wanted to ask him out. Give it up. Sasuke only likes me, Sakura declared, baring her teeth defensively. In response, Ino crossed her arms dismissively. You're overthinking it. Not everyone is like you. I'm waiting for the Divine Tree. Sakura was irked by Ino's attitude and retorted, although that kid has been lucky enough to be in the same class as Sasuke, it doesn't mean their abilities are on the same level. Sasuke has more than just good looks. He is a genius in ninjutsu. That should be my line. Ino countered nonchalantly. Though the Divine Tree had yet to reveal any powerful ninjutsu in public, Ino blindly believed that his talent was unmatched. After all, how could someone capable of using all attributes of the Shadow Clone Technique be inferior? In this moment, two individuals are engaged in a heated debate, and finally, the members of Class Xiaoqi have returned. Upon seeing Sasuke's arrival, Sakura transformed like a chameleon. Her expression shifted from displeasure during her argument with Ino to one of excitement and joy. Sasuke-kun, you have finally returned. After undertaking a C-rank mission, you must be exhausted. Would you care to join me for a meal? Sakura exclaimed with fervor. In response, the oblivious Sasuke simply shook his head in refusal, stating, I'm sorry. I don't have time. Indeed, Sasuke was pressed for time. This mission had profoundly illuminated the gap between himself and Shinmu. Moreover, he felt a deep sense of shame for having been ineffective during the battle on the bridge. Consequently, upon his return, he resolved to enter seclusion for rigorous training, aspiring to elevate his ninjutsu to greater heights. Disheartened by the rejection, Sakura departed with a heavy heart. Ah, very well then. Another rejection, eh? Haha. Ino, standing nearby, mercilessly mocked Sakura's dismay. Naturally, Sakura would not allow herself to be ridiculed without retort, countering, at least I have the courage to invite Sasuke, unlike you, who only dares to observe Shinmu from afar, too timid to even approach him. Ino. In truth, Sakura's words held merit. Ino had been secretly observing Shinmu for quite some time. She had taken note of him during their earlier years in the Ninja Academy. Shinmu is not only handsome but also exceptionally diligent. However, his mastery of ninjutsu has remained stagnant. One day, during class, Shinmu astonished everyone, and Ino realized her feelings for him. Despite being classmates for many years, they had never exchanged a word, making it exceedingly difficult for Ino to take the first step. Faced with the triumphant Sakura, Ino opened her mouth to retort, yet her words were swiftly silenced by Sakura's next statement. If you wish to argue, you might as well prove it to me directly. Ino's expression reflected her inner turmoil. Would her sudden approach appear too abrupt? What if Shinmu deemed her frivolous? What if he did not harbor feelings for her? What if he rejected her, much like Sasuke had dismissed Sakura? Moreover, what was she supposed to say to him? Ino's mind was a blank canvas. She swallowed hard. Truthfully, she longed to bravely take that first step, yet that initial move is often the most daunting. At that moment, the members of Class 7 passed by Ino. Shinmu greeted naturally. Ino, you're here too. Who are you waiting for? Upon hearing this, Ino looked up, meeting the gaze of Shinmu's fair visage. Stammering, Ino struggled to respond, ultimately failing to utter a single coherent sentence. Shinmu found this female classmate rather peculiar and casually remarked, aren't you in the same class as Shikamaru and the others? Where are they? In response, Ino's cheeks flushed even deeper. They're just. At that moment, Shikamaru and Choji approached from a distance, enthusiastically greeting Shinmu. Hey, Shinmu, Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi-sensei, have you just returned from a mission? In their childhood, both Shinmu and Naruto, being orphans, endured the scornful gazes of the villagers. However, Shikamaru and Choji were among the few who refrained from whispering behind their backs and were willing to converse with them. As a result, Shinmu held a deep affection for them. Shinmu had yet to utter a word, while the effervescent Naruto animatedly recounted the sights and experiences from their journey. Indeed, we have just returned from the Land of Waves after completing a mission, and you cannot fathom the perils we faced. Most importantly, during this mission, Shinmu displayed remarkable prowess. As Naruto concluded, he gestured grandly towards Shinmu. If it weren't for Shinmu's timely arrival during that battle on the Great Bridge, Sasuke and I would have been in dire straits. Listening to Naruto speak of Shinmu's combat prowess, Ino gradually relaxed, her expression becoming focused. She was intrigued by everything related to Shinmu. Shikamaru, meanwhile, nodded in agreement. I see. By the way, what was that body flicker technique you mentioned Shinmu used? Naruto pondered for a moment. I believe Kakashi-sensei referred to it as the Flying Thunder God technique. Yes, that's it, the Flying Thunder God. Shikamaru, Sakura, and Ino exclaimed in unison. What? Shikamaru, momentarily doubting his hearing, sought clarification. Are you certain? Upon receiving Naruto's affirmative response, a tempest of excitement surged within him. Shikamaru, known for his keen intellect and love for reading, was well-versed in the history of Konoha and the majority of its ninjutsu. Among these, the Flying Thunder God technique was exceptionally unique, a space-time ninjutsu capable of traversing to any location marked by the Flying Thunder God seal. This forbidden technique was developed by the second Hokage and immortalized by the fourth Hokage. It was a jutsu recorded in the Forbidden Scrolls of Konoha. Chapter 44, The Hidden Power of Shenmu. Kakashi's astonishment upon hearing Naruto utter the words Flying Thunder God, the expressions of Sakura and Ino underwent a dramatic transformation. Although they were born later and had never witnessed the splendor of the fourth Hokage, they had heard whispers of the forbidden technique known as the Flying Thunder God. Had Shenmu been secretly perusing the Book of Seals? In her shock, Sakura quickly sensed something amiss and inquired. The Flying Thunder God technique was recorded in the Book of Seals, a text inaccessible to ordinary individuals. If Shenmu had mastered it, it implied he had indeed seen the Book of Seals. This revelation posed significant trouble for him. To privately learn forbidden techniques from such a text was a grave offense. Even Ino, who held affection for Shenmu, anxiously asked, Shenmu, you didn't really? Naruto scratched his head. What Book of Seals? This is a technique Shenmu developed himself. Having witnessed Shenmu's entire process of experimenting with the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto responded with calm assurance. You must be joking. In unison, Shikamaru, Ino, and Sakura exclaimed. It was already challenging for an ordinary person to master the Flying Thunder God technique, let alone to have developed it independently. Subsequently, their gazes shifted to Kakashi, who remained silent. When Kakashi did not refute the claim, a terrifying speculation arose in their hearts. Could it truly be that Shenmu had developed it himself? This exceeded the comprehension of a typical ninja. Developing forbidden techniques was nearly on par with the legendary second Hokage. Yet, they overlooked the fact that the second Hokage had been in his early 20s when he researched the Flying Thunder God technique, while Shenmu was still not yet 13. A collective gasp filled the air. They were all students of the same year. How could Shenmu have already mastered such an arduous S-rank technique and hold his own against the elite ninjas of the Mist Village? Kakashi, with a resigned glance at Shenmu, decided to take his leave. All right, you all continue your discussion. I must report to Lord Hokage. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi knocked and entered, discovering an Umbu agent, who had just finished reporting his mission, kneeling before the third Hokage. Upon seeing Kakashi, the Umbu agent greeted him warmly. Kakashi-senpai. Kakashi nodded at the masked agent. Having worked in the Hokage's Umbu for many years, it was normal for him to know several members. Moreover, Yamato had once been Kakashi's subordinate. The third Hokage acknowledged Kakashi's arrival. Kakashi has returned to report on his mission. I shall take my leave now, Hokage-sama, Yamato said. Ready to depart. No need. You should stay and listen. The third Hokage gestured for Yamato to remain. In your former team, Shinmu is a student of Kakashi. Yamato exclaimed. I am well aware that Kakashi-senpai is Shinmu's teacher. However, I truly have no interest in Shinmu's current situation. It's too much for my psyche. Kakashi, upon hearing the third Hokage's words, was momentarily taken aback. Yamato has taught Shinmu? I was unaware. A question mark appeared in Kakashi's mind. There were many capable instructors for Shinmu. Why must it be Yamato? Unless there was something only Yamato could teach. Would release. Kakashi's composure faltered. He thought in fright. Yamato was the only ninja in Konoha capable of utilizing would release. Thus, it was highly plausible that Yamato had taught Shinmu this technique. The third Hokage, seated, addressed Kakashi's earlier query. It's understandable that you were unaware. This matter has been conducted with utmost secrecy. Only Yamato and I were privy to it, making you the third. Upon hearing the third Hokage's explanation, Kakashi's conviction regarding his assumption strengthened. Nonetheless, the situation felt absurd, almost beyond belief. Kakashi intended to inquire further but decided to proceed with the mission report instead. He detailed all the events that transpired during their journey to the Land of Waves. Yamato, wishing to leave, found himself unable to do so as the third Hokage had already invited him to stay. Thus, he knelt beside Kakashi, listening as Kakashi recounted Shinmu's astonishing feats throughout their journey. Even though Yamato was mentally prepared, he was still left utterly astonished upon learning that Shinmu had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and various elemental ninjutsu. A monster. He could wield a typical C-rank technique with the potency of an A-rank. More incredibly, it seemed he had independently comprehended the summoning technique. Furthermore, this lad, on his first arduous mission, remained unflinching, standing toe-to-toe with the infamous Zabuza Momochi. The third Hokage, sitting before Kakashi, was equally taken aback after hearing the tumultuous narrative of the mission. A master of various ninjutsu, renowned as the Professor of Ninjas. It appeared Shinmu's understanding of elemental ninjutsu surpassed even his own. The third Hokage urgently inquired, did he genuinely utilize the dragon fire technique capable of annihilating half a forest? And did he incinerate the ice mirrors of an ice release user? Indeed, Kakashi replied with a wry smile, nodding. What's most frustrating is that on our way back, he learned my earth release, tracking Fong technique in under 10 minutes. Throughout, I never provided him with a single hint. The third Hokage reacted with astonishment, and Yamato gasped in disbelief. Changing the subject, Kakashi asked, by the way, I've been meaning to ask, what did you have Yamato teach Shinmu? Though he had a vague inkling. He sought a definitive answer from the Hokage. The third Hokage shrugged. What else could it be but would release? However, I cautioned him not to use it unless his life were in peril. Kakashi, though he had anticipated this answer, was still taken aback when it was confirmed by the third Hokage. Would release. Kakashi swallowed hard, unable to control his reaction. So, during their mission, this lad had an ace up his sleeve. In such a perilous moment, he had actually concealed the would release technique. My goodness. A super ninja capable of utilizing both would release and the Flying Thunder God technique. Wait a moment. Kakashi suddenly realized something amiss. The forest of trees that had abruptly appeared in the village recently, could it be? Yamato and the third Hokage nodded simultaneously. Indeed. It was that lad who performed the would release, Birth of the Tree World. Kakashi exclaimed in disbelief. Does a student like that truly require my instruction? With such prowess, he could easily lead an entire team on his own. Chapter 45. The third Hokage, Konohamaru, you have truly stolen my heart. The third Hokage keenly observed Kakashi's petrified expression, apprehensive that he might, like Yamato, relinquish his responsibilities. Thus, the third hastily elaborated. Although that young lad possesses formidable talent in ninjutsu, he remains a rough diamond, unrefined and lacking in combat experience. He wields great power yet is unaware of its application, and his temperament is still in need of cultivation. Kakashi. This is precisely the moment when he requires an exceptional mentor. Upon hearing this, a sense of duty welled up within Kakashi. After all, he was entrusted with the monumental task of nurturing a future super ninja of Konohagakure. However, he harbored reservations regarding the third Hokage's assessment of the boy's shortcomings. For during the course of their recent mission, Kakashi had discovered Shenmu not only adeptly employs the appropriate ninjutsu to counter his adversaries but also often produces unforeseen outcomes. More significantly, this individual comprehensively grasps and executes the art of deception inherent to ninjas. As for his temperament, although this young man is exceedingly cautious, he has never exhibited a hint of timidity. However, it appears he has yet to forge a path uniquely his own in the realm of ninjutsu and requires a guiding figure. After much contemplation, Kakashi resolved to assume the role of Shenmu's mentor. Understood, Lord Hokage. I shall nurture Shenmu with great care, Kakashi assured. The third Hokage exhaled in relief. Very well. You may return for now. Meanwhile, at the village entrance, Shenmu was still being surrounded by several classmates, bombarded with questions. Lumaru was curious about how Shenmu had comprehended his various ninjutsu techniques. Meanwhile, Sakura inquired about who was stronger now, Shenmu or Sasuke. Ino expressed her concerns, noting that mastering such challenging ninjutsu must have required considerable effort from Shenmu, and suggested he take a break to recuperate. Only Choji, sitting nearby, continued to munch on a bag of chips, oblivious to the conversation. As he snacked, he casually remarked to Naruto and Sasuke, Shenmu certainly is quite popular. Despite being in the same class, the stark contrast between the lively atmosphere surrounding Shenmu and the subdued demeanor of Naruto and Sasuke was palpable. No, I must begin my training as well. I absolutely cannot fall behind Shenmu, Naruto declared, shaking his fist in determination. Sasuke remained silent, merely wishing to return home swiftly to commence his own training. As Shenmu observed Naruto and Sasuke depart, he hastily excused himself, swiftly making his exit. Behind him, a group of onlookers contemplated his retreating figure, lost in thought. I was certain that Shenmu would succeed. Ino expressed joy on his behalf. At that moment, Shikamaru interjected. He remains oblivious to your feelings for him. Ino blushed, her secret affections laid bare, and hastily retorted, what feelings? I have no idea what you are talking about. Shikamaru sighed, enough pretending. Your concern and affection for him are practically written all over your face. Ino replied, can't you say something nice for once? Shikamaru shrugged. I'm merely speaking the truth. Later, upon returning home, Naruto, who had promised to train, collapsed into a deep slumber. However, this was understandable, considering he had traversed a long journey throughout the day. Meanwhile, Shinmu, having utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to travel, felt little fatigue and thus took it upon himself to prepare dinner. He intended to cook braised pork, a dish he had not savored in quite some time. Consequently, Shinmu resolved to use the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly transport himself to the market for ingredients. The Flying Thunder God technique of Shinmu is concealed in a hidden corner of the vegetable market. Meanwhile, Konohamaru is accompanied by his two companions, examining the strange markings on the wall. What is this? It resembles a tree, albeit in a peculiar form, and it looks somewhat familiar. Konohamaru remarked earnestly while leaning against the mark on the wall. Beside him, Udon, who wears glasses, commented, it seems to be some sort of rune. It possesses an air of mystery. The only girl in the trio, Moegi, interjected, why are you two being so suspicious? This is clearly just a child's doodle, coincidentally resembling a tree. No, I still sense it holds some special power, perhaps to unlock a seal or to learn formidable ninjutsu after solving a puzzle, Udon asserted. Just then, Shinmu suddenly appeared using the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon arriving at this location, Shinmu sensed an unusual sensation beneath him. Looking down, he discovered Konohamaru sprawled beneath him. Shinmu, Mokyaru. Shinmu inquired with confusion, Konohamaru, what are you doing beneath me? To which Konohamaru responded, it is clearly you. Brother Shinmu, who appeared so suddenly. Shinmu quickly realized that it was Konohamaru who was lying beside the Flying Thunder God mark he had set. Thus, upon his teleportation, he found himself perched atop the boy's head. Nearby, the little girl Meng Huang, upon witnessing the strikingly handsome Shinmu's sudden appearance, was enchanted, her eyes sparkling with admiration. So handsome. Konohamaru, is this big brother your friend? Konohamaru, rising from the ground, introduced with great pride. This is my often-mentioned big brother, Shinmu. He is incredibly powerful. He is the one who taught me how to utilize the Rasengan. Is he the one who guided you to successfully cultivate the Rasengan in a single day? How impressive. Udon sniffled, revealing a look of longing. The brilliance in Ming Wang's eyes intensified. Handsome and powerful, big brother Shinmu. Konohamaru suddenly recalled something and excitedly exclaimed, by the way, big brother Shinmu, the Rasengan you taught me is truly invaluable. There was a time I ambushed my grandfather from behind and knocked him to the ground. Shinmu, how dare you actually go through with it? You truly are remarkably filial. I wonder if the third generation will vent their ire upon me because of this incident. Shinmu cast a glance at the three children before striding towards the vegetable stall, stating, all right, I shan't converse with you any longer. I must procure some ingredients for my meal. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had spent the day reviewing documents, rubbed his weary back and coughed a couple of times. His secretary promptly inquired, Lord Hokage, has your injury from the encounter with Konohamaru healed yet? The third Hokage, with a pipe in his mouth and eyes narrowed, replied, indeed, that rascal launched a sudden assault with his Rasengan, leaving me with a persistent ache in my back. I am getting old and losing my edge. Chapter 46, Notice for the Chunin exam, Kakashi-sensei's former glory in the blink of an eye. More than half a month has passed since Team 7 completed their mission in the Land of Waves. Although the members of Team 7 performed commendably during this C-rank task, upon returning to the village, they found themselves relegated to menial tasks such as harvesting sweet potatoes and babysitting. One day, as the three members of Team 7 awaited Kakashi-sensei's announcement regarding today's mission, Naruto leaned in conspiratorially towards Shinmu and asked, Shinmu, have you noticed an increase in unfamiliar faces around the village lately? Shinmu nodded. In truth, he had long since noticed this issue. He also discovered that the sudden influx of individuals were not merchants, but rather ninjas adorned with the headbands of various villages. At this moment, their unexpected appearance in Konoha raised suspicions of a grand conspiracy, perhaps to invade the land of fire and obliterate Konoha, mused Naruto. A peculiar expression of longing appeared on his face. When that time comes, I will descend like a divine warrior, reversing the tides of chaos, and be hailed as a hero by all of Konoha. That old man, the third Hokage, will voluntarily step down in my favor. Ha ha ha. What are you thinking? You better pray such events never unfold. In large-scale wars, the influence of a single ninja is exceedingly limited, Sasuke interjected, having approached them. After hearing Naruto's daydreaming, he offered a scathing critique. Unless you possess wood release, like the legendary first Hokage. Is wood release really that impressive? Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Sasuke shot him a disapproving glance. You should have paid attention in class. It's a bloodline limit exclusive to the first Hokage. As they conversed, the tardy Kakashi finally arrived. True to form, he concocted an absurd excuse. Apologies, everyone. I'm late again. I just helped an old lady cross the street. Naruto scoffed, unrelentingly exposing the truth clearly. It's because you slept in again, using excuses that even a child wouldn't believe. Kakashi displayed no sign of embarrassment, replying earnestly, this time. There truly is something important to discuss. I believe you have all noticed the recent influx of unfamiliar ninjas in Konoha. Of course, they are so brazen that even a fool could see them, Naruto remarked. Do not interrupt me, Kakashi retorted. He continued, you are all aware of the Chunin exams, correct? It is the examination for Genin to ascend to Chunin, held twice a year. This year's exam is scheduled for July 1st, which is just a week from now. I have submitted all of your names. The Chunin exams serve as a significant venue for observing the strength of allied nations, so do not embarrass me. Upon hearing this, Naruto immersed himself in the prospect of becoming a Chunin, jumping up with excitement. That's fantastic. I can finally become a Chunin. Kakashi wore a displeased expression. Do not jump to conclusions. The elimination rate for the Chunin exams is exceedingly high. Really? Naruto asked, his enthusiasm tempered with confusion. Yes. Under normal circumstances, the elimination rate hovers around 70%, Sasuke explained calmly from the side. Sasuke was correct. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Huh. Naruto scratched his head. But I see quite a few Chunin in the village. Kakashi patiently began to clarify. That is because the Chunin exams are held twice a year. If one fails, they can continue to take the exam. Therefore, I do not harbor high hopes for you this time. It is merely an opportunity for you to witness the grandeur of such events. However, I insisted on submitting your names against all odds, so please do not disappoint me. After Kakashi spoke, his gaze fell upon Shinmu. Among these three individuals, Only Shinmu exhibited a steady demeanor. It is no exaggeration to say that if Shinmu performs normally, he might even attempt the more challenging Jonin exams. Kakashi-sensei, I have always wondered, when did you become a Chunin? Naruto raised his hand to inquire. Kakashi appeared thoughtful before responding earnestly. I believe it was around the age of 6. Naruto. Shinmu. Sasuke. Is the strength of the older generation truly this formidable? At the tender age of 6, this was when Shinmu first entered the Ninja Academy. Indeed, the gap between myself and genuine powerhouses is vast. Kakashi-sensei, merely an ordinary Jonin among the many of Konohagakure, possesses such remarkable credentials. It seems that the ninjas of Konoha are indeed concealed dragons and hidden tigers, their depths unfathomable. So, sensei, when did you become a Jonin? Shinmu inquired further. Kakashi, lost in thought, replied, I believe it was at the age of 12. Shinmu, Sasuke, and Naruto. Winky face, this implies that they have just graduated from the Ninja Academy. During the same period, Kakashi had already ascended to the rank of Jonin, capable of leading a team into battle independently. Such is the terrifying reality. Upon noticing the astonished expressions of the young ninjas, Kakashi chuckled and explained, I became a Jonin during wartime, which was rather exceptional. You cannot compare your circumstances to mine back then. To this, Shinmu merely regarded Kakashi-sensei's words as a display of modesty. In truth, Kakashi possessed additional qualifications that he did not disclose. For instance, after attaining the Jonin rank and receiving a unique gift from a comrade, he joined the Umbu. In just 3 short years, he ascended to the position of Umbu captain, a height unattainable by most in a lifetime. Well then, for the next few days, the village's missions will be on hold. You should focus your efforts on preparing for the Chunin exams. After delivering the announcement regarding the Chunin exams, Kakashi vanished once more. Sasuke followed suit, determined to refine his skills and shine brilliantly in the upcoming Chunin exams, proving his strength to all. Meanwhile, Naruto and Shinmu began their rigorous preparations. As noon approached, Shinmu went about his usual routine of purchasing ingredients and cooking. Having just utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, he unexpectedly encountered Sarutobi Konohamaru. Shinmu noticed that every time he encountered this little fellow, it was either at the vegetable market or en route to it. Could it be that the market was Konohamaru's designated spawning point? Upon seeing Shinmu, Konohamaru rushed forward and embraced Shinmu's leg, pleading, Brother Shinmu, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for so long. What is it? Shinmu inquired, his expression darkening. He had an inkling that this boy was about to present yet another troublesome request. Please teach me another ninjutsu. The one from last time that created that huge crater. You only taught me the basics last time. You haven't taught me the advanced version yet. Konohamaru implored. Shinmu realized that what Muron was referring to was the wind-release Shuriken technique. This young lad, emboldened by mastering the Rasengan, dared to challenge the 3rd Hokage. If he were to learn the wind-release Shuriken technique and then hurl it at the 3rd Hokage, it could lead to dire consequences. It could truly be fatal. Thus, Shinmu concocted an excuse and resolutely declined. I cannot teach you. I am about to participate in the Chunin exam, and instructing you would consume precious time. We shall discuss this further once I have become a Chunin. Chapter 47. Encounter, gored baby Gaara upon hearing Shinmu's words. Muron shook his head. I have heard from my grandfather that the Chunin exam is exceptionally challenging, with a remarkably low pass rate. Although you, Brother Shinmu, are indeed formidable. Who knows when you will actually become a Chunin? By that time, it may be too late for me to learn. Shinmu delivered a resounding slap to Konohamaru's head, exclaiming, Are you cursing me? Konohamaru, with a look of grievance, covered his head and replied, I merely spoke the truth. Seeing that the young lad still did not comprehend the situation, Shinmu raised his hand once more. Please don't hit me. Konohamaru exclaimed in fear as he turned and fled. Shinmu had long since placed the Flying Thunder God mark on Konohamaru. Thus, he merely stood silently behind, observing as the young boy sprinted away. Regardless of how far the little rascal ventured, Shinmu could effortlessly catch up with him in an instant. Just as Shinmu prepared to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to pursue Konohamaru, he noticed that the impetuous lad had collided with a passerby. At that moment, the diminutive figure of Konohamaru was lifted off the ground by this stranger. The individual was clad in peculiar attire, bearing an odd object wrapped in bandages on his back. Dressed in black, a hat obscured his entire head, while a sand ninja forehead protector adorned his brow, leaving only his face exposed, which was marked by strange, intricate patterns. Grasping Konohamaru firmly, he growled, You little brat, can't you watch where you're going? Startled by the bizarre appearance of the man before him, Konohamaru stammered, Why yes. I'm sorry. The figure in black seemed intent on provoking a confrontation, tightening his grip on Konohamaru's hand with increasing force, stating, Do you think a mere apology will suffice? Just then, Shinmu stepped forward, calling out to the unfamiliar ninja, I apologize for our earlier transgression. Could you please release my younger brother? Acknowledging his own fault, Shinmu took the initiative to speak, as it was Konohamaru who had initiated the collision. The stranger raised his gaze, his sharp eyes scrutinizing Shinmu, before revealing a disdainful expression. A mere genin from the Hidden Leaf Village? You appear rather unimpressive. Behind the cloaked figure, a girl with striking yellow hair, wielding a massive fan, noticed Shenmu's arrival and her eyes sparkled with intrigue. "This boy is rather handsome," she exclaimed. Then lightly tapped the shoulder of the cloaked man beside her. After casting a wary glance around, she cautioned, "Kankura, cease your actions, or we might face reproach later." Kankura disregarded the girl's warning, holding Konohamaru aloft as he faced Shenmu defiantly. At that moment, Konohamaru, desperate to break free, began kicking vigorously. "Let me go?" he cried. Kankura, seemingly incensed, retorted, "I abhor short individuals. How dare you be so arrogant at such a young age? I truly desire to end you." Upon hearing Kankura's final words, Shenmu's pupils constricted sharply, for the expression on the man's face did not suggest deceit. Struggling in Kankura's grip, Konohamaru's face flushed crimson. His expression contorted in pain as he pleaded, "Shenmu, I feel terribly uncomfortable. Could you possibly?" Observing Konohamaru's anguished demeanor, Shenmu's eyes narrowed. "If you do not release him, I shall not hold back." Shenmu's gaze was icy and penetrating. It was evident that the other party had come seeking trouble, and thus, he felt no need for courtesy. Slowly, he plunged a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique into the ground. Then, with a resounding whoosh, Shenmu's form vanished from the spot. In the next moment, he materialized in midair, directly behind Konohamaru. Shenmu raised his hand and struck Kinjulong's wrist with deft force. The sudden pain made Kinjulong instinctively loosen his grip. Shenmu grasped the falling body of Konohamaru and once again employed the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the kunai he had previously placed. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Kanjuro and the girl behind him realized Shenmu's actions, Konohamaru had already been rescued. The girl's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "What kind of ninjutsu is this?" Kanjuro, unwavering in his demeanor, summoned fine strands of chakra at his fingertips, declaring, "Regardless of the ninjutsu, it is merely a low-tier technique employed for escape. There is no need for concern." He then proceeded to slowly ensnare Shenmu's calf with the chakra threads, intending to pull him and make him a spectacle before the crowd. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. Shenmu was utterly unfazed by the situation, directly countering with his formidable chakra, swiftly dispersing the chakra threads that coiled around his form. Witnessing Shenmu's nonchalant dismissal of his efforts, Kanjiro became infuriated. He reached behind him to retrieve a heavily bandaged object he had been carrying. Kanjiro was prepared to get serious. Upon seeing this, his companion, Shimaru, covered her face in despair, realizing that her attempts to dissuade Kanjiro were futile, and she stepped aside to avoid further involvement. At that moment, a ninja silhouette appeared. Hanging upside down from a nearby tree, and in a cold, hoarse voice, he commanded, "Cease this at once. Do not further disgrace the Sand Ninja Village." Upon hearing these words, Kanjiro abruptly halted, beads of sweat forming on his brow, and hurriedly returned the object to its place behind him. Upon witnessing this scene, Shenmu was engulfed in perplexity. Who, exactly, was this speaker who could instill such fear in the arrogant man clad in black? Driven by curiosity, Shenmu turned his gaze toward a nearby grand tree. Suspended from its branches was a ninja, affixed to the tree by his chakra. He lacked eyebrows, wore the kanji for love etched upon his forehead, and carried a large gourd upon his back. At that moment, he stood with crossed arms, his gaze icy and decidedly pretentious. Upon observing the peculiar attire of this individual, Shenmu instantly deduced his identity. The gourd, the tattoo, the absence of eyebrows. This could only be the gourd child. However, it seemed that all 8 gourd children possessed eyebrows. Gaara, noticing Shenmu's peculiar scrutiny, chose not to respond but instead directed his piercing gaze toward Kankuro. Addressing him in a voice as frigid as ice, "What do you think we came to the Hidden Leaf for?" Kankuro opened his mouth, fear rendering his words stammering and disjointed. "Let me explain, Gaara. They were the ones who instigated this." Upon hearing this title, Shenmu felt a wave of familiarity. His knowledge of the Naruto universe was limited, yet he retained a vivid impression of several key figures. Gaara, it seemed, enjoyed considerable popularity within the series. However, Shenmu was unaware of the specifics of the character's actions. Silence. Gaara abruptly interrupted Kanjiro's explanation, narrowing his eyes as he ominously declared, "Beware, for I may take your life." The murderous intent behind his words was almost palpable, causing Konohamaru, who stood beside Shenmu, to cower behind him and clutch his leg tightly. Kanjiro, too, was so frightened that he nearly fell to his knees. After this display, Gaara, bearing his gourd, leaped down from the tree, accompanied by Temari and Kanjiro as they moved away. Just after taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back, his calm gaze fixed upon Shenmu, and inquired, "What is your name?" Shenmu spread his hands, indicating his indifference. He showed no intention of inquiring about the other person's name. After waiting in vain for Shenmu to ask, Iai Luo took the initiative to introduce himself, stating, "My name is Iai Luo, and I find you quite intriguing." In Chapter 48, Iruka Sensei's Test, the bashful Tion, Iai Luo continued, "My name is Iai Luo, and I find you quite intriguing." Shenmu was momentarily taken aback by Iai Luo's words. "What do you mean by being interested in me? How peculiar." As a straightforward man, Shenmu's face contorted with disdain. "No, I do not share that inclination. Please do not take an interest in me." Iai Luo's brow furrowed, and the atmosphere around him suddenly turned icy. Hankarama and Kanjiro, standing nearby, instinctively took 2 steps back, their eyelids twitching and bodies tensed. They understood that Iai Luo's demeanor signified his displeasure. Is he about to strike? Is Iai Luo really going to confront that red-haired boy right here? Shenmu keenly observed the fluctuations of chakra surrounding Gaara. This fellow, under the scrutiny of so many eyes and in broad daylight, dares to be confrontational? Yet, Shenmu remained unperturbed. No amount of aggression could sway him. He raised his hand, gently shielding Konohamaru behind him, exuding an air of unshakable confidence, for this was indeed the territory of Konoha. Gaara locked eyes with Shenmu and found, astonishingly, not a trace of disturbance in his gaze. The other SI's resembled a gentle sun, devoid of joy or sorrow, radiating warmth. One word encapsulated it: composure. This left Gaara quite taken aback. At last, Gaara declared, "Let us go." With that, he turned to leave, followed closely by Tamari and Kankuro. Only after the Sand siblings had distanced themselves did Konohamaru cautiously peek from behind Shenmu, still trembling from the encounter, and asked, "Brother Shenmu, who were they?" Shenmu pondered for a moment and explained, "It must be the ninjas from the neighboring Wind Country, here to participate in the Chunin exam. Do not be afraid. They have already departed." Konohamaru displayed a worried expression. "Brother Shenmu, they are quite terrifying, since they are also here for the ninja exam. Will you encounter them during the examination?" Shenmu reassured him, "Even if I do encounter them, it is of no concern. I have never been one to fear." Shenmu, exuding an extraordinary aura, spoke with conviction. In the presence of his fellow villagers, he may have been submissive, yet when confronted by ninjas from neighboring villages, he struck with formidable force. "Well, I shall refrain from further discourse, as I must hasten to prepare the meal." Shenmu gently comforted Konohamaru before preparing to buy groceries. At that moment, a ninja clad in a conical hat suddenly appeared, swiftly snatching Konohamaru away. The ninja leaped onto the roof of a nearby house, moving with remarkable agility, rapidly disappearing into the distance. Shenmu regarded the retreating figure of the unfamiliar ninja without a trace of worry, instead wearing an expression of resignation. He sensed the familiarity in the chakra emanating from the assailant. A few minutes later, the mysterious hat-wearing ninja brought Konohamaru to a secluded grove outside the village. Grasping him firmly, Konohamaru struggled fiercely, kicking and resisting. The ninja, with a fierce demeanor, admonished, "Hey, kid, behave yourself, or I will eliminate you on the spot." Instantly, Konohamaru fell silent, now only able to pray for Shenmu to arrive and rescue him. In the next moment, Shenmu utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the scene. The conical hat ninja began to declare, "Listen up, I am a spy ninja from a neighboring village. If you know what's good for you, hand over the sealing scroll of Konoha, or I will take this little one's life." With that, he raised Konohamaru high above. Shenmu raised his hands in exasperation. "Iruka-sensei, please stop pretending." The face of the masked ninja, obscured by his hat, was soon beaded with cold sweat, yet he stubbornly retorted, "Brat, what are you talking about? Iruka? I don't know anyone by that name." "Shenmu, teacher, since you have been exposed, there is no need to maintain the facade. The chakra fluctuations emanating from you unmistakably belong to Iruka-sensei." The Straw Hat Ninja, "Oh no. Alas. I forgot that this little rascal is exceptionally sensitive to chakra. While employing the transformation technique, I completely overlooked the need to conceal my chakra fluctuations. A blunder indeed." In the next moment, with a loud puff, a cloud of smoke erupted around the Straw Hat Ninja, revealing Iruka-sensei's true form. Iruka-sensei chuckled awkwardly, saying, haha. You saw through me, Shinmu. It seems that your experiences in the world have indeed fostered considerable growth." Shinmu, "Teacher, it is evident that your disguise is rather inadequate." "Iruka, please do not so ruthlessly point out the teacher's shortcomings. It is quite embarrassing for me. Iruka-sensei, why did you transform to catch me? Are you playing some sort of game with Brother Shinmu?" After being set down by Iruka, Konohamaru inquired with confusion. "No. It is simply that Kakashi hastily submitted your names for the Chunin exam, and I felt uneasy, so I wanted to test the waters." Iruka explained, "It has been proven that Shinmu is indeed qualified to participate in the Chunin exam now." A sense of pride shimmered in Iruka's eyes as he continued, "Shinmu, your rate of growth is truly remarkable." "Iruka-sensei, you flatter me," Shinmu humbly remarked. Iruka displayed a look of perplexity on his face and continued to inquire, however, "What ninjutsu did you employ to track him, as you suddenly appeared behind Konohamaru?" Shinmu explained, "It is a ninjutsu discovered for traveling or transporting objects, which Kakashi-sensei referred to as the Flying Thunder God technique." Iruka exclaimed, "Flying Thunder God? A ninjutsu discovered for traveling or transporting objects? Shinmu, you wouldn't be deceiving the teacher, would you?" Iruka cautiously inquired. "Teacher, I have never told a lie," Shinmu replied. Shinmu replied earnestly. Iruka, he fully comprehended the significance of the Flying Thunder God technique. During the Third Great Ninja War, Iruka was likely even younger than the current Shinmu. He had witnessed the fourth Hokage utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, darting between enemy ninjas and striking them unawares. Iruka had previously formed an understanding of Shinmu's extraordinary talent. So upon learning that Shinmu had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he was initially taken aback, but swiftly managed to conceal his astonishment. "Well done, Shinmu. The Chunin exams are approaching, and you must continue to strive diligently. Rest assured, teacher, I have never faltered for even a moment. After a brief exchange, Iruka-sensei assured them and mentioned that he would treat Shenmu and Naruto to ramen that evening. Shenmu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two parted ways, with Shenmu heading back to the village to purchase groceries. After conducting experiments on Shenmu, Iruka tirelessly proceeded to evaluate other ninjas from the class he had previously taught. The Chunin exams were exceptionally perilous. Many individuals found it exceedingly difficult to pursue their ninja aspirations post-examination, and some even lost their lives. Therefore, Iruka, akin to a concerned father, felt compelled to witness the growth of these children before allowing them to partake in the exam. Before long, the day arrived 2 days prior to the examination, the deadline for submitting examination documents. The 3 members of class Xiaoqi each carried their respective files as they approached the Ninja Academy. Teacher Kakashi had previously informed them that the submission would take place in room 301 of the academy. However, upon entering the school, Shinmu immediately sensed an unusual fluctuation of chakra in the surroundings. As the group ascended to the 3rd floor, they encountered 2 menacing candidates blocking the entrance to room 301, seemingly intent on preventing others from submitting their documents. The Chunin exams are exceedingly dangerous. I advise you to return swiftly. Be cautious. For a moment's negligence during the exam could cost you your life, warned one of the ninjas, adorned with a headscarf, as he forcefully pushed aside a girl attempting to enter. The girl gasped in shock, stumbling backward. At that moment, Shenmu timely reached out and embraced the waist of the girl who had been pushed down. The girl, Tian, looked up and met Shenmu's clear gaze. After being caught by Shenmu, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly wriggled free from his embrace, apologizing. I'm so sorry, it was unintentional. It's nothing, Shenmu replied with a shake of his head. At that instant, Xiao Li and Niji, who had accompanied Tian, noticed Shenmu and turned their attention toward him. Upon seeing Shenmu, Xiao Li excitedly introduced him to Niji. This is the genius boy I mentioned to Teacher Kai. Last time we were training outside the village, we encountered him practicing the 8 gates. Is that so? Niji inquired, directing his gaze at Shenmu. With his signature red hair and handsome features, Shenmu appeared quite amicable, not at all resembling a hidden genius. Teacher Kai claimed he surpassed me by a great margin. I must have a match with him, Xiao Li declared eagerly. Xiao Li believed that geniuses could be categorized into 2 types, those endowed with innate talent and those, like himself, who relied on hard work. However, Shenmu embodied a 3rd category of genius, one who possessed both innate talent and remarkable diligence. He was determined to engage in battle with this individual. Meanwhile, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, dispelling the illusion. Addressing the 2 individuals blocking the entrance to classroom 301, he stated, Your clumsy genjutsu is quite inadequate. Clear the way. I need to submit my documents on the 3rd floor. As the illusion shattered, everyone suddenly realized that the original classroom 301 had transformed into classroom 201. Since the moment everyone entered the ninja school, they had been influenced by the genjutsu. Shortly thereafter, the trio from class 7 ascended to the 3rd floor to submit their documents. Niji, Tian, and Xiao Li observed their retreating figures, deep in thought. Gazing at Shenmu's silhouette, Tian, with an enamored expression, remarked, Those 3 must be the students under Kakashi. They seem quite formidable. I hope that red-haired boy does not disappoint me. I must have a match with that red-haired lad, Xiao Li asserted resolutely. As the group departed, the 2 candidates stationed before classroom 201 dispelled their transformation jutsu, revealing themselves as uniformed examiners. Watching the backs of the candidates, one examiner mused. This batch of students appears promising. That Uchiha boy is noteworthy. The red-haired one seems capable as well. Once Shenmu and his companions completed their document submissions and descended to the training ground on the 1st floor of the ninja school, they found Xiao Li, clad in a green jumpsuit, waiting eagerly. You've finally arrived, Shenmu. Let us have a match. Xiao Li beckoned with enthusiasm, his fighting spirit palpable. What on earth are you thinking, you bushy-browed mushroom head? Why the sudden urge for a duel? Naruto interjected, somewhat displeased, ignoring the comments around him. Xiao Li's gaze remained fixed on Shenmu. I implore you to engage in a match with me. I wish to witness your taijutsu. Behind Xiao Li, Tian displayed an expression of anticipation, eager to discover the extent of the red-haired boy's power. Niji, with his arms crossed, assumed a spectator's demeanor. Following the Chunin exams, it was highly likely that he and this red-haired boy would become rivals, so gaining early insight into his opponent could prove advantageous. It seems that if I do not fight you today, I shall not leave, Xiao Li concluded. Shenmu revealed an expression of helplessness as he slowly approached the training ground. After meticulously assuming the initial stance for his physical techniques, he gestured to Xiao Li with a beckoning hand. Come on. Then I shall not hold back, Xiao Li declared, his brows furrowing in determination. In an instant, he darted forward, lifting his leg to strike at Shenmu's waist. In response, Shenmu raised his hand to defend. With a resounding clap, Xiao Li's formidable leg strength sent a jolt through Shenmu's palm, yet he managed to absorb the impact with composure. What? Tian, who was observing from the sidelines, widened his eyes in astonishment. He actually caught Xiao Li's leg? And it seems effortless. How old is this guy? How can he possess such incredible strength? Even Niji, who had maintained a detached demeanor, found himself leaning forward, intently focused on the clash unfolding in the arena. Meanwhile, after having his kick intercepted, Xiaoli was momentarily taken aback. From this singular exchange, he could discern that Shenmu's strength surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Gritting his teeth, Xiaoli shouted, "Let's see if you can withstand my next move." With that, he forcefully twisted his torso. "Leaf whirlwind," he bellowed, as he spun his body and launched a rapid sweeping kick aimed at Shenmu's lower body. Shenmu retreated, evading Xiaoli's sweeping kick. Then, with his exceptional eyesight, he launched a powerful kick with his right foot just as Xiaoli soared into the air. Bang! The kick struck Xiaoli squarely in the rear, sending him flying over 10 meters. Upon landing, Xiaoli rolled on the ground, clutching his backside. Tion's eyes sparkled with admiration. Not only was this young man handsome, but he was also incredibly strong. They must be a year below us, having practiced for 1 year less, yet they can defeat Xiaoli. Truly impressive. Ning Xiai nodded in agreement. The opponent's timing and control over their own strength surpassed that of Xiaoli. Xiaoli's defeat was indeed justified. "I will not concede so easily," Xiaoli exclaimed as he rose from the ground, a white steam erupting from his body. He still had his trump card to unleash. How could he concede so readily? Was Xiaoli about to open the 8 gates of Duanjia? Tian remarked, "There is no need for that. This is merely a friendly spar. Such a powerful technique should be reserved for a proper competition." Shun Tia? Facing the Xiaoli who was about to unleash the 8 gates of Duanjia, Shinmu remained unperturbed. After all, he was not the only one capable of opening the 8 gates. First gate, open. Second gate, open. Fifth gate, open. Shinmu effortlessly unlocked the 5th gate of the 8 gates, and a wave of green steam erupted from his body, an awe-inspiring sight. Li exclaimed in shock. How could he have reached the 5th gate so effortlessly? Observing this, it seemed he could also access the 6th gate while still holding back. "I concede, you have won." Xiaoli surrendered outright. Faced with Shenmu, he saw no chance of victory. Although he too could unlock the 5th gate, it would impose a tremendous burden on his body. Such a trump card was best reserved for the Chunin exams. In contrast, Shenmu showed no inclination to conceal his prowess in taijutsu, for he had many other secrets to guard. With this, the match concluded, and Naruto commented, "That thick-browed guy doesn't look that impressive." However, Sasuke retorted, "In truth, he surpasses both of us significantly." He gazed at Naruto, baffled by his audacity to belittle others. Throughout the battle between Xiaoli and Shenmu, Sasuke had been observing closely with his Sharingan. His analysis revealed that while the Sharingan could track Xiaoli's movements, his own body could not respond in time. Thus, if he had been in Shenmu's place, he would have stood no chance and would likely have been dominated by Xiaoli. Shenmu breathed a sigh of relief. "Did you notice the calluses on his fingers?" Sasuke emphasized. "Calluses?" Naruto squinted at Li's hands, unable to discern what Sasuke was referring to. "That guy's hands are wrapped in bandages, aren't they?" Sasuke replied, "Look at the few exposed fingers. Though he tries to hide them, the calluses and scars tell a different story. This guy has been training tirelessly in taijutsu, far exceeding our strength and effort. This Chunin exam is going to be tough," Naruto remarked. "Indeed, that's what makes it challenging," Sasuke said with a confident smile. Meanwhile, after Xiaoli's decisive surrender, another peculiar figure appeared on the first floor. With a similar mushroom hairstyle and a green jumpsuit, it was Might Guy. Guy pointed at Li and exclaimed, "Li, are you bullying your junior here?" Upon realizing it was his teacher, Li felt like crying. "Teacher Guy, I did not bully him. Furthermore, you are right. He is much stronger than I am." Guy tilted his head towards Shinmu, taking a moment to recognize him as the young man who had used the 8 gates in the clearing outside the village. "Ah, young man, we meet again. It seems we are fated," Guy said enthusiastically, giving Shinmu a thumbs up. "You have not disappointed me. I hear you can now unlock the 6th gate." "What?" Li gasped. "Has that red-haired boy mastered the 6th gate so quickly?" He looked in shock at Shinmu, who appeared to be barely out of the ninja academy. How long had he been training? Even if Li had started practicing the 8 gates from birth, he could not have achieved such progress. Guy then turned to Xiaoli with tears in his eyes. "Li, your reckless challenges have greatly disappointed your teacher." Xiaoli quickly responded, "Teacher Guy, I am willing to accept any punishment." Guy nodded. "All right. Then run 100 laps around the Ninja Academy playground. Let everyone witness our youth." Xiaoli stood at attention. "Yes, Teacher Guy." With that, the thick-browed Xiaoli truly began to run the track. Might Guy followed closely behind, turning back to Shinmu and the others before he left. "You 3 are students of Kakashi, right?" Shinmu nodded. "Your teacher is my eternal rival. Please send him my regards." As Might Guy disappeared, Naruto remarked, "What a pair of eccentric individuals. We should head out too." Niji called to Tenten beside him, a smirk on his lips. "This Chunin exam is proving to be increasingly interesting." "All right," Tenten nodded, gazing longingly at Shinmu. That boy managed to elicit such a reaction from Teacher Guy. And he surpasses Xiaoli in strength. Who do you think is stronger between him and you? Niji did not directly answer but explained. "If I were to face Xiaoli head-on, it certainly wouldn't be as easy for him to win." Tenten pondered, "So you think?" Niji interrupted, "Let us go. We graduated from the Ninja Academy a year earlier than them, and we cannot be surpassed by these youngsters." After all the members of Might Guy's class departed, Sasuke, Shinmu, and Naruto each returned home to commence their training. Soon, the day of the Chunin exam arrived. According to the exam procedure, Shinmu's first challenge was the written test. In the classroom, the scarred proctor, Marino Abiki, stood at the podium. His gaze was sharp, as if he could see through anyone, creating an intense atmosphere. Abiki surveyed all the genin participating in the Chunin exam and declared, "This exam is quite simple. There will be a total of 10 questions, each worth 1 point. Additionally, any form of low-level cheating is strictly prohibited. There are over 10 elite genin supervising the exam. If any cheating is detected, 2 points will be deducted for the first offense. Should you lose all 10 points, you will be immediately expelled from the examination room." Sensitive to Abiki's words, Shinmu quickly discerned the loophole in his statement. No low-level cheating allowed? This implied that cheating was permissible, provided it was executed discreetly and when undetected. However, Shinmu had no intention of resorting to such tactics. The written test was a mere trifle. Abiki continued, "Furthermore, you will participate in the exam in groups of 3. Therefore, if any member of your group scores 0 on the written test, the entire group score will be nullified." Shinmu, Sasuke, winky face, danger, danger. If any individual receives a score of 0, the entire team will be eliminated. Although Naruto's ninja knowledge has undergone rigorous training under Shenmu, it is highly likely to be insufficient for this examination. The probability of achieving a score of 0 is exceedingly high. We must find an opportunity to assist Naruto in cheating. Shenmu and Sasuke simultaneously wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, their minds echoing a shared thought. Meanwhile, Naruto, seated nearby, remained blissfully unaware, his gaze wandering among the other candidates. At that moment, Hinata, who sat beside Naruto, called out, "Naruto." Startled, Naruto replied, "Oh, it's you, Hinata. How come you're sitting next to me?" His impression of Hinata had always been rather vague. During their time at the Ninja Academy, her presence felt quite faint. The only memory he had of her was her shyness, as she would blush and avert her gaze whenever he was near. Behind Naruto, Shinmu observed the exchange between him and Hinata, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He had noticed Hinata's secret affection for Naruto during their academy days. A sentiment so evident that her face would flush and she would become flustered at the mere sight of him. The entire class seemed to recognize this, except for Naruto, who remained oblivious. During their academy tenure, Hinata's written exam scores were competitive with Shinmu's, and with her by Naruto's side, Shinmu felt much more at ease. On the other hand, Sasuke also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Naruto, despite his foolishness, seemed to possess a certain good fortune. In the front row, Hinata blushed as she answered Naruto's question. "The seating for the exam is randomly assigned." Naruto nodded, his expression one of confusion as he scrutinized Hinata, unable to comprehend why she blushed at his presence. At that moment, Morino Abiki stood at the podium, unsealing the examination papers. "All right, the exam officially begins. This examination lasts for 60 minutes, and the 10th question will be distributed after 45 minutes. Following this, the examiners began distributing the papers. Shinmu took the examination paper, and as he had done on every previous occasion, he first skimmed through the entire test. Chapter 51. The written exam commences. Does Shinmu not read the questions when solving them? After reviewing all the questions, he was momentarily stunned. These questions are remarkably simple. Thus, he began to write fervently. Sakura, seated not far from Shinmu, observed his confident expression upon receiving the paper and felt assured that the exam would likely be easy. She began to peruse the questions with enthusiasm. The first question read, "Decrypt the code, adapt to the advantages of military strategy, pursue the path of numerous skills. Then amidst all matters, none shall surpass me." What on earth does this even mean? The second question, a physics problem, stated in the diagram. The parabolic line B represents the maximum range of Ninja A's Shuriken from a height of 7 meters. Predict and describe the characteristics of the enemy ninja appearing within the ellipse traced by the Shuriken, along with the maximum range distance during a flat combat scenario. And provide justification. Beneath the second question was a diagram illustrating the model of projectile motion. A cold sweat began to form on Sakura's forehead. This is far from a simple question. The other ninjas in the room, upon seeing the 9 questions on the paper, unanimously displayed expressions of distress. Why are the questions for this Chunin exam so challenging? Even students who performed well in ninja school struggled to solve the first question after considerable effort. Consequently, Shinmu, who had not paused in his writing, naturally became the focal point of the room. Everyone was eager to see the answers of this red-haired boy. Meanwhile, Sasuke, after a strenuous internal struggle, resolved to resort to cheating. Although he had performed reasonably well in humanities subjects during ninja school, it did not imply he could tackle such difficult questions in the Chunin exam. Subsequently, Sasuke activated his Sharingan and began to perfectly mimic Shinmu's writing posture to answer the questions. Halfway through the imitation, Sasuke himself was taken aback. How could Shinmu write so swiftly? Does he not require a moment to pause while solving problems? Does he not need to read the questions? Moreover, his handwriting is so neat and beautiful, it is evident that he belongs to the type of student favored by teachers. Little does Sasuke know that Shinmu, having endured years of examinations in his past life, has transformed into the very embodiment of a teacher's ideal pupil. The chief examiner on the podium, Morino Ibi, also took note of the young scholar furiously scribbling away. How is he writing so rapidly? Even faster than the designated answer writers he had arranged. In truth, the questions for this Chunin exam were exceedingly challenging. They tested not only the knowledge of all present ninjas but also their skills in detection and information gathering. Thus, while cheating was permitted, it necessitated a discreet and efficient approach befitting a ninja's identity. Consequently, Morino IBI had positioned 2 answer writers at the exam's focal points to provide candidates with accurate answers to copy. Yet, this red-haired boy's efficiency surpassed even that of those who possessed the correct answers. Who is he? Morino IBI inquired with interest from a nearby Chni. Upon noticing the boy's Konoha headband, he felt a surge of pride for having such an exceptional student in the village. An examiner familiar with Shenmu elaborated, he is Shinmu, a war orphan rescued from the battlefield, now a member of Kakashi Hitaki's class. He has always excelled in the ninja academy. Furthermore, it is rumored that this boy is a genius of ninjutsu, having already mastered and can proficiently utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. What? Morino IBI's pupils dilated in shock as he gazed at Shinmu with newfound awe. At merely 12 years of age, he had acquired the mastery of an exceedingly difficult S-rank ninjutsu. A torrent of emotion surged within Morino IBI. It appears that Konoha has birthed yet another prodigy. The nearby Chnin concurred, indeed. Within just 15 minutes of the exam's commencement, Shinmu has completed all the questions. His greatest concern now lay with Naruto. Looking ahead, he observed Naruto in his seat, distressed and pulling at his hair in frustration. Just copy. Why aren't you copying? In the depths of his heart, Shinmu cried out in despair. At that moment, the chief examiner at the podium spoke. Candidates 12, 25, and 36 are disqualified. You 3 may leave. Candidate 25, dissatisfied, stood up and exclaimed, I have not completed my answers, and I certainly did not plagiarize. Indeed, I have yet to write a single answer. How can you declare me guilty of plagiarism? Candidate 12 chimed in. I did not accuse you of plagiarism. I stated that you were disqualified, the examiner replied sternly. Morinibi, maintaining a serious demeanor, continued, in this examination, if even one member of your group is disqualified, the entire group is eliminated. Your teammate, candidate 36, was caught plagiarizing 5 times, resulting in a complete deduction of 10 points. Therefore, I must once again remind you to refrain from employing such clumsy and ineffective means of cheating, which only serves to insult the integrity of us examiners. Upon hearing Morinibi's words, a profound silence enveloped the examination hall. In truth, prior to Morinibi's address, Naruto had contemplated stealing a glance at the answers written by Hinata beside him. Now, realizing that his disqualification would also implicate Shenmu and Sasuke, he dared not move. Upon hearing these words, Shenmu felt a similar weight in his heart. This is disastrous. Morino Ibiki intentionally aimed to heighten the psychological pressure on the candidates, thereby increasing the difficulty of the examination. Consequently, Naruto's path to success through imitation became even more arduous. Is there any method that could assist Naruto in tackling this set of questions? Shenmu began to ponder. It would be ideal if he could assist Naruto in taking the exam. While Shenmu was deep in thought, a cloud of sand suddenly appeared before him, blinding his vision. Before he could rub the grains from his eyes, the remaining sand astonishingly coalesced before him, forming a singular eye. Shenmu? What an astonishing method of cheating is this? To simply allow one's own eyeballs to soar out and copy? Shenmu has always been a paragon of justice, particularly detesting 2 types of individuals during examinations, those who plagiarize from others and those who prevent him from copying. Consequently, Shenmu decisively raised his hand and struck, shattering the sand-formed eye. Bang! Ah! As Shenmu's palm descended, Gaara, who occupied a corner of the classroom, let out a pained cry. Moriya Ibiki, visibly displeased, inquired, what happened? It's nothing, just some sand got in my eye, Gaara replied, clutching his eye, blood seeping from the corner, gritting his teeth. Moriya Ibiki's lips twitched. What size of sand could cause such damage to your eye, causing it to bleed? Nevertheless, since the examinee remained silent, I shall assume nothing occurred. After questioning Gaara, Moriya Ibiki turned his gaze toward Shinmu, asking, do you have a problem? Why did you suddenly strike the desk? I apologize, teacher. Shinmu rose and replied earnestly. I saw a mosquito on the desk and couldn't help but swat it. Very well, please refrain from such actions in the future. Creating noise during an examination can disturb others, Moriya Ibiki cautioned. Shinmu nodded obediently. Teacher, I understand. I will not do it again next time. In the corner, Gaara clenched his teeth in frustration upon hearing Shinmu's words. How infuriating. This fellow actually referred to his own eyeball as a mosquito. Chapter 52, The Art of Turning the Heart. Path to Wealth. As Shinmu settled down under the furious gaze of Gaara, he was suddenly enveloped by a peculiar sensation, akin to a jarring collision with a great bell, causing his mind to shudder. After a brief moment, realization dawned upon him. It seemed that Ino Yamanaka had employed her mind-body switch technique in an attempt to seize control of his body, presumably to peruse the answers he had just written. Clearly, his classmates were resorting to all manner of tricks to cheat. Recalling that Ino was his classmate and had previously shown kindness to both him and Naruto, Shenmu decided to permit her soul to invade his body to copy a couple of answers, considering it an act of goodwill. However, 2 seconds later, his expression froze. At that moment, Ino had taken control of his body. How splendid. She had seamlessly entered his form. After the exam, she would surely apologize. For now, her focus was on the questions he had answered. Ino's eyes darted quickly across Shenmu's paper. After approximately 7 or 8 seconds, the mind-body switch technique was undone, and Shenmu's consciousness returned. During the time his body had been occupied, Shenmu attempted to communicate with Ino's consciousness, wishing for her to use the technique to enter Naruto's body and assist him with the examination. Unfortunately, once Ino had occupied his form, his own consciousness felt ensnared, unable to establish a connection with hers, thus leaving his intentions unexpressed. Consequently, Shenmu, eager to aid Naruto in completing the exam, found himself compelled to seek alternative methods. Wait a moment. Shenmu suddenly realized that the heart-turning technique did not seem to be a bloodline limit. Could it be that he too could wield it? Upon comprehending this revelation, Shenmu commenced his practice of the heart-turning technique. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded in the examination hall. Numerous candidates abruptly fainted, only to eerily rise again and then collapse once more. After 5 minutes, Shenmu achieved success in his experiment. Overcome with excitement, he directly utilized the heart-turning technique to enter Naruto's body, manipulating it to complete the exam. Having gained experience from his initial attempt, Shenmu found himself adept at tackling the questions. In less than 10 minutes, he finished all 9 questions. Upon the return of Naruto's consciousness, he was astonished to see his paper filled to the brim with answers. He had merely dazed for a moment, so how had his paper become so fully written? Could it be that another genius persona within his subconscious had awakened to assist him in answering? Indeed, he was the chosen one. After completing this, there remained approximately 15 minutes before the announcement of the 10th question at the 45-minute mark. Thus, Shenmu resolved to employ the heart-turning technique for commerce. He observed a fellow candidate, who was struggling with the exam, suddenly change expression. Shenmu utilized the variant of the heart-turning technique he had gleaned, namely, mental dialogue, to communicate with them. I can reveal the answers to all 9 questions, but a certain fee is required, Shenmu's consciousness stated. How much? All candidates under the influence of Shenmu's mental dialogue inquired simultaneously. 1,000 copper coins each. In the world of Naruto, the universal currency is the copper coin. The purchasing power of 1,000 copper coins is roughly equivalent to about 500 units of currency in the original world of Shenmu. Spending 1,000 copper coins to acquire the answers to an exam paper is undoubtedly a worthwhile investment. Consequently, numerous ninjas engaged in communication with Shenmu, consenting to pay the sum of 1,000 copper coins. Following this, Shenmu utilized the mind link technique to document all candidates willing to pay in copper coins. He commenced reading the answers to the 1st through 9th questions. The expressions of all candidates flickered with excitement, their faces betraying a sense of urgency as they hastily began to answer. The chief examiner, Marino Abiki, wore a look of confusion. What was the matter with this group of candidates? Their expressions were exuberant, as if they had consumed a stimulant. Since he merely recited the answers and conveyed them through the mind link technique to all those prepared to pay, Shenmu found this venture to be remarkably effortless. Shenmu calculated that he had earned several thousand copper coins this time, a stroke of fortune, upon completing his examination. All candidates who had been enveloped by Shenmu's mind communication technique breathed a sigh of relief. They had successfully finished without incident. Yet, a sense of bewilderment lingered in their hearts, whose voice had suddenly resonated within their minds. Was it possible that this entity did not recognize them? Could it be that the 1,000 copper coins could be waived? Soon, the 45th minute arrived, marking the moment for the announcement of the 10th examination question. Mori Nabiki stood at the podium and declared in a resounding voice, "Before I unveil the final question, I have something to share with you. You may choose to accept or decline this last question. Should you choose to accept it and answer incorrectly, you will be directly disqualified. And your 2 companions will also suffer the same fate, rendering you incapable of participating in the Chunin exams for life. Alternatively, if you choose to decline, you will be eliminated but may still partake in the next Chunin examination." Upon hearing Mori Nabiki's words, the room erupted in astonishment. What kind of examination rule is this? It's utterly unreasonable. Either way, we are disqualified. If the final question is the deciding factor, then what significance do our previous answers hold? Who established this rule? I must report them. Unluckily, the rules for this examination were set by me. Mori Nabiki's demeanor was icy, exuding an undeniable sense of authority. The candidates fell silent, rendered mute by the oppressive atmosphere. The chief examiner was certainly not one to be trifled with. You have 3 minutes to deliberate whether to proceed, but I implore you to think carefully and avoid dragging your companions down with you. With that, the countdown commenced. Faced with this dilemma, candidates gradually began to raise their hands, not solely for their own sake, but to prevent their companions from losing their permanent eligibility for the Chunin exams. Shenmu once again directed his gaze towards Naruto. Utilizing the mind communication technique, he conveyed to Naruto the importance of not recklessly abandoning the examination. The ability to communicate through this technique indicated that as long as he could solve the final question, both Naruto and Sasuke would undoubtedly advance. Years of rigorous training in the sea of questions had instilled in Shenmu a profound confidence, regardless of how convoluted the last question posed by Marino Abiki might be. He was certain he could unearth the clues necessary to arrive at the solution. If there were questions that even he could not decipher, it would imply that no one else in the examination hall could either. This was the cornerstone of Shenmu's self-assurance in his examination prowess. Before long, the 3-minute countdown concluded. Nearly half of the participants had vacated the examination hall. Marino Ibiki cast a sweeping glance over the remaining candidates. I hereby announce that all present have successfully passed the first round of the Chunin exam written tests, advancing to the next stage. The expressions of all in the classroom were one of disbelief. What? We passed. Chapter 53, the second exam. The battle for the scrolls in the Forest of Death. Upon hearing Ibiki's announcement regarding their advancement, everyone was left in stunned silence. However, the final question had yet to be administered. A candidate raised a query, and others echoed their uncertainty. The choice I just presented to you was, in fact, the final question. Marino Ibiki elucidated. Only by selecting the correct answer to this last question can you successfully pass this round of examinations. Failure to do so will result in immediate disqualification. Relying on the ephemeral hope of the next examination is something I hold in disdain. What then? Of the 9 questions we previously completed, another candidate voiced their dissatisfaction. Those were assessments of your detection and information gathering skills. You may have noticed that during this written portion, collaboration was permitted. The candidates who were disqualified merely employed excessively clumsy methods of cheating. Thus, those of you who persevered through the initial 45 minutes and selected the correct answer for the last question rightfully advanced to the next round, Marino Ibiki proclaimed. Congratulations. You have successfully opened the door to the Chunin exam. Just as Ibiki finished his declaration, Shinmu noticed a shadow hurtling towards the examination hall through the window. With a crash, the shadow shattered the glass and somersaulted into the room, striking a pose and declaring, "Greetings. I am your proctor for the second stage of the Chunin exam, Mitarashi Anko." Shenmu cast a glance at the sudden emergence of the second chief examiner and felt that this woman's mannerisms bore a striking resemblance to the foolish Naruto. "No one is responding to you. How awkward," mocked Sena Ibiki from the side. Yuta Aruki's expression reflected a blend of bemusement and challenge as she retorted. "It's surprising that so many are still present after the first exam, Ibiki. Have you been aiding them in cheating?" A look of satisfaction spread across Ibiki's face as he replied, "This year's candidates have shown considerable potential." Yuta Aruki smirked, her lips curling into a playful smile. "Oh, is that so? I wonder if they can survive my second exam." After exchanging a few words with Ibiki, Yuta Aruki waved her hand dramatically. "All right, everyone. Let us proceed to the venue for the second exam." At the front of the 44th training ground in the Hidden Leaf Village, Yuta Aruki surveyed the gathered crowd and began to elucidate the rules of the second exam, as well as the nature of the testing grounds. Before you stands the 44th training ground of the Hidden Leaf Village, also known as the Forest of Death. The training area was surrounded by barriers and 44 gates, with a river flowing through the center and dense woods flanking both sides. The entire area was irregularly circular, with a towering structure at its center where you would ultimately complete your mission. The distance from any barrier to this central tower was approximately 10 kilometers, indicating that the training ground spanned roughly 310 square kilometers. You will engage in a scroll competition over the course of 5 days, totaling 120 hours. Shortly, each team will receive a scroll, either heaven or earth. Your task is to possess both scrolls and deliver them to the central tower within 5 days to successfully complete the exam. 5 days? In a place like this, one might starve to death, Naruto remarked as he peered through the wire fence. Catching sight of the towering ancient trees within the 44th training ground, his expression one of distress. Indeed, one might perish from hunger before the 5 days are up. Choji Akimichi chimed in, his eyes wide with disbelief upon hearing Yuta Aruki's explanation of the rules. "Fear not. The forest is teeming with various venomous creatures and ferocious beasts. Sustenance will be plentiful," Yuta Aruki replied with a narrowed-eyed smile. While Naruto and the others fretted over their sustenance, Shinmu was more concerned with the elimination rate of this competition. Each team would receive a scroll, but only by holding both Heaven and Earth scrolls could they pass this exam. This implied that by the conclusion of the test, half of the participants would inevitably be eliminated, assuming the exam proceeded normally with everyone remaining alive. For the 44th training ground was rife with the poisonous creatures and savage beasts characteristic of the Land of Fire, and a moment's inattention could lead to one's demise. With a triumphant gaze, Yuta Aruki observed the murmurs among the genin. This Chunin exam would prove more challenging than any task these novices had previously encountered. She then retrieved a thick stack of documents from a table beside the training ground. "Next, I will distribute liability waivers to each of you. As combat between ninjas is permitted during this exam, injuries and fatalities are to be expected. You will have half an hour to consider whether to sign. After half an hour, groups of 3 could collect their scrolls from a nearby booth, provided they presented 3 signed liability waivers." Soon, the death liability waivers were placed into Shinmu's hands. Shinmu hardly scrutinized the contents of the responsibility letter before inscribing his name upon it. Having resolved to participate in the Chunin exam, he could not afford to falter. Beside him, Sasuke and Naruto shared the same sentiment. After submitting the responsibility letter, Shinmu recalled that he had yet to collect the payment for assisting others in cheating during the previous examination. Thus, he approached a team from a certain grass ninja village and extended his hand, stating, "In the last exam, I provided you with the answers as we agreed. 1,000 copper coins each." To his astonishment, the other party chose to feign ignorance, insisting, "What answers?" We completed the questions in the first exam entirely on our own. Cheating was never part of it. Indeed, your manner of speaking is rather peculiar. No payment? Shinmu chuckled coldly. Due to your breach of agreement, the price has now risen to 5,000 copper coins. The group of ninjas from Chunin village bore mocking expressions on their faces as one of them retorted. To be frank, we will never pay such a sum. If you claim we have purchased your answers, then do present your evidence. Shenmu remained silent, memorizing the face of the other party before quietly walking away. In the Death Forest, discussions regarding collections were deemed too cumbersome. Subsequently, Shenmu inquired about a few individuals who had promised payment during their cheating. Among the 30 or so people, only one group expressed gratitude towards Shenmu and presented their reward. The rest, led by a ninja from Grass Ninja Village, chose to deny any obligation. Shenmu uttered not a single word in response. What was rightfully his would not escape. Before long, half an hour had elapsed. As the clock struck 2 in the afternoon, all teams entered the 44th training ground through any available gate. With a grand gesture, Yusho Washi Akane announced the commencement of the exam. For those who find this book enjoyable, your 5-star reviews, comments, chapter feedback, and gifts would greatly enhance the value of this work and motivate the author. Thus, I kindly ask for your support, and the author expresses heartfelt gratitude. Chapter 54, The Ambush of the Rain Hidden. The collection is underway. Upon entering the Death Forest, Sasuke pulled Shinmu and Naruto aside to discuss tactics. Our team has been assigned the Earth Scroll. We must swiftly locate a team with the Heaven Scroll, seize their scroll, and then proceed to the Central Tower to complete our task, ensuring our success in the exam, Sasuke articulated. At this critical juncture, Naruto, with a look of embarrassment, stood up and said, "You two continue your discussion. I urgently need to relieve myself." As Shinmu observed Naruto's desire to venture into the thicket for convenience, he called out, "Just relieve yourself right here. We are all men." Given the current peculiar circumstances, it was imperative to prevent teammates from being deceived by transformations. Hence the necessity to keep them within sight. "Must you be so cautious, Shinmu?" "It's rather difficult to relieve myself with you all watching," Naruto retorted, adjusting his trousers as he entered the thicket. Half a minute later, Naruto emerged from the foliage, a look of sheer contentment illuminating his face. What a relief. Upon witnessing the scene, Shinmu let out a cold laugh as he retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and hurled it towards Naruto. Whoosh. The kunai grazed Naruto's cheek, leaving a crimson streak upon his right side. "What are you doing?" Naruto exclaimed in astonishment, anger flashing in his eyes as he questioned Shinmu. Sasuke, observing the situation, seemed to ponder deeply. 2 seconds later, he too reacted, pulling a shuriken from his own pouch and launching it directly at Naruto. "Speak. Where have you hidden the real Naruto? What are you two so anxious about?" "I am Naruto," the impostor declared, undeterred. Shinmu, disinterested in idle chatter, swiftly launched a kunai from his hand. His unwavering conviction that the figure before him was a counterfeit Naruto stemmed from the fact that the authentic Naruto always had his ninja tool pouch affixed to his right hip, whereas this impostor wore his pouch on the left. Whoosh. The false Naruto adeptly evaded Shinmu's kunai with his nimble movements. However, an expression of disbelief soon froze on his face, for he realized that the Shinmu who had once stood before him had inexplicably vanished. Almost immediately, he sensed a powerful gust of wind approaching from behind. Just as the counterfeit Naruto began to turn around, whoosh, Shinmu utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the location of the kunai, forming a Rasengan with one hand and striking it against the back of the imposter Naruto. Bang! The ground was indented, creating a deep crater. The imposter Naruto was revealed to be a ninja adorned with the headband of the hidden rain village. Shinmu chuckled, recognizing that this individual was none other than a ninja from a previously unwilling team who had refused to pay the cheating fee. "I shall deal with you later." Upon concluding his words, Shinmu gestured for Sasuke to keep a watchful eye on the rain village ninja. Subsequently, he employed the Flying Thunder God technique to instantaneously transport himself beside Naruto. When Shinmu located Naruto, he found him bound tightly with ropes, a cloth stuffed firmly in his mouth. Accompanying Naruto were 2 comrades of the Rain Village Ninja. Shinmu unleashed the technique of multiple shadow clones and, in less than half a minute, captured the 2 ninjas. Soon after, Naruto and Shinmu returned to Sasuke's location, each holding a pair of tightly bound ninjas. Thus, a small team from the Rain Hidden Village was entirely vanquished. Sasuke's expression was one of astonishment. It had been less than a minute since Shinmu had departed, and he had already rescued Naruto with the added bonus of capturing 2 foreign ninjas. Such a display during the Chunin exam was nothing short of a dimensional strike against the other participants. Casting a glance at the 3 ninjas on the ground, Shinmu approached the rain-hidden ninja disguised as Naruto and playfully tapped his face, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "Well, it seems it's time to settle the payment." Upon witnessing the capture of his 2 comrades, the rain-hidden ninja promptly bowed and confessed, "We will pay. We shall pay immediately. My sincerest apologies. We have acted in bad faith. I am willing to offer 1,000 copper coins." "Who said it was only 1,000 copper coins?" Shinmu replied with an air of authority. "Given your breach of trust and the assault you launched against me, the price has risen to 10,000. Naruto and Sasuke gasped in disbelief. Just like that, the price had surged tenfold. With such remarkable negotiation skills, Shinmu could make even capitalists bow in reverence. Shinmu observed the rain-hidden village ninjas, who displayed expressions of distress, their gazes turning icy as they brandished their kunai, the threat in their demeanor unmistakable. What? Surely, you do not believe it to be excessive? One of the ninjas lamented, his eyes wide with trepidation. Given your imposing presence, it is evident that uttering the word excessive would lead to my immediate demise. The rain-hidden ninja exclaimed, panic evident in his tone. Not excessive at all. How could it possibly be? Ninja hurriedly insisted. Indeed, it is not excessive in the slightest. It may even seem somewhat insufficient. Ninja chimed in. You are most magnanimous, Mr. Shinmu. For the outrageous deeds we have committed, to receive such a modest sum is truly not excessive. Ninja C remarked. Upon hearing the words of the three ninjas, Shinmu donned a contemplative expression. Since you all assert this, it appears I have indeed received insufficient compensation. Very well then. Shinmu revealed an expression that suggested he was considering your needs, then remarked, since you all believe my demands are modest, let it be 15,000 each. And kindly hand over the scrolls you possess. The rain-hidden trio, overwhelmed with dismay, thought to themselves, how ungracious of you to take this seriously. Despite their dissatisfaction, they dared not voice their grievances, for their lives rested in his hands. A mere slip from this ruthless individual could result in their demise. Thus, a sum of 45,000 copper coins was secured, alongside a scroll of the earth. After receiving the payment, the trio, noticing Shinmu's refusal to release them, became anxious. Great Shinmu, might we be liberated now? They implored. To their dismay, Shinmu promptly declined, stating, no. You have proven untrustworthy. What if I release you? And you turn against us? The rain-hidden trio was left despondent, feeling utterly powerless. Having witnessed Shinmu's overwhelming prowess, their only desire was to flee, abandoning any thoughts of resistance. Despite their earnest pleas, Shinmu remained steadfast in his decision to keep them bound. Ultimately, Shinmu led his team away, leaving the rain-hidden trio in utter disarray amidst the winds. On the other side of the dense forest, the trio from the Sound Ninja Village, with their objectives clearly defined, seemed to be in search of something, their figures darting through the underbrush with purpose. The moment to fulfill their mission had finally arrived. The Shinmu team traverses the dense forest. Naruto's face is etched with a look of regret. It's a pity that the recent team from Rain Shinobi Village also possessed the Earth Scroll. Had it been the Heaven Scroll, we could have directly proceeded to the tower to submit our tasks. Why the haste to submit tasks? There are still numerous individuals in the Death Forest examination venue who owe me money, Shinmu replied with a cheerful grin. Upon hearing Shinmu's words, cold sweat cascaded down the backs of Naruto and Sasuke in unison. It was evident from Shinmu's tone that he intended to pursue the debt collection relentlessly. Outside the 44th examination venue, the Umbu of Konohagakure discovered 3 corpses in a secluded corner of the village. They appear to be participants in the current Chunin exam. One Umbu remarked, this is dire. Someone intends to target the candidates of the Chunin exam. Quickly inform the Hokage. Chapter 55, The Strange Exclusive Code. The coveted bodies. The alarming news of a potential spy among the candidates soon reached the ears of the second exam proctor, Mitarashi Anko. Upon witnessing the victims' bodies, a look of terror crossed Anko's face. The faces of the victims had been utterly obliterated by forbidden techniques. It is highly likely that this was the work of that man. Anko's voice trembled with ice-cold rage and fear. Does the Hokage know about this? She inquired further. We have already informed the Hokage, who has dispatched 2 Umbu teams to assist you in investigating this matter. The Umbu responded respectfully. Anko declared, time is of the essence. Let us act swiftly to disperse and search. Signal immediately upon locating him. Do not engage him alone. That man is exceedingly terrifying, and you can never predict what other methods he may employ. Meanwhile, the Shinmu team halted their journey through the forest. Considering the previous incident where Naruto was replaced by a transformation technique, I believe we should establish a code to confirm each other's identities when we encounter one another. Shinmu proposed, and this suggestion was immediately met with agreement from Naruto and Sasuke. I feel the same way. The training ground is fraught with peril, and caution will carry us through, Sasuke remarked. However, the question remained, what signal should we establish? Is there something known to us that others are oblivious to? Naruto lamented, his limited reservoir of knowledge rendering him unable to conjure even a couple of clever phrases despite his fervent efforts. Shinmu displayed an expression of serene confidence. As a primary school student who had traversed into the world of Naruto, he possessed an abundance of knowledge unknown to others. At this moment, recalling the secret code, a suitable rhyme immediately sprang to mind. This was something he had heard from the senior teacher next door during his time in tutoring classes. Shinmu proposed, why don't we establish the code as odd changes even remains unchanged, symbols depend on the quadrant. Sasuke, oh Zero Naruto. What does this even mean? I recognize every character in these sentences, yet when they come together, I am utterly perplexed. Exclaimed Naruto, scratching his head. Shinmu, where did you hear such bizarre phrases? I have never encountered them before, Naruto inquired with curiosity. That is of no concern to you. Simply state whether this phrase is appropriate or not. Shinmu cheerfully remarked, while Sasuke, listening nearby, nodded in agreement. The unexpected arrangement of words is surprisingly fluent. I believe this would serve as an excellent code. Since you both have made your decision, let us proceed with this. Shinmu, please recite it once more. I did not quite catch it, Naruto said softly. Thus, the exclusive code for Team 7 was established, even though both Sasuke and Naruto were oblivious to its true meaning. Time swiftly progressed to that evening. After several hours of collecting debts, or rather, plundering, the Shenmu team has acquired 3 heavenly scrolls and 5 earthly scrolls. At the same time, Shenmu's pouch has become quite plump, filled to the brim with copper coins and silver notes. Currently, the 3 of them are gathered around a campfire, tallying the spoils of their endeavors throughout the day. This Chunin exam has proven to be rather manageable. We have amassed such a bounty in less than 5 hours. And those teams were rather feeble, Naruto proclaimed with pride, pulling a rice ball from his satchel and taking a bite. Sasuke, unable to contain himself, retorted. How can you possibly say that? The one who exerted the most effort on this journey is Shinmu. If it weren't for him placing the Flying Thunder God marks on those individuals beforehand, we would never have been able to locate their positions within this vast training ground. Moreover, 2 teams employed a wait-and-see tactic, setting traps within the arena. Had Shenmu not utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport directly behind them, we would likely have suffered total annihilation. As for combat, it goes without saying. Whenever Shenmu appears, he establishes an overwhelming advantage with the multiple shadow clone technique, followed by effortlessly dispatching them with a couple of ninjutsu. After Sasuke's remarks, Naruto's face flushed with embarrassment, prompting him to divert the conversation. By the way, when did Shenmu place those Flying Thunder God marks on these ninjas? Shenmu gazed at the crackling campfire and explained, prior to the second examination. I had a conversation with them regarding the cost of cheating. It was during that time that I subtly placed the Flying Thunder God mark on the teams that sought to be unscrupulous, enabling me to locate them easily once we entered the examination venue. Naruto gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Sakoku ai. It seems you had already devised a plan to seize their resources after entering the examination. Shenmu replied with a smile, there is no need to speak so harshly. I am merely reclaiming what is rightfully mine. They could have resolved this matter with a mere 1,000 copper coins, yet they insist on complicating it. After indulging in a hearty meal around the campfire, Shenmu declared, all right, having toiled all day, it is time for a brief respite. I shall take the night watch. At that moment, Sasuke stepped forward, saying, allow me to take the watch. You are the indispensable core of our team and require rest. Shenmu waved his hand dismissively, stating, it is of no concern. I possess a heightened sensitivity to chakra, enabling me to promptly detect the presence of others in the vicinity. Naruto interjected. Your bickering is utterly unamusing. If it comes to that, I shall take the watch myself. Sasuke and Shenmu responded in unison. All right. We appreciate your efforts, Naruto. Naruto exclaimed. WTF? You two must be in cahoots. Nightfall. As Shenmu and Sasuke drifted into slumber, the ever-restless Naruto sat before the flickering campfire, propping his head on his hands. The forest was occasionally stirred by faint rustlings, perhaps the passing of wild beasts or the fluttering of insects. It was well into the night, and no other ninjas had made their appearance, suggesting that Shenmu and Sasuke were perhaps overly cautious. Naruto cast a glance back at the two soundly asleep, muttering his frustrations. He, too, was feeling the weight of fatigue. Meanwhile, in another part of the 44th training ground, 3 figures adorned with the headbands of the grass village navigated through the dense woods. The leading female ninja, a member of the grass village, extended her long tongue to lick her lips, revealing an expression of eager anticipation. A new body. I hope it does not disappoint. Is that child truly worth our special trip, my lady? Inquired one of the grass ninjas. He is the last of the Uchiha clan, the younger brother of Itachi. I do not expect him to possess powers on par with Itachi, but at the very least, his eyes should not be lacking, the female ninja replied. I have heard that a new genius has emerged from the Hidden Leaf Village, a mere 12 years of age, who has mastered the S-rank Flying Thunder God technique. Added another grass ninja. The female ninja's pupils constricted, transforming into serpentine slits. Ah, the red-haired boy. I believe he carries the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. He is paired with Sasuke, making him another individual to watch closely. Chapter 56, Encounter. The S-rank fugitive Orochimaru the night sky was adorned with a few scattered stars. Naruto stood watch, his head bobbing as he fought off drowsiness. The campfire before him was nearly extinguished, with only a small flame desperately clinging to life. A mere gust of wind could snuff it out. Suddenly, Naruto jolted upright, shaking off the sleepiness. Though my eyes are heavy, being caught dozing by Shenmu and Sasuke would surely earn me a scolding. He glanced at the dying flames and added a few more sticks of dry wood. Having completed this task, he noticed rustling sounds emanating from the bushes ahead. Who was there? He squinted and cautiously inquired. There was no response. After a moment, seeing the thicket still stirring, Naruto ventured forward alone, careful not to disturb the rest of Sasuke and Shenmu. He stealthily parted the underbrush. In the darkness, a massive shadow suddenly lunged out. Crash! The colossal figure struck Naruto, sending him flying several meters, while simultaneously extinguishing the fire that had just begun to rekindle. Just as the gigantic form loomed over Sasuke and Shenmu, Shenmu suddenly awoke with a start. He grasped Sasuke by his side and swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to relocate. As Sasuke opened his eyes, he discovered himself suspended in midair, his collar being held aloft by Shenmu. Meanwhile, the kunoichi from the grass ninja village, who had unleashed the great serpent, licked her lips. A glimmer of admiration flickering in her eyes. The little rascal of the Flying Thunder God is quite quick on the uptake. Shenmu grasped Sasuke and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport beside Naruto. After catching Naruto's body as it flew backward, Shenmu drove a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God into the trunk of a grand tree, subsequently teleporting there to make some swift adjustments. Having just been struck by Orochimaru, Naruto coughed up a mouthful of blood, grimacing as he exclaimed, "It feels as if my heart is about to shatter." The anguish etched on Naruto's face was unmistakable. Shenmu raised his gaze, illuminated by the moonlight, towards Naruto's chest. In truth, the lad spoke not a word of falsehood. His chest had indeed been concaved from the impact. It is nothing short of a miracle that he is still able to speak. Shenmu expressed concern and said, "You should find a place to hide. Here are Sasuke and me." "No way. My ninja way is to forge ahead without retreating," Naruto replied through gritted teeth. "Stop it. If you continue like this, you will soon meet your demise," Shenmu reproached without hesitation. Fortunately, Naruto possessed a frighteningly formidable recovery ability. Had it been any other ninja enduring such a blow, they would likely have collapsed on the spot. Meanwhile, the female ninja glanced at the two grass ninjas beside her and casually instructed, "You two stay on guard. I shall entertain them." The two grass ninjas nodded and swiftly departed. On the other side, after ensuring the injured Naruto was settled, Shinmu and Sasuke confronted the female grass ninja and the colossal serpent looming behind her. "Are you not going to flee? You must realize the vast disparity between your strength and mine," the female ninja taunted, extending her long tongue and gazing with keen interest at Sasuke and Shinmu. As she raised her eyes, a palpable wave of murderous intent enveloped Sasuke and Shinmu. Sasuke was paralyzed by this overwhelming aura, every cell in his body seemingly screaming in terror. The situation in Shinmu was somewhat better, however. Upon witnessing such overwhelming killing intent akin to a mountain's roar or a tsunami, he was momentarily taken aback for 2 seconds. After this brief pause, Shinmu drove a kunai into his thigh, compelling himself to regain composure, and inquired earnestly, "Who are you, truly?" "Orochimaru," replied the female ninja. Upon hearing that name, Shinmu's breath caught in his throat. He had seen that name before on the village notice board. Orochimaru, the S-rank criminal listed on the Konoha bulletin. Once a disciple of the third Hokage, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Shinmu ceased to speak further. There was no longer any need for negotiation. Anyone who could become an S-rank fugitive in Konoha was undoubtedly a remorseless villain. As a member of the Hidden Leaf Village, encountering such a wanted criminal had escalated to a point of no return. "Sasuke." Shinmu's gaze was frigid as he uttered a single word. Sasuke turned around, expecting Shinmu to deliver a few words of encouragement. To his surprise, Shinmu's next words were, "Find an opportunity to escape." Sasuke was taken aback. This individual had once been a disciple of the third Hokage and was an S-rank criminal sought by Konoha. He was certainly not someone we could easily confront. In the present moment, safeguarding oneself was of utmost importance. Shinmu spoke in a low voice. Upon finishing his words, he reached out to pull Sasuke beside him. Orochimaru, noticing this subtle movement of Shinmu, opened his wide mouth. Whoosh! His slick tongue shot out like a gleaming sword, aiming directly at Shinmu and Sasuke. Shinmu granted him no opportunity to launch an attack, swiftly pulling Sasuke with him using the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting to Naruto's side. He then hoisted the severely injured Naruto, and once more, they vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the entire Shinmu team disappear, Orochimaru remained unfazed. No matter how far you venture, you must ultimately return to the center of the training ground to submit the scroll. I refuse to believe you would abandon the Flying Thunder God technique there. On the opposite side of the 44th training ground, Tion and Niji had succumbed to slumber, with Lee entrusted to keep watch that night. Naturally, as a diligent genius, Lee seized every moment for training, presently engaging in push-ups beside the fire. 996. 997. 998. Excellent. Just 2 more, and I shall reach 1,000, bringing me 1 step closer to defeating Shenmu. In the next moment, a sudden commotion erupted. The Shenmu team abruptly materialized behind Shaoli, descending directly upon him as he was engaged in his push-ups. Fortunately, Shaoli possessed formidable physical strength, managing to support the weight of the 3 of them. Upon sensing the unexpected burden on his back, Shaoli instinctively presumed an enemy assault had commenced, and he swiftly retaliated with a kick directed backward. Whoosh! His leg, propelled by sheer force, sliced through the air. Crack! Shinmu raised his hand to shield himself and spoke in a deep voice. "Do not make a move. It is I, Shinmu? And Naruto and Sasuke? How is it that the 3 of you have suddenly appeared here?" Shaoli's eyes brimmed with confusion. Not far from them, Tion and Niji, who were already light sleepers, were roused by the commotion. Tion rubbed her eyes, exclaiming, "I must be experiencing a bizarre dream. Why do I see that handsome red-haired boy again?" Niji remarked, "To think you were dreaming of someone, you've revealed quite an astonishing detail. Are you here to seize the scrolls we possess?" Niji assumed an offensive stance upon seeing the trio. Despite being from the same village, during this Chunin exam, everyone was a rival to be wary of. "No." Shinmu gestured and explained, "We have encountered a formidable foe, which is why I utilized the Flying Thunder God technique that I had previously inscribed on Shaoli. allowing me to transmit it to your vicinity. Chapter 57. The Bandits of the Death Forest, profiting handsomely the Flying Thunder God technique? When did this occur? Upon hearing this, Xiaoli began to examine himself. Indeed, he discovered the unique tree-shaped Flying Thunder God mark on the weight of his leg, and a look of realization dawned upon his face. Was it when you intercepted my leg attack last time? Shinmu nodded. Niji furrowed his brow and continued to inquire, which team did you encounter? Niji was utterly perplexed as to which team could compel Shinmu's squad to flee under cover of night. After all, based on Shinmu's displayed prowess, they might even surpass him. Orochimaru, Sasuke replied calmly. Niji was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. Both Lee and Naruto scratched their heads in unison, questioning, who exactly is Orochimaru? Why are you all so terrified? He is an S-rank fugitive from the Hidden Leaf Village, a mad scientist who conducts experiments on human bodies, Niji stated solemnly. How could such a perilous individual infiltrate the Chunin exams? Tintin, startled from her slumber, exclaimed, who knows? Sasuke replied. Shinmu spoke up. We must urgently report this matter to the higher-ups, otherwise, this examination will surely claim more lives. After pondering for a moment, he continued. I kindly ask you to keep a close watch on Sasuke and Naruto. I intend to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the Hokage's office and report this situation directly to the Hokage. Naruto squinted his eyes and replied. If that happens, wouldn't your results in this examination become null and void? Shenmu displayed an expression of indifference. The Chunin exams are held biannually, and there will be ample opportunities in the future. The pressing matter at hand is to swiftly disseminate the information and mitigate the losses sustained by Konoha. Additionally, the safety of us all is paramount. Upon finishing his words, Shinmu elicited a chorus of agreement from those around him. Just as he was about to teleport, a group of masked Umbu from Konohagakure suddenly materialized. The leader of the Umbu grasped Shinmu's hand, halting his intent to employ the Flying Thunder God technique. No need for that, young one. The Hokage is already aware of the situation and has dispatched us to resolve it. If you rashly teleport out of the examination venue, your qualification for the exam will be revoked. Shinmu listened to the voice of the shadowy ninja, feeling an unmistakable sense of familiarity. After a brief moment of realization, he recognized it was none other than his teacher, Yamato. Yamato-sensei, it has been far too long. Shinmu excitedly greeted. Did Lord Hokage already know about Orochimaru's invasion? To be honest, Yamato was quite reluctant to face Shinmu, but with so many people watching, he had no choice but to respond, yes. These matters are not for you to concern yourselves with. Focus on your examination, and leave the rest to us. Subsequently, to avoid further interaction with Shinmu, Yamato promptly led the team away. Along the way, other Umbu ninjas inquired, Captain Yamato, is that the newly recognized genius of Konoha? With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, the masked Yamato replied, he can no longer be referred to as a genius. This lad has been deemed the hope of Konoha's future by the third Hokage. Another Umbu ninja continued to question, such high praise? He doesn't appear particularly strong. Yamato thought to himself. This is the most insulting comment I have ever heard. After a sigh, he explained, given this boy's abilities, becoming an Umbu captain should pose no problem. The other Umbu members gasped in disbelief. Captain, you must be joking. That boy isn't even 13 yet. A stunned Umbu sought confirmation. It was precisely because they worked in Umbu that they understood how difficult it was to join, let alone become a captain. Considering the minimum requirement was to possess Jonin-level strength. Do I look like I'm jesting? Yamato replied, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. It was also a chance for these Umbu members to witness Shinmu's formidable prowess and perhaps shake their convictions. In fact, that red-haired boy was even stronger than the rogue ninja of his time, one Umbu remarked after taking a deep breath. The rogue ninja he referred to had become an Umbu captain at the age of 13 and had nearly annihilated the entire Uchiha clan single-handedly. Enough talk. We must hasten to find Orochimaru and prevent him from causing further havoc in this examination venue. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Shinmu's friendly exchange with the Umbu captain, Niji and his companions looked at Shinmu with confusion and curiosity. How do you know the Umbu captain, and why do you refer to him as teacher? Lee was the first to inquire. The Umbu, as a special unit directly under the Hokage, were shrouded in mystery and rarely appeared before ordinary people. How could you possibly know them? Niji asked. I once helped him assist an elderly lady across the street, Shinmu replied. Shinmu began to weave fanciful tales. Observing Shinmu's evasion of the topic, the others wisely chose not to press further. However, Ningxi regarded Shinmu with increased respect. No wonder, at such a young age. He possessed formidable prowess in both physical techniques and ninjutsu. It turned out he had a mentor working within the Umbu. Before long, 2 more days of examinations had passed. The Shinmu team has been proceeding with caution and discretion over the past few days, for the threat of Orochimaru has yet to be fully resolved. As the days passed without incident, Shinmu gradually began to relax. It is possible that Orochimaru has already been captured by the Umbu. Thus, he resumed his journey to collect debts. On the 4th day of examinations, there remains but 1 day until the conclusion of the testing period. The Shinmu team, equipped with 7 celestial scrolls and 8 terrestrial scrolls, simultaneously confiscated a considerable number of coins, provoking widespread discontent and lamentation among the numerous competing teams. A total of 84 participants took part in this examination, with the combined total of celestial and terrestrial scrolls amounting to 28. In Shinmu, a small team acquired 15 scrolls. Surpassing half, Naruto, with his pockets brimming with scrolls, wore a puzzled expression and inquired, "What exactly do we need so many scrolls for? You fool. Haven't you figured it out yet?" Shenmu lightly tapped Naruto's oblivious head. Where there is need, there lies opportunity. Presently, within the vast death forest, a multitude of individuals require these scrolls to pass their examinations. We could directly sell them beneath the central tower where tasks are assigned, pricing each at 100,000 copper coins. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Naruto suddenly realized. So that's how it is. If we sell all the scrolls we have, we could earn over 1,000,000 copper coins. This is incredible. We stand to gain immensely. Shinmu suddenly appeared calm and composed. Pondering the passage of time, it is indeed time to set up a stall. Let us embark. In a certain part of the Death Forest, a group of ninjas from the Grass Ninja Village encountered those from the Sand Ninja Village. At that moment, both parties were covered in dirt and appeared rather disheveled. Upon their encounter, tension filled the air, and both sides assumed a state of readiness, the atmosphere heavy with hostility, until one ninja broke the silence and inquired, "Do you have any scrolls?" "No. They were just stolen," came the distressed reply. "Do you possess any scrolls?" "We do not either." Chapter 58, Shinmu. An ordinary merchant having confirmed the location of the central tower in the 44th training ground, Shinmu's team set off without delay. Exhaustion from running set in, prompting Shinmu to entertain a rather dubious thought. The expansive 44th training ground was home to numerous ferocious beasts. Could he perhaps capture a tiger or a bear to serve as a means of transportation? As this notion took root in his mind, he suddenly spotted a massive bear, towering 2 to 3 meters high, charging towards a certain direction with a mighty roar. Shinmu's heart swelled with joy as he positioned himself before the colossal brown bear. Upon landing, he immediately activated the 5th gate of the 8 gates of Duinjia, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the bear, utilizing his formidable physical prowess. Within mere moments, he delivered a few powerful blows, sending the bear crashing to the ground, its anguished cries echoing in the air. Subsequently, Shinmu performed a summoning hand seal, forging a binding contract with the great bear and successfully subjugating it. After accomplishing this feat, a timid voice emanated from behind him, uttering, "Thank you." Shinmu turned his head upon hearing the sound, only to discover that the one being pursued by the brown bear was a girl of similar age to him. What was particularly significant was that the girl also possessed the same fiery red hair as Shinmu. At that moment, Naruto and Sasuke landed nearby. Upon seeing the girl and Shinmu, Naruto exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh, another redhead. Could she be a relative of Shinmu?" Upon hearing these words, Shinmu felt a stirring within his heart. From the memories of his predecessor, he learned that he was seemingly an orphan, salvaged from the battlefield by an unknown individual. At last, he had encountered someone in Konoha who shared his hair color. It was indeed possible that she was a relative of his. "Are you a ninja from the Grass Village? What is your name?" Shinmu inquired. "My name is Xianglin," replied the bespectacled girl, her voice timid. She had just become separated from her 2 companions when she encountered that enormous bear. Had Shinmu not arrived in the nick of time, she would likely have met her demise at the creature's maw. "I am immensely grateful." Xianglin repeatedly bowed to Shinmu in appreciation. Shinmu waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for such formality, while silently committing the name to memory. "I am Shinmu, a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village. We are heading to the central tower. Would you care to join us?" he inquired. Noticing the similarity in hair color, a faint sense of kinship blossomed within him. "No. Thank you. I became separated from my companions nearby. They should not be far off, and I fear they may struggle to find me." Rin politely declined. Shinmu nodded. After reminding Xianglin to exercise caution, he rode off with Naruto and Shinmu on the back of a colossal bear. Xianglin remained rooted to the spot, staring blankly at Shinmu's departing figure, her cheeks flushed with warmth. From the moment she was rescued, this man had etched an indelible mark upon her life. Soon, her 2 teammates arrived. By now, it had been 3 to 4 hours since they had become separated from Xianglin. "Apologies, Xianglin, we failed to safeguard the scroll," said teammate A. "We were robbed by a lad with hair the same color as yours." Teammate B lamented. "If only we had given him that 1,000 copper coins back then, we wouldn't be left with nothing at all." Oh, upon hearing her teammates describe the perpetrator, Xianglin fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter, recounting her recent encounter with Shinmu to her companions. "Should we perhaps express our gratitude to that lad?" Teammate A mused. "One could argue that, considering any teammate's death or incapacitation would result in the immediate failure of our squad." Teammate B concurred. "By the way, it seems their group has acquired quite a number of scrolls. I caught a glimpse into their pack, and there should be about 10 combined Heaven and Earth scrolls." Teammate A noted. "Isn't it sufficient to possess one of each to advance? Why would they need so many scrolls?" Teammate B questioned, puzzled. "To sell them," Xianglin deduced astutely. "They just headed towards the central tower, likely intending to set up a stall there. There will undoubtedly be many eager buyers for those scrolls. Let us hurry. And we might still be able to procure some," Teammate A urged anxiously. Xianglin replied, "Time is of the essence. Let us hasten our steps." At the foot of the central tower in the 44th training ground, Shenmu mysteriously acquired a massive square wooden table from an unknown source. Upon this table rested 13 scrolls, meticulously arranged in 2 rows, representing heaven and earth. Naruto, Sasuke, and Shinmu sat before the table, elegantly propping up a sunshade as they awaited the arrival of business. At that moment, Naruto cautiously leaned toward Shinmu and inquired, "Shinmu, do you truly believe we won't be overwhelmed by a mob? We have wronged so many. If they all decide to retaliate, it could spell trouble." Sasuke chimed in, "They may certainly attempt to." Shinmu cast a glance at the central tower behind him, a confident smile gracing his lips. Observing this expression, Sasuke and Naruto, though still somewhat uncertain, felt an immediate surge of assurance. Atop the central tower, a certain supervising examiner respectfully addressed Mitarashi Anko, inquiring, "Is their behavior truly not considered a breach of the game's rules?" Mitarashi Anko shrugged. "They have acquired the scrolls through their own capabilities. How they choose to handle them is entirely their affair." Yet another supervising examiner interjected, however. "They are profiting from the Chunin exam, which contradicts our fundamental aim of selecting elite ninjas." Mitarashi Anko took a bite of the dango in her hand and pointed with a skewer towards Shinmu below. "Look at that red-haired lad. After enduring an attack from Orochimaru, he managed to escape with his teammates and has prepared for potential failure in the exam. He intends to use the Flying Thunder God technique to report to the Hokage's office. He has already demonstrated his strength and loyalty. The rest is for them to decide." Upon hearing her words, the supervising examiner had no choice but to relent. Meanwhile, Shinmu's stall welcomed its first group of customers, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro from Sunagakure. "Young man, how do you possess so many scrolls?" Temari inquired, her gaze fixed on the neatly arranged scrolls on Shinmu's table. Given that Shinmu's team had seized the majority of scrolls from other candidates, despite Gaara's formidable prowess, the other competing teams they encountered along the way had been thoroughly depleted by Shinmu's group, leaving them with not a single scroll. Shinmu replied to Shoju in a mysterious manner, "Acquired through special means, priced at 100,000 copper coins per portion, and I shall not entertain any negotiation." "So exorbitant? Why not resort to thievery?" Shoju exclaimed, taken aback and retreating a step. Shinmu clasped his hands, wearing a smile that was both enigmatic and playful. "You've already taken them." Kanjiro remarked, "I was wondering why we encountered other ninja squads on the road without a single scroll. It turns out they've all been snatched by you. Shinobi, don't waste time talking to them. Let's engage directly," Gaara and Temari urged. Chapter 59, The Sand Shinobi Puppet Master. The first deal. Upon overhearing Kanjiro and his companions plotting to rob them, Sasuke and Naruto felt a surge of tension. The two slowly reached for their kunai, ready to spring into action and subdue their adversaries. In the central tower, Mitarashi Anko observed this unfolding scene through the surveillance screens and casually remarked to a supervising examiner nearby, "If these two teams were to actually engage in battle, which do you think would have the greater chance of victory?" The examiner shook his head in response, "I have no idea." Another supervising examiner interjected, "According to reliable intelligence from the Umbu, that kid with the gourd is the son of the 4th Kazekage and the current Jinchuriki of One Tail from Sunagakure. Moreover, he emerged unscathed in the previous exam." "One Tail Jinchuriki? No wonder he wields sand with such finesse. It appears he possesses a shield composed of sand on his body." Anko expressed, her face reflecting surprise. "This Sand Shinobi team is undoubtedly among the most elite in this Chunin exam," another examiner commented. "Elite?" Anko chuckled as she observed Shenmu on the screen. "Despite their prowess, they have yet to secure 2 scrolls. Thus, our little ones from Konoha are still the ones to watch," she concluded. Below in the central tower, Kanjiro gradually lowered the humanoid figure strapped to his back. As the layers of white bandages unfurled, Shinmu realized that the shadowy figure from Sunagakure bore a puppet with 3 eyes and 4 arms. "What are you doing? If it's a fight you want, why bring out a puppet? Are you planning to trade it for our scrolls?" Naruto scoffed mercilessly at the sight of Kanjiro producing the mysterious puppet. Enraged, Kanjiro gritted his teeth, "You little brat, just wait and see how I'll deal with you." With that, he manipulated the puppet with chakra threads, propelling it towards Naruto in a sudden assault. Caught off guard, the overconfident Naruto did not anticipate the abrupt attack, leaving him unable to evade. Just as Naruto was about to be struck, Sasuke reacted swiftly, pulling him aside. Concurrently, Sasuke lifted his foot, delivering a powerful kick aimed at the puppet's head. In a flash, the puppet, controlled by Kanjiro, demonstrated remarkable agility, retreating just in time to evade Sasuke's strike. As it withdrew, the puppet opened its mouth. In a flurry, 3 kunai were launched at lightning speed towards Shinmu, who stood behind the table. Shinmu, with a calm and measured demeanor, retrieved 2 shurikens from his ninja tool pouch. Whoosh! Clang! The shurikens were launched with remarkable precision, colliding with the kunai at an extraordinary angle. The first shuriken effortlessly deflected 3 kunai, while the subsequent one aimed directly at Kanjiro's eye. How impressive! Naruto, who was watching from the sidelines, was utterly mesmerized. The art of shuriken manipulation exhibited by Shinmu is nothing short of exquisite. Following this remarkable display, Shinmu swiftly formed hand seals with both hands. The technique of shuriken shadow clones. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a single shuriken aimed at Kanjiro transformed into a multitude of over 100. Swish, swish, swish. These hundreds of shurikens descended upon Kanjiro like a torrential rain, leaving him with no means of evasion. It seemed as though he would soon be impaled by this barrage of projectiles. Yet, in this critical moment, Gaara, who had remained motionless, finally raised his hand. A whirlwind of sand surged forth, forming a protective barrier before Kanjuro. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The countless shurikens fell harmlessly, striking against Gaara's sand shield. Having narrowly escaped death, Kanjuro wiped the cold sweat from his brow and turned to Gaara, who maintained his stoic demeanor, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Gaara. Despite his brother's typically reclusive and fierce nature, Kanjuro felt a warmth in his heart upon witnessing Gaara's willingness to shield him with sand. What a nuisance, Gaara remarked with disdain. Kanjuro responded with a light-hearted shrug. Meanwhile, Sasuke, wearing an expression of disdain, informed Naruto, "Are you lacking in common sense?" The man in black employs the puppetry technique of the Sand Village, allowing him to manipulate puppets and corpses in battle, wielding immense destructive power. Realizing his earlier oversight, Naruto nodded vigorously. Got it, got it. On the other side, after reprimanding Kanjuro, Gaara lifted his gaze towards Shinmu and approached him slowly. Just as Shinmu presumed that this young man intended to attack, Gaara extended 5 fingers. 50,000. It cannot be any higher. Shinmu furrowed his brow. 50,000. That is somewhat below his psychological price. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke glanced at Shinmu, frantically signaling him to make the sale. If he refrained from selling, it might exacerbate the conflict. The trio of ninjas from Sunagakure appeared rather formidable. If a fight ensued, it would be undesirable for others to profit from the chaos. Too low. I shall not sell. After contemplating for about half a second, Shinmu decisively replied. Upon uttering these words, the formidable aura emanating from Gaara intensified sharply, as if he were poised to strike at any moment. In response, Shinmu remained unperturbed, slowly extending 4 fingers. Raise it by 40,000, and I might consider it. Gaara's fist clenched tightly. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke both noticed this subtle detail, continuing to implore Shinmu with frantic gestures, urging him to take the favorable deal. Shinmu chose to selectively ignore the expressions of the two, turning his head aside. Sasuke, Naruto, at this moment, Gaara yearned to unleash a sandstorm send-off to rid himself of Shinmu. Within him resided the one-tailed beast, Shikaku, making him the most temperamental individual in the entire Sand Ninja village. However, for the impending battle, he could not reveal too much of his strength at this juncture. Moreover, this red-haired youth seemed to be no ordinary adversary. Thus, he could only suppress the urge to act and said, 80,000, a maximum of 80,000. Deal. Shinmu felt a sense of amusement deep within, nodding in acquiescence before lowering his head to casually rummage through the items on the table, as if oblivious to the presence of others. Are you in need of the scroll of heaven or the scroll of earth? I cannot offer you anything of pristine quality at this price. All I can provide is one that has been dropped upon the ground or bears scratches and damage. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Naruto exchanged glances, their lips twitching in response. Shinmu truly embodies the essence of a merchant, unwilling to incur even the slightest loss. Although the remaining 2 sand ninjas were displeased, they had no choice but to comply when Gaara declared his intention to purchase. Ultimately, the 3 of them acquired a scroll from Shinmu that had been previously dropped and stepped on, completing their first transaction with 80,000 copper coins now in hand. Shinmu felt as if his life had become infinitely more fulfilling. Naruto, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, 80,000 copper coins. At the price of 16 copper coins per bowl of Ichiraka ramen, we could buy. How many was it again? Sasuke retorted, illiterate. Chapter 60. Unwelcome Arrivals, the Sound Ninja Trio. Naruto, evidently accustomed to Sasuke's jibe about his illiteracy, continued to diligently calculate on his fingers, ultimately arriving at the conclusion. Haha. Regardless, we can indulge ourselves to our heart's content. After concluding their first business deal with Gaara, the trio of Shinmu resumed their seats on small stools at the square table, awaiting the arrival of the next customer. Meanwhile, Gaara and his companions entered the central tower with 2 scrolls in hand to complete their mission. That guy is truly infuriating, Kankuro remarked during their journey. Don't you feel he possesses a charisma that you lack? Temari gazed at Shinmu's retreating figure, her expression betraying infatuation. That unwavering confidence in the face of adversity, coupled with his formidable strength, makes him the epitome of a perfect man. Kankuro, exasperated, responded, Sister, don't let a Konoha man steal your heart. Give this young boy a few more years, and he will undoubtedly blossom into a handsome young man. More importantly, by then he will surely astonish the entire ninja world. Temari asserted confidently. That's quite an exaggeration. You've never even given Gaara such high praise. Kankuro expressed his dissatisfaction with his sister's lofty remarks about another. At that moment, Gaara interjected, that guy possesses an exceptionally terrifying amount of chakra. Oh? Kankuro and Temari's interest peaked at this statement. After all, Gaara himself was host to a tailed beast. His chakra reserves were indeed formidable. Yet, here he was, commending another's chakra capacity. In any case, he is a remarkably formidable opponent. Gaara concluded after a prolonged pause. Unbeknownst to them, lurking in the shadows, Orochimaru observed Shinmu from behind a tree trunk, his expression one of astonishment. He has even mastered the 3rd Hokage's Shadow Shuriken technique, and so effortlessly produced so many. It seems this boy possesses a considerable amount of chakra. Furthermore, his talent and learning capability appear to surpass that of the Uchiha scion. What a pity he lacks a powerful bloodline limit like the Sharingan. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be an exceptional specimen. Not long after Gaara and his companions departed, Shenmu encountered his second group of customers, the very team led by Karen that he had met earlier. I guessed correctly, you truly are selling your wares here. Karen exclaimed in surprise, equally astonished by Shenmu's formidable prowess. Initially, her two companions recounted how Shenmu's group had dispatched them in under half a minute, which Karen found hard to believe. However, upon witnessing the dozen or so scrolls laid out on the table before Shenmu, she was convinced. What terrifying strength! With over 80 participants in the second Chunin exam and only 28 scrolls available, their small team had amassed more than half. How much do you sell this scroll for? Karen inquired. 100,000, Shenmu replied. Shenmu's expression remained impassive as he quoted the price. Xianglin's group reacted with astonishment. Hiss. Although they anticipated the price might be somewhat inflated, it was still excessively high. The Grass Ninja Village was merely a small settlement, far inferior to the Grand Konoha. This time, the three of them were participating in the Chunin exams, and when accounting for travel expenses, meal costs, accommodation, and various other expenses, their budget barely exceeded 100,000. Now, they were faced with the prospect of purchasing 2 scrolls for heaven and earth, which would require a staggering 200,000. They simply could not afford it. After much hesitation, Xianglin stammered, "Could you possibly lower the price a bit?" Upon uttering those words, she felt her cheeks flush. Having just been rescued by someone, it seemed rather inconsiderate to request a discount. Shenmu replied generously, "Certainly, the minimum is 80,000. With such a low price offered, one would assume the other party had no reason to decline. However, when Shenmu cast his gaze upon Xianglin and the other two, he discovered that they still wore expressions of difficulty. At that moment, Sasuke quietly leaned closer to Shenmu and remarked, "The Grass Ninja Village is a small settlement. They may not be able to muster such a sum." Upon hearing this, Shenmu was suddenly enlightened. Is that so? Although he recognized Xianglin's familiar face, he was not a charitable organization, and it would be unreasonable to give away goods for free. You may assist me in acting as enforcers, and in return, I shall bestow upon you a scroll. After much deliberation, Shenmu spoke. The three from Grass Ninja Village immediately expressed their heartfelt gratitude, vowing to protect Shenmu with utmost dedication. The prospect of receiving a scroll for their efforts inspired them. Pooling their resources, they could manage to scrape together the 80,000 copper coins required. Thus, the small stall was transformed into a group of 6. After approximately another half hour, the third group arrived at the base of the central tower, followed by the fourth and fifth groups. When the sixth group arrived, Shenmu noticed something peculiar about the trio before him, adorned with sound ninja headbands. Their glances were dark and foreboding, indicating they were not to be trifled with. Accordingly, Shenmu quietly alerted Naruto and Sasuke beside him, preparing for confrontation. With that, he stowed the remaining scrolls into his backpack. Meanwhile, the 3 sound ninjas displayed their displeasure. Why did you put away the scrolls upon seeing us? How do you conduct business? And who are you to dictate how I run my affairs? Shenmu lifted his gaze, revealing a disdainful expression. Among the trio of sound ninjas, one with a hunchback and bandages adorning his face inquired, "Are you seeking death? Are you all courting demise?" Shenmu retorted with a piercing gaze. The 3 sound ninjas, their expressions twisted with malice, had received orders to eliminate Sasuke and Shenmu, and were eager to provoke a confrontation. Little did they anticipate that the red-haired boy before them would be even more confrontational. "Attack!" shouted Torz, his face wrapped in bandages. "You've met your misfortune by crossing paths with us," declared Sak, one of the sound ninjas. "Are we to eliminate that red-haired one as well?" inquired the sole female among them, Jean. "He is also a target," Torz replied with a stoic demeanor, as the sound ninja trio launched their unexpected assault. The Grass Ninja trio, tasked with providing support, rushed forward without hesitation. Their motivations were simple. Perhaps Shenmu would reward their efforts with an additional scroll, saving them a significant sum. In response, the hunchback Torz displayed a look of disdain, asserting, "Even an army of ants is of no consequence." With that, he raised his right hand. A resonating hum emanated from the peculiar weapon in his grip, causing all present to clutch their ears in agony. Upon realizing that the sound ninja was employing sonic waves as a means of attack, Shenmu swiftly extracted a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and hurled it towards the peculiar device that TOS was using to generate sound. The kunai soared through the air, and at that moment, Sak, standing beside TOS, raised his hand. Within the palms of his hands lay strange black orifices. In the next instant, a powerful jet of air erupted from these apertures. Whoosh! The high-pressure airwave deflected Shenmu's kunai and surged towards his body. Chapter 61. Shenmu's Sleek Combo Techniques. The figure of Shenmu flickered, effortlessly evading the shuriken propelled by the high-pressure airwave. At this moment, the trio of sound ninjas subtly exerted a suppressive force upon the 6 individuals on Shenmu's side. Their sinister method of attack left the other 5, aside from Shenmu, in a state of considerable distress. Upon witnessing Sak's remarkable maneuver, Shenmu's eyes narrowed. A cyborg? This individual had a wind port embedded in his palm, and his arm likely contained implanted conduits, enabling him to transform air and ultrasonic waves into offensive strikes. It appeared rather imposing. However, should his hands be incapacitated, he would be rendered utterly ineffective. No matter how devious the tactics, without substantial strength, they were ultimately futile. In the next moment, Shenmu boldly withstood Tosi's sonic assault, forming hand seals with both hands. Upon observing Shenmu's actions, Tosi, Sak, and Jean displayed expressions of triumph and disdain. The hand seals of a ninja's technique require a considerable amount of time to execute. Typically, one would avoid performing seals in the presence of others. Yet this red-haired youth boldly chose to do so, akin to exposing one's vulnerabilities for all to see. After exchanging glances, the trio, led by the sole female ninja Jean, unleashed several shuriken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Meanwhile, Shenmu was still engaged in forming his seals. Most ninjas, during their training at ninja academies, had undergone rigorous drills involving ninja tools, thus the shuriken launched by ninjas possessed formidable power. If the distance were shorter, they could even pierce through the body of an ordinary person. If Shenmu were truly struck by these few shurikens without any means of defense, the likelihood of sustaining minor injuries would be minimal, while the chance of severe injury would be significant. Should one of the shurikens pierce his heart, it could potentially lead to instant death. Shenmu, be cautious. In the very moment the female ninja hurled the shurikens, Naruto warned Shenmu, simultaneously reaching out to shield him from the impending attack. At that precise instant, Shenmu successfully performed the hand seals. Earth release, earth barrier. Upon completing the seals, Shenmu crouched low, deftly evading the shurikens aimed at his chest. In that same breath, he struck the ground with his hands, channeling his chakra into the earth to create the formidable earth barrier. Boom. As Shenmu's hands made contact with the ground, a colossal earthen wall, approximately 1 meter thick, 10 meters high, and 20 meters wide, surged upward from the earth. The three sound ninjas were taken aback by Shenmu's astonishingly swift hand seals. In less than a second, he executed a mid-level earth release technique, a feat that could only be described as terrifying. Though surprised, the trio reacted with remarkable speed, retreating hastily to evade the massive wall that erupted beneath them. Shenmu, seemingly anticipating their next move, kept his hands firmly planted on the ground. At the same time, he cast a glance at Naruto and blinked. In the next moment, an explosive sound resonated. Boom, boom, boom. 3 earthen walls rose defiantly from the ground in rapid succession, their emergence so swift that it left no time for reaction. The sound ninjas were equally caught off guard. They had not anticipated Shenmu's ability to conjure such a multitude of walls in an instant, and in their moment of negligence, one of the walls violently thrust upward, sending them reeling. The intense impact momentarily disoriented the trio. Meanwhile, having received Shenmu's signal, Naruto swiftly retrieved the kunai from his ninja tools. With a swift motion, he launched the kunai skyward towards the peculiar weapon wielded by TOS, which emitted sound waves. Wrapped in bandages and slightly hunched, TOS reacted with incredible speed, raising his hand to deflect the kunai. However, at the precise moment of collision between the kunai and his grasp and the one thrown by Naruto, Shenmu withdrew his hands from the earth, clasped them together, and vanished in an instant. The Flying Thunder God technique was activated. As TOS glanced at Shenmu, who had suddenly materialized before him, a glimmer of triumph flickered in his eyes. Their mission was to assassinate Sasuke, and naturally, they had conducted thorough reconnaissance on Shenmu's team. It was no secret that Shenmu possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, so upon witnessing Naruto hurl a kunai at him, TOS had already prepared for Shenmu's sudden thrust. After Shenmu appeared, Sak beside TOS raised his hands, and a howling wave of air surged forth from the chakra gate in his palms. The Void Slash. In response, Shenmu grinned widely. It was only then that TOS realized the red-haired youth had been forming hand seals for a fire release technique upon his arrival. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. With a roar, a barrage of fireballs, akin to shooting stars, erupted from Shenmu's mouth, hurtling towards the trio of sound ninjas suspended in midair. The sound ninjas were caught off guard, sustaining injuries from the fire release. Simultaneously, under Shenmu's deliberate control, the windswept fireballs obliterated the sound wave emitter in his grasp. Having accomplished this, Shenmu utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport back to Naruto's side before the Void Slash could reach him. Once again, he formed hand seals, pressing his hands against the ground. Earth release, swamp. A name whimsically conjured by Shenmu, crackling sounds reverberated through the air. In front of the divine tree, a small clearing has transformed into a quagmire. At this moment, the trio of sound ninjas in the sky were struck down by the Phoenix Immortal Fire, landing directly into the mire, unable to extricate themselves. The onlookers were utterly astonished. In a mere breath, Shenmu executed 3 ninjutsu techniques, demonstrating absolute dominance and overwhelming presence on the battlefield, subduing the 3 sound ninjas effortlessly. Incredible! Naruto exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. They were comrades who shared meals and rest together. Why was Shenmu so adept at various ninjutsu while he struggled to perform the Rasengan that Shenmu had taught him? Sasuke, standing nearby, was equally astonished. It turned out that Shenmu was proficient not only in water release, fire release, and Flying Thunder God technique, but also excelled in earth release. The 3 grass ninjas, who had intended to assist Shenmu, felt a tinge of embarrassment as they lowered their heads. They had hoped to make a notable impression. Yet it was Shenmu who ultimately came to their rescue. This red-haired fellow is remarkably strong, mused Grass Ninja A. Indeed. The earth release, earth flow wall he just executed had a rapid fire effect. Such a technique is beyond the reach of many Ch Nin, remarked Grass Ninja B. Do you believe that is his greatest strength? He continued. Did you see the Earth release Yellow Spring Marsh he just performed? He perfectly predicted the landing spots of the sound ninjas and deliberately minimized the area of effect. His control over chakra is nothing short of terrifying. As Ninjabi spoke, his eyes widened in astonishment. He felt a pang of regret over his past decision to cheat during his first exam without paying the bribe. Had he known, he would have paid the cheating fee to foster a good relationship with the red-haired ninja. With such a formidable ally, traversing the forest of death would surely be a trivial endeavor. Shinmu observed the three sound ninjas struggling in a swamp, lost in contemplation. In truth, he could have easily eliminated them with a mere fireball, but reflecting on the benevolence of nature and considering his own inexperience with bloodshed as a novice student, he decided to spare them for the moment. Meanwhile, Sak and Jean were thrashing wildly in the mire, while Tors appeared remarkably composed, stating coldly, "Stop struggling. The more you fight against the swamp, the faster you will sink. What shall we do then? Wait here to die?" Jean exclaimed. How could that red-haired kid be so powerful? Damn, I thought he only knew the Flying Thunder God technique. I never imagined he could wield both fire and earth release. Sak gritted his teeth, a wave of dread washing over him. This time, we were careless, Tors sighed. We should have anticipated that a genius capable of mastering the Flying Thunder God technique would possess considerable prowess in ninjutsu as well. Tors remarked ruefully. What prowess? It's mainly that his hand seals are absurdly fast. He can reach speeds 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary person. Sak recalled the moment Shinmu unleashed the Phoenix Fire technique with alarming swiftness, his expression shifting from annoyance to horror. Moreover, it seems he hasn't even exerted his full strength. Tors added. Beside them, Jean, already submerged to his neck in the swamp, weakly interjected, "Could you two stop chatting? If we sink any further, we're doomed." He could have attacked us long ago if he wished, Tors replied. Then, the astute Tors called out to Shenmu, "Hey, could you possibly save us?" Upon hearing Tors' plea, Sasuke and Naruto were immediately incensed. You three attacked us without a second thought, and now you expect us to rescue you? Dream on. Just as they were about to firmly refuse, Shinmu interjected, "I can." Sasuke, Naruto, and the Konoha trio were taken aback, their expressions betraying their disbelief. But they just attacked us, Naruto protested. In response to Naruto's dissatisfaction, Shinmu replied nonchalantly, "How could I bear to witness 3 lives extinguished before my eyes? Konoha is our home. We must maintain our dignity." Upon hearing this, Naruto pondered thoughtfully. It seemed Shinmu had a point. After all, Kakashi-sensei had long emphasized that they represented the village in battle, and their actions reflected the village and the nation's stance. By sparing the Sound Ninja Trio, they would undeniably showcase the grand vision of the Land of Fire. Indeed, Shinmu had a profound understanding of the situation. Meanwhile, the Sound Ninja Trio, still sinking in the mire, wore expressions of bewilderment. After Shinmu's remarks, they suddenly felt a sense of shame for their despicable behavior. Just look at the grandeur of his perspective. As for Shinmu's previous statements, Karen appeared contemplative before her expression brightened as she exclaimed, "Mr. Shinmu must be suggesting that the other party should pay for their lives." Correct, Shinmu affirmed with a knowing smile. Beside the divine tree, Xianglin raised a thumb. The Sound Ninja Trio, with Naruto exclaiming, "Just say it outright. How much will it cost to save us?" Tosu inquired. Shinmu elegantly extended a finger. Torsten let out a sigh of relief. "That's manageable. I can still afford 10,000 copper coins. What I meant was 100,000. Shinmu replied expressionlessly, "Moreover, it is 100,000 yuan per person." Tos, visibly irritated, retorted, "Then why didn't you simply hold up 10 fingers? That would have seemed rather foolish." Shinmu replied honestly, 100,000 yuan per person is far too much. We cannot afford it. Tos responded succinctly, the Sound Ninja Village was established by Orochimaru, and it has scarcely been a few years since its inception. Forcing them to part with money is akin to demanding their very lives. If there is no money, then there is nothing more to discuss. After Shinmu finished speaking, he intended to return to the square table to continue his business, leaving the 3 members of the Sound Ninja to fend for themselves in the swamp. Naruto suddenly approached Shinmu and whispered, "Hey, Shinmu. Didn't you just mention the importance of having a broader perspective? Allowing them to linger in the swamp a bit longer could prove fatal." Shinmu, with a sense of righteous grandeur, elucidated, "At times, we must also unveil the ironclad resolve of our great nation." Naruto, taken aback, expressed his bewilderment. Although he had initially felt somewhat deceived, upon hearing Shinmu's eloquent discourse, he suddenly perceived a broader perspective. Indeed, the art of great power competition cannot solely rely on benevolence. It must also showcase strength and a steely resolve. The divine tree is indeed remarkable, and its essence is profoundly understood. In the dense forest surrounding, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with excitement. It did not disappoint. The divine tree is remarkably proficient in various ninjutsu. With a sigh, Orochimaru lamented the absence of a bloodline limit. For had it possessed such a trait, it would undoubtedly surpass Sasuke in physical prowess. Nevertheless, based on the strength and disposition displayed by the divine tree, Orochimaru began to entertain the notion of assimilating it. A talent of this caliber is destined for achievements that will surely rival those of the 4th Hokage of Konoha. To bring such an individual under his wing would greatly enhance Orochimaru's future endeavors. As he observed his companion nearly buried up to the nose, Toth grew anxious, pleading, "We truly cannot muster 100,000 copper coins. Is there any possibility of exchanging for other items?" Shenmu suddenly felt intrigued. What valuable possessions could you possibly have? Kunai. Scrolls, shurikens, and various ninja tools. I can provide you with anything you need, Tuo stated anxiously. I already possess all of these. I lack nothing. Shenmu replied with an impassive expression. Then make your demands. We shall fulfill whatever is within our capability. Tuo insisted, his eagerness palpable. Shenmu immediately displayed a contemplative expression. Meanwhile, Jean, who was beside Toss, was nearly suffocated with the swamp engulfing him up to his nostrils. Although Toss and the others were merely teammates executing a mission, Toss could not help but feel anxious for her. Hurry up. Have you thought of anything? I have, Shenmu replied. Shenmu suddenly inquired, are you, perchance, subordinates of Orochimaru? A profound silence ensued. Following Shenmu's question, the pupils of Toth and his companions slightly contracted, collectively engulfed in quietude. After a brief pause of 2 or 3 seconds, the nearby sack finally elucidated, who is Orochimaru? We have never heard of him. Is that so? Shenmu smiled faintly. In truth, the hesitation displayed by the trio was the most telling answer. In a state of near demise, their prolonged indecision over a single question revealed their underlying vulnerability. Upon witnessing the trio, whose intentions towards his team were laden with malice, Shenmu found himself engulfed in doubt. Why did these three dare to challenge his six? Even if they possessed formidable strength, one would expect them to engage in a semblance of analysis, would one not? Yet, the Sound Ninja trio displayed no such restraint. They approached with unyielding hostility, their gazes frequently drifting towards Sasuke. Aside from the task at hand, Shenmu could only conclude that these three were undoubtedly problematic. The most compelling evidence supporting Shenmu's suspicions was the sudden presence of another individual within the dense forest nearby. The chakra emanating from this person struck Shenmu as eerily familiar, cold and sinister, akin to a venomous serpent ready to strike. Who but Orochimaru could it be? In the depths of the forest, upon hearing Shenmu's inquiry, Orochimaru was taken aback. Why did Shenmu question the connection between the Sound Ninja trio and himself? Had he sensed Orochimaru's presence? Orochimaru understood that the red-haired Uzumaki clan was particularly sensitive to chakra. He had always assumed that Shenmu, the war orphan, was merely fortunate to have inherited red hair. However, it now appeared that Shenmu might very well be a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. But why did he possess such acute perceptive abilities regarding chakra? Orochimaru had deliberately concealed himself, yet he had still been detected. Even a true member of the Uzumaki clan, known for their heightened senses, would not so easily uncover him, would they? As a token of gratitude for the generous gifts received the previous day, the author stayed up late to write and has decided to add an extra chapter today. Henceforth, do not claim that the author does not provide updates. Additionally, please continue to support this book by leaving 5-star reviews and sending gifts to encourage updates. Every bit of support is appreciated. Chapter 63, Orochimaru makes his appearance. Sasuke is ambushed. On the central tower, Midokado Anko was momentarily stunned by Shenmu's remarks. Since the first day of the exam, upon suspecting that Orochimaru might have entered the Forest of Death, she had initiated a thorough search in collaboration with the Yambu. For days had swiftly passed. And apart from Shenmu's assertion of having seen Orochimaru in the woods, they had uncovered no trace of him. Consequently, to prevent inciting panic among the nations, the village's higher-ups decided to suppress the matter and await further developments. Now, the lurking Orochimaru had finally revealed his menacing visage once more. Is what that red-haired youth said true? One of the examiners inquired. Anko fixed her gaze on the monitor, observing Shenmu's every move, regardless of its veracity. We must descend and investigate. At that very moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A colossal serpent, towering as high as a building, suddenly emerged from the nearby thicket. With a resounding crash, the serpent's intentions were unmistakable. It lunged towards the direction of Shenmu and Sasuke. Anticipating Orochimaru's sudden onslaught, Shenmu swiftly evaded to the side. The gigantic serpent, mouth agape, swept through, devouring the three ninjas from Grass Ninja Village whole. Nearby, Naruto and Sasuke, whom Shenmu had saved, were drenched in cold sweat. Is this enormous serpent a sign that Orochimaru has arrived? Sasuke asked, his expression grave. Shenmu remained silent, merely nodding slightly before directing his gaze toward a specific spot in the dense forest. Moments later, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Orochimaru. Upon his appearance, Orochimaru regarded Sasuke with an indescribable glint of avarice in his eyes. The intensity of his stare sent chills down Sasuke's spine. For Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, having participated in numerous shinobi world wars. The palpable aura of menace emanating from him made Sasuke tremble uncontrollably. This time, I shall not succumb to weakness as I did before. Sasuke clenched his teeth, drawing a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, and thrust it fiercely into his thigh. At that very moment, the enormous snake coiled beside them stirred once more. It writhed its colossal body, its massive tail whipping towards Shenmu's direction. Shenmu hurriedly leaped and dodged. In between his jumps, he formed a hand seal. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. Boom. Blazing flames erupted from Shenmu's mouth. This time, he held nothing back as chakra surged forth. Whoosh. The flames spewing from Shenmu were of an incredibly intense heat, covering a terrifying area. In an instant, the dragon-shaped flames reduced the surrounding forest to ashes. Meanwhile, the summoned giant snake caught in the center of Shenmu's great dragon fire technique was left charred black. resembling an enormous burning stick, emanating a faint aroma of cooked flesh. Orochimaru was left utterly stunned. He acknowledged Shinmu's exceptional talent, but the power of this ninjutsu was simply outrageous. In terms of the technique's intensity and coverage, its potency exceeded his own by more than fourfold. Gulp. Orochimaru swallowed hard. Previously, he had long coveted the Sharingan. For those unique eyes of the Uchiha clan held boundless mysteries. But now, he found himself wavering. Possessing a body that could amplify the power of ordinary ninjutsu multiple times seemed rather appealing as well. Moreover, this young man might very well be from the Uzumaki clan, boasting a vast reserve of chakra along with exceptional chakra sensing abilities. Meanwhile, Yutaka Akane, who had just arrived beneath the central tower to support the examinees, stood frozen in shock. Astonished. What manner of prodigy is this Shenmu? How is it possible for him to wield an ordinary B-rank ninjutsu with such terrifying prowess? Shenmu. After a moment of realization, Mitakahashi Azuki let out a sudden shout. Shenmu turned back, a look of confusion in his eyes. You performed admirably, The next task is entrusted to us. With that, the various proctors surrounding Utashi Akane, along with the members of the Dark Division, surged forward towards Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Shenmu, having received verbal commendation from Proctor Akane, felt a surge of delight in his heart. Just then, Utashi Akane added, furthermore, the forest you just ravaged will require restitution. Shenmu, an error. I failed to properly control the casting range once again. Yet, regardless of my mistakes, I have contributed to the village. And now I am expected to compensate for the losses? This is utterly inhumane. By the way, Shenmu suddenly recalled that the trio of grass ninjas was still within the belly of the colossal serpent. A momentary panic gripped him. Had his recent fire technique not scorched them all to ashes? With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, Shenmu procured a short dagger from Hongdo and proceeded to slice open the serpent's abdomen. Inside, nestled together, the trio of grass ninjas were shielded by a protective water barrier. Shenmu pulled the three individuals out and cautiously checked their breath. Upon confirming that they were still alive, he exhaled in relief, grateful that they still had life within them. Beside Shenmu, Sasuke and Naruto were intently observing the fierce battle between the Umbu and Orochimaru. The two were thoroughly engrossed, occasionally gasping in astonishment. How can Orochimaru be so formidable? He faces numerous Umbu yet remains unfazed, seemingly at ease, Sasuke remarked, a glimmer of admiration evident in his eyes. As a seeker of vengeance, he bore the heavy burden of having witnessed the massacre of his entire Uchiha clan at the hands of a man named Itachi. Thus, Sasuke felt an urgent need for retribution. He craved power. However, he couldn't help but find Orochimaru's fighting style repulsive, as his body writhed like a serpent. And he lashed out with his tongue. Ugh, that's just disgusting, Naruto expressed with evident disdain. Shenmu approached and gently prodded the shoulders of the two, cautioning, hey, stop staring. Keep your distance. Orochimaru is exceptionally powerful. If he breaks through the encirclement and manages to take a bite out of you too, it would be dire. Naruto displayed a nonchalant demeanor, retorting, his name is Orochimaru, not an actual snake. How could he possibly bite? However, mid-sentence, Naruto's pupils abruptly constricted. He realized that the Orochimaru who had just engaged in a fierce exchange with the Umbu had transformed into a mere mud clone. A decoy. Where could the real Orochimaru be? Naruto exclaimed in terror. Meanwhile, Shenmu, sensing the impending danger, suddenly felt a gust of wind at his back and hastily pulled Sasuke and Naruto forward to take cover. Whoosh. As anticipated, just after the three had prostrated themselves, a head connected by a neck sword just above them. Shenmu gazed towards the base of his neck and discovered it was connected to a body, reminiscent of Orochimaru's attire. This indicated that Orochimaru had just stretched his neck like a rubber band and launched a surprise attack on Shenmu and his companions. As Shenmu was momentarily stunned, Orochimaru's head twisted sharply, aiming to bite Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke was caught off guard and was bitten on the shoulder. At the instant Orochimaru's fangs pierced Sasuke's flesh, a surge of cursed energy coursed into his body. Sasuke immediately felt a wave of paralysis wash over him, collapsing to the ground in agony. After accomplishing this, Orochimaru's neck swiftly retracted. Sasuke, I hope you can survive. Chapter 64, The Heavenly Curse Seal. A mere 1/10 chance of survival. Ahead. Hongdo turned back just in time to witness Sasuke being bitten on the shoulder by Orochimaru, her gaze sharpening. Hidden shadow snake hands, Hongdo shouted, releasing dozens of snakes from her sleeves to surge towards Orochimaru. At that moment, Orochimaru's body began to dissolve like sludge. In response to Hongdo's attack, Orochimaru wore a dismissive smile. Heh, you cannot defeat me with the techniques I have taught you, Hongdo. Furthermore, you had best not terminate the Chunin exam due to my presence, or I shall obliterate the entire hidden leaf. With that, Orochimaru melted away into the ground. Vanishing from sight, Hongdo stomped her foot in frustration. Damn it, he escaped again. At that moment, Naruto anxiously called out, Proctor, come quickly. Sasuke is in dire straits. Hearing this, Hongdo hurriedly approached. At this point, Sasuke was writhing on the ground, his body marred with black stripes, groaning in excruciating pain. Hongdo pulled aside Sasuke's collar to inspect his shoulder. There, a black three-tomo mark was slowly taking shape. This is the Heavenly Curse Seal, Hongdo stated solemnly. What does that mean? Shinmu inquired, equally anxious. Hongdo revealed what she knew. The curse seal was developed by Orochimaru, aimed at individuals with an innate sage body, and can be imparted through a snake's bite. The survival rate for those afflicted by the curse seal is merely 1 in 10. High risk often accompanies high reward. If the curse seal is successfully implanted, the bearer will gain immense power, albeit with the peril of losing control and the risk of rampancy. Shenmu furrowed his brow as he gazed upon the anguished Sasuke on the ground. Are you suggesting that he possesses merely a 1/10 chance of survival? Indeed. Whether the transplantation is successful ultimately hinges upon his own fate. Yoshiaki Azuki sighed deeply. Once bitten by Orochimaru, the curse mark's transplantation becomes irreversible. Is there any method available to alleviate his suffering or enhance his chances of survival? Shenmu continued to inquire, fully aware that his question might seem somewhat naive. In response, Hongdo replied, one could employ sealing techniques. Certain specific seals possess the ability to suppress the powers of the curse. As for whether this could enhance survival rates, I cannot say. Upon hearing this, Shenmu nodded thoughtfully. He had encountered sealing techniques during his time at the Ninja Academy. Yet the institution did not provide specialized instruction on the matter. Most sealing arts were familial legacies, seldom disclosed to outsiders. As Sasuke writhed in pain, Shenmu sat nearby, contemplating whether he could conjure a sealing technique using the incantations he had learned, which would alleviate Sasuke's suffering while simultaneously enhancing the effects of the curse mark upon him. After 2 minutes, an idea seemed to strike him. He retrieved a brush from his ninja tool pouch and began to inscribe the incantation. Observing this, Yoshiaki Azuki became alarmed. What are you doing? An incorrect incantation could hasten Sasuke's demise. Moreover, sealing techniques are exceedingly complex, something even I cannot master. What can a mere child like you possibly draw? I never suggested using Sasuke as a subject for experimentation. Shinmu spread his hands in resignation. After speaking, he stepped into the center of the sealing array. By experimenting on himself, he believed he could unravel the enigma. However, if he miscast the incantation, it could spell disaster for Sasuke. Subsequently, Shinmu initiated the sealing technique, intending to first seal a portion of his chakra as a preliminary test. As he completed the hand seals, an abundance of intricate formulas surged into his body, enveloping his exterior. Ultimately, a tree-shaped image manifested at the base of his spine. Hongdo, observing nearby, was utterly astonished. Could this young lad truly wield sealing techniques? Moreover, techniques she had never encountered before. Ordinarily, sealing marks could only be inscribed using the evil sealing method. Yet, this sealing technique appeared to merely diminish the impact of the mark on the host post-transplant. Hongdo was aware of this because she bore one herself. Yet here, this red-haired youth seemed to possess knowledge of other sealing techniques. This boy, with his crimson locks, must belong to the Uzumaki clan, she mused, casually inquiring of Naruto beside her. I have no knowledge of Shenmu's surname. Like me, he is an orphan, Naruto replied, pointing to himself. But then again, I am of the Uzumaki clan. Without a family, did he learn the sealing techniques from someone? Hongdo probed further. Not that I know of, but it seems Shenmu has a mentor in the Umbu. Naruto pondered briefly before responding. With a clap of her hands, Hongdo exclaimed in excitement. That makes perfect sense. It must be someone from the Umbu who taught the red-haired boy these sealing techniques. Otherwise, how could one explain the origins of his mastery? Surely he didn't just stumble upon it himself. Meanwhile, Shenmu's experiment with the sealing technique proved successful. He had managed to seal away half of his chakra, simultaneously dulling his perception of pain. Thus, he began to draft the sealing incantation, preparing to create a set for Sasuke as well. Minutes later, the incantation was complete. Shenmu propelled the writhing Sasuke towards the core of the incantation. Subsequently, Shenmu's hands swiftly transitioned through various seals. Pain reduction sealing technique. A rather foolish name he had coined himself. Upon completion of the incantation, a torrent of dark runes surged into Sasuke's body. Moments later, all the runes converged upon the Tomo seal adorning Sasuke's shoulder, coalescing into an intricate tree-like pattern. This arboreal design enveloped the 3 Tomo seal within its embrace. As this form materialized, the effects were immediate and profound. Sasuke, who had been rolling in agony, suddenly ceased his cries. The myriad of rune-like markings adorning his body gradually receded. What a marvel! Exclaimed Hongdo, astonished, reflecting on her own experience of being subjected to Orochimaru's curse. She mused that if she had possessed such a sealing technique back then, her suffering would have been alleviated. Suddenly, she leaned closer to Shinmu, her curiosity piqued, and inquired. Hey, where on earth did you learn this sealing technique? Which member of the Umbu taught you? It's quite simple, he replied. The Shanmoku, with an air of nonchalance, remarked. He had seamlessly combined the incantation for the sealing technique, which could easily be found in the archives of the Konoha library. Thus, this sealing technique posed no challenge for him. Do not get too cocky, young man. Quickly disclose who imparted the sealing technique to you. Hongdo exclaimed, her expression fraught with urgency. Shenmu nodded. Such a simple matter held no secrets for him. He took a piece of paper and inscribed the specific incantations upon it. When Hongdo received the meticulously written spell, a mere glance left her utterly astonished. You, my friend, have even annotated the incantations according to the specific circumstances? How did you deduce that manipulating these particular spells could yield entirely different effects? In response, Shinmu shrugged nonchalantly, stating, because I just devised it. Hongdo found herself at a loss for words to articulate her astonishment. Just moments ago, she would have dismissed Shenmu's claims outright. Yet, after witnessing his annotations on this unique sealing technique, her skepticism began to waver. Typically, sealing techniques exist independently. The notion that modifying a few incantations could generate alternative effects, or even entirely opposite sealing techniques, was unprecedented. This was profoundly revolutionary, with as many as 12 intricate variations, each more exquisite than the last. She could scarcely imagine anyone other than the original creator possessing such capabilities. Even memorizing so many complex incantations would be impossible without a personal comprehension. One could hope to retain only 3 or 4 at most. Hongdo swallowed audibly, her composure faltering. She now found herself increasingly convinced that this sealing technique was indeed the brainchild of Shenmu. Yet, the implications were simply unfathomable. Shenmu was merely a low-ranking ninja. Thus, she was eager to return and present this document to the third Hokage for validation of her assessment. Subsequently, Akane instructed the proctor beside her, stating, "I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Should any other candidates arrive to submit their scrolls, please handle it on my behalf. Furthermore, it is imperative to safeguard these 3 young ones. Should any misfortune befall them, you shall pay with your life." With that commanding declaration, Akane vanished. The proctor was instantly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of pressure. Just moments before, Orochimaru had made an appearance. How could he ensure the safety of these children? At that moment, Shinmu spoke up, "I choose to submit my scroll and pass the examination." After exchanging a glance with Naruto beside him, Shinmu retrieved a dozen scrolls from his pocket. Although Sasuke's condition had stabilized for the time being, he had yet to regain consciousness. Orochimaru had just made an appearance, and it was uncertain whether he would launch another surprise attack in the Death Forest. Therefore, at this moment, they required a secure location. The proctor regarded Shinmu's actions with some surprise. "You've given everything away? Aren't you concerned about your own profits?" Shinmu observed the situation of selling scrolls from the monitor atop the tower with utmost clarity. Each scroll was priced at 100,000, and he possessed around 10 to sell. Should he succeed in selling them all, a minimum of 800,000 copper coins would flow into his coffers. 800,000 copper coins. Such a fortune could procure a grand residence in the bustling cities of the Land of Fire. As a diligent ninja, "I cannot stand idly by for the sake of profit while my comrades are placed in peril," Shinmu declared with unwavering resolve. Upon hearing this, the assistant examiner's eyes flickered with surprise. 800,000 copper coins. This young man was willing to forego the entire amount for the sake of his teammates. Such an unwavering spirit of not abandoning nor giving up moved the assistant examiner profoundly. "Very well," he replied, nodding in approval. "However, I can only accept 2 scrolls from you. The remainder is for you to manage as you see fit," the assistant examiner stated. Shenmu nodded, clutching the remaining scrolls, and approached the trio of grass ninjas, placing them all upon Xianglin's chest. At that moment, Xianglin had regained consciousness and was filled with profound confusion regarding Shenmu's actions. "You may take 2 scrolls that have passed the examination, but you must ensure that the rest are delivered to the other teams from Konoha participating in the test," Shenmu instructed. Witnessing Shenmu's consideration for his fellow villagers at such a critical moment, the proctor couldn't help but feel an increased admiration for the red-haired youth, regarding him with great respect. Truly, this is the future pillar of Konoha. Subsequently, Shenmu departed with Sasuke and Naruto. Meanwhile, the now awakened grass ninja trio began their search for the various teams from Konoha within the Forest of Death, fulfilling Shenmu's request. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage examined a piece of parchment inscribed with sealing techniques with great scrutiny. At that moment, the closest individual, Akane, noticed that the third's hands were trembling slightly. It is quite common for individuals of the third's age to experience such tremors. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen, being the Hokage, possessed a physique that surpassed the ordinary. Thus, such trembling indicated that he was either suffering from Parkinson's or was profoundly astonished. "Did this truly originate from that lad Shenmu?" the third inquired. "Indeed, without a doubt. I witnessed it firsthand." "Hokage-sama, this is the 5th time you have posed this question," Akane replied patiently. "By the way, Naruto mentioned that Shenmu has a mentor in the Umbu. I suspect it is highly likely that this mentor taught him these sealing techniques." "Hokage-sama, do you know who Shenmu's teacher is?" "I do," the third replied, taking a puff from his pipe. "In the shadowy realms of the shinobi, who besides Yamato could possibly be the teacher of Shinmu? Yet, that lad Yamato, the third Hokage knows all too well. It is utterly implausible that he could master such sealing techniques." Coupling this with the descriptions provided by Mitarashi Anko and his own recollections of the circumstances under which Shinmu inscribed the curse upon Sasuke, the third Hokage surmised that it is highly probable this sealing technique was devised by Shinmu himself. A sharp intake of breath escaped the third Hokage. A reflexive gasp of astonishment. Shinmu truly has a remarkable talent for creating surprises. The third Hokage fears that one day his heart may not withstand the excitement, compelling him to join the first and second Hokages in the afterlife. After taking another puff of smoke, he addressed Hongdo, saying, "All right, I am already aware of the specifics. You still have matters to attend to regarding the exam, so you may leave." Unwilling to accept the third silence, Hongdo pressed on. "So, who is Shenmu's instructor in the Umbu, that he possesses such exquisite sealing techniques?" The third let out a sigh. Although he initially wished to withhold this information, Seeing Hondo's eagerness for excitement prompted him to share what he knew. Shenmu's mentor in the Umbu is someone I sought out. I can assure you. This sealing technique was not taught to him by his instructor. Hondo gasped in astonishment. So, this sealing technique was indeed developed by Shenmu himself? She trailed off, as the realization struck her with overwhelming force. Thus, the 2 minutes of silence from that child was spent comprehending the sealing technique, his terrifying memory, learning capacity, and insight. Moreover, his astonishing ability to innovate. He could even rival Orochimaru, who once held the title of Konoha's foremost scientist. Yet, every one of Orochimaru's research endeavors was fraught with countless failed experiments. In contrast, Shenmu required only 2 minutes of contemplation, and after a single attempt on himself, he succeeded. Could this boy become the next Orochimaru of Konoha? Hondo suddenly inquired. Absolutely not. Such occurrences as Orochimaru's betrayal will never be repeated in Konoha. The third declared resolutely. He would devote every effort to ensure that Shenmu grows into an honorable individual. Let us hope so, should such a person defect from the Hokage. It would be far more terrifying than Orochimaru. Hondo reflected on Shenmu's formidable technique and astonishing hand-sealing speed, her voice trembling slightly. Chapter 66. The End of the Forest of Death Exam and Ino's sense of crisis after concluding her conversation with the third Hokage. Hondo learned that Shenmu's trio had completed the competition, and the unconscious Sasuke had been taken to the ninja hospital, due to Sasuke's incapacitated state being a special circumstance. The trio's qualification for the competition remained intact. After receiving the report, Hondo decided to visit the hospital to check on Sasuke's condition. Most importantly, she wanted to see if Shenmu's sealing technique had indeed proven effective. At the ninja hospital's critical care ward, Hondo pushed the door open. What met her gaze was the sight of the unconscious Sasuke on the hospital bed, with Shenmu and Naruto vigilantly standing by his side. Is his condition stable? Hondo inquired. Shenmu rose to greet Hondo, then remarked, it should be considered stable, yet Sasuke still shows no signs of awakening. Hondo responded. The first 24 hours following the cursed seal transplantation are critical. Precisely after this duration, the second round of the competition will conclude. At that juncture, the higher-ups will determine whether to proceed with the preliminary rounds for the finals based on the number of candidates who pass the second examination. You two ought to rest well. There are medical ninjas here to attend to you. The preliminaries will continue. And one cannot engage in combat with other ninjas without ample strength and spirit. No worries, I am quite vigorous, came the reply. Shenmu waved his hand. Sasuke was his comrade, and he felt it imperative to remain here. Additionally, Shenmu was eager to ascertain the efficacy of his sealing techniques. Should any anomalies arise during the night, he would be poised to intervene. Upon witnessing Shenmu's resolute determination, Hondo refrained from further protest, offering a few final words of caution before exiting the infirmary. Subsequently, Kakashi-sensei arrived. After a brief inquiry into the situation, he instructed Naruto to return home and rest, while he and Shenmu would stand guard over Sasuke. In this critical period, Naruto, understanding that his presence would only complicate matters, complied quietly and went home to bathe and sleep. After bidding farewell to Naruto, Kakashi examined Sasuke's body, focusing on the cursed mark upon his shoulder and the sealing technique Shenmu had applied behind him. To his astonishment, the cursed mark was indeed sealed. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. In the depths of the Death Forest, a remarkable event unfolded involving Shinmu. After hearing from the Hokage about Shinmu's self-created sealing technique, Kakashi felt compelled to witness it for himself. To his astonishment, this seemingly casual technique was extraordinarily powerful, successfully sealing away the cursed mark. A ninja adept in both learning and innovation, Shinmu had now added sealing techniques to his repertoire. Kakashi marveled internally, realizing he had encountered an unprecedented prodigy among his students. The following day, after successfully navigating the perilous ordeal, Sasuke awoke, gasping as he touched the cursed mark at the nape of his neck, feeling an ache. Kakashi, who had been vigilantly watching over him, appeared somewhat lackluster as he remarked, "It's a miracle you survived." He then briefly explained the effects of the cursed mark and informed Sasuke that had it not been for Shinmu's timely sealing technique, he might not have awakened at all. Moreover, that greedy lad had sacrificed a chance to earn money for your sake. Sasuke, his eyes shimmering with emotion, glanced at Shinmu, who lay sleeping in the adjacent bed. Kakashi continued, "That boy was monitoring your condition throughout the night, anxious that the sealing technique might have adverse effects on your health, and only fell asleep this morning when your condition stabilized." Kakashi's singular eye shone brightly as he regarded Shinmu. He had always believed that in the world of ninjas, those who do not adhere to rules are worthless, but those who do not cherish their comrades are even less than worthless. Thus, he held a deep admiration for Shinmu, who cared for his teammates. Kakashi then glanced at the clock on the wall, realizing the examination in the Death Forest was nearing its conclusion. "You two should hurry," he urged. With that, Kakashi vanished, and Sasuke gently roused the slumbering Shinmu. Upon waking, Shinmu understood it was time to gather outside the Death Forest. He seized Sasuke's attire and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In a flash, they found themselves outside the forest, where Naruto awaited them with a gleeful expression. "Great news. Sasuke, you're okay. You can't imagine how tragic it was to see you writhing in pain after that monster bit you." Sasuke, having been unconscious during the implantation of the cursed mark, had no recollection of his suffering. Now reminded by Naruto, he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Enough, he exclaimed, covering his face in shame. After exchanging pleasantries, groups of ninjas who had passed the exam began emerging from the Death Forest. In total, 7 groups succeeded in their endeavors. Due to Shinmu's prior instructions to Karui to ensure the scrolls were handed over to the Leaf Ninjas, the majority of those who passed were from Konoha. The successful groups included Shinmu's team, Gaara's team, Miji's team, Shikamaru's team, Hinata's team, Kabuto's team, and another unnamed team from the Rain Village. Shinmu was perplexed to discover that Karui's team had not passed. Upon inquiry, he learned that Karui had given all their scrolls to the Leaf Ninjas, only to be ambushed by the Rain Village team, resulting in their failure. Each Konoha group that emerged from the forest approached Shinmu to express their gratitude. Thank you, Shinmu. Without the scrolls you provided, we would have surely failed, said Ino, representing Shikamaru's team. Indeed, surviving 5 days in the Death Forest was a challenge. Let alone stealing scrolls from others, added Choji, who had lost considerable weight during their ordeal. Even the usually aloof Niji approached Shinmu and quietly expressed his thanks. Though I owe you a debt of gratitude, I will not hold back in the upcoming matches, he stated. To this, Shinmu retorted without hesitation, no need. Even if you give it your all, you may not triumph over us. Tenten then pulled Niji aside, taking Shinmu's hand with earnest sincerity. Don't mind Niji's words. We are truly grateful to you. Nearby, Ino sensed a hint of rivalry and jabbed Tenten. Gratitude is fine, but why are you holding Shinmu's hand? In response, Tenten teased. What? Shinmu isn't your boyfriend. Is it a problem if I hold his hand? Besides, he didn't refuse. Ino, blushing furiously, could only stammer in protest. Ultimately unable to voice her thoughts. Tenten, sporting a mischievous grin, quipped, What? Are you jealous? Ino turned beet red, exclaiming, I am not. The surrounding crowd chuckled, with even the oblivious Naruto noting Ino's unusual feelings towards Shinmu, nudging him and saying, Hey, looks like you're quite popular. Shinmu appeared utterly bewildered, exclaiming, What? Naruto replied, Hey, must you be so slow-witted? In the bustling arena, Shinmu pondered, dullness? But Ino hasn't said anything. With a resigned sigh, he dismissed the thought. At that moment, Naruto, concealing his face, heard Sasuke point towards an open space ahead, exclaiming, Look, the third Hokage is coming. As the esteemed third Hokage made his entrance, the attention of all the candidates swiftly converged upon him. Clearing his throat, the Hokage signaled for silence before addressing the assembly. Congratulations to all of you for successfully passing the second stage of the Chunin exam. As you are aware, this exam, hosted by various allied nations, extends beyond mere individual assessments. It embodies the competition between nations. Therefore, in the forthcoming third stage, you must exert your utmost effort. Behind each of you stands your respective ninja village, and your displayed abilities will directly influence the missions assigned to your villages. He continued. The third stage is scheduled to take place in 1 month, at which time dignitaries from various countries and the leaders of the ninja villages will be present. Confusion arose among the candidates, particularly Naruto, who questioned, Why have we been summoned today if the third match is a month away? At that moment, the chief examiner for the third stage stepped forward, bowing to the Hokage before introducing himself. Greetings, everyone. I am Tsukikid Shippu, the head of the third stage of the Chunin exam. Today, we gather for the preliminary rounds of the third match. As noted by the Hokage, with many significant figures attending the exam in a month, we must adhere strictly to our timeline. He continued, due to the simplicity of the first 2 stages. An excessive number of candidates have passed, necessitating a preliminary round to select half of you for the third stage. This preliminary round will be straightforward. Each of you will be paired through a drawing of lots for a duel. The winner will advance to the next round. The criteria for determining victory will be either the death or surrender of one party, so it is possible that injuries may occur during the exam. If anyone wishes to withdraw, please raise your hand. After the words of Tsukikid Shipper resonated in the air, the candidates exchanged glances. Ultimately, one ninja raised his hand and declared, I forfeit this exam. Shenmu turned to glance at the location of the individual, discovering that he was a leaf ninja, presumably named Yukushi Kabuto. Prior to the first examination, Naruto and Sasuke had gathered insights from him regarding the composition of the candidates. Amidst the puzzled expressions of the other participants, Yukushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses and elucidated the reason for his withdrawal, after enduring the arduous second examination. My chakra reserves are insufficient to partake in the preliminary rounds at this moment. The crowd nodded in understanding. Many of the candidates had just emerged from the treacherous trials of the Forest of Death, with their physical strength and chakra reserves nearly depleted. Under such circumstances, engaging in a fierce battle during the preliminaries would be unwise, thus rendering his decision to withdraw quite reasonable. However, Shinmu, possessing a keen sensitivity to chakra, sensed something amiss with Yukushi Kabuto. The chakra emanating from him was undeniably abundant. Why then would he withdraw under such pretext? Despite his internal bewilderment, Shinmu refrained from voicing his inquiries. Perhaps this individual was simply intimidated by the prospect of danger. Following Yukushi Kabuto's announcement of his withdrawal, the chief examiner of the third examination, Moonlight Breeze, inquired twice more. Upon confirming that no one else wished to withdraw, Moonlight Breeze produced a lottery cylinder. The preliminary rounds would no longer be fought in groups, implying that each participant could potentially draw their own teammates. Before the drawing commenced, Moonlight Breeze added a remark. Upon hearing his explanation, Naruto visibly brightened with excitement. This means I can have a proper match against Shinmu or Sasuke. You fool, why are you so thrilled? You don't actually believe you can win against the two of us, do you? Sasuke retorted, somewhat displeased. No. I merely wish to engage in a fair battle with you both, Naruto declared, swinging his fists. The drawing began. Shinmu drew a stick and cast a glance at the content inscribed upon it, which boldly displayed the characters Tian-E. Beside him, Sasuke and Naruto had drawn Daewoo and Tianjio, respectively. Shinmu suddenly realized that within the sign bucket, there were two types of signs, heaven and earth, which would engage in a duel. The numbers inscribed, such as 1, 2, and 3, indicated the order of appearance. After all participants had drawn their bamboo sticks, Moonlight Swiftwind began to elucidate the particulars of the examination. As Shinmu had anticipated, the duels would be between corresponding numbers of heaven and earth. Thus, Shinmu was the first to emerge from the heaven category, facing off against the individual who held the earth sign. Shinmu's gaze swept across the crowd, pondering who would be the fortunate one to face him in battle. Alongside everyone else, he made his way to the Konoha training ground number 22. Subsequently, Moonlight Gale waved his hand, directing all participants towards the arena. This training ground bore a resemblance to Shinmu's elementary school playground, with spectator stands on either side and a central area designated for the ninjas to compete. Moonlight Gale stood at the heart of the training ground, proclaiming loudly, competitors holding Heaven 1 and Earth 1 are invited to the stage. Let the match commence. Upon hearing his name called, Shinmu eagerly stepped into the arena, curious to discover which unfortunate soul would be pitted against him. In the stands, Naruto gleefully remarked to Sasuke, who scanned the crowd, equally intrigued about who possessed such luck to be the first contestant facing Shinmu. At that moment, a figure clad in black, carrying a puppet, slowly approached the training ground. It was Kankuro, the puppet master from the Sand Village. With a chilling glare directed at Shinmu, Kankuro declared with formidable intensity, "This time, I will show no mercy." Chapter 68, Results of the Preliminary Matches. The final 10 are revealed. Shinmu curled his lips in disdain, as if to imply that the last time you showed any mercy was a mere fabrication. His enmity with Kanjuro had been established since this arrogant individual swaggered into the village. Now, the time for resolution had come. Feeling overconfident, he declared, "I shall teach you a lesson with my crows." Kanjuro retorted with irritation. Upon finishing his words, Kanjuro formed a series of hand seals. Almost simultaneously, Shinmu hurled his flying thunder god kunai. The kunai soared through the air, reaching Kanjuro in an instant. Shinmu swiftly conjured a Rasengan with one hand, employing the flying thunder god technique to teleport beside the kunai. The spiraling sphere descended forcefully upon Kanjuro's chest. A resounding impact echoed as the violent chakra struck Kanjuro, sending him crashing to the ground. Yet, as Shinmu's Rasengan made contact, Kanjuro's garments were torn asunder, revealing the interior of his body. To Shinmu's astonishment, what lay within was not human flesh, but rather a wooden structure reminiscent of a puppet. Something was amiss. The figure before him was not Kanjuro at all. In a moment of inspiration, Shinmu swiftly withdrew his body. The figure that lay defeated on the ground was none other than Kankuro's puppet, the crow. The audience gasped in astonishment upon witnessing Kankuro's clever ploy of misdirection. At that instant, the bundle that had been carried on the crow's back burst open, and Kankuro's true form emerged, clutching a sharp kunai in his hand. Alas, if only your flying thunder god technique hadn't been so swift, this kunai would have pierced you, and you would have met your defeat. Kankuro lamented upon his appearance. Shinmu narrowed his eyes slightly. You were quite clever, disguising yourself with a puppet while your true self hides in the very bag meant for the puppet, plotting a surprise attack, are you? This is not a strategy that has succeeded. Kinji alongside. Shinmu possesses the technique of flying thunder god. The fleeting opportunity just now was not seized. It will be challenging to capture that young man again. That moment was your solitary chance for victory. Now, having revealed yourself, you stand with no hope of success. Shinmu spread his hands in resignation. It must be acknowledged that Kanjuro, as a puppeteer, possesses considerable skill, albeit his tools may not be numerous. After uttering these words, Shinmu swiftly approached Kanjuro, pressing a kunai against the latter's throat. I concede, Kanjuro replied, his expression one of helplessness. As Shinmu unleashed his spiral sphere to attack the crow, he simultaneously activated the flying thunder god technique. Kankuro, as a puppeteer, found himself at a disadvantage in close combat, which could prove troublesome, especially against someone as formidable in taijutsu as Shinmu. Indeed, he was defeated. That red-haired boy is extraordinarily powerful, remarked Tamari from the stands. He is undoubtedly the strongest participant in this examination, and apart from myself, none of you could possibly defeat him. Gaara, with his arms crossed, wore a frosty expression. Not far from Gaara, Naruto gleefully raised his fist. Fantastic. Shinmu has triumphed with overwhelming strength. The flying thunder god technique is truly formidable. It always manages to catch opponents off guard, Sasuke commented. The proctor, Yujetsu, who had been observing the battle closely, expressed his admiration for Shinmu's display. No matter when I witness the flying thunder god technique, I am always left in awe. Has the legacy of the Yellow Flash finally found a worthy successor? The outcome of the first battle has been determined. After securing his victory, Shenmu did not hasten to leave the arena. He wished to observe the performances of the upcoming contestants, preparing for the finals a month later. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. In the second match following Shenmu, Shino Yunu faced off against the rain-hidden ninja, the insect manipulator. Shino Yunu remained stationary, effortlessly commanding her insects to intimidate her opponent into submission. Once again, Shenmu witnessed the remarkable inclusivity of ninjas, encompassing not only those who manipulate puppets but also those who command insects, as well as individuals like Inuzuka Kiba, who engage with canines. Following this was the clash between Rock Lee and Gaara. Although Lee's physical prowess paled in comparison to Shinmu's, he stood out among his peers as a formidable genin. Upon unlocking the fifth gate of the 8 gates, he possessed strength and speed that ordinary genin could scarcely aspire to attain. Such capabilities would typically enable him to swiftly conclude battles against any genin. Yet, in his confrontation with Gaara, Lee found himself embroiled in a grueling struggle. Gaara, with his mastery over sand, was encased in a protective armor of sand, providing an impenetrable defense against attacks from all directions. While Lee had previously breached this defense, Gaara was far from defenseless. Ultimately, in this fierce encounter, Lee suffered a narrow defeat. Unwilling to concede, Gaara ensnared Lee's left leg in sand, resulting in a shattering fracture. In the aftermath, Teacher Guy appeared to escort Lee away. Witnessing Lee's ordeal, Naruto lamented whether the mushroom-headed youth would ever regain the chance to be a ninja. Despite initially feeling averse towards Lee's challenge, Naruto was moved by his unwavering spirit, indomitable perseverance, and the fervent passion for youth that he shared with Teacher Guy. Who knows? Once the competition concludes, let us go visit him, Shinmu suggested. After several more matches, it was Sasuke's turn to compete. His opponent was a ninja from Kabuto's team. Thanks to Shinmu's sealing techniques, the cursed seal had minimal effect on Sasuke, allowing him to freely utilize his ninjutsu and Sharingan. After a few exchanges, Sasuke emerged victorious. Next, Neji faced Hinata, and Choji battled a ninja from the hidden ring. Shikamaru then took the stage. In the 9th match, Naruto squared off against Inuzuka Kiba. Initially, upon recognizing Naruto as his opponent, Kiba felt a sense of relief, recalling that Naruto had been notorious for his lackluster performance during their time at the Ninja Academy. Coming up against him seemed akin to securing a spot in the finals. However, Naruto soon proved his growth through sheer strength. After a fierce contest, Kiba was ultimately defeated. That was impressive. You've truly grown rapidly, Kiba admitted sincerely after the match. Although Naruto emerged from the battle battered and bruised, he stood tall, declaring, "I strive with the goal of becoming Hokage." In the end, the dust settled after 10 matches, determining those who would advance to the finals. Shinmu, Gaara, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Shikamaru Nara, Neji Hyuga, Temari, Shino, Tenten, and a certain Rain Village ninja. Among the 10 participants in the finals, 7 hail from Konoha. The Moonlight Gale nodded in satisfaction. Very well, everyone. We shall meet again in a month's time. I hope you will not disappoint me then. There exists a month-long interval between the preliminary rounds and the subsequent finals. The trio from Shinmu resolved to dedicate this month to enhancing their prowess. Consequently, they approached Kakashi. Upon encountering the three, Kakashi instantly discerned their intentions, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him. What a bother. My ninjutsu is better suited for someone like Sasuke, who possesses the Sharingan. As for that unruly one, I shall find you a new mentor. Shinmu hastily pointed at himself, exclaiming, "What about me, Kakashi-sensei?" Kakashi responded, "You." Chapter 69, The Ongoing Study of Illusions. Kakashi continued, "You." Kakashi found himself at a loss regarding whom to appoint as a mentor for Shinmu. Objectively speaking, Shinmu's current prowess has already surpassed that of the majority of Jonin. Moreover, this young man possesses a hidden affinity for wood release. Judging by his previous display of wood release with the birth of the World Tree, which effectively transformed the village into a verdant paradise, it is highly probable that his wood release abilities are extraordinarily formidable. Thus, identifying a suitable teacher for Shinmu presents a significant challenge. Interests serve as the finest educators. After much contemplation, Kakashi gradually remarked, "Your mind is quite agile. Take some time to delve into and explore Genjutsu on your own." Shinmu, however, he soon grasped the situation. The 3 arts of the ninja, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. He possessed remarkable prowess in both ninjutsu and taijutsu. Yet, when it came to genjutsu, he had never delved into it since his arrival in the world of Naruto. It seems imperative to conduct some research on this. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, for your guidance. Shinmu nodded with delight, but soon a hint of confusion crossed his mind. Does that mean I have no teacher? Kakashi suggested. You might want to consult teacher Sunset Red next door regarding illusions. She has quite a bit of expertise in that area. Thus, Kakashi entrusted Shinmu to her guidance. Shinmu felt no particular discomfort with this arrangement and began to delve into the study of illusions. As for the other 2 members of the team, Sasuke was paired with Kakashi due to their compatible chakra, while Naruto was entrusted to the capable hands of teacher Hibiki. Indeed, it was none other than Konohamaru's private tutor who had taken on the task of instructing Naruto. Days fleetingly passed, and one day, Naruto approached Kakashi, expressing his desire to change teachers. "Sensei, it's not as simple as you think. You can't just decide to switch teachers at will. Teacher Hibiki is an elite Jonin with a well-established teaching method, far more effective than what I can offer you, Kakashi explained patiently, aware of Naruto's impulsive nature. However, Naruto felt that Hibiki's teachings were not as comprehensible as Shenmu's. He hesitated to voice the rest of his thoughts, as he harbored a lingering feeling that Hibiki held a bias against him. The cold disdain in her gaze felt like daggers, inciting a profound dislike within him. Hibiki had once been taken aback by Shenmu's prowess, leading her to reassess her attitude towards the underperformers. Yet, habits formed over years are not easily altered. The wariness and disdain she conveyed had become deeply ingrained. Upon hearing Naruto's grievances, Kakashi felt overwhelmed. After all, it was all Shenmu's fault for being such an exemplary teacher, effortlessly pinpointing the crux of the issues and enabling his students to learn through practical experience at an astonishing pace. Compared to such a prodigious instructor, the other teachers in the Hidden Leaf Village seemed utterly lackluster. Naruto, are you hoping to train alongside Shenmu? Kakashi bluntly unveiled Naruto's intentions. Without a hint of hesitation, Naruto nodded. Yes. Training with Shenmu would allow me to learn so much more. He promised to teach me the Rasengan, if even Konohamaru can master it. I would be utterly embarrassed if I couldn't. But Shenmu has his own commitments. He is quite busy, and training alongside him would be disruptive, Kakashi replied, raising his hands in exasperation. Ever since he had encouraged Shenmu to focus on studying illusions 2 days prior, he had not seen him again. Kakashi, however, was secretly pleased, thinking that perhaps Shenmu was grappling with the complexities of illusion techniques. Indeed, illusions are notoriously challenging, involving the manipulation of chakra to disturb the target's senses and disrupt their own chakra, leading them into a deceptive state. Before this, Shenmu had never engaged in such matters. Absurd learning is unattainable for anyone. Is Shenmu particularly busy? Naruto displayed a bewildered expression. He shared the same room with Shenmu, even sleeping on the same bed. However, recently, apart from his propensity to daydream, Shenmu seemed to have little else to occupy his time. You wouldn't understand. Mastering illusions is exceedingly challenging and mentally taxing. Shenmu requires ample time to comprehend it, so you ought to refrain from disturbing him, Kakashi remarked with an enigmatic expression. Meanwhile, at the training ground of Team 8 in Konoha Village, Yamanaka Ino and Inuzuka Kiba were engaged in a sparring session. Hinata was exerting herself to the utmost, activating her Byakugan to refine her abilities. Yuhi Kurenai leaned against a robust tree, smiling as she observed these spirited and determined young individuals. Kiba, give it your all. Ino will face formidable opponents in her final match a month from now. You must help her acclimate to this pressure, Kurenai suddenly interjected, watching the spar between Yamanaka Ino and Inuzuka Kiba. Understood, sensei. I'm doing my best, Kiba replied, beads of sweat adorning his brow. Nearby, his puppy Akamaru appeared anxious. The Inuzuka clan possesses a heightened sense of smell and hearing, and each member forms a profound bond with a ninja dog during their childhood. Akamaru, always by Kiba's side, is his unique ninja companion. At this moment, Kiba beckoned to Akamaru, signaling him to join the fray. Woof. The excited puppy barked and dashed to Kiba's side. Simultaneously, Kiba crossed his arms, forming a simple hand sign. Beast Clone Technique. With a flourish, Akamaru transformed mid-run, taking on a humanoid shape akin to Kiba's and leaping onto his back. Ino, be cautious. The clone Akamaru has strength comparable to my own, Kiba warned kindly, preparing to launch an attack. In response, the ever-cool Yamanaka Ino adjusted her sunglasses and casually waved her hand. Bring it on. In the next moment, a torrent of black insects surged forth from Ino's sleeves and neck, forming a barrier before her to counter Kiba's impending assault. The battle was on the verge of erupting. At that precise moment, Shenmu pushed open the wooden door of the training ground, deep in thought. Shenmu? What brings him here? Kiba questioned, puzzled upon seeing Shenmu's arrival. Hinata approached with concern etched on her face. Shenmu-kun is in the same class as Naruto-kun. Could something have happened to Naruto-kun? Upon hearing this, Shenmu sighed. Hinata truly never ceases to think of Naruto. That boy Naruto is indeed fortunate in this life. Shenmu replied, it's nothing. I came to consult with teacher Sunset Red regarding illusions. Hinata then relaxed and pointed towards the location of Sunset Red, enthusiastically stating, the woman standing under the tree is our teacher. She has extensive knowledge in the field of illusions, so feel free to inquire about anything. Little did they know. Yet another teacher was about to be troubled by Shenmu. Chapter 70, Shenmu's Illusions. Encountering a mental blow to Red upon hearing Hinata's kind reminder, Shenmu first greeted Inuzuka Kiba and Shino. He then took a step forward, walking towards the position where Sunset Red stood. Kiba smiled in response to Shenmu's greeting, before pulling Hinata closer to himself and Shino, whispering, why did that guy Shenmu suddenly appear at our training ground? Is there something important he needs to announce? Hinata replied honestly. Shenmu said he wanted to discuss some matters concerning illusions with Teacher Red. Shino, standing nearby, found this quite reasonable and nodded in agreement. Teacher Red possesses exceptional skills in illusions. It is only natural for Shenmu to seek her guidance on related queries. Hey, you too. Don't forget that Shenmu is a student from our cohort, Kiba reminded them, although they all started from the same point. While they were still diligently studying physical techniques in ninjutsu, that guy had already mastered illusions, though they were all graduates of the same class. Shenmu had previously lagged behind, and now, why was there such a vast difference? Kiba pondered in vain. After hearing Kiba's remarks, Shino belatedly realized, after listening to your analysis. I must admit, Shenmu is indeed an extraordinary individual. Not far from the trio of Class 8, Shenmu had already approached Red. Shenmu bowed respectfully and greeted, Teacher Hong. I have been delving into illusion techniques over the past couple of days. Kakashi-sensei mentioned that I could consult you if I encountered any difficulties. Ah. Kakashi mentioned this to me a couple of days ago, she replied. Leaning against the great tree, Teacher Hong's smile was warm, and her voice gentle as she inquired. What brings you here today? Have you encountered challenges with the illusion techniques? Not at all. Shenmu shook his head earnestly, stating, last night, while gazing at the night sky, I suddenly comprehended a new illusion technique. I hope you, teacher, can provide me with your insights. Oh? Yuhi Kurenai replied, taken aback. As far as she knew, Shenmu had only been studying illusion techniques for 2 days since Kakashi had assigned him. In such a brief span, a typical individual would still be grappling with the basic concepts of illusion. Yet, this young man audaciously claimed to have discovered a new technique. Who would believe such a statement? Kurenai was aware that Shenmu, despite his youth, had mastered the S-rank ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, showcasing his potential. However, it was imperative to temper this prodigy's overly ambitious temperament. Thus, she donned an expression of anticipation and encouraged him, please demonstrate the illusion you conceived last night. I shall provide you with the most candid evaluation. Kurenai nodded, having already formulated her response in her mind. Her intent was clear, to scrutinize Shenmu from every angle, to temper his spirit, and to ensure he fully recognized his limitations, compelling him to settle down and devote himself to diligent study. Now, I shall begin. Teacher, please be cautious. Shenmu crossed his arms, his eyes gleaming with intensity, locking gazes with Hong. In that fleeting moment, Hong discerned that the boy's eyes resembled a profound abyss. A mere glance seemed capable of drawing her in. Yet, having declared her intent to critique, she felt compelled to succumb to Shenmu's illusion. Thus, she lowered her guard, allowing her consciousness to plunge into those enchanted orbs. In the next instant, Hong perceived a transformation in her surroundings. The world around her morphed into a sea of crimson. Raising her gaze, she found herself encircled by malevolent spirits with ghastly visages, their grotesque features too terrifying to behold. Suddenly, one of the fiends, wielding a cleaver, lunged forward. The enormous blade descended heavily, aiming directly at her position. The excruciating sensation, as though a massive sword were rending her apart, elicited a cry of anguish from Hong. Following her desperate scream, the other specters surged forward. Some brandished shackles, others wielded branding irons, while some carried cauldrons of boiling oil, and others were engulfed in blazing flames, radiating an oppressive heat. Amidst the torment inflicted by these fiends, Hong's spirit suffered a profound blow, and her pupils gradually began to lose their focus. Shenmu keenly sensed this and hastily dispelled the illusion. But it was already too late. The moment his illusion faded, Hong's body collapsed limply like an unstrung puppet, toppling straight toward where Shenmu stood. Shenmu, quick of hand and sharp of eye, reached out to catch her, attempting to call out, Teacher? Teacher Yuhi Kurenai. Upon confirming that Kurenai had lost consciousness, a heavy dread settled in Shenmu's heart. This is bad. It seems I have landed myself in trouble once more. Not far from them, Inuzuka Kiba and his companions witnessed the scene of Kurenai collapsing and hurriedly approached, anxiously inquiring, what happened to Teacher Kurenai? Is she all right? Perhaps she has suffered from heat stroke. I will take her to the hospital immediately. Shenmu, feeling somewhat guilty, hoisted the unconscious body of Sunset Red and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly transport them outside the hospital. Subsequently, he carried her into the medical facility. After enduring yet another round of tedious examinations, Teacher Hong was laid in an observation ward. A particular medical ninja, visibly relieved, patted Shenmu on the shoulder and remarked, fortunately, you brought her in promptly. Had you delayed for another 10 minutes, the patient's condition could have become perilous. Upon hearing this, Shenmu exhaled in relief. It was fortunate that he had placed a Flying Thunder God mark at the hospital entrance during his visit to Sasuke a couple of days ago. Otherwise, today would have been troublesome. Then, Shenmu inquired, Doctor, what has happened to Teacher Hong? The doctor replied nonchalantly, she has suffered a significant mental blow. The patient's condition is now stable, but be cautious not to provoke her. With that, the doctor departed, leaving only Shenmu and the unconscious Sunset Red in the ward. A day later, Red awoke, but by then, Shenmu was nowhere to be seen. Kakashi and Asuma had come the previous night and taken his place. Initially, Shenmu insisted on staying with Teacher Hong, as he was, after all, the cause of her unconsciousness. However, Kakashi, without needing to think, surmised that Red had fallen into a stupor due to Shenmu's genjutsu, fearing that her mental state might deteriorate further upon awakening if exposed to Shenmu. He insisted that Shenmu return home. Ultimately, Shenmu reluctantly departed, but not before stating, Teacher Hong, please remember to notify me when you wake up tomorrow. I wish to apologize to you at the earliest opportunity. Kakashi readily agreed, yet he had no intention of summoning Shenmu until Red's health was fully restored. What has happened to me? Red awoke, her gaze perplexed as it roamed the stark white walls. I remember I was supposed to help that kid Shenmu test his new genjutsu. How did I end up here? My head hurts so much. Red murmured, her words trailing off until she suddenly clutched her head, crying out in pain. Kakashi and Asuma promptly summoned a nurse. After a thorough examination, the nurse stated, "This is entirely normal. It is a residual effect of a sudden mental trauma. For the next couple of days, do not stimulate her. Allow her to recuperate properly." Upon hearing this, Kakashi's pupils trembled with concern. Shenmu's recklessness is utterly astonishing. Not only did he send Hong into the hospital, but he has also seemingly caused her to develop post-traumatic symptoms. Chapter 71, The Lustful Toad Sage. Before long, Hong's condition stabilized, yet she incessantly called out Shenmu's name. Asuma, watching from the side, felt a deep pang of sorrow. "Kakashi, your student has caused quite a mess. He truly lacks any sense of gravity." Kakashi, fully aware of his culpability, nodded repeatedly in apology. "I will certainly discipline that boy upon my return, ensuring he comprehends the gravity of his mistake." At that moment, Shinmu pushed open the hospital door. Upon seeing him, Hong reacted like a frightened little rabbit, leaping into Asuma's embrace. "A monster! I saw a monster!" Asuma, witnessing this, was so incensed that he spat out half of his cigarette. "You wretched boy, do you even realize what you have done to teacher Hong?" Shinmu wore an expression of innocence, exclaiming, "Well, I truly did not intend for this to happen. It was teacher Hong who insisted on evaluating the illusion technique I had grasped, compelling me to exert my utmost effort." Kakashi interjected, from Shinmu's account. "It appears that this is indeed the case. Thus, to hastily blame Shinmu would only serve to highlight the inadequacies of our esteemed Jonin. Yet, who could fathom their plight? It was not a matter of incompetence. Rather, Shinmu's talent was simply extraordinary." Ultimately, noticing that Hinata Hong exhibited excessive aversion towards Shinmu, Kakashi fabricated a casual excuse to usher Shinmu out. Asuma, standing nearby, wrapped an arm around Hong's shoulders and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "From what that child just mentioned, he has only recently begun learning illusion techniques?" Kakashi shrugged, replying, "All things considered, it should be less than 72 hours. Asuma's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this not the epitome of a complete novice? This implies that Hong was severely injured and rendered unconscious by the illusions of an absolute beginner, leading to a state of confusion. What a preposterous notion. This child's comprehension is astoundingly formidable." After a moment, Asuma regained his composure, rummaging through his belongings until he produced a cigarette pack, extracted one, and lit it, taking a drag. Realizing that smoking was prohibited in the hospital, he quickly extinguished it. Kakashi observed with a wry smile, having witnessed this behavior before. The third Hokage had proclaimed that this boy was the future hope of Konoha. His innate talent was indeed remarkable, often resulting in unintended injuries due to his inability to control his own power. For this, Kakashi expressed his apologies once more. Asuma waved his hand dismissively, stating, "There is no need for further apologies. Once Hong fully recovers, she can address this matter herself. However, Shinmu must receive proper guidance. If not, he may become a volatile powder keg at any moment. There have been precedents of Konoha's prodigies going astray." Asuma's voice was hoarse. Kakashi nodded in agreement. It had only been 2 days since he last monitored Shinmu, and already the boy had landed Hong in the hospital. It seemed that the hands-off approach was ineffective. A suitable mentor for Shinmu was imperative. Meanwhile, on the other side, after stepping out of the hospital, Shinmu aimlessly wandered the streets of Konoha village. As he strolled, he encountered Naruto lurking suspiciously around the corner, as if he were about to commit theft. "What on earth? Isn't it your training time? How come you're out on the streets?" Shinmu approached and gently tapped Naruto on the shoulder. Startled, Naruto jolted and, upon realizing it was his close friend Shinmu, waved his hand dismissively. "Didn't I mention last night that the lessons from that teacher named Ebisu are exceptionally dull? They're so far removed from the excitement of training with you that I simply couldn't bear to listen anymore. Thus, I decided to skip class and unwind a bit. Shinmu, the final round of the Chunin exam is approaching, and if we do not train diligently, we shall face a most dismal defeat." Naruto pouted, "I am well aware of that. However, one must also allow for moments of relaxation amidst rigorous training. Shinmu, you must be quite fatigued from your training today. How about we indulge ourselves in a hot spring together?" Shenmoku waved his hand, asserting that a ninja must possess self-discipline. This is a time for cultivation, not for indulgence. To excessively immerse oneself in pleasure would gradually lead to our downfall. A few minutes later, Shenmoku, stripped of his garments, slipped into the hot spring with a sound of sheer delight. "What a joy it is to abandon cultivation and luxuriate in the hot spring," he exclaimed. Amidst the swirling mist surrounding them, Naruto triumphantly declared, "I told you that soaking in the hot spring is exhilarating. It's a pity that Sasuke is so preoccupied with training, otherwise the three of us could have taken that trio package and saved ourselves a few coins. By the way, Shinmoku, how many copper coins did we collect in the Forest of Death last time? What do you plan to do with that money? Perhaps you could spare me 200. I could bring home a box of instant noodles to enhance my meals." While Naruto basked in the warm waters, envisioning a future filled with the bliss of regular noodle feasts, he noticed that Shinmoku had not responded to his inquiries. "Hey, what is your opinion? Give me a straight answer. You have hundreds of thousands in hand. Surely you wouldn't mind parting with a mere 200 or 300 coins." Shinmoku, with Naruto's words lingering in the air, prepared to speak further. At that moment, Shinmu reached out and covered the boy's mouth. Naruto's eyes filled with confusion as he let out muffled sounds. In the next instant, Shinmu pointed towards a corner by the men's bath. Following Shinmu's gesture, Naruto noticed a white-haired man squatting in the corner. The man had his back to them, leaning on the railing, intently gazing towards the women's bath. From Shenmu's vantage point, it was evident that the man held a pen and paper, seemingly recording something. Is that pervert spying on the women's bath? Naruto inquired. Isn't it obvious? Shenmu replied. I cannot tolerate this. In broad daylight, under the open sky, how can someone engage in such despicable acts? Is there no law? No justice? Naruto's blood boiled as he clenched his fists and slowly approached the white-haired man. However, just as Naruto reached the lecher's side, before he could land a punch, the man suddenly turned around, his arm swinging effortlessly. Smack! The casual swing struck Naruto, sending him flying several meters, nearly smashing his head against a nearby stone wall. In the next moment, the white-haired man turned back, and Shenmu finally discerned his features. The man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. With a full head of white hair, clad in wooden clogs, and wearing a forehead protector inscribed with the word oil. He certainly did not present himself as a respectable individual. Kid, what were you trying to do just now? Don't disturb my research. The lecherous man snapped angrily. Despite being struck, Naruto's spirit remained undeterred. What research? You were clearly spying on the girls bathing next door. You pervert. What pervert? You truly lack insight. The white-haired man scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Naruto. Then, he clapped his hands on the ground, summoning a gigantic toad that appeared beneath him. With a flamboyant pose atop the frog, the man declared, I am the sage of Mount Myoboku. Chapter 72, Jiraiya, take my Rasengan. Additional update. After hearing the white-haired man's self-introduction, both Shinmu and Naruto fell silent. Has the threshold for sages become so low? Shinmu scratched his head. A look of bewilderment and confusion upon his face. However, he felt an odd familiarity with the name Jiraiya. What audacious scoundrel dares to call himself a sage? Filled with righteous indignation, Naruto was quite furious. I, the great sage Jiraiya of Mount Myoboku, am unlike you mere mortals, proclaimed the white-haired man with an air of superiority. He then turned away, unwilling to let these two impudent children disrupt his artistic inspiration for the day. After all, not every public bathhouse could boast a small opening in its enclosure like this one. You are clearly a peeping Tom, spying on women as they bathe. Naruto shouted with great fervor. As a man destined to become Hokage, he vowed to uphold justice and thwart any malevolent acts against the villagers of Konoha, including this lecherous voyeur. With that, Naruto formed hand signs. Shadow clone jutsu. In an instant, two shadow clones sprang forth from his body. Following this, Naruto utilized his clones to assist in forming the Rasengan. This technique had been taught to him by Shenmu just 2 days prior and was exceedingly practical for Naruto, who struggled with precise chakra control. On the opposite side, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Naruto create the Rasengan. How is it possible that this child can perform the Rasengan? Although it was apparent that he struggled with the technique, it undeniably took the form of a complete Rasengan. The Rasengan was an A-rank ninjutsu developed by his own disciple, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. While the process of creating the Rasengan sounded deceptively simple, requiring no hand signs, merely the manipulation of chakra within the body, the execution demanded meticulous control over chakra. This child, appearing to be no more than 10 years old, where could he have learned such skills? Moreover, he cleverly employed clones to assist in managing the chaotic flow of chakra. From this, Jiraiya surmised that Naruto must have a knowledgeable mentor guiding him in ninjutsu. It was inconceivable that he could achieve this solely through his own understanding, especially considering this blonde-haired youth seemed rather simple-minded. Kid, who taught you the Rasengan? Jiraiya inquired with keen interest. Was it the 3rd Hokage? Or Kakashi? Neither, Naruto replied, shaking his head. Jiraiya's curiosity was piqued. Oh? Then who could it be? At this moment, Naruto completed the Rasengan, forming a sphere in his right hand while using his left to stabilize it, charging towards Jiraiya. Stop asking so many pointless questions. First, take this Rasengan. As Naruto barreled toward him with the Rasengan, Jiraiya nonchalantly sidestepped. Boom. The violent chakra unleashed by the Rasengan slammed into the wall beside Jiraiya. With a resounding crash, the chaotic chakra burst through the wall, creating a large hole. Through the opening, they could see women wrapped in towels, bathing on the other side. Jiraiya's gaze was immediately drawn to the sight. Wow, what a sight. They looked so delightful. The next moment, a cacophony of piercing screams erupted from the bath as the women were startled. Jiraiya seized the moment to sneak another glance before hastily dressing and attempting to flee. After the wall was breached by Naruto's Rasengan, he too caught sight of the bathing women, frozen in embarrassment, unsure of how to react. Just then, he noticed Jiraiya attempting to escape, so he swiftly turned, grabbed nearby clothing, and sent several clones after him. Don't run, you lecherous scoundrel. Today, I shall capture you, Naruto shouted as he chased after him. Shinmu remained immersed in the bath, contemplatively observing Jiraiya as he receded into the distance. This individual had deliberately concealed his chakra, which impeded Shinmu's perception. However, the enigmatic summoning technique he employed, coupled with the remarkable martial prowess displayed when evading Naruto's chakra, indicated that he was no ordinary person. As the two figures vanished from sight, Shinmu rose, intending to don his clothing. At that moment, the door to the men's bath swung open. A staff member entered. First inspecting the substantial breach that connected the male and female baths, then addressing Shinmu. who was in the midst of dressing, with an apology. Sir, we kindly ask you to accompany us. Shenmu, huh? Excuse me, that hole was not caused by me. The staff member politely replied. Let us set that aside for the moment. You arrived here with that blonde-haired young man, did you not? He has since departed. And we kindly ask that you cover the repair costs. Additionally, due to the adverse effects of this incident, we have reported it to the Konoha Guard. We ask for your patience as they conduct their investigation. Shinmu, so, does this mean that now that Naruto has fled, I must bear the blame? Am I not to be seen as a lecherous fiend who invades the sanctity of the bathhouse? How shall I ever face anyone again? From this point forward, I shall be unable to hold my head high in Konoha. I am willing to offer compensation, but there is no need for an investigation, for I assure you, I am not the culprit. As he spoke, Shenmu retrieved a wad of cash from his pocket, reluctantly handing over several bills to the bathhouse staff. Each bill represented hard-earned money from the forest of death, and parting with them pained him greatly. However, the staff, steadfast in their principles, asserted, no. Conducting an investigation is indeed necessary. Shenmu fell silent, placing the banknotes into the staff's hands. Take it, he urged. The staff waved his hand, declining the offer. There's no need to provide compensation now. We can wait until the losses are verified. Mid-sentence, the bathroom attendant looked up, only to find that Shenmu had vanished without a trace. Winky face, where did he go? He was just standing here a moment ago, outside the bathroom, in the woods. Jiraiya halted his steps, and Naruto followed suit. Jiraiya remarked, I say, kid, you really chased after him without a thought for that red-haired boy's well-being? That lad is quite unfortunate to have a friend like you. Naruto displayed a proud expression. Don't worry, Shinmu will absolutely not be captured. That guy possesses the ability to teleport instantly. Just as he spoke, Shinmu appeared behind Naruto, his hand resting casually on Naruto's shoulder. As Shinmu made his entrance, he swiftly delivered a sharp blow to Naruto's head, exclaiming, You reckless fool. If not for your impulsive actions, I might have ended up in the Konoha Guard for a cup of tea. Naruto, nursing the bump on his head, retorted, But you're fine now. You possess the Flying Thunder God technique, and there's no place in Konoha that could possibly confine you. Jiraiya, eyes wide with astonishment, exclaimed, What? Did that yellow-haired brat just mention that remarkable technique? The Flying Thunder God technique? I must have misheard. Clearing his throat, he continued, Well? Since we met in the bathhouse, it seems fate has brought us together. I, Jiraiya, the sage of Mount Myaboku, am quite impressed by your sense of justice. May I ask the names of these two esteemed ninjas? Today, I shall add an extra update, and I encourage everyone to lend their support. This free website relies entirely on the reader's patronage, so while you indulge in the content, do consider supporting us. Your encouragement fuels my creative endeavors. 5-star ratings and gifts are much appreciated. Chapter 73, Sasuke in Peril. Konoha's secret technique, 1,000 years of pain upon hearing Jiraiya's words. Naruto mistakenly believed that his prowess had intimidated the lecherous old man. With pride, he declared, Listen closely. I shall not change my name or my lineage. I am Naruto Uzumaki, the future 5th Hokage of Konoha. Naruto Uzumaki? Jiraiya mused, assessing the young ninja before him. The golden hair reminiscent of Minato, along with the small whisker-like marks on his face, sparked recognition. He should have realized sooner, this yellow-haired youth was the son of his disciple, Minato. Even the name Naruto was one he had chosen years ago. Time had flown by, and this child had grown remarkably. Moreover, he had mastered the Rasengan, a technique his father was renowned for, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia. But what of Shenmu? Jiraiya pointed towards him, inquiring about the mysterious figure. Shenmu calmly introduced himself. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, having never heard of such a name before. However, noticing the boy's striking red hair, he pondered whether there might be a connection to the Uzumaki clan. Furthermore, given that this red-haired youth was a close friend of Naruto, Jiraiya instinctively linked him to Kushina Uzumaki. Could he possibly be a cousin of Naruto? Was that the Flying Thunder God technique you just used? The very same technique employed by the 4th Hokage? Jiraiya inquired further. Shinmu nodded. He contemplated expressing that this was his own realization. But since everyone equated his instantaneous technique with the 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique, he chose to concede, as it would facilitate comprehension. Jiraiya remarked, Hiss. Considering the child's age, which is comparable to Naruto's, from where did he acquire the Flying Thunder God technique? When the 4th perished, he was likely still in the womb. Wasn't he? Have you been secretly perusing the sealing text of Konoha? Shinmu. No. After a brief conversation between the three of us, Naruto urged Shinmu to assist him in his training. Just before departing, Naruto turned back and casually remarked, By the way, uncle, you really ought to refrain from spying on women while they bathe. Such behavior is utterly disgraceful. We shall not pursue this matter further this time, as we have training to attend to, but do refrain from such actions in the future. Jiraiya, ever defiant, retorted. I have already explained. It was merely to gather material for my writing. You all know Paradise of Affection, the esteemed book that has captivated readers across the globe? That is the masterpiece of me, Jiraiya. Shinmu and Naruto simultaneously shook their heads, expressing their ignorance. Well, that book is only suitable for those over 18. It is only natural for you two boys to be unfamiliar with it, Jiraiya remarked with an expression of resignation. At that moment, The trio heard a series of sporadic sounds emanating from the forest, reminiscent of fists and feet colliding, evidence of a fight. Driven by their curiosity as ninjas, they followed the source of the commotion. Pushing aside the obstructive underbrush, they beheld a clearing where Kakashi Hitaki was engaged in a sparring match with Sasuke Uchiha. Too slow. Haven't you been striving with Shenmu as your target? Such crude taijutsu is no match for him, Kakashi said, blocking Sasuke's attack with one hand while simultaneously mocking him. Enough with the chatter. Sasuke, infuriated by Kakashi's taunts amidst their clash, intensified his strikes. Who said I aim to surpass him? I am an avenger. My sole purpose is to eliminate that man. In response, Kakashi chuckled lightly. Regardless of your intentions, you still have a long way to go. With a resounding crash, Sasuke was sent staggering backwards several paces. He then formed hand seals with determination. Suddenly, a surge of lightning chakra coalesced in his hands, crackling with energy that emitted sounds akin to birdsong. From behind the bushes, Naruto exclaimed, "Hey, I remember Shinmu using that jutsu before. I think it's called the piercing hand." Jiraiya interjected, "What kind of name is piercing hand? It lacks creativity." Shinmu, "Thank you, I feel quite offended." Subsequently, Jiraiya elucidated that the technique employed by that Uchiha youth, which envelopes his palm in lightning, is the S-rank ninjutsu Raikiri, developed by Kakashi in his earlier days. S-rank? Naruto turned, his eyes wide with astonishment, gazing at Shenmu. It turns out that what Shenmu had casually wielded was, in fact, so formidable. In the open field, Sasuke's right hand was enveloped in lightning chakra, while he steadied it with his left, swiftly lunging towards Kakashi. The furious arcs of lightning chakra crackled, producing a sound reminiscent of a flock of birds in flight. Sasuke named this technique Chidori. With a spirited cry, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, hastening his assault towards Kakashi. Kakashi, brimming with confidence, remained steadfast in his position. Just as the Chidori was about to make contact, Kakashi vanished using the body flicker technique. When he reappeared, it was behind Sasuke. Ninja must never expose their backs to their foes. Kakashi's voice resonated with gravity. In the next instant, he brought his hands together. Let this serve as a lesson for you. Konoha's 1,000 years of pain. This strike was aimed directly at Sasuke's vulnerable spot. Swish. Sasuke, winky face, his rear. Beside them, Naruto, Shinmu, and Jiraiya watched in shock. Both felt an inexplicable tightening in a certain area. Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. Is the current teacher so ruthless in instructing his students? Such techniques are truly beyond comprehension. Naruto instinctively grasped Shinmu's hand tightly. Thank goodness we didn't train with Kakashi-sensei. Otherwise, we might end up in the same predicament as Sasuke. Shinmu deeply resonated with the notion, taking a profound breath before nodding in agreement with Naruto's perspective. After enduring the 1,000 years of pain, a weary Sasuke collapsed onto the ground, clutching his behind, his expression one of utter despair. Just then, Kakashi displayed a look of vigilance. Who is it? Who goes there? Sasuke was struck with trepidation. Were there others nearby? Had someone witnessed his embarrassing predicament? How mortifying. He vowed to escape the hidden leaf village at the first opportunity. As Kakashi finished his exclamation, Jiraiya emerged from the thicket with Shinmu and Naruto. It's been a while, Kakashi. Jiraiya greeted warmly. Kakashi, a disciple of the 4th Hokage, recognized Jiraiya, who had trained the 4th. Upon recognizing the visitors, Kakashi could hardly contain his excitement. Lord Jiraiya, I've read your Ika Paradise several times. When will the sequel be released? He inquired eagerly. Jiraiya shrugged. As you well know, writing requires inspiration. Today, I was seeking material and creativity, but alas, I was interrupted by your 2 disciples. It was precisely because of such children that the second installment of Ika Paradise remained unfinished. Chapter 74, The Legendary Sannin Jiraiya. Shinmu's new teacher. Kakashi nodded in agreement with Jiraiya's sentiments. I shall give these 2 a proper reprimand. He then turned to Naruto and Shinmu, saying, Why did you disturb Lord Jiraiya's creative muse? Do you have any idea how long I've waited for the sequel to Ika? Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. I understand your point. But this white-haired uncle was seeking inspiration in the women's bathhouse. Anyone would want to intervene in such a situation. Shinmu nodded. Isn't Jiraiya-sensei gathering material in the women's bathhouse? Could it be that intimate paradise is also related to such matters? If that were the case, wouldn't it mean that Kakashi-sensei, who enjoys reading this book, is implicated? Kakashi, realizing that Shinmu's words were increasingly inappropriate, hastily retorted, I am not that kind of person. Jiraiya interjected, Come now, Kakashi. Do enlighten me as to what kind of person you truly are. Meanwhile, seizing the opportunity during Kakashi and Jiraiya's exchange, Naruto and Shinmu approached Sasuke. Sasuke, you've been training with Kakashi-sensei these past few days. You must be quite exhausted, Naruto remarked with an expression of sympathy. Sasuke, seeing Naruto's demeanor, gritted his teeth in anger. Baka, are you mocking me? Naruto struggled to muster a sorrowful expression. How could I? I would never. Shinmu, your thoughts are clearly etched upon your face, you know. Shinmu shifted the topic casually, inquiring, by the way, do you know Lord Jiraiya? He seems to possess quite an impressive background, as even Kakashi-sensei treats him with utmost reverence. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression turned contemplative, and then, with excitement, he exclaimed the illustrious title, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. Shinmu immediately grasped the situation. No wonder he found the name so familiar. It belonged to the legendary Three Ninjas. The Konoha Three Ninjas refer to the three disciples of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Among them, Orochimaru was notably prominent, his bounty poster perpetually displayed at the entrance of the village. The other two were rarely seen within the village, making it understandable that Shinmu and Naruto were unfamiliar with him. Being a part of the Three Ninjas, did that mean he was as formidable as Orochimaru? Naruto's thoughts began to stir. Kakashi-sensei's ninjutsu did not suit him. Shinmu was dedicated to training in Jinjutsu, while he had little interest in Ebisu. For the past few days, he had been troubled by the lack of a suitable teacher, and now, one of the Konoha Three Ninjas, Jiraiya, had appeared. Naruto had witnessed Orochimaru's power firsthand. Although Orochimaru had not shown much of his strength in the Forest of Death, just his presence as an S-rank fugitive had exerted an immense pressure. It could be assumed that Jiraiya, as one of the Konoha Three Ninjas, possessed power not inferior to that of Orochimaru. Nearby, Jiraiya, who had initially been somewhat irked, gradually calmed down under Kakashi's flattery. He assured Kakashi that he would definitely produce a sequel to Iruka Paradise within the next 5 years. Kakashi was elated to hear a definitive timeline. He expressed his appreciation for Jiraiya's efforts. Just then, Jiraiya shifted the conversation, subtly indicating Naruto and Shinmu with a glance. Inquiring about their lack of suitable instructors, Kakashi sighed, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. I had intended for the elite teacher Ebisu to guide Naruto, but it seems Naruto is quite resistant to that idea. As for Shinmu, I can't think of any other teacher in the village who could instruct him. After saying this, Kakashi suddenly realized something, his excitement peaking. Jiraiya, are you considering teaching them personally? Jiraiya nodded. Yes, Naruto is Minato's son. Seeing him evokes memories of Minato. As for that red-haired boy, he has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and is a prodigy in ninjutsu. I cannot let such talent go to waste. Kakashi's lips twitched. Since you, Jiraiya, are willing to teach them, that is indeed the best outcome. However, I must inform you of one thing beforehand. Shenmu not only wields the Flying Thunder God technique, but is also proficient in various elemental natures, lightning, earth, water, fire, wind, and wood, having developed sealing techniques through his own efforts. His learning ability and insight are exceptionally remarkable. Upon hearing Kakashi's extensive introduction, Jiraiya was momentarily struck dumb. What? That boy is merely a freshly graduated Chunin. Could he truly be as extraordinary as you described? Indeed, he is, Kakashi affirmed, thumping his chest in assurance. At that moment, Jiraiya felt a surge of excitement. In his youth, he had experienced a serendipitous adventure, being unexpectedly summoned to Mount Myaboku. There, he encountered the great sage Toad, who possessed the ability to foresee the future. The sage foretold that Jiraiya would travel across nations, writing and seeking a savior of the ninja world, who would ultimately become his disciple. Following that prophecy, Jiraiya journeyed, wrote, and sought the savior. During this time, he witnessed the myriad facets of life until he discovered a boy with the legendary Rasengan. To confirm the prophecy, he took the boy as his disciple and taught him diligently. Now, he had encountered an even more gifted youth. Driven by the desire to not miss out on potential greatness, Jiraiya decided to take Shenmu as his disciple. This young man had already mastered various elemental techniques and, like the legendary ninja Hashirama Senju from decades past, possessed the ability to use wood release. Were it not for his previous encounter with the boy bearing the Rasengan, Jiraiya would have undoubtedly declared Shenmu the prophesied child, the savior of the ninja world. Nonetheless, Shenmu's current abilities were already sufficient to earn Jiraiya's esteem. After all, the great sage Toad had not specified that the savior must possess the Rasengan. Kakashi, let those two children study under me. Naruto harbors the Nine Tails within him and requires supervision, while the red-haired boy is a natural talent who needs proper guidance, Jiraiya stated. Hearing Jiraiya's resolute words, Kakashi readily agreed. Although this meant that Jiraiya might be burdened by these two in terms of his writing progress, potentially delaying the next installment of Iruka Paradise for several years. Nothing could provide greater peace of mind than entrusting the two children to Jiraiya. Subsequently, Kakashi beckoned to Shinmu and Naruto. Shinmu, Naruto, come here. At his call, the two boys hurriedly approached. From now on, you will both train under Jiraiya. He is your teacher, Kakashi announced. They acknowledged this with understanding. Shinmu was momentarily taken aback, but soon composed himself with a nod. Naruto exclaimed with joy, hooray. Although Jiraiya still lingered in their minds as a lecher, his esteemed title as one of the legendary Sannin instantly garnered him considerable goodwill. Chapter 75, The Signing of the Summoning Blood Contract. Myaboku Mountain. Additional update. There are still 25 days until the finals. Shinmu and Naruto embarked on their training journey under the guidance of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. At this moment, Jiraiya stood with Naruto and Shinmu in a clearing outside the village, his demeanor solemn as he declared, "Today marks the commencement of your first lesson, mastering chakra." Naruto, feeling disgruntled, retorted, "But we've already learned this. Back in the land of waves, Kakashi-sensei taught us how to attach chakra to our feet to climb trees." He envisioned his training with the Sannin to encompass a plethora of formidable jutsu, such as Kakashi's Raikiri or the elemental techniques Shinmu had previously demonstrated. Like fire and water release, mastering chakra cannot be rushed. You must first establish a solid foundation in chakra control. Jiraiya explained, aware of Naruto's impatience. He continued. Let me illustrate. For instance, if both you and Shinmu possess the same amount of chakra, but Shinmu's shadow clone technique significantly outnumbers yours, the disparity arises from Shinmu's more refined control over chakra. Moreover, once you master chakra control, you will be able to maximize the potency of jutsu using the same amount of chakra. Alright, Naruto conceded, acknowledging that the intricate manipulation of chakra was indeed his weak point. Yash, let us commence today's first training exercise. You two shall attempt to attach chakra to your feet and stand upon the water's surface. After issuing the instruction, Jiraiya turned away, estimating that these two youngsters would require a few days to grasp the delicate control of chakra. Seizing the opportunity while the young ones practiced diligently, he planned to check on the well-being of the beautiful women bathing beneath the nearby waterfall. However, just as he pivoted, he heard Shinmu's voice call out from behind. Jiraiya-sensei? There is no shortcut to mastering chakra control. Don't ask me for tips, I have none. Just ponder it thoroughly, Jiraiya replied without looking back, assuming Shinmu was struggling with the training. At that moment, Naruto chimed in, perverted sage, Shinmu has already succeeded. What? Jiraiya turned his head in disbelief. He actually learned it so quickly? No wonder Kakashi called this kid a genius. Jiraiya-sensei, I mastered this long ago, Shinmu said with a hint of pride. Shinmu stood effortlessly upon the water's surface, radiating a sense of tranquility. Moreover, I had just come to the realization that by manipulating the chakra at the soles of my feet, I could control the depth to which my feet submerged. Upon finishing my explanation, Shinmu demonstrated this newfound insight. As he stepped forward, his feet sank nearly 2 centimeters beneath the water's surface. To Jiraiya's astonishment, Shinmu maintained this delicate balance with each step, his soles consistently hovering 2 centimeters below the surface. The precision with which he controlled his chakra was nothing short of astounding. More importantly, this feat was beyond Jiraiya's own capabilities. While all ninjas were trained to simply stand upon the water, none had ever considered, as Shinmu did, the possibility of adjusting the chakra to regulate the depth of their immersion. Cough, cough, it seems you have done well, my boy, Jiraiya said, attempting to mask his surprise with an air of sophistication. Now, let us proceed to your next training exercise. With that, Jiraiya formed a series of hand seals and summoned a massive patterned toad. The toad opened its mouth and produced a scroll adorned with intricate runes. This is a summoning scroll. You can inscribe your name upon it and form a contract with the toads of Mount Myaboku, allowing you to summon them during battle to aid you, Jiraiya explained. Summoning toads? Just like you, the perverted sage? Naruto inquired with curiosity. Jiraiya proudly lifted his chin. Indeed. Naruto, make the most of your training. Once you are capable of walking upon the water with the same ease as Shinmu and can control the depth of your submersion, we will proceed to teach you other techniques. Naruto exclaimed. How could an ordinary person possibly achieve Shinmu's level? Controlling the depth of immersion by altering the balance of chakra and water is utterly ridiculous. Jiraiya chuckled in response. If Shinmu can accomplish it, then you too can achieve it. Focus on your training and refrain from idle chatter. After his words, the toad Jiraiya was seated upon turned around and presented the scroll to Shinmu. Shinmu, sign your name in blood upon the scroll and press down with all your fingers. This will enable you to summon the toads anywhere you desire by placing your hand upon the ground. The hand seals are Hai, Su, Yu, Shun, and Wei. Shinmu took the scroll from the tongue of the toad and unfurled it. Biting his finger, he meticulously inscribed his name upon it, and finally, with solemnity, pressed his 5 fingers down as a seal. Observing Shinmu complete the signing, Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction. Let us give it a try. Indeed, Shinmu nodded. He had previously grasped the contract summoning technique during his journey to the Land of Waves, where he had subdued a falcon using this very skill. However, this particular summoning technique, which required a blood pact with a specific location, was a novel experience for him. Taking a deep breath, he shifted his hands and began to form seals. Haisyu Wei, summoning technique. Miamu Mountain, a revered place, renowned alongside the Dragon Cave in the Wetbone Forest. Countless toads thrived here, but unlike their counterparts elsewhere, the toads of Miamu Mountain excelled in the use of sage techniques. Among them, the Grand Toad Sage, Fukasaku, had once accompanied the Sage of 6 Paths on his quest to master sage arts. At this moment, deep within the temple of Miamu Mountain, the elderly Grand Toad Sage, donned in a scholar's cap, squinted as he rested his chin in his hands, drifting into slumber. Suddenly, he jolted awake. His attendants, Fukasaku and Shima, hurriedly approached him, inquiring, Grand Toad Sage, did you have another prophetic dream? Toads possess the ability to foresee events in dreams, and since they rarely dreamt, those visions invariably came to pass. Years ago, it was the Grand Toad Sage who had guided Jiraiya in his search for the fabled child of prophecy. He had experienced a vague dream, one in which a crimson hue appeared. A red hue? The Grand Toad Sage murmured slowly. What could such a dream signify? Fukasaku, a small toad with white hair and beard, wore a puzzled expression. He was one of the oldest inhabitants of Miamu Mountain, second only to the Grand Toad Sage, yet had never encountered such a dream before. Shima, Fukasaku's wife, with her purple skin, wore a serious expression as she speculated. Could it foretell bloodshed or an impending calamity? The Grand Toad Sage raised his gaze toward the sky beyond the temple. I cannot say for certain, but I sense an ominous premonition. It seems this world is on the brink of turmoil. Indeed, Fukasaku replied, and as they both looked up, they exclaimed in shock, where has the grand toad sage gone? Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Konoha village, after completing the summoning technique, a cloud of smoke erupted before Shinmu. Through the haze, he could faintly discern a massive orange figure. Jiraiya approached, ruffling Shinmu's hair. Well done, young one. To summon such a large toad on your first attempt. I was right about you. However, mid-sentence, Jiraiya fell silent, taken aback. The toad that has come from the spirit would appear somewhat familiar. Its orange skin, the doctoral cap atop its head, and the prayer beads hanging around its neck evoke a sense of recognition. Jiraiya. In the next moment, with a resounding thud, Jiraiya collapses onto the ground. Great toad sage. Shenmu looked utterly perplexed, wondering, is this old toad of significant stature? Why does my teacher Jiraiya react so intensely? Nevertheless, since his mentor had knelt, it seemed only fitting for him to follow suit. Nearby, Naruto, who was honing his chakra control, appeared equally bewildered. What is happening? Why are Shinmu and the perverse sage both on the ground? And what is that enormous toad before them? Perverse sage, why are you kneeling? Naruto scratched his head, shouting in confusion. At that moment, Jiraiya rose and shot Naruto a silencing glare. He then cautiously approached the great toad sage, addressing him with reverence. Great toad sage. I must apologize for my disciple's clumsy actions that summoned you. The aged great toad sage squinted as he sat, articulating each word with gravity. Little Jiraiya. Who was responsible for this? Beads of sweat began to trickle down Jiraiya's face. The great toad sage was the true master of the entire Maiboka mountain. A legendary toad that had lived since the era of the Sage of Six Paths. How did Shinmu manage to summon this living ancestor? He found it utterly incomprehensible. It was his newly accepted disciple, Shinmu. Jiraiya smiled amiably, gesturing towards Shinmu beside him. The great toad sage followed Jiraiya's pointing finger and immediately spotted Shinmu's striking red hair. Momentarily taken aback, having just experienced a vividly crimson dream, he now encountered a boy with red hair. Could this youth be connected to his dream? After a prolonged silence, the great toad sage finally spoke. Jiraiya, take him to Mount Maiboka to train in sage arts. Jiraiya was momentarily stunned, but this child is still so young. The great toad sage replied slowly. The fact that he was able to summon me indicates he possesses an extraordinarily vast amount of chakra, sufficient to reach the threshold for training in sage arts. Let him give it a try. I sense this child is extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya could only nod in agreement. Subsequently, Shinmu dispelled the summoning technique, sending the great toad sage away. Jiraiya turned to look at Shinmu, his gaze a blend of astonishment and complexity. It seemed increasingly likely that Shinmu was indeed the savior of the ninja world, as foretold by the great toad sage. In all his years, Jiraiya had never witnessed anyone capable of summoning the great toad sage. Shinmu, you heard the great toad sage's words just now, didn't you? Come with me to Mount Maiboka to learn sage arts, Jiraiya proposed. Shinmu was instantly intrigued. Sage techniques? That sounds impressive. What are they? Jiraiya began to explain with patience. As you know, the execution of ninjutsu relies on the chakra within one's body. Ordinary chakra is derived from the amalgamation of physical energy and mental energy. In contrast, sage chakra is formed by absorbing natural energy and completely integrating it with one's own. Upon successfully mastering sage techniques, one can become one with nature, resulting in a remarkable enhancement in both strength and speed, multiplied several times over. Shinmu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he encountered the concept of Xianshu for the first time. It was undeniably impressive and formidable. Without hesitation, Shinmu declared, very well. I shall learn. Thus, the subsequent training would take place in the enchanted region of Miamu Mountain. Ludwa, you should join us as well, he added. After Jiraiya spoke, he called out to Naruto, who was diligently practicing on the water's surface. Startled by Jiraiya's voice, Naruto lost his hard-won balance and chakra and fell into the water with a splash. Soaked and struggling to rise, he remarked, Miamu Mountain? That won't do much for me. It's south, just another place to tread water. A discerning listener could easily detect the bitterness in his words. Naturally, Jiraiya responded, you can train in alongside Shinmu, and I will oversee your progress. To which Naruto replied with enthusiasm, yay. Subsequently, Jiraiya summoned his spirit frog to once again produce the blood contract scroll. Naruto, inscribe your name upon it, he instructed. Upon sealing the contract, the frogs of Miamu Mountain would be able to summon them using reverse summoning techniques. Observing the great sage frog's safe return to his seat, Shinzaku and Jima let out a collective sigh of relief. What an ordeal. Great sage frog, what transpired just now? Why did you suddenly vanish? Shinzaku inquired, noting that the experience felt eerily akin to summoning. How could that be? Jima interjected, glaring at her husband. Are you losing your wits? The great sage frog cannot be summoned by just anyone. There are no beings of such immense chakra in existence. As the two sages continued their heated debate, the great sage frog interjected, indeed, I was summoned by an intriguing child. Shinzaku and Jima gasped in disbelief. This is inconceivable. The great sage frog is the patriarch of Miamu Mountain, a contemporary of the Sage of Six Paths. How could a mere child summon such a being? Even the Sage of Six Paths never summoned the Great Sage Frog. Shinzaku hesitated to voice his question about the child's identity, unsure of how to articulate it. The revelation was far too revolutionary. Astonishing. A frog has been shocked for a millennium. Please, use reverse summoning to bring Jiraiya and those two children here. I have instructed Jiraiya to bring that child to Miaomu Mountain for training in, the Great Sage Frog commanded. Shinzaku and Jima nodded in compliance, promptly gathering the necessary personnel to execute the reverse summoning technique. Once the two frogs departed, the Great Sage Frog yawned and settled into a deep slumber in his chair. Outside Konoha village, suddenly, two clouds of smoke erupted beside Shenmu. He turned his head and discovered that Naruto and his teacher Jiraiya had vanished. Now, it was time for him to be summoned. Shenmu closed his eyes and began to wait. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. What is happening? Why has he not been summoned? Could it be that the frogs of Myoboku Mountain have rejected him? Or perhaps they have simply forgotten about him. Shinmoku was utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, on the other side at Myobokuzen, a multitude of toads summoned by Fukasaku and Jiraiya were in a state of chaotic frenzy. Who is that lad? Why can't we summon him? Chapter 77. Shinmoku. The dishes made by Jiraiya are truly delectable. Who is that lad? Why can't we summon him? Reverse summoning technique operates similarly to the summoning technique. The more chakra the summoning target possesses, the greater the chakra required for the summoning. At this moment, the toads of Myobokuzen discovered that their collective sage chakra was insufficient to reverse summon even a single child. Naruto, observing the scene, wore a perplexed expression. Master Jiraiya. What is wrong with this group of toads? Jiraiya, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the area, did not spot Shinmoku and explained. It seems that Shinmoku's chakra is exceedingly vast, rendering reverse summoning ineffective. Upon uttering these words, Jiraiya himself was taken aback. These were the toads of Myobokuzen, each endowed with sage chakra. How could it be that they were unable to summon Shinmoku? What on earth is happening? How much chakra reserves does that little fellow Shenmu possess? Could it possibly exceed that of Naruto, who bears the 9 tails? A multitude of toads attempted for quite some time, yet to no avail. Ultimately, Sage Shinsaku leaped onto Jiraiya's shoulder and proposed, the reverse summoning technique cannot bring your other disciple here. It seems we must trouble young Jiraiya to make the journey by land and escort that boy to Mount Myoboku. Very well. It appears this is the only course of action, Jiraiya replied, his tone laden with reluctance. Frankly, he was most disinclined to undertake such a trek. For the journey from the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire to Mount Myoboku could take a month or two on foot, a considerable strain indeed. At that moment, Naruto interjected, if you wish to summon Shinmu, it's quite simple. Just bring back Shinmu's Flying Thunder God Kunai, and he can teleport here using the Flying Thunder God technique. Jiraiya suddenly smacked his forehead in realization. How did I not think of that? Thus, the toad released the summoning technique and sent Jiraiya back. Once Jiraiya acquired the Flying Thunder God Kunai from Shinmu, he was summoned back. In mere seconds, Shinmu arrived at Mount Myoboku using the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon his arrival, Shinmu was captivated by the surrounding environment. The weather was splendid, and the air was refreshingly crisp. Enormous plants loomed around him, with blades of grass towering over him, reaching a height greater than that of a human. While Shinmu surveyed his surroundings, one of the toads spoke up. Is this the little brat we couldn't summon? He seems rather unremarkable. One of the toad chimed in, though that red hair is somewhat conspicuous. Sage Shinsaku sensed an anomaly. Just moments ago, when he and Shinsaku served the Great Toad Sage had mentioned a dream filled with red. Could that hue be connected to the youth's crimson locks? This revelation might elucidate why the Great Toad Sage had suddenly summoned this boy to Mount Myoboku to study sage arts. Upon hearing the discussions of the toads, Shinmu looked up and was met with a throng of toads, large and small. Some toads wielded twin swords, while others carried dual prongs. One particular toad, exuding an air of mischief, held a pipe in its mouth, a short blade at its waist, and its hands tucked into its pockets, presenting a rather intimidating demeanor. Shinmu remarked, the environment of Myobokuzen resembles a celestial paradise. Yet, these toad inhabitants, they bear an uncanny resemblance to the underworld. Shinzo raised his hand, signaling the multitude of toads to depart. All right, since this young man has arrived, everyone may disperse. Jima and I shall instruct these two children in the art of senjutsu. Upon the pronouncement of the sage, the throng of toads gradually retreated. Ultimately, the vast clearing was left with only Jiraiya, Shinmu, Naruto, and 2 elderly toads. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shinzo, the sage of Myobokuzen. And this beside me is my wife, Jima, the green elder toad introduced. Beginning tomorrow, we shall impart our knowledge of senjutsu to you. For tonight, you should rest while here in Myobokuzen. After their words, the 2 toads advised Jiraiya to let the children enjoy the wonders of Myobokuzen, for once the training commenced, their time would be scarce. Having given their counsel, the 2 toad sages took their leave. Before departing, Sage Jima did not forget to remind Jiraiya, little Jiraiya, take good care of them, and do come to my place for dinner tonight. Of course, Sage Jima, Jiraiya cheerfully responded. Subsequently, he guided Naruto and Shinmu around the outskirts of Myobokuzen, providing a thorough introduction to the local customs and scenery. As evening fell, He escorted the two youngsters to Sage Jima's abode for their promised meal. I wonder what the sage will serve us, Naruto said, his face alight with anticipation. After a morning spent balancing chakra and an afternoon exploring the expanse of Myokuzen, his stomach was already growling with hunger. Will the sage serve delicacies like dragon liver and phoenix marrow? Shenmu naively contemplated the matter. However, being more realistic, it must be acknowledged that the residence of the great sage of Wood Mountain is inhabited by the toad sage. And toads, they consume insects. Upon realizing this, Shenmu's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Naruto, puzzled, inquired, "What's wrong, Shenmu?" "Oh, it's nothing," Shenmu replied. Shenmu waved his hand, while Jiraiya remained silent with a smile beside him. Soon, Sage Jima approached the table, bearing platters laden with an array of insects. There were braised earthworms, chilled cicada larvae, and fried mosquito cakes alongside Jiraiya's favorite, steamed slugs served with a savory sauce for dipping. Once the dishes were presented, Sage Jima noticed the two youngsters hesitating to pick up their chopsticks and assumed it was their first time at Myokuzen, feeling overly anxious. With a kind-hearted reassurance, she said, "Here at Granny Jima's, it's just like being at home. There is no need to be polite." With a gulp, Shinmu and Naruto exchanged wide-eyed glances, both instinctively swallowing hard. They truly wished to indulge without reservation, yet the thought of consuming these insects was utterly daunting. Observing the two still reluctant to make a move, Jiraiya gently grasped their arms and whispered, "Since it's your first time in someone else's territory, isn't it a bit disrespectful to leave your chopsticks untouched?" Shinmu and Naruto nodded in understanding. Both were aware of the principle at hand. However, the sight of the wriggling live worms in the plate made it difficult to summon the courage. Ultimately, Shenmu steeled himself and picked up a piece of braised earthworm with his chopsticks, bringing it to his mouth. Then, feigning surprise, he exclaimed, "Wow, this is absolutely delicious. Naruto, you must try it." Observing this, Naruto was filled with skepticism. Shinmu, skeptical of Naruto's disbelief, continued to scoop several pieces into his bowl, savoring each bite while extolling, "Grandma Zima's culinary skills are truly remarkable. These insects are a feast for the senses. In particular, this braised earthworm, with its savory flavor, is simply exquisite." Jima, who relished cooking and cherished compliments on her culinary prowess, beamed with delight at Shinmu's praise, her smile widening. "Oh, my dear child, your words are indeed sweet. Just wait, and I shall prepare a couple more dishes for you." Meanwhile, Naruto, observing Shinmu's unabashed enjoyment, remained doubtful. Yet, he too decided to sample a piece of the large earthworm, bringing it to his mouth. As he chewed, an indescribable, slimy sensation burst forth on his tongue. "Ah, Shinmu, you've deceived me." Chapter 78, The Commencement of Sage Arts Training. Failure transforms one into a toadstone. Additional update, the following day. The training of Shinmu and Naruto in the art of sage mode has officially commenced. Although Naruto has yet to master the precise control of his foundational chakra, the ancient sage of Myoboku Mountain is reluctant to reiterate a single point. Thus he has arranged for the two to study sage techniques together. However, Naruto must also engage in additional practice each evening. At this moment, beneath a waterfall of toad oil on Myoboku Mountain, Shinmu, Naruto, Jiraiya, and the esteemed sage Fukasaku stand together. Initially, Jiraiya was already tasked with teaching the two youngsters the ways of sage arts. Yet due to the direct instruction from the great sage Toad, and Jiraiya's seemingly unreliable demeanor, Sage Fukasaku felt compelled to personally oversee their education. Sage Fukasaku began, stating, "Learning sage techniques is quite simple. Fundamentally, it requires depth." Jiraiya, standing beside him, added with a stoic expression, "Shinmu, is it truly that grave? In that case, it would be better not to pursue this sage technique. What a ridiculous metaphor you have conjured." Suddenly, Lord Shinzua leapt forth like a frog, delivering a sharp slap to Jiraiya's head. He continued, "To cultivate sage arts, one must attune oneself to natural energy, absorbing it for personal use. The essence of this training lies in remaining still. Only after halting the flow of one's animal instincts and harmonizing one's body with the natural energy can one truly begin to sense it." Naruto scratched his head. "It sounds rather difficult. Allow me to demonstrate the wonders of sage arts," Shinzua proclaimed, bounding towards a colossal stone toad, standing at roughly the height of Shinmu's calves. The diminutive sage formed a simple hand seal. Gradually, his forelimbs reached beneath the massive stone toad. With a resounding rumble, the ground trembled. Miraculously, the stone toad, towering over 10 meters and weighing several hundred tons, was effortlessly lifted by Shinzua. "Wow!" Naruto exclaimed, filled with excitement. In contrast, Shinmu remained silent, deeply engrossed in studying the flow of chakra within Lord Shinzua. Yet, unable to perceive sage chakra himself, he felt rather bewildered. Witnessing such a diminutive sage effortlessly lift the colossal stone toad with sage chakra strengthened Shinmu's resolve to master the sage arts. After gently setting the stone toad down, Shinzua proudly hopped in front of the two young boys, who gazed at him in admiration. He then gestured toward the other stone toads behind him. Perceiving natural energy is an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Do not expect to achieve it all at once, lest you end up like those predecessors behind you. Absorbing too much natural energy may result in transforming into a toad. In severe cases, one may become one with nature, turning into stone. Following Lord Shinzua's webbed hand, Shenmu beheld a multitude of giant stone toads. Roughly estimating, there were hundreds of these statues, each towering over 10 to 20 meters high. Shenmu swallowed hard, his voice tinged with astonishment as he inquired, "Are these all predecessors who failed during their cultivation of immortal arts?" "Indeed," Master Shinzua affirmed with a nod. In the presence of the revered sage of deep creation, Shinmu and Naruto stood ready. "Enough of the pleasantries," the sage exclaimed, leaping before the waterfall of toad oil. "This unique toad oil, found solely in Mediocrity Mountain, when applied to your bodies, will enhance your ability to perceive natural energy, thereby accelerating your mastery of sage techniques." With that, the sage dipped his frog-like palm into the toad oil and evenly coated the forearms of both Shinmu and Naruto. Observing their hesitation, the sage chuckled. "Embrace your training. With both Jiraiya and myself by your side, you shall not transform into toads." In the land of fire, within the hidden confines of a secret chamber, Sand and Sound Ninja convened for clandestine discussions regarding the Chunin exams. "The plan is proceeding as scheduled," remarked one of the Sound Ninjas. "Everything is under the control of Lord Orochimaru. I hope Gaara does not falter." The leading Sand Ninja, Maki, nodded affirmatively. "Rest assured, failure is not an option. This battle is crucial for the future of the Sand Ninja." As they conversed, one of the Sound Ninjas perked up, acutely sensing the fluctuations of chakra in the vicinity. He swiftly turned, hurling 2 shurikens. "Someone is eavesdropping. Our discussion must remain confidential, known only to our 2 villages." At the base of the Toad Oil Waterfall in Mediocrity Mountain, Shinmu and Naruto assumed the hand-seal gesture, kneeling in a lotus position as they engaged in meditative training. Their initial focus was to attune themselves to the natural energy surrounding them. At that moment, Naruto, having absorbed an excessive amount of natural energy, exhibited warty protrusions on his skin reminiscent of a toad, and his body began to swell, showing signs of toad-like transformation. Just then, Jiraiya, wielding a black staff, unhesitatingly struck Naruto on the head. Bang! The blow reverted Naruto to his original form. Simultaneously, Shenmu experienced an unusual change. Orange and red marks appeared at the corners of his eyes and on his forehead. Jiraiya and Sage Shinsaku exchanged glances of mild surprise, for the emergence of these facial patterns was a testament to the sage mode. Soon after, Shenmu's face began to swell as well, gradually adopting a toad-like appearance. Without hesitation, Sage Shinsaku raised his hand and delivered a swift strike to Shenmu's head. Bang! Under the force of this blow, Shenmu reverted to his original form. At that moment, the sage, Shinzua, interjected, "You two need not rush, for in the pursuit of sage arts, even the current young Jiraiya cannot attain perfection. When utilizing sage techniques, he still exhibits certain traits reminiscent of a toad." As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Shinmu. It has only been a little over 2 hours since he began his training in sage arts, and this lad has already managed to sense natural energy. His rate of progress far surpasses that of the 4th Hokage and Jiraiya in their time. After another 2 hours, Shinmu could distinctly perceive natural energy through the toad oil. Simultaneously, although faint toad-like features surfaced on his exterior, the orange eyeshadow on his face and the red mark on his forehead became increasingly pronounced. Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape, at a loss for words. At that moment, Shinzua stepped forward and gently tapped Shinmu, who had his eyes closed. "Let us see if you can lift that stone toad over there." Shinmu opened his eyes and nodded at the giant stone toad before him, then slowly approached it. He stretched out his hand and gently pressed against the base of the toad's foot, channeling the natural energy within him. With a resounding rumble, the massive stone toad, weighing hundreds of tons, trembled under the force of Shinmu's hands. In the end, with the enhancement of the chakra, Shinmu gradually lifted the enormous stone toad. Jiraiya exclaimed in astonishment, "What in the world? This kid has only been cultivating for a little over 4 hours, and he can already wield chakra? I remember it took me over a week just to sense the when I was training on Mount Myoboku, and lifting the stone toad took me a couple of months, and that was considered fast." Meanwhile, Shinmu's progress was indeed remarkable. Truly, comparisons can be infuriating. The great toad sage had not misjudged him. This young man's innate talent and comprehension were astonishing. Lord Shinzo, standing nearby, smiled and said, "Let us move on. I will guide you in your next training." Shenmu nodded and gently placed the enormous stone toad upon the ground. These creatures were remnants of ancestors who had faltered in their pursuit of celestial arts, deserving of respect. After Shenmu and the sage Shinzua departed, Naruto, immersed in the toad oil waterfall, exhibited a renewed tendency towards toad transformation. Beside him, Jiraiya, unhesitating, struck him with a forceful blow. Bang! The pain was excruciating. Naruto yelped in distress. Upon opening his eyes, he realized that Shinmu, who had previously sat nearby, had vanished. Where had that fellow gone? To relieve himself? Naruto pondered aloud. Jiraiya displayed a look of resignation. That kid has already completed the first stage of his training. Sage Shinzua has taken him for advanced instruction. Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. What? So soon? He can barely sense a hint of natural energy. Just as he was about to voice his frustration, he abruptly shifted his focus. No, I cannot let that guy get too far ahead. With that, he closed his eyes and resumed his training. Jiraiya observed him with a sense of satisfaction. It seemed that having an exceptional companion indeed encouraged one to progress. Meanwhile, on another front, Shinzua led Shenmu to a stone forest. As one gazes across the expanse of Shenmu, the stone forest ahead reveals an astonishing and unique formation. Each stone rises from the ground, slender, elongated, and razor-sharp, reminiscent of meticulously honed spikes. Lord Shinzo explained, "This is the training ground for the second phase. Your task is to meditate atop these stones using only a wooden plank, without the aid of toad oil. This endeavor will profoundly test your perseverance and courage. Should you master the manipulation of natural energy in such an environment, you will be able to maintain the immortal mode." Cold sweat trickled down Shenmu's forehead. He struggled to maintain his balance on the wooden plank perched precariously atop the stone peaks. A moment's inattention could send him plummeting, leaving him utterly pierced. What a chilling fate that would be. Yet, there was no need for excessive worry. I shall accompany you through this ordeal, and should any misfortune arise, I shall be there to catch you. Lord Shinsaku, understanding Shinmu's trepidation, offered words of comfort. Shinmu nodded, having resolved to pursue the art of immortality. Retreat was no longer an option. The mere act of lifting the stone toad had unveiled to Shinmu the wonders of this mystical practice. Unlike ninjutsu, which drained one's energy with each use, the art of immortality replenished its practitioner with natural energy, creating a euphoric sensation that intensified with continued practice. For the next 2 hours, Shinmu immersed himself in his training upon the jagged spire, and before he knew it, noon had arrived. Shinmu leapt from the stone peak, clutching a wooden plank. It was now mealtime, following a morning that had passed in half a day. Shinmu has mastered the art of balance upon the stone peak, and he is now capable of sensing the natural energy without the aid of toad oil. The next step is to consolidate the achievements made during the morning's practice. At long last, it is time to rest. The lecherous sage has been rather heavy-handed, and my head still aches. Naruto, cradling his bruised head, approached Shinmu at the stone peak, expressing his grievances. Jiraiya followed closely behind, retorting without restraint, "If you hadn't exerted yourself to release the natural energy within you, you would have turned into a toad, you rascal." Naruto fell silent. "All right then. By the way, how is Shinmu faring in his training? I can already sense the presence of natural energy. I will soon catch up to your pace." Naruto glanced at Shinmu. Given Shinmu's current training speed, it would take roughly a week to complete the entire regimen, remarked Sage Shizaku with a glance at the enthusiastic Naruto. Naruto was oblivious to the significance of this time frame. But Jiraiya, standing nearby, looked as if struck by lightning. Only a week to complete the entire training? Is this truly the case, Sage Shizaku? Jiraiya's expression was one of incredulity. He knew Shinmu was a prodigy, yet this level of genius seemed beyond reason. Is 7 days really fast? Naruto asked, scratching his head in confusion. Let me put it this way, even the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who possessed extraordinary talent and comprehension, took over a month to master the sage arts of Maiboka Mountain. Jiraiya explained. Naruto scratched his head again. If that's the case, then my friend Shinmu is even more formidable than the Hokage. Jiraiya remained silent, casting another inquisitive glance at Sage Shizaku. I have not exaggerated in my words, and my time estimate is rather conservative, Sage Shizaku replied, helplessly spreading his frog-like hands. Listening to the conversation between Jiraiya and Sage Shizaku, Shinmu began to grasp the extent of his training speed. It seems I am quite an impressive individual. At that moment, Naruto's stomach growled loudly. Embarrassed, he asked. Can we eat now, Sage Shizaku? I'm famished after practicing all morning. I wonder what kind of bento Jiraiya will prepare. Don't get your hopes up too high. Jiraiya chuckled from the side. Upon hearing this, Shinmu was struck by a terrifying possibility. If the entirety of Myamu Mountain was inhabited by frogs, then during his time spent cultivating celestial arts here, he would have been reduced to subsisting solely on insects. Last night, although he had lavished high praise upon the insect feast prepared by Master Jima, it was merely a facade. What sane individual could possibly acclimate to the texture of various insects? The mere thought was enough to provoke a visceral reaction. After tricking Naruto into consuming that meal, both Shinmu and Naruto found themselves retching in the bathroom. Now, as he recalled that slimy texture, a shiver ran down Shinmu's spine. No, he absolutely could not continue to eat insects. Shinmu had firmly resolved that, even if it meant foraging for wild vegetables or consuming toad oil, he would rather perish from hunger during his cultivation journey than resort to eating insects again, even if it meant leaping from the toad oil waterfall. As he pondered this, he suddenly spotted the esteemed Jima sage approaching with a massive wicker basket, hopping merrily along. Children, your father, along with little Jiraiya, little Shinmu, and little Naruto. Come and see what delectable treats I have prepared for you today. Jima sage set down the large basket and lifted the lid, revealing a sumptuous array of insect dishes within. With a proud expression, he proclaimed, "This is steamed locust, your father's favorite dish. You must thank little Shenmu and little Naruto for this. Locusts are notoriously difficult to catch. Had it not been for their praise of my cooking yesterday, I would not have bothered to exert myself today." Beside him, Shinmu and Naruto reacted with shock, their expressions reflecting their disbelief. Chapter 80, Mastery of Sage Arts. Shinmu no longer remains low-key. Shinmu and Naruto, winky face. Although they held a strong aversion to the insect cuisine, they recognized that it was a heartfelt offering from Sage Shima. Thus, Both Naruto and Shenmu could only muster their courage and express their gratitude. Thank you, Granny Shima. You are truly wonderful to us. After their expressions of thanks, they noticed that Sage Shima showed no intention of departing. Initially, they had hoped to take advantage of her absence to secretly have Sage Shinazuka consume their portions as well. However, with Sage Shima lingering, they had no choice but to reluctantly pick up their chopsticks. Observing the two youngsters struggle with the insect delicacies, Sage Shinazuka intervened. Dear child, you should head back quickly. The Great Toad Sage requires your care. Sage Shima shook her head. It's all right. The Great Toad Sage is currently asleep. With that, a gentle smile graced Sage Shima's face. Moreover, I genuinely enjoy watching young ones relish their meals. A meal does not take much time to savor. Shinmu, Naruto. Oh, it seems today's meal is inescapable. This time, without Shinmu's usual tricks, the famished Naruto steeled himself and picked up his chopsticks. He first grabbed a piece of steamed locust, dipped it in some wasabi soy sauce, and brought it to his mouth. Crunch, crunch. As Naruto chewed on the insect, the sound was enough to make anyone's teeth ache. Just listening to it drove Shenmu nearly to madness. To his surprise, after swallowing a mouthful, Naruto revealed an expression of delight. Shenmu, you must try this. The dish prepared by Sage Shima today is absolutely delicious. Shenmu, I cannot believe you, Naruto. You cunning old rascal. Moreover, was it not just last night that I ensnared you in such a manner? Though Shenmu felt a sense of reluctance within, he could not ignore the eager gaze of Shima, Xianren beside him. Thus, he steeled himself and picked up the chopsticks, reaching for a dish that appeared less grotesque. As the food entered his mouth and he began to chew, a burst of salty and spicy flavors erupted, complemented by the numbing sensation of Sichuan peppercorns. Both the spiciness and the numbing were perfectly balanced. Combined with the unique crispness of the ingredients, he found himself pleasantly surprised by how delectable it was. Subsequently, Shenmu sampled every dish, discovering that not a single one was difficult to swallow. On the contrary, they were all quite delightful. Truly wonderful. At that moment, Naruto, who was also enjoying a hearty meal beside Shenmu, suddenly revealed the truth. It seemed that his body was indeed showing signs of toad transformation, as he now found these insect dishes remarkably delicious. Shenmu contemplated, finding the reasoning sound, yet his chopsticks remained in motion. Jima observed the two children devouring their meal with great delight. Slow down, lest you choke, she cautioned. In the afternoon, the training resumed. With a belly full of insects, Shenmu felt invigorated. Over the course of the afternoon, his perception, absorption, and utilization of natural energy advanced significantly. Remarkably, he did not falter from the wooden plank even once. By evening, he had mastered the sage mode, with all traces of his amphibian characteristics completely vanished. Even the venerable Shinzaku sage was astounded. What a remarkable lad, to have mastered sage mode in but a day. It seems we can proceed to the next phase tomorrow. 2 days later, Shenmu and Shinzaku sage were engaged in a sparring match. After a flurry of exchanges, Shinzaku sage came to a halt, panting heavily, and said, Little Shenmu, let us pause for a moment and take a breather. 2 days had passed. The growth rate of Shenmu is nothing short of astonishing. Not only has he fully mastered the sage mode of Myoki Mountain and the combat techniques associated with it, but he can also engage in battle with himself while in sage mode, subtly establishing a sense of dominance over his own being. Frankly speaking, I may no longer stand a chance against Shenmu. Very well. Shenmu nodded. Although he had not yet satisfied his craving for practice, he felt it necessary to be considerate of the elderly master Shinzaku, who was indeed much older than himself. After their training session concluded, Shenmu and Master Shinzaku began their journey homeward. Just after taking a couple of steps, 3 enormous toads suddenly appeared before them. Master Shinzaku looked up at the lead-orange toad and inquired, Wentai, is there something you wish to discuss? Shenmu discovered that he had encountered these 3 toads before, especially the one called Wentai by the esteemed Master Shinzua, who sported a short sword at his waist, held a pair of spectacles in his mouth, and bore scars on his face, exuding an aura reminiscent of a formidable underworld figure, impossible to forget. Toad Wentai remarked, Master Shinzua, I have heard that this red-haired lad completed his study of magical arts in just 2 days. Master Shinzua nodded in affirmation, stating, Indeed. His innate talent surpasses even that of the 4th Hokage in his prime. Humph, just a fledgling, merely fortunate, scoffed Toad Wentai, puffing on his pipe, his face a mask of defiance. Unexpectedly, the usually reserved Shenmu interjected, Hey, would you care to spar with me? This statement left both Toad Wentai and Master Shinzua perched upon Shenmu's shoulder, momentarily speechless. Laughter erupted among the toads, with Toad Wentai derisively exclaiming, Who do you think you are? You've only scratched the surface of magical arts. In response, Shenmu calmly countered, How much I have learned will be evident when we test our skills against each other. Toad Wentai, known for his fiery temper, could no longer contain himself. Master Shinzua, allow me to teach this ignorant brat a lesson. Toad Wentai, along with the others, had been unable to summon Shenmu for quite some time, and his frustration had only grown. Upon learning that the red-haired lad had mastered the mystical arts of Myoboka Mountain in merely 2 days, he had come to assess the boy's true capabilities. To his astonishment, before he could utter more than a few words, the lad had audaciously challenged him. How could he tolerate such insolence? It was time for the young one to experience the might of the Miyaboka toads. Master Shinzua glanced at the imposing figure of Wentai, then at Shenmu. And after a brief nod, leaned close to Shenmu, whispering, "Do take it easy." Shenmu nodded, a profound understanding blossoming within him. Thus, the battle commenced in earnest. In a certain clearing of Miaomu Mountain, Shenmu and the formidable Wentai the Toad stood at opposite ends. Wentai wielded a short blade, which, despite its designation, boasted an imposing length of nearly 7 to 8 meters. In contrast, Shenmu appeared diminutive, scarcely reaching the height of Wantai's ankle, armed only with a small shuriken. "Youngster, it would be wise to concede now. That diminutive blade in your hand wouldn't even pierce my skin," Wentai remarked without a hint of courtesy. Yet, Shenmu, undeterred and exuding an air of calm, activated his sage mode. The visage of a sage manifested at the corners of his eyes and at his brow. Then, with a swift motion, the air crackled with energy. Shenmu hurled several shurikens towards Gamabunta. With a slight twist of his mouth, Gamabunta deftly slashed with his short blade, deflecting all the shurikens that soared toward him. Just as he was blocking the shurikens with his blade, Shenmu employed the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly appear at the location of the shurikens. With a swift motion, he grasped the back of Gamabunta's short blade with both hands. Then, with a forceful tug, Shenmu seized the weapon. Gamabunta exclaimed in disbelief, "WTF? Is this even possible? This kid has some audacity." Chapter 81, Shenmu's Potent Sorcery. The finals commence. At the moment the blade was wrested from him, Gamabunta reached out in an attempt to reclaim it. Shenmu, gripping the short blade, struck fiercely forward. With a sharp clap, he sent the hand of the toad Wentai recoiling back. Meanwhile, at the edge of the battlefield, Wentai's two brothers, Toad Guang and Toad Jian, were intently observing the fierce contest. Astonishingly, after entering sage mode, the young lad exhibited strength surpassing that of Wentai himself. Toad Guang, burdened with dual blades, exclaimed in shock, "What an unexpected prodigy. He has only been at Miaomu Mountain for 3 days, yet he has already cultivated his sage arts to such a remarkable level." Toad Jian, wielding a massive fork and shield, wore an expression of disbelief, reminiscing that it had been a long time since he had witnessed such talent. On the combat arena, after seizing Wentai's short blade, Shenmu unleashed a series of powerful strikes against him. Wentai could not fathom how such a diminutive figure could possess such terrifying strength. Ultimately, after enduring over 10 strikes from the back of Shenmu's blade, Wentai was compelled to bend his knees and leap backward. Shenmu laid down his weapon with unvarnished candor. "You have lost." The once orange visage of Wentai the Toad turned crimson. He wished to refute this assertion. Yet the lopsided battle witnessed by all the toads rendered his denial futile. Thus, begrudgingly, he leaped to Shenmu's side, his countenance rife with discontent, and uttered, "You have triumphed. Youngster, your skills are indeed commendable." Shenmu accepted this praise with a sense of rightful satisfaction and retorted, "You have yet to witness the full extent of my capabilities." Following this encounter, Shenmu and the toads of Miaomu Mountain became thoroughly acquainted. In the temple nestled within the rear mountains of Miaomu, Sage Shinzaku meticulously reported Shenmu's training progress to the Great Toad Sage. The Great Toad Sage, half-lidded and caught in a state of somnolence, nodded after hearing Shinzaku's detailed account. "That lad has indeed not disappointed me. Last night, I dreamt of a radiant orb descending from the heavens, colliding with a crimson light. What could this signify? Is it possible that Shenmu has a destined rival?" Shinzaku's brow furrowed in perplexity. In response, the Great Toad Sage could offer no elucidation, merely squinting as he said, "You may leave. I wish to rest." Days later, in the examination venue of Konohagakure, the final stage of the Chunin exam commenced. The victors from the preliminary rounds would engage in duels, with judges assessing their performance during these confrontations. Thus, success in battle was not the sole criterion for becoming a Chunin. The candidate's comportment during the exam held greater significance. As introduced by the third Hokage a month prior, dignitaries from various nations were present, including the Kazekage from Sunagakure. At that moment, the Hokage and Kazekage sat side by side on the elevated platform, announcing the commencement of the matches. In the stands, Ino displayed an anxious demeanor. "The competition has begun. Why have Naruto and Shinmu not yet arrived? Who knows? Those who are tardy seem to be judged as failures outright," Shikamaru replied, letting out a sigh devoid of combat fervor. "If I had my way, I would rather not participate in this final match. It is quite the hassle." Thankfully, Sasuke arrived on time. It would be a shame if he were disqualified. Sakura, standing nearby, teased, "At least my Sasuke made it." Not far from them, Hinata anxiously wrung her hands for Naruto. "Naruto-kun, please hurry to the exam venue. If you are late for too long, you will be disqualified." At the highest point of the stands, the third Hokage's visage reflected displeasure as he turned to a nearby attendant, inquiring, "Where on earth did Jiraiya take Naruto and Shinmu?" The attendant, visibly troubled, responded, "We are uncertain." The Umbu investigated, discovering traces of summoning techniques by the river outside the village. Yet Naruto and Shinmu have not returned home in half a month. The third Hokage sighed, "Jiraiya ought to have informed me before whisking away those two children. Alas, if this continues, we will have to disqualify them from the exam. It is crucial that we do not keep the dignitaries waiting in such a solemn setting." As the third Hokage contemplated notifying the chief examiner to revoke Shinmu and Naruto's qualifications, the Kazekage spoke up, "Hokage-sama, let us wait a while longer. Konoha has produced a talent reminiscent of the Yellow Flash, and many wish to behold him." The third Hokage hesitated. "However, we cannot allow their tardiness to disrupt the exam's order." The Kazekage, with great understanding, suggested, "It is fine. We can postpone their matches and proceed with the others. If they are not back by the end, we can then disqualify them. It is no small feat for them to reach the final stage." The Kazekage's words resonated with the third Hokage's thoughts, leading him to nod in agreement. "Your kindness is commendable, Kazekage-sama. Let us proceed as you have advised and delay the matches for Shinmu and Naruto." Just as the Hokage stood to announce the postponement of their exams, a glimmer of greed flickered in the Kazekage's eyes. In the arena, the draw for the third match revealed Naruto versus Neji, Shenmu versus Gaara, Temari versus Shikamaru, Shino versus Tenten, and Sasuke against the Rain Ninja. As Shinmu and Naruto had not yet arrived, the latter three matches commenced ahead of schedule. Upon hearing that he was the next to compete, Shikamaru displayed a look of exasperation. Reluctantly, he had come at the insistence of his father and teammates to participate in the third round. As he stepped onto the arena, he discovered his opponent was a woman and muttered, "A troublesome woman." Temari, overhearing Shikamaru's quiet complaint, unsheathed the fan from her back and retorted, "Don't push me to use this." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the new proctor for the third exam, Nara Shikaku, clapped his hands together. The match begins. The battle between Shikamaru and Temari was intense. Sasuke, on the other hand, wore a worried expression. Over the past month, he had learned a great deal from Kakashi, contemplating that he would at least have a chance to spar with Shinmu. However, with Shinmu and Naruto's tardiness, he wondered what it meant. Had they encountered unforeseen circumstances? Or perhaps, after training with Jiraiya, they had lost interest in the Chunin exams? "Rest assured," Kakashi said, placing a reassuring hand on Sasuke's shoulder. He sensed Sasuke's concern for Shinmu and Naruto, offering comfort. With Jiraiya around, they are surely safe. Besides, Shinmu possesses the Flying Thunder God technique. If he is late, he likely overslept. As it turned out, Kakashi's assumptions were entirely accurate. After unknowingly spending over 20 days in Miyaboka Mountain, Shinmu and Naruto had completely forgotten that today was the day of the Chunin exams. Ultimately, it was Jiraiya who, with a slap to his forehead, reminded them that it was time to return to the village for the exam. However, as they prepared to head home, they faced a dilemma. "How do we get back?" Naruto inquired. "The reverse summoning technique is ineffective. We've been here too long," Jiraiya replied. "What should we do? You can't expect Shinmu and me to walk back." "Right." Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. "Don't panic." At this moment, Shinmu stepped forward. He had arrived at Miyaboka Mountain using the Flying Thunder God technique, and returning was equally effortless. It is worth noting that he had placed Flying Thunder God markers throughout various locations in Konoha village. After speaking, he grasped the hands of Naruto and Jiraiya, activating the technique. In an instant, the three found themselves on the outskirts of Konoha village. After glancing at the time, Naruto exclaimed, "Did you place a Flying Thunder God marker at the exam venue? The exam must have already commenced. We must hurry there immediately." Who would remember such a detail? Shinmu was at a loss for words. "What? It would take at least 10 minutes to run from here to the examination venue." Naruto exclaimed in despair. "Haven't you two just mastered the summoning technique? If you had a toad from Miyaboka Mountain to assist you, you could leap over in just a couple of jumps," Jiraiya remarked with a cheerful glance at the anxious duo. Having been a Nin for many years, he relished witnessing the worries of these young individuals as they prepared for their examinations. Shinmoku smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "How did I not think of this?" He then formed hand seals with both hands, invoking the summoning technique. In a flash, the imposing figure of the giant toad, Winta, was summoned forth. With a pipe in his mouth, Winta glanced at Shinmoku and declared with great authority, "What is it, Shinmoku? You summoned me right after returning to Konoha village." "I'm running late for my exam," Shinmoku hurriedly explained. "Could you possibly take me to the examination venue?" Winta nodded, replying, "Hop on." Nearby, Naruto gazed at the magnificent Winta with envy. "I want to give it a try," he exclaimed, imitating Shinmoku's hand seals. Summoning technique. A cloud of smoke erupted, revealing a toad the size of a cup. Naruto exclaimed in disbelief, "The difference is staggering." Standing beside him, the little toad he summoned appeared dazed, its yellow skin making it look rather lost. It then looked up and, spotting Winta in the distance, shouted excitedly, "Daddy." Winta tilted his head. "Toad Ryu? What brings you here?" It seemed the little yellow-haired boy had summoned him. Toad Ryu pointed at Naruto and said, "Little boy, your summoning technique is quite lacking." Winta glanced at his son and then at the embarrassed Naruto before saying, "Come on up." Once Naruto climbed onto Winta's head, Shinmoku and Naruto swiftly rode the majestic summoning beast through the streets of Konoha village. At the Chunin exam venue, Temari faced Shikamaru and emerged victorious. Tenten battled Shino, and Shino won. Sasuke fought against a Rain Ninja, triumphing in the match. After 3 matches concluded, it was finally Shinmoku and Naruto's turn to appear. However, the two were still absent, causing the audience to grow anxious. Where are the last 2 competitors? I came specifically to see the red-haired kid from Konoha. Someone shouted. Isn't he supposed to be the next Yellow Flash? Why isn't he on stage? Another voice chimed in. Can a late ninja even be called a ninja? They should just disqualify them. Facing the crowd's dissatisfaction, the proctor, Kakashi, felt somewhat helpless. He wished to announce the disqualification of the two due to their tardiness. But the Hokage had ordered that they wait an additional 10 minutes. If they did not arrive within that time, the exam would be conclusively over. Sasuke, who rarely showed anxiety, felt a pang of urgency. After a month of intense training, he was eager to face Shinmoku on the stage. Oh, perhaps they really one team make it, Kakashi said, glancing at the time. Just then, a spectator shouted, "Look! A gigantic shadow is appearing in the sky. What is that? It looks like a toad. A massive toad. The toad is flying. Are they really trying so hard just to catch a swan? Who said toads must strive to eat swan meat? Stop nitpicking. That toad seems to be descending towards us." Amidst the audience's exclamations of shock, Wena landed gracefully, carrying Shinmoku and Naruto. The earth trembled as the enormous toad touched down, stirring up clouds of dust. As the dust settled, the crowd beheld Shinmoku and Naruto standing atop Wena's head, stunned by their grand entrance. Riding a toad onto the stage? Are today's contestants this extravagant? One spectator marveled. That toad looks magnificent. Its size is impressive, it has a pipe in its mouth, a sword at its side, and it's even dressed. The red-haired young man atop the toad must be Shinmoku, someone remarked, recognizing his beauty and strength. Sasuke's eyes lit up. They did not disappoint me. Meanwhile, Kakashi covered his face, muttering, "What troublesome kids." On the highest platform, the third Hokage sighed in relief. Thank goodness those two arrived just in time, otherwise, the distinguished guests and Hokage present today would have been disappointed. Many among the audience had come specifically to witness Uchiha Sasuke and Shinmoku, the inheritor of the Flying Thunder God technique. The Kazekage beside Sarutobi whispered to himself, to think he summoned Wena, the toad once summoned by the fourth Hokage and Jiraiya. This young man has certainly earned the respect of the proud Wenta. My wait has not been in vain. Wenta, you may return now, Shinmoku commanded after their grand entrance, dispelling the summoning technique. Wena vanished, and Shinmoku surveyed the examination arena. It appeared that due to Orochimaru's appearance in the second exam, security was particularly tight this time. With numerous umbu scattered throughout, Shinmoku even spotted Yamato not far from the Hokage. With Shinmoku and Naruto arriving on time, Proctor Nara Shikamaru sighed in relief. Now that you two have arrived, the competition will proceed as scheduled. He pointed at Naruto, announcing, next match, Uzumaki Naruto vs. Hyuga Neji. Chapter 83, Naruto vs. Neji. The former shame of Konoha as Naruto faced off against Hyuga Neji, the battle commenced. This was undoubtedly a contest of considerable significance, as Neji was last year's top graduate from the Ninja Academy, while Naruto was merely a bottom-tier student. Aside from Shinmoku, no one in the arena believed Naruto stood a chance of winning. Only Shinmoku was aware of Naruto's significant growth over the past month through sage training. On the arena, Naruto employed his signature shadow clone technique, dispatching numerous clones to charge at Neji. Unperturbed, Neji activated his Byakugan, searching for the real Naruto among the clones. Upon identifying the true Naruto, he unleashed a flurry of the 8 trigrams 64 palms. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan possesses the ability to perceive chakra flow, and Neji, having inherited a pure form of Byakugan, could locate chakra points within the human body, using his palm techniques to seal opponents' movements. Understanding Neji's method of attack, Naruto refrained from recklessly rushing in and instead used his clones to probe Neji's defenses. Neji, with his Byakugan, dismissed Naruto's attempts, confident in his near-omniscient vision. No matter the direction from which Naruto's clones attacked, Neji effortlessly countered every assault. Ultimately, he employed his mastered technique, the revolving heaven, a defensive maneuver that expels chakra from the body's chakra points while rotating to reflect incoming attacks. It is deemed an absolute defense. This technique, originally a closely guarded secret of the main branch of the Hyuga clan, had been independently developed by Neji, a member of the branch family, showcasing his exceptional talent. Even the head of the Hyuga clan, upon witnessing Neji unleash his technique, widened his eyes in astonishment. The fact that this child of the branch family had independently grasped the intricacies of Kaiten and the 8 trigrams 64 palms was truly remarkable. Hyuga Hayashi, father of Hinata, remarked this to his companion, who lamented, "What a pity, he belongs to the branch family." At this, Hayashi felt as though a knife had pierced his heart, momentarily stunned before he sighed in resignation. On the arena, Naruto, having excessively drained his chakra, gasped for breath. "Give it up. A tail end is a tail end. No matter how hard you try, you cannot defeat a genius," Neji proclaimed, assuming the stance of the 8 trigrams, activating his Byakugan, with defiance written across his face. Naruto retorted, "Shinju was once a tail end too. Could you defeat him?" Neji replied, "I am not jesting. I could not win. In terms of both physical and ninjutsu, I would be utterly defeated. After all, Shinju is a formidable individual capable of collecting over 10 scrolls in the perilous depths of the Forest of Death." Naruto chuckled thus. "Genius is not absolute. Individuals like you, consumed by your own hubris, would never comprehend this. With that, he formed a Rasengan and charged at Hyuga Neji. Neji sidestepped, striking Naruto with a palm. To his surprise, the attack shattered Naruto's form. Realizing it was a shadow clone, Neji swiftly turned, only to receive a powerful punch from Naruto before he could fully react. The blow landed with such force that it nearly misaligned Neji's nose. See, even you can be struck by a tail end, Naruto taunted. So how dare someone like you speak ill of Hinata during the Chunin exam preliminaries? During the preliminaries, Naruto had witnessed Hinata being ridiculed and beaten by Neji, leaving her severely injured. At that moment, he resolved to seek justice for her. Although Hinata was merely an inconspicuous classmate from his ninja academy, often hesitant and stumbling over her words when speaking to him, Naruto felt her kindness and gentleness. Hence, when he saw her being bullied, he vowed to retaliate. Why must you bully Hinata? He shouted, igniting excitement among Shinju, Sasuke, and Hinata. This fool had finally come to his senses. On the stage, Neji was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's words. After a slight grimace, he removed his forehead protector, revealing a bluish mark on his forehead. If you possessed a fate akin to my own, that of a caged bird, your anger would be far more intense, he stated. Puzzled, Naruto inquired, what do you mean? Neji explained, today, I shall unveil the harsh reality of the Hyuga clan. This blue curse mark on my forehead is known as the caged bird. Every member of the branch family bears it. Once marked, a member of the branch family must live solely to protect the main family. The main family can manipulate the lives and deaths of those in the branch family at will. This has been the legacy of the Hyuga clan for centuries, a protective system for the Byakugan bloodline. In the audience, Shinju listened intently. If Neji's assertions were indeed true, then life as a branch family member was truly akin to being a caged bird, devoid of freedom and subject to the whims of others. Neji then briefly recounted the history between his branch family and Hinata's main family. Neji's father and Hinata's father were twin brothers. Hinata's father, Hayashi, being the elder, became the head of the main family, while Neji's father, Hisashi, was branded with the caged bird curse and relegated to the branch family. Years ago, when there was an attempt to abduct Hinata, the main family head, Hayashi, intervened to prevent her assassination. Subsequently, the Hidden Cloud village retaliated with threats of war, demanding the surrender of the supposed killer. Tragically, the third Hokage acquiesced to such shameless demands. Consequently, instead of delivering the main family member, Hayashi, they surrendered Hisashi, Neji's father. This betrayal fostered Neji's resentment toward the main family. After hearing Neji's account, Naruto gazed up at the third Hokage on the platform, who remained silent. That moment would forever be a blemish on his governance. The crowd fell into a hush after Neji's narrative. Many were aware of this chapter in history, yet few dared to speak of it within the village, for it invoked profound shame and fury. Even Shinju could not suppress his exclamation. Weakness. This was his immediate reaction upon hearing the tale. Perhaps his sentiment was somewhat naive and simplistic, given that Konoha was beset by internal and external strife at that time. Yet, the notion that a loyal clan of Konoha would be forced to surrender an innocent under the pretense of false allegations due to threats was indeed lamentable. Shenmu can only express it this way. The sense of immersion is profound. He has already begun to feel a surge of anger. The voice of Shenmu resonated neither too loud nor too soft, and all present could hear it. Kakashi, with the intention of silencing Shenmu, found himself a moment too late to intervene. A profound silence enveloped the arena. In the shadows of the stands, an elderly man with a bandaged arm cast a deep glance at Shenmu before making his exit. The third Kazekage's pupils transformed into slits as he uttered a single word. Interesting. Chapter 84, The Kazekage Secrets. Shenmu vs. Gaara, the battle commences. Although Shenmu's previous remark had indeed struck a blow to the dignity of the third Hokage, the circumstances of the tournament, coupled with Shenmu's youth, rendered the onlookers unable to take action against him. Meanwhile, Shenmu, as if attuned to the whispered murmurs of the Kazekage, lifted his gaze. Upon setting his eyes upon the Kazekage, a frown immediately creased Shenmu's brow. He recognized that the chakra within the Kazekage was strikingly similar to that of Orochimaru, whom he had encountered earlier. Could it be that Orochimaru had ascended to become the Kazekage of Sunagakure? Shenmu harbored a lingering suspicion, yet he swiftly dismissed it. After all, the Sand Ninja were allies of Konoha, and it was inconceivable that Orochimaru could assume a leadership role. Thus, only one conclusion remained. Orochimaru had disguised himself as the Kazekage, plotting to infiltrate Konoha. Upon realizing this, Shenmu promptly reported his findings to Kakashi, who, upon hearing the news, widened his eyes in disbelief and sought further confirmation. Shenmu, are you certain? Shenmu nodded affirmatively, confirming that it was indeed the chakra of Orochimaru. All right, I understand. After Naruto finishes this match, it will be your turn. Prepare yourself. I will handle the situation, Kakashi stated, communicating with the Umbu responsible for maintaining safety at the scene. With Kakashi-sensei's assurance, Shenmu could only acquiesce. Soon, the battle between Neji and Naruto reached its conclusion. Initially, Neji had the upper hand, dominating Naruto. However, Naruto proved resilient, possessing a vast amount of chakra. And with a month of rigorous training, his abilities had significantly improved. Ultimately, he seized the opportunity, employing shadow clones to outmaneuver and defeat Niji. In the arena, Niji rose from the ground, no longer the arrogant figure he once was. With sincerity, he admitted, "You won." Naruto nodded thoughtfully, indeed. Following this, Naruto Uzumaki and Niji Hyuga exited the stage. Nara Shikamaru stepped to the center of the arena, announcing the commencement of the next round, calling the competitors to the stage. This final round was the one the audience had eagerly anticipated. Shenmu from the Hidden Leaf Village versus Gaara from the Sand Village. In the stands, spectators engaged in fervent discussions. Who do you think has a better chance of winning? Of course, it's Shenmu. He is the most brilliant genius of this Chunin exam. Haven't you heard what those who passed through the Forest of Death said? He defeated over 10 teams under the guise of collecting debts and then sold the scrolls for an exorbitant price. What a shrewd businessman. No, he is merely making astute use of the competition's rules for profit. But Gaara should not be underestimated either. I've heard he is incredibly fearsome in the Sand Village. Someone no one dares provoke. There are even rumors that he is the host of Shikaku, the one-tailed beast. No wonder he exudes such an ominous aura. In the stands reserved for the daimyos, these powerful figures engaged in wagers regarding the final showdown of the Chunin exam. Nearly half of the daimyos placed their bets on Shinmu, recognizing his talent in ninjutsu, having learned the Flying Thunder God technique at such a young age. The other half wagered on Gaara, swayed by his fearsome reputation and the tailed beast sealed within him. As the chief examiner, Nara Shikamaru, announced the entrance of the contestants, a daimyo who had bet on Shinmu subtly gestured to the guards behind him. The guards understood immediately. The daimyo intended to warn the sand ninja to ensure he lost the match, allowing the daimyo to profit handsomely. In the tunnel leading to the arena, Gaara encountered 2 guards blocking his path. The guards, exuding an air of arrogance, said, "Hey, sand ninja, our daimyo has wagered on Shinmu to win. You'd best lose this match, or things will get very unpleasant for you." Gaara, unfazed, remained silent. Suddenly, a large amount of sand began to levitate around him. In the next instant, the sand enveloped the 2 guards. A series of cracking sounds echoed, followed by the ominous drip of blood seeping from the sand. At that moment, Naruto happened to pass by, just as Gaara, with a cold expression, flung the bloody remains of the guards aside. One glance left Naruto utterly stunned. This guy is ruthless. He kills without a second thought. Will he eliminate me too if we cross paths? As Naruto's anxiety peaked, Gaara gathered the sand and strolled past him, barely sparing him a glance. Once Gaara stepped onto the arena, Naruto released his grip on his kunai, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Fortunately, Gaara seemed indifferent to him. Otherwise, he might not have made it out alive today. Yet, recalling Gaara's merciless act, Naruto felt a surge of concern for Shenmu. Could he truly stand against such a formidable opponent? Should he alert Kakashi-sensei to cancel the match? Otherwise, Shenmu might lose his life. It was no wonder Naruto harbored such fears. After all, Shenmu had only recently risen to prominence as a genius, and Naruto's thoughts struggled to adapt to this reality. Moreover, during their time in Myoboka Mountain, Naruto had been engrossed in arduous training and had not witnessed Shinmu's display of sage techniques. It was entirely reasonable for him to worry. Subsequently, Naruto ascended to the stands, intending to report his recent observations to Kakashi-sensei, urging him to keep a watchful eye. However, after searching the stands, he found no sign of the silver-haired teacher. "Sasuke, have you seen Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto inquired. Sasuke shook his head. He spoke with Shinmu for a moment and then left. "I have no idea where he went." Naruto gritted his teeth in frustration. How irritating. Especially at a time like this. In the arena, Shinmu and Gaara took their positions on opposite sides. Gaara, as ever, wore a brooding expression. Upon seeing Shinmu, a glimmer of madness flickered in his eyes. "I thought you might have run away. This time, I will personally kill you and crush your flesh with sand." In the eyes of Shinmu, Gaara appeared to be nothing short of a lunatic at that moment. "You cannot win," he declared dismissively in response to Gaara's delirious ramblings. Beside them, Kazekage glanced helplessly at the 2 prodigies and announced, "Then, let the battle commence." As the fight began, Gaara immediately demonstrated his formidable mastery over the battlefield. He slowly raised his hand, causing sand to surge dramatically from the ground. Meanwhile, Shinmu's aura surged as he activated the 6th gate of the 8 gates. Observing from the platform, Might Guy was momentarily taken aback. It was astonishing how effortlessly Shinmu could unlock the 6th gate, with a little more effort. He might even reach the 7th. This young man's talent in taijutsu was truly terrifying. From the elevated platform, Gaara regarded Shinmu with indifference, stating, "Is it taijutsu again? That mushroom-headed boy failed. You will too." In the preliminary rounds, Gaara had once clashed with Rock Lee. In that fierce encounter, Lee opened the 5th gate, showcasing his youthful spirit and determination. However, he ultimately succumbed to Gaara, who mercilessly crushed half of Lee's limbs with his sand. This battle left a profound impression on Gaara, instilling a sense of caution within him. Although victorious, he recognized the struggle that accompanied his win, attributing it to his own underestimation of his opponent. Today, however, he would face this red-haired boy with unwavering resolve, determined to achieve a one-hit knockout with his most powerful sand. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Shinmu, having opened the 6th gate, appeared as a blur, sprinting rapidly through the sand controlled by Gaara. In the next moment, leveraging his absolute advantage in physical prowess, he closed the distance to Gaara and unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, purple lightning crackled around his fist. This was a new ninjutsu, an evolution of his piercing technique, allowing him to attach lightning chakra to his hand without the need for hand signs. However, the corresponding penetration and destructive power were somewhat inferior to that of the original piercing technique. Shenmu bestowed upon this technique an exceedingly flamboyant name, Purple Thunder. As Shenmu unleashed his fist imbued with the essence of purple thunder, the gourd strapped to Gaara's back sprang open, releasing a torrent of sand. The sand coalesced into a formidable barrier, standing resolutely against Shenmu's fist. In the next instant, as Shenmu's fist descended, it struck the sand barrier with force. The sand proved utterly inadequate to withstand Shenmu's might. Boom! The tremendous impact shattered the densely compacted sand, hurtling towards Gaara's face. With a resounding crash, the blow connected with Gaara's visage. Whoosh! The sheer force sent Gaara's body soaring. Thud! He crashed against the towering wall beside the arena. In the aftermath, Shenmu observed with astonishment as Gaara's outer layer of skin began to peel away, revealing the sand armor that had shielded him. Beneath the sand armor, Gaara's true skin was charred black by the purple thunder, oozing blood. On the observation platform, Temari and Kankuro exchanged incredulous glances. The seemingly invulnerable Gaara had sustained an injury. Temari gasped in disbelief. It appeared that the situation was spiraling into chaos. One could only hope that Gaara wouldn't forget the plan. Kankuro's expression grew grave. The meticulously devised plan to destabilize Konoha by the allied sand and sound villages must not falter due to Gaara's slip. On the opposite side of the stands, Guy was equally astonished by Shinmu's technique. The electrified hand bore a striking resemblance to Kakashi's Raikiri initiation, yet it was executed without hand seals. Was this a unique ninjutsu conceived by that boy? Guy's eyes widened in awe. Truly, Shenmu was formidable, instilling a sense of admiration that was hard to suppress. Beside Might Guy, Tintin gazed at him with adulation. Don't get too starry-eyed. If even the underclassmen are this strong, we must strive harder, Niji stated earnestly. Following his defeat against Naruto, his uncle Hayashi had knelt before him in apology, revealing the truths of the past, leading him to a clearer understanding of certain matters. Nearby, Asuma, exasperated, poked Shikamaru's head. Look at Shenmu, then look at yourself. Pathetic. You spend your days doing nothing, yet find everything troublesome. Shikamaru retorted, Asuma, please, talking to you is already a hassle. Inuyama and Choji chimed in promptly. Hold on. Ino pointed toward the arena. Shenmu's match has taken a new turn. Gaara has formed an egg. At these words, the crowd turned their gaze back to the arena. Indeed, as Ino had proclaimed, Gaara had encased himself within a spherical formation of sand. The surface of the sphere was adorned with spikes, fashioned from the uneven texture of the sand, designed to repel Shenmu's attacks. Meanwhile, Gaara seemed to be brewing something ominous within the confines of the sand. Naruto squinted at this development. It feels like he is about to unleash something significant. Sasuke nodded in agreement. That sand user is certainly not to be underestimated. Within the arena, Shenmu pondered which ninjutsu would be most effective in breaching the spherical fortress. Should he attempt Sage Technique? However, as Jiraiya-sensei had cautioned before, his Sage Technique, much like Wood Release, should not be recklessly revealed. Perhaps Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken? But he feared that it might inadvertently obliterate Gaara inside. After all, the Land of Fire is a great nation, one must maintain decorum. The dilemma weighed heavily on him. After much deliberation, he settled on a simple hand sign, invoking the piercing hand technique. The pure piercing strike, propelled by the momentum from running, possessed formidable penetrative power. Simultaneously, the paralyzing effect of lightning release chakra could penetrate the sand, making it an unparalleled choice for breaking the deadlock. As the hand sign was completed, a tempestuous surge of electricity crackled to life around Shenmu's hand. With a swift retreat, he created distance. Judging the distance to be optimal, he charged forward. Whoosh! Upon opening the sixth gate, Shenmu's speed surged, his movements almost imperceptible to the naked eye. In mere moments, he arrived before Gaara's sand sphere, delivering the electrified piercing hand. Whoosh! Splat! Under the influence of immense force and lightning, Shenmu effortlessly pierced through Gaara's sand shield, directly penetrating his left chest. After this decisive strike, Gaara's sand shield crystallized into spikes, lashing out towards Shenmu. However, Shenmu was prepared, having previously placed a flying thunder god mark on the ground, allowing him to swiftly teleport away. Gaara's sand attack missed its target. On the other side, as Shenmu vanished with the flying thunder god technique, he gazed at the gaping hole in Gaara's sand shield. The interior was shrouded in darkness, obscuring Gaara's form, yet emanating a chilling aura of murderous intent. Upon hearing this, Shenmu became even more convinced of Gaara's psychopathic nature. In the next heartbeat, just as Shenmu's eyes fixated on the breach in Gaara's sand shell, a pair of yellow eyes radiating an overwhelming malice emerged from within. Shenmu, with a furrowed brow, was certain that those eyes could not possibly belong to Gaara. Could it be a unique form of ninjutsu? Yet Yet the murderous intent emanating from those eyes, coupled with the sudden surge of chakra erupting from the sand shell, convinced Shenmu that a formidable creature was indeed present. Witnessing this scene, Temari muttered in disbelief. Damn it, that guy Gaara couldn't hold back. Kankuro tugged at the band binding the crow behind him, asking, what now? Should we strike? Temari waved her hand. Not yet, let us wait for their signal. Meanwhile, outside the Hidden Leaf Village, a considerable number of ninjas adorned with the symbols of the Sound and Sand villages gathered. They meticulously inspected their ninja tools, awaiting orders, ready to launch an ambush at a moment's notice. Chapter 86. The Collapse of the Leaf begins. Shinmu deactivates the restraint in the highest tier of the Chunin exam venue. The third Hokage received word from the Umbu. Upon hearing the news, his eyes widened in astonishment. Are you certain it was Kakashi who informed you? Is what Shinmu said indeed true? As he spoke, the third Hokage glanced towards the Kazekage, who was not far from him. The Umbu nodded affirmatively. On either side of the exam venue, several Umbu members formed hand seals. In the next instant, Naruto observed feathers floating before him. Countless feathers fell gracefully, inducing an overwhelming drowsiness within him, ultimately causing him to collapse to the ground in slumber. The surrounding spectators, too, succumbed to the same fate, and in an instant, the once boisterous atmosphere of the Hokage venue fell into a profound silence. Shenmu acutely sensed something amiss and promptly glanced up at the elevated platform where two Hokages were seated. Atop the platform, having received intelligence from the Umbu, the Hokage formed hand seals and launched a surprise attack against the Wind Shadow. Just as the third Hokage was about to unleash his ninjutsu, the Wind Shadow removed his conical hat and said, Teacher, you have indeed noticed. Beneath the hat, the Wind Shadow's visage transformed, ultimately taking on the appearance of Orochimaru. In the next moment, a subordinate of Orochimaru hurled a smoke bomb, creating a vast cloud that obscured vision. Within the haze, Orochimaru and his followers flickered and leapt onto the expansive roof of the examination venue. This time, you shall not escape. The Hokage and several nearby Umbu swiftly pursued. On the rooftop, upon the arrival of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru's 4 guards quickly formed hand seals. They swiftly occupied the 4 corners and simultaneously placed their hands on the ground, shouting for Purple Yang formation. A resplendent purple barrier extended from their bodies, ultimately forming a rectangular enclosure that enveloped themselves, Orochimaru, and the third Hokage. The third Hokage inhaled deeply upon witnessing the formation, for he understood that this technique could only be breached from within. The Umbu outside had no means to assist. He gazed at Orochimaru and remarked, It appears you have long since orchestrated this entire affair. Of course, my teacher, I have exerted considerable effort to prepare for you. Orochimaru replied, initiating his hand seals. The third Hokage, unwilling to yield, rapidly formed his own hand signs. Ninjutsu, Tile Shuriken. With a clatter, tiles from the rooftop were lifted by a mysterious force, spinning like shurikens as they flew towards Orochimaru. Truly, one renowned as the Doctor of Ninja could wield tiles as shurikens. With a hoarse voice, Orochimaru performed the summoning technique, slamming his hands to the ground. 2 coffins slowly emerged from the rooftop, conveniently shielding him from the incoming assault. The third Hokage, infuriated, exclaimed, To employ the impure world reincarnation technique developed by the second Hokage is a blatant disrespect to the deceased, Orochimaru. Rather than that, teacher, you should first take a look at the individuals within the coffins, Orochimaru said smugly. In the next instant, the coffin's lids automatically lifted, revealing 2 figures inside. The third Hokage stood frozen in shock. Meanwhile, at the same time that chaos erupted in the Chunin exam venue, countless ninjas outside Konoha sprang into action. A certain team unfurled a massive summoning scroll, and with a resounding noise, a colossal 3-headed serpent appeared outside the eastern gate of Konoha. The gigantic serpent barreled towards the gate, swiftly breaching the defenses of the Konoha ninjas. At the Ninja Academy, students were engaged in outdoor activities when suddenly, a sniffling child pointed towards the exam venue, shouting, Look at the huge cloud of smoke over there. This proclamation immediately captured the attention of all the children, including Konohamaru. It was the day of Shinmu's Chunin exam, and he was eager to witness it. The immense smoke billowing from the exam venue piqued his curiosity even further. Thus, the clever Konohamaru and his 2 companions plotted to sneak away from Iruka-sensei and head to the exam venue to watch. However, upon seeing the towering smoke, Iruka instinctively sensed something was amiss and ordered all students to return indoors for self-study. In the exam venue, following the upheaval, Gaara dispelled the sand shield that had been protecting him, revealing his form. Just as Shinmu hesitated on whether to assist the third Hokage, Gaara's roar echoed from the opposite side. I will kill you. With that, Gaara commanded the sand to morph into a grotesque, oversized hand. At that moment, Temari and Kankuro suddenly leaped to Gaara's side, restraining him and warning, Have you forgotten the mission given to us? Wake up, Gaara. Subsequently, the instructor of the sand ninjas leaped into the arena, his gaze fixed on Shinmu with murderous intent. You are a rare talent of Konoha. Killing you would be tantamount to extinguishing the future spark of the village. Now, Shinmu comprehended the gravity of the situation, This was a war declared by the Sand Village in collusion with Orochimaru against Konoha. Shenmu tightly grasped the shuriken in his hand. To be honest, it was his first encounter with such a grand scale of battle. You go ahead. I shall catch up after I eliminate this brat, said Maki. The teacher of the Sand Shinobi, to Temari behind him. You Sand Shinobi have shattered the alliance with Konoha, and now you wish to depart? Shenmu uttered with a hint of resentment. As he spoke, his hands swiftly formed seals, pressing down onto the ground. Earth release. Marsh. Unfortunately, despite Shinmu's rapid sealing speed, Maki was no ordinary opponent. Upon noticing Shinmu's hand signs, he quickly retreated with the 3 Sand Ninja siblings. Undeterred, Shenmu proceeded to form seals once more. Lightning release. Lightning beast pursuit Fong. With a resounding crackle, lightning erupted from Shenmu's hands, transforming into a 4-legged wolf that soared through the air, charging towards the 4 Sand Ninja. This strike left the trio of Sand Ninjas with no means of evasion. In a moment of peril, a torrent of sand erupted from the gourd on Gaara's back, shielding the 4 from harm. By the time Shenmu's lightning beast dissipated, the 3 Sand Ninja siblings had already fled. Meanwhile, numerous ninjas from the Sand Village, incited by the conflict, began converging upon the arena. Likewise, countless leaf ninjas descended around Shenmu, standing in confrontation with their sand counterparts. Teacher Kakashi, positioned near Shenmu, cautioned, Shenmu, this is a coordinated assault plan launched by the Sand and Sound Ninjas against Konoha. Therefore, you may unleash your jutsu to your heart's content without reservation. Shenmu, feeling a surge of excitement, inquired, is it true, Kakashi-sensei? He understood that Kakashi was referring to the wood release technique. Kakashi nodded affirmatively, indeed. Let us fight to protect Konoha. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through the training ground, carrying with it a multitude of leaves. Amidst the wind, Shenmu tightened the headband upon his brow. Alright. Chapter 87. Wood Release. Eternal Binding of Trees. Farewell to the 3rd Hokage, Sensei. Additional update. The surrounding ninjas, upon overhearing the exchange between Shenmu and Kakashi, displayed expressions of perplexity. Could it be that Shenmu was still concealing some of his strength? After all, he had already showcased the formidable Flying Thunder God technique along with various elemental jutsu. What more could he possibly hide? Just as their confusion mounted, Shenmu's hands began to form seals at a rapid pace. In the next instant, the hand signs were completed. With a thunderous shout, Shenmu pressed his hands against the ground of the battlefield. Would release, eternal binding of the trees. In an instant, a colossal and supple sapling erupted from beneath the training ground. The pliant branches of the sapling swiftly ensnared all the bewildered sand shinobi before them. Subsequently, the branches and trunk constricted and elongated, transforming into a towering tree that soared 100 meters high. Those ensnared within the branches and trunk were forever sealed inside. At this moment, the entire leaf contingent behind Shenmu stood petrified. Wood release. The legendary technique of the god of ninjas had once again manifested in the form of a wood release ninja from the leaf. How astonishing. Even Might Guy, a jonin himself, couldn't help but express his admiration. With just a single ninjutsu, he had condemned all the sand shinobi to their fate. This kid, Asuma, standing next to Kakashi, hesitated to voice his thoughts. In response, Kakashi shrugged. I have no idea why this kid possesses wood release. Well, there are still numerous ninjas to contend with. We must ensure the safety of the spectators in the stands. Shinmu, let us fight together, Kakashi urged, giving Shinmu a reassuring pat on the shoulder. But what about Gaara and the others? Shinmu inquired. From the dialogue of the 3 sand shinobi, he sensed a vast conspiracy unfolding around Gaara. If they did not address Gaara swiftly, matters would become exceedingly troublesome. You needn't worry about that. I have already dispatched Naruto, Sasuke, and Shikamaru to pursue them, Kakashi reassured. Very well then. Shinmu nodded, though a sense of unease lingered within him. The pressing need to protect more individuals at the main venue prevailed. In the principal district of Konohagakure, the village swiftly activated its second-tier defense protocol following the assault at the eastern gate, relocating all the elderly, women, and children to the nearest fortifications. This naturally included the children from the Ninja Academy. At this moment, Iruka was pained to discover that Konohamaru and his companions had vanished. According to informed classmates, these 3 had likely skipped class to clandestinely attend the Chunin exam venue to witness the matches, with the village under siege. How could those youngsters choose such a moment to venture out? Iruka gritted his teeth in frustration, yet felt compelled to search for them. After entrusting the supervision of his class to other teachers, he hastened toward the Chunin exam venue. At the Chunin exam venue, atop the roof, Orochimaru observed the battlefield through the 4 purple flames formation. His gaze was filled with unabashed greed as he witnessed Shinmu unleash his wood release technique. At that moment, he was resolute in his belief that there was no better vessel in the entire ninja world than Shinmu. After all, it was wood release, the very technique employed by the god of shinobi himself. In earlier years, the village of Konoha had conducted secret experiments to find a successor capable of inheriting the first Hokage's wood release abilities. Unfortunately, the outcomes were far from satisfactory, with only one subject, Yamato, surviving. Yet, Yamato's wood release was but a fraction of the original Hokage's prowess. What Orochimaru had just witnessed from Shinmu was reminiscent of the first Hokage's magnificence. You have been waiting for that child, haven't you? To claim his body. The third Hokage stated solemnly. Back when Orochimaru was still in Konoha, he had conducted experiments on living subjects in a quest to develop a method for immortality. It appeared that, at this juncture, he had already achieved some measure of success, for his appearance had remained unchanged since his defection decades prior. Indeed, that child's body is truly tantalizing, Orochimaru replied, licking his lips with a long tongue. Only through immortality can one master all the ninjutsu of the world and unravel the mysteries of every technique, he continued. Unlike you, Sarutobi-sensei, who has aged beyond recognition and whose combat capabilities have significantly diminished. Fear not. Even so, it is sufficient to drag you down to hell, Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted. Is that so? Do you truly believe you can surpass the two former Hokages? A smirk danced on Orochimaru's face. Earlier, he had summoned two coffins using the reanimation jutsu, containing none other than the first and second Hokages. At that moment, the two Hokages within the coffins displayed no expression, like puppets. Soon, Orochimaru would inject them with souls. He placed two special talismans on the backs of their heads, followed by forming an incredibly complex series of hand seals. In the next instant, the two former Hokages stirred to life. As they emerged from their coffins, the umbu surrounding the four purple flames formation were momentarily stunned. The visage of those two seemed strikingly familiar. Naturally, they were the first and second Hokages, their likenesses immortalized on the Hokage monument of Konoha. What kind of jutsu had Orochimaru employed to summon the deceased Hokages? It was likely the infamous reanimation jutsu, a technique so contrary to the natural order that only Orochimaru dared to wield it in all of Konoha. Did the third Hokage stand a chance against Orochimaru and the two former Hokages? The reanimation jutsu, which suppressed their wills, would undoubtedly unleash less than half of their original strength. Yet, they were Hokages. Even a frail camel is larger than a horse, as the saying goes. Within the four purple flames formation, the briefly resurrected Hokages displayed momentary astonishment. They had returned to the world of the living. Had they been revived by some special jutsu? The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, adorned in red armor and with long hair, expressed his displeasure at being subjected to a technique he had devised. The second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, clad in blue armor and sporting white hair, merely scoffed. They then lifted their gazes to see the third Hokage before them. Monkey, you have aged as well, the second Hokage remarked. Upon seeing his former teacher, the now elderly Sarutobi Hiruzen was moved to tears. Over 30 years had passed since the second Hokage's sacrifice to protect his team. I am deeply sorry. It is my failure to educate my students that has disturbed your rest, esteemed Hokages, Sarutobi lamented. I wonder if it is because the debut has passed. The book city is nearly devoid of traffic now, relying solely on your support to survive. If you enjoy the read, please lend your support to the author. Daily updates await. Lord Hokages, my summoning of you is not for reminiscing, Orochimaru declared, his visage twisted in malice. Immediately after his proclamation, the eyes of the first and second Hokages glazed over, indicating a loss of self-awareness, transforming them into puppets under Orochimaru's control. The two former Hokages unleashed their formidable powers. The first Hokage clapped his hands together, summoning countless trees to fill the entire four purple flames formation. Meanwhile, the second Hokage unleashed his signature water release technique, launching an assault on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Simultaneously, Orochimaru was not idle. He opened his mouth to release a snake, which in turn revealed a sharp sword. The Kusanagi sword, a blade of unparalleled sharpness. Outside the four purple flames formation, the umbu were in a state of anxiety upon witnessing Orochimaru and the two former Hokages simultaneously attacking Sarutobi Hiruzen. What should we do? The third Hokage cannot withstand the combined assault of three opponents for long. One umbu exclaimed, desperation etched across their face. We must find a way to breach this formation. The four purple flames formation ignites the bodies of those who touch it, and the only way to open it is from the inside. Amidst the growing urgency among the umbu, Shinmu, adorned with the visage of a sage, appeared. Allow me to give it a try. Shinmu spoke calmly. As the time reverted to a few minutes prior, Shinmu valiantly engaged in combat with the invading ninjas from various outer villages, fiercely protecting the unconscious onlookers. At that moment, Konohamaru burst into the Chunin exam venue. Had it not been for Shinmu's timely intervention, the reckless trio of Konohamaru would surely have met their demise at the hands of the sound ninjas. Upon his arrival, Konohamaru was bewildered by the chaotic scene unfolding in the Chunin exam venue. Shinmu, why is it so disordered here? Is the Chunin exam truly this arduous? He inquired. No. Shinmu replied. The village is under siege. Shinmu responded. Although Konohamaru is but a child, the village now finds itself in peril, and it is imperative for him to comprehend the situation. Upon hearing Shinmu's words, Konohamaru was instantly agitated. What about Grandpa? Where is he now? In response to Konohamaru's inquiry, Shinmu pointed towards the four purple flames formation atop the roof. Konohamaru was taken aback. Is Grandpa trapped inside? He won't perish, will he? Fear not, Konohamaru. The Hokage is the most formidable ninja in the entirety of Konohagakure, Kakashi suddenly interjected, offering reassurance. Yet, the thought of his grandfather being imprisoned alone filled Konohamaru with despair. Tears welled in his eyes. Despite his frequent aspirations to surpass his grandfather and prove his worth, even going so far as to attempt a Rasengan behind his back that nearly strained his grandfather's old back, when faced with the reality of his grandfather's dangerous predicament, his concern for him prevailed. Moreover, the adversary was none other than the ruthless Orochimaru. His grandfather had once proclaimed that should Orochimaru wreak havoc in Konoha again, he would fight to the death, dragging Orochimaru into the abyss with him. As Konohamaru's anxiety escalated, he charged towards the four purple flames formation on the roof. Unaware of the imminent dangers ahead, all he desired was to protect his beloved grandfather. Hey, this is no place for reckless behavior, Kakashi exclaimed, grasping Konohamaru by the collar with an exasperated expression. Konoha is in a critical situation right now, little one. You must find a safe place to take refuge. No, I refuse. I want to save my grandfather. Konohamaru protested vehemently, struggling against Kakashi's grip. Shenmu lifted his gaze towards the immense four purple yang formation. After a moment of hesitation, he said to Konohamaru, Konohamaru, you should return first. I will ensure your grandfather's safety. Konohamaru ceased his struggles, wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, and with a pitiful expression inquired, Brother Shenmu, is that true? Indeed, Shenmu reassured him. Your brother Shenmu has never deceived you. Shenmu smiled confidently. Subsequently, Kakashi set down Konohamaru. Without hesitation, Konohamaru knelt and prostrated himself, pleading, please, dear brother Shenmu. Shenmu advised. You should take refuge in the nearest defensive structure. Your protection would only hinder me. Mokuramaru nodded obediently and exited the venue. Within the gathering, Shenmu resolved to honor the agreement made with Mokuramaru and set forth to rescue the third Hokage, who was ensnared within the four purple flames formation. Now was not the time for bravado. The four purple flames formation posed a significant challenge, incinerating anything that dared to make contact with it. Even with wood release, it would be a formidable task. Rest assured, Kakashi-sensei, Shenmu replied confidently. When Shenmu spoke, he turned his back to Kakashi. I feel quite powerful, he said. Then turned half of his face towards Kakashi. Kakashi stood frozen in place, the visage of a sage. As Shenmu turned to reveal his profile, he displayed a visage reminiscent of an ethereal being. This young lad never ceases to astonish. Before the four purple yang formation, the members of the Dark Division gazed in astonishment at the crimson-haired Shenmu. They were no strangers to celestial techniques. One member of the Dark Division fumbled for words for quite some time, yet ultimately failed to elicit any substantial information. Eventually, it was Shenmu who spoke. You all should stand back. I fear I may cause unintended harm. Had these words been uttered by any other child of Shenmu's age, the Dark Division would have surely dismissed them with laughter. However, this child before them was Shenmu, the prodigy who had wrought countless miracles. The very Shenmu who, at the tender age of 12, had mastered celestial techniques. Thus, all members of the Dark Division prudently withdrew. As they retreated to a corner atop the rooftop, one inquired, is this distance sufficient? A bit farther, if you please. Shinmoku responded with an expressionless demeanor. The Umbu complied with his instructions. Eventually, after the Umbu exited the venue of the Chunin exams, Shinmoku declared it was time. In the next moment, Shinmoku solemnly formed hand seals and clapped his hands together. Boom. The ground of the Chunin exam venue began to tremble. With a resounding roar, a colossal statue of cannon, towering hundreds of meters high, rose from the earth. Surrounding the statue were thousands of giant hands made of wood. The true thousand-handed cannon. This immense wooden figure lifted the entire Chunin exam venue. At that moment, everyone present in the exam hall was jolted awake, and pandemonium ensued as they began to flee. Kakashi slapped his forehead, exclaiming, this guy has once again failed to control his jutsu properly, summoning such an enormous wooden cannon. Is he intent on destroying the entire Hidden Leaf village? The surrounding Chunin gasped in shock, expressing their astonishment. Kakashi, you have truly brought forth an exceptional student. Kakashi, why wasn't he the one assigned to Shinmoku's class? Kakashi, you should hurry home and check if your ancestors' graves are smoking. To have found a student like Shinmoku. Forget it, Kakashi. You should check if your family's graves are on fire. The technique Shinmoku had executed was identical to that used by the legendary ninja god in bygone days. Kakashi pondered. Why do you all say that I have a brilliant student? Shouldn't it be that Shinmoku has a remarkable teacher? Might Guy remarked, Kakashi. Although you are my lifelong friend and rival, I must say, to nurture such a child, you must have exhausted all your luck for the future. Chapter 89. The True Thousand-Handed Cannon's Majestic Intervention. The appearance of the enigmatic Tanuki Guardian. Amidst the cacophony of various ninjas exchanging remarks, Kakashi felt a wave of frustration. They often say that a mother's status is elevated by her child, yet today, he found himself elevated by his own student. Such disparaging remarks from these uncultured Chunin were rather unpalatable. Not far from the four purple flames formation, Yamato, Shinmoku's other teacher, gaped in astonishment. As a fellow wood-release user, witnessing Shinmoku wield such a formidable ninjutsu stirred a complex mix of emotions within him. The true thousand-handed cannon could only be achieved through the wood release Kekkei Genkai, requiring sage chakra. This realization suggested that Shinmoku, at such a tender age, had already mastered sage techniques. He had only been studying wood release for a few months. To think he could grasp sage arts. Initially, Yamato believed it would take Shinmoku 2 to 3 years to become a pillar of Konoha, but now he realized he had underestimated Shinmoku's potential. If he were to grant him a pair of Byakugan or Sharingan, wouldn't he, this young man, then be poised to dominate the ninja world? Meanwhile, within the four purple flames formation, Orochimaru stood frozen in disbelief. The wood release had always been the powerful technique he sought. Upon witnessing Shinmoku's ability to utilize wood release, he resolved to acquire the boy's body at all costs. Now, witnessing Shinmoku wielding sage art, wood release, true thousand hands, his heart raced with excitement. This power rivaled that of the ninja god. Such a massive thousand-handed cannon could likely obliterate a small nation. At that moment, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was fiercely battling against the two former Hokage, also caught sight of the enormous wooden figure outside the formation and was equally astonished. Ah, is that Shinmoku? I hadn't anticipated that boy would reach such heights. The third chuckled. Orochimaru, it seems your ambitions are destined to remain unfulfilled. With that, the third Hokage summoned the king of the monkey using a summoning technique. The Monkey King transformed into a gigantic golden staff, which Sarutobi could manipulate at will, adjusting its length and size. Outside the formation, Shinmoku stood atop the head of the colossal cannon statue. With a clap of his hands, he summoned forth his command. Manifest. In the next moment, the thousands of hands surrounding the cannon statue sprang to life. One by one, the enormous wooden hands surged forward, striking towards the ceiling of the four purple flames formation. Boom. Although the formation was powerful, it succumbed to the overwhelming force of the true thousand hands after just a few blows, shattering into pieces. The four sound ninja tasked with maintaining the formation all collapsed, coughing up blood. Witnessing the immense pressure exerted by Shinmoku's true thousand hands, Orochimaru turned and fled. Faced with a wood release technique that rivaled that of the ninja god, he understood he stood no chance. But Shinmoku would not allow him to escape so easily. From atop the thousand hands, Shinmoku clapped his hands once more, with dragon technique. A robust dragon emerged, barreling towards the fleeing Orochimaru. At that very moment at the foot of the divine tree, alongside the colossal statue of Guanyin, several gigantic hands grasped at the reanimated figures of the first and second Hokage. The reanimated first Hokage lacked even the capacity for human thought, let alone combat prowess. Thus, the divine tree effortlessly ensnared both former Hokage. Meanwhile, the wood dragon technique accurately struck the fleeing Orochimaru. The third Hokage, quick-witted and nimble, hurled several shuriken before forming hand seals. Ninja art, Shuriken Clone Technique. With a flurry, a single shuriken multiplied into hundreds of clones, all hurtling towards Orochimaru. In the face of the third Hokage's onslaught, Orochimaru merely flicked his tongue, his body transforming like liquid, seamlessly merging into the ground beneath him. Just before vanishing, Orochimaru proclaimed, Shinmu, I shall undoubtedly acquire your perfect body. Thus, the confrontation between Orochimaru and the third Hokage came to a temporary halt. The third Hokage lifted his gaze towards the summit of the true thousand hands. Perhaps due to his advancing age, his vision had deteriorated, rendering him unable to perceive the divine tree atop the statue. Nevertheless, he commended, Shinmu, you have performed admirably. You are now the most exceptional ninja in Konoha. The third Hokage's words were not unfounded. Judging by Shinmu's displayed prowess, it seemed that the entire village combined would scarcely match his strength. Were it not for Shinmu's youth, the third Hokage would have considered stepping down, entrusting the Hokage position to him. Such a young man in charge of Konoha would indeed be a boon for the village. In response to the third Hokage's praise, Shinmu remained composed and respectful, stating, Hokage-sama, Naruto and Sasuke are currently pursuing Gaara of the Sand. Now that matters here have concluded, I shall assist them. The third Hokage nodded in agreement. Go. Before he could finish his sentence, Shinmu's figure had already vanished. Meanwhile, outside Konoha, Naruto and Sasuke were awakened from the feather illusion by their teacher, Kakashi, who assigned them the task of capturing Gaara. Moments earlier, the two had successfully intercepted the Sand Ninja Trio and, through months of diligent training, had managed to restrain him.